Chapter 1. I have severed ties with that scoundrel. Xiao Zishuan in the embroidered chamber. Wei Lingxi awoke with a start, drenched in fragrant sweat, her thin garment clinging to her skin. Once again, she had dreamt the same dream. It had been 3 days since her rebirth, and each night, the same haunting vision replayed itself. In her dreams, the events of her past life unfolded a betrayal by her husband, Xiao Zishuan, who had utterly destroyed the Wei family for his own ambitions and delivered her into the arms of a man of immense power. Even upon waking, the chilling gaze from her dream lingered in her mind, like a feral beast lurking in the shadows. Her heart raced, and her delicate hand pressed against her chest as she struggled to regain her composure. In the outer room, the maid Jean Rue, busy with needlework, heard the commotion and entered the inner chamber, lifting the embroidered curtain. She beheld her mistress, garments askew, with a neck as pale as cream, and long, silky black hair cascading over the jade pillow. Beneath her elegantly arched brows lay, eyes glistening with a complex mix of emotions. The sight of her mistress in such a state would set any man ablaze with desire, and even Jean Rue felt a flutter in her heart. "Miss, you have awakened?" Jean Rue teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Even in your dreams, you call for young Master Xiao. Just now, someone from the Xiao residence arrived, surely to discuss your marriage with your parents." Wei Lingxi's long lashes fluttered slightly, a hint of cold mirth dancing at the corners of her eyes. "He has finally come," she stated. Jean Rue, interpreting her words as eagerness to wed, giggled. "Are you so impatient to marry young Master Xiao? Fear not. You two are childhood sweethearts who will surely become yours in due time." "Childhood sweethearts?" Wei Lingxi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. She swung her legs off the bed and seized the sword hanging on the wall, rushing out with determination. "Indeed, I cannot wait any longer." She would confront that scoundrel, Xiao Zishuan. In the afternoon, the sunlight at the Wei residence was particularly radiant. The corridor leading to the flower hall was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms. The servants bustled about, and amidst them, the graceful figure of their mistress glided like a wisp of wind, her sword glinting with a cold brilliance. Behind her, Jean Rue hurriedly followed, breathless. "Miss, what are you planning to do?" As Wei Lingxi reached the entrance of the flower hall, she spotted Xiao Zishuan standing there, clad in splendid garments, his head bowed. "Uncle Wei, Lingxi is a good girl. I know being concubine would be a humiliation for her. However, I am left with no choice. I implore you to let Linger come out so that I may speak with her directly." Concubine. In her previous life, she had been filled with joy when she learned of the Xiao family's intentions to discuss the wedding date. She had rushed to catch a glimpse of him, only to be struck by the thunderous news that followed. What is a concubine? A mere object to be bought and sold by men, subject to the whims of the primary wife, a vessel for their desires, in any respectable family, who would willingly accept such a demeaning role. She was the daughter of a fifth-rank official, cherished throughout her upbringing, promised to him since childhood a bride, destined to be carried in a grand sedan chair once she came of age. The idea of being a concubine was utterly degrading, and her family would never acquiesce. Yet, blinded by his flowery words, she had foolishly developed feelings for him and naively agreed to become his concubine. On her wedding day, she was carried into the Xiao residence in a floral palanquin, marking the beginning of her tragic existence. Now, upon hearing Xiao Zishuan's words again, a fiery rage ignited within her, and she longed to strike down that scoundrel. A concubine? Preposterous! As Xiao Zishuan's words hung in the air, Wei Lingxi raised her sword, ready to charge in, when her father's thunderous roar interrupted, nearly shaking the roof tiles loose. "What? You want my daughter to be a concubine? Xiao Zishuan, whom do you think you are insulting? Do not think that just because your father is the minister of war, I will let this slide. I will not allow my Linger to be a concubine for anyone." At her father's furious outburst, Wei Lingxi felt warmth in her heart, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Uncle Wei, Lingxi and I are childhood friends. She is the only one in my heart. However, my engagement to Song Yingyu was bestowed by the Empress, and I truly cannot refuse. I ask for your permission to speak with Lingxi directly to clarify everything." Xiao Zishuan attempted to defend himself. Currently, the Song family wielded the most power in court. Song Yingyu had long harbored affections for him, and had requested the empress to arrange their marriage. Aligning with such a prominent family would greatly benefit his career and the Shiao family. Thus he and his father were willing to accept this arrangement. While Song Yingyu was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lingxi's enchanting allure. He was unwilling to part with Wei Lingxi. After much deliberation, the family had ultimately decided to take Wei Lingxi as a concubine to ensure the Wei family's loyalty. Enough of your nonsense. Wei Shanha bellowed. When I was risking my life to fight bandits, you were still wetting your pants. Do you think you can fool me with such excuses? My Linger will not be anyone's concubine. Go back and tell your father that this marriage was arranged long ago, and you must come to marry my daughter in a grand procession. Xiao Zishuan's face flushed crimson at the scolding. Just as he was about to retort, he heard soft footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Wei Lingxi entering the room. Lingxi, you have finally arrived. His eyes brightened as he hurried forward to discuss the matter with her, confident that her heart belonged to him. Among the 7 children in the Wei family, 6 were sons, leaving only Wei Lingxi as the sole daughter. Wei Shanha cherished her like a precious gem. Once she agreed, no one could stand in her way. However, unexpectedly, Wei Lingxi raised an eyebrow, and without a word, she lunged at him with her gleaming sword. Startled, he quickly raised his hands to defend himself as the sharp blade sliced through his arm, blood gushing from the wound. Lingxi, what? What is the meaning of this? Xiao Zishuan stammered, his face paling as he stepped back, unable to believe his eyes. Just 3 days prior, she had gazed at him with tenderness, vowing to marry no one but him. How could she now come at him with a sword? Wei Lingxi's usually gentle eyes now bore a frosty glare, tinged with fury as she called out his name. Xiao Zishuan, you have gone too far. Lingxi, I am truly left with no choice. If you would only agree to be with me, I will cherish you for a lifetime, Xiao Zishuan exclaimed, disregarding the presence of elders, speaking recklessly. Wei Lingxi regarded him, her gaze devoid of the youthful infatuation she once held. No need, keep your sordid intentions to yourself. Xiao Zishuan, I hereby declare our engagement null and void. I refuse to marry you. Chapter 2. The broken engagement. Xiao Zishuan's pupils constricted, and he thought he must have misheard. Was this the once gentle and charming Wei Lingxi? In just 3 short days, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, exhibiting such resoluteness. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Xiao Zishuan stood stunned, gazing at her in disbelief. Breaking the engagement. I shall repeat myself. Breaking the engagement. From this moment forth, we shall have no further entanglements. Do not ever set foot in the Wei family home again. Wei Lingxi cast her sword to the ground with a clang, turning away to leave him with a cold and resolute silhouette. She understood all too well that this man was driven by ambition, with only his own future in his heart and mind. His regard for her was but a fleeting fancy, merely captivated by her beauty. Xiao Zishuan remained dazed for a moment, finally regaining his composure and slowly asking, have you truly considered the consequences of breaking our engagement? In the great Zhou kingdom, a woman who had been cast off was regarded with more shame than a concubine. No respectable man would wish to marry such a woman. You must understand, it is I who am ending this engagement, not the other way around. Wei Lingxi turned, pointing toward the door, and coldly commanded, leave. Wei Shanha, her father, was equally taken aback by his daughter's boldness. He had never anticipated that this delicate and seemingly fragile girl could act in such a vengeful manner. Well, my daughter, Wei Shanha, is indeed remarkable, he exclaimed. Such a heartless and ungrateful man is not worth your tears. If you cannot find a suitable match, you may remain at home. I shall support you for life. Wei Lingxi's eyes reddened, and her voice softened as she melted into his embrace, her words dripping with sweetness. Thank you, Father. You are the best to me. Wei Shanha gently patted her shoulder and whispered, all right. A grown woman should not be clinging to her father like this. If your mother sees, she will surely scold you. Wei Lingxi wiped away her tears and mumbled, Mother is not here. I was merely moved by you, Father. I promise not to act like this in the future. Good. Wei Shanha nodded repeatedly. Yet, upon glancing at Xiao Zishuan still loitering, his brow furrowed as he pointed toward the door and bellowed, why are you still here? Leave. Xiao Zishuan, nursing his injured arm, awkwardly exited the room as Wei Shanhe threw out the gifts he had brought. The servants outside, terrified of the notorious hot-tempered general, trembled as they rushed to inquire, "Sir, are you all right?" With a dark expression, Xiao Zishuan replied, "Return home." "Yes, yes, yes." The servant hurriedly gathered the scattered gifts and scurried back. In the flower hall, Wei Shanhe looked at his beautiful and charming daughter, feeling increasingly frustrated, muttering, "I am infuriated. I truly misjudged that scoundrel Xiao Zishuan and his father. How dare they think my daughter would become a concubine? It is my own incompetence. Had I not been demoted, I doubt the Xiao family would dare act so brazenly." "Father," Wei Lingxi sweetly poured him a cup of tea, her tender hands extending it toward him. "Do not let this anger harm your health. Breaking this engagement is for the best. Marrying a man as heartless as Xiao Zishuan would only bring suffering. It is better to part ways now." Wei Shanhe found her reasoning sound, but could not suppress his concern. "My precious daughter, how could Xiao Zishuan be so blind? While I support your decision, I worry about that old fox, Xiao Yang, plotting behind the scenes to tarnish your reputation." Xiao Yang was Xiao Zishuan's father and had once been a comrade of Wei Shanhe, fighting side by side for glory. Now, after a recent defeat that led to his demotion, Xiao Yang distanced himself, seeking to climb higher. That man would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. And Wei Shanhe feared that if Xiao Zishuan returned home disgraced, his father would seek revenge by sullying Lingxi's name, either preventing her from marrying or forcing her into a concubinage. Wei Lingxi's mind sparked with resolve as she smiled gently. "Father, there is no need for concern. I will handle this matter myself." "You will handle it? How can a young lady like you manage this?" Wei Shanhe stared at her, bewildered. "You will see shortly," she replied, lifting her chin as she stepped outside, spotting Jean Rue, who looked despondent, and Yin Rue, who was breathless from running over. With a playful smile, she called, Yin Rue, come with me." "Miss, where are we going?" Jean Rue asked eagerly. "Just do as you are told, and stop asking so many questions." Wei Shanhe roared, a doting father who would support his daughter in anything that brought her joy. "Yes, master," Jean Rue promptly agreed. "Father, do not be so fierce. You frightened Jean Rue." Wei Lingxi laughed sweetly, turning to exit. At that moment, as she stepped through the gate, she encountered the dejected and furious Xiao Zishuan. "Xiao Zishuan, wait." Upon hearing her voice, he halted immediately, turning back with an expectant expression. "Lingxi, have you reconsidered?" Ignoring him, Wei Lingxi called out, "Jean Rue, Yin Rue?" "Yes, miss," they replied in unison. As they emerged from the crimson door, each carrying a gong, Jean Rue deliberately raised her hammer high and struck the gong with a resounding clang, nearly deafening Xiao Zishuan. "What is the meaning of this?" he exclaimed, just as Jean Rue and Yin Rue began banging the gongs loudly. The Wei family's entrance opened onto Chongning Street, the most bustling thoroughfare in the capital, teeming with life. The sound of the gongs attracted a crowd of curious onlookers, quickly forming a dense throng in front of the Wei residence. "What is happening? What in Appos is going on? Oh my, is that the young lady of the Wei family? Good heavens, I've never seen someone so beautiful. The capital's most exquisite beauty. Just to behold her is worth a lifetime." "Indeed, and who is that? Isn't that Xiao Zishuan?" Amidst the chatter, Wei Lingxi cleared her throat, her voice ringing like a melodious lark. "I have gathered you all here today to witness an important announcement. I, Wei Lingxi, was once betrothed to Xiao Zishuan, but he has chosen another to marry, intending for me to become his concubine. I, a daughter of the Wei family, would rather remain unmarried than live as someone else's concubine. I hereby declare my intention to break this engagement. From this day forth, we part ways amicably and shall have no further dealings." With that, she tore the marriage contract in half, only to feel a sudden chill as she sensed a gaze upon her. Turning instinctively, she beheld a figure across the street, standing tall upon a majestic black steed under the blazing sun, his silhouette sharp and commanding. Beneath his long brows lay a pair of cold, piercing eyes, slightly narrowed, yet brimming with an icy intensity. It was him. Chapter 3. "You shall address me as uncle," as their gazes collided in the air. Wei Lingxi's heart quivered violently. She bit her lower lip and averted her eyes from his fathomless stare, compelling herself to focus on the matters at hand. The crowd began to murmur. Oh, I never expected that the talented Xie would turn out to be such a person. A talented individual? He forgets one after another. A faithless and treacherous man. Miss Wei is so beautiful. If she were willing to marry me, I would never take a concubine for the rest of my life. Indeed, Xie Zixuan did not anticipate Wei Lingxi's response. His face shifted from pale to flushed, grinding his teeth as he gazed at her for an extended moment. Yet all he managed to utter was a simple farewell. Once Xie Zixuan departed, the onlookers at the Wei residence dispersed. Jean Rue, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Wei Lingxi and said with heartfelt sympathy, "Miss, you have longed to marry young Master Xie for so many years. Who would have thought it would end like this? Surely, you must feel hurt. If you are in pain, you may cry." Jean Rue, observing her mistress's stubborn figure, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow as well. However, Wei Lingxi felt remarkably light-hearted, her picturesque brows and eyes relaxing. What is there to feel hurt about? A man so cold-hearted and ungrateful does not deserve my sorrow. It is better to see his true colors before marriage than to discover them afterward. Now, I have more time to spend with my father and mother. Let's return home. With that, she turned, her slender waist curving gracefully as she stepped through the crimson door. The door slowly closed, cutting off the man's enigmatic gaze. General, this girl is the daughter of General Wei. At merely 15, she possesses an extraordinary beauty. Behind them, the deputy commander, Shiao Heng, explained to Shiao Heng, a smile revealing a long scar across his face, which only made him appear more formidable. These years, General, you have fought battles across the north and south without returning to the capital, so you may not know, she was originally young Master Xie's fiancée, with the marriage rites nearly complete. Had the union been realized, she would have called you uncle. Shiao Heng coolly withdrew his gaze. Return home. Yes, General. Shiao Heng tightened his legs around his steed, a magnificent black warhorse, which trotted forward. Deputy Commander Shiao Heng followed closely, weaving through the bustling Chongning Street before turning into several narrow alleys. At the end of one such alley stood a grand and opulent mansion, the Shiao residence. On the way back to the capital, Shiao Heng had already dispatched someone to send a letter ahead. By the time he arrived, the front of the mansion was filled with people awaiting his return. Leading them was his elder brother, the legitimate heir of the Shiao family, Shiao Yang. At 38, he served as the Minister of War. The late Lord Shiao had taken one wife and 3 concubines, siring a total of 13 children. Shiao Heng, born of a concubine, was the 9th child, now 25 years old, having fought in battles since the age of 13 and being appointed a general at 18. He had now risen to the rank of General Dingyuan at a remarkably young age, holding the esteemed 3rd-grade official title. This time, he was returning to the capital after concluding the northern campaign, having received joyful news from his family that his nephew, Shiao Zixuan, was soon to be married, and they hoped he would return home early as the uncle. Thus, he had informed the emperor and set off ahead of the main force, which was led by his confidant, Qitong. Upon dismounting, Shiao Yang approached him with a beaming face. "Ninth brother, you must be weary from your journey. You have achieved great merit in this northern expedition. The emperor is pleased and will surely reward you handsomely." Shiao Heng offered a faint smile. "Thanks to the emperor's grace. The campaign went smoothly." "That is excellent." Shiao Yang turned to the group of well-dressed men behind him, saying, "Eldest, 5th, 7th, come, greet 9th brother." 9th brother, several men stepped forward, clasping their hands and greeting, "Welcome back to the capital. You must be fatigued from your journey." Shiao Heng returned their greetings, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on Shiao Zixuan. Shiao Zixuan, with his head bowed, suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck and looked up to meet Shiao Heng's eyes. "Zixuan," Shiao Yang called out, "come forward and greet your uncle." Shiao Zixuan stepped forward, respectfully saying, "Greetings, uncle. I have often heard my father speak of your valiant deeds on the battlefield. I admire you greatly." Shiao Heng nodded slightly, remarking, "You have changed quite a bit in these 5 years." Indeed, Shiao Yang spoke proudly of his son. Many in the Shiao family are skilled in battle, yet few possess such literary talent and learning. Zixuan is exceptionally bright, He is now renowned in the capital as a young talent, having recently been appointed as the top scholar by the prince. He will soon report to the court. Having spent many years on campaign, Shiao Heng had seldom returned to the capital and had only encountered Xiao Zishuan a handful of times. He was not well acquainted with his nephew's character. However, the scene he had just witnessed outside the Wei residence left him with some reservations. Yet, with so many people present, it was not the time to voice such thoughts. He merely nodded and said, "Do well." Feeling the sharpness of Shiao Heng's keen gaze, Xiao Zishuan trembled slightly and replied softly, "Thank you, uncle. Gulme, let us return to the residence. Mother has been waiting for you. It is also time to discuss some matters regarding your upcoming wedding." Xiao Yang said cheerfully, "Yes, eldest brother." Xiao Heng nodded, turning to give Shi Meng brief instructions. "Prepare for me. I will change my clothes and then proceed to the palace to meet the emperor." "Yes, general." Upon returning home, Xiao Heng hurried to see the matriarch without even changing his clothes. The late Lord Xiao had passed away 3 years prior, leaving behind Lady Jiang and 3 concubines. Lady Jiang, a cousin of the current empress, now managed the family and Appo's affairs. Xiao Heng's first task was to pay respects to the head matriarch. "Mother," he said as he approached her, "my dear ninth, you have endured much hardship these years." Lady Jiang, over 60, still radiated vitality and sat gracefully in a Zeton chair, her demeanor warm as she regarded him. "All your brothers are now married, and your nephew Zishuan is on the verge of marriage. You should also consider your own matrimonial prospects." At the mention of Xiao Zishuan's wedding, Xiao Heng's eyes flickered, and he casually inquired, "Which young lady is Zishuan to wed? Is it still the daughter of the Wei family?" Chapter 4. Rumors in the air. As the conversation unfolded, Xiao Yang entered, explaining, "Ninth brother, your frequent battles in the north and south have kept you away from the capital, leaving you unaware of the affairs within the estate. Zihuan was initially betrothed to the youngest daughter of Song Taifu. Why has the engagement changed?" As he spoke, Xiao Heng lifted the teacup from the table, savoring a couple of sips. "Is it that the young lady's character is lacking?" "Not at all." Xiao Yang shook his head. "It is merely that Song Taifu wishes to solidify a marriage alliance. However, Wei Shan's temperament is quite impulsive. He has offended many in recent years and may not make for a suitable match. Aligning with Song Taifu could indeed bolster his future prospects. Is the Wei family willing to withdraw from the engagement?" Xiao Heng continued to sip his tea, his expression unchanging. At the mention of this, Xiao Yang's face flushed with indignation. Of course, they are reluctant. Given the poor reputation of the girl who was jilted, she would find it difficult to remarry. That is why I suggested to Huan visit the Wei family to propose that their daughter become a concubine. Our Xiao family would ensure she is treated well. Yet, to his astonishment, the girl, having inherited her father's fiery spirit, had brazenly struck Zihuan with a sword. She even proclaimed in the streets that the Xiao family had wronged her. This was a decree from the Empress Dowager herself. To become a concubine? Xiao Heng furrowed his brow. It is no wonder she reacted this way. Such an uncouth woman. I cannot fathom how her parents raised her. What respectable young lady behaves in such a manner? Xiao Yang expressed his discontent. Does mother share this sentiment? Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze fixed upon him. The old matriarch was well aware that forming a marriage alliance with the Song family was the most advantageous choice. As Xiao Yang's mother, Zihuan's grandmother, she naturally desired a formidable son-in-law, one who could pave the way for Zihuan's esteemed future in the court. However, she did not approve of the methods employed by the father and son duo. Yet, there seemed to be no better alternative. In response to Xiao Heng's skepticism, she simply remarked, "It is a pity for the Wei girl. I quite liked her. Should she find it difficult to marry in the future, we can always welcome her back to the estate to serve as Zihuan and Appo's as secondary wife. After all, they have grown up together and share some affection." Though labeled a secondary wife, it was merely a euphemism for a concubine. Xiao Yang readily agreed, of course. The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. Having resolved her grandson's marriage dilemma, she turned her attention to Xiao Heng, urging, "You'll be staying in the capital for a while, correct? You must also expedite arrangements for your own marriage. Your father had already fathered your elder brother and sister by your age. I shall mention this to the Empress Dowager when I visit the palace, and perhaps she can assist in finding a suitable match for you. Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng placed his teacup on the table and declared, "There is no need for mother to trouble herself. I already have an appropriate candidate." An appropriate candidate? Both the old matriarch and Xiao Liang exchanged incredulous glances. Whose daughter is it? The daughter of the Wei family, Wei Lingxi. Shiao Heng rose, his tone resolute. "I kindly ask mother to expedite the proposal. I am no longer a child and cannot afford to wait much longer." The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback. But once she grasped the implications of his words, she inquired, "Heng and Appos, are you truly serious?" "Indeed," Shiao Heng affirmed. Xiao Yang was left speechless. The old matriarch, seeing his unwavering determination, nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, I shall send someone to prepare gifts and propose." "Thank you, mother," Shiao Heng bowed slightly and added, "I must now go prepare for my audience with the emperor. I shall leave the proposal matter in your capable hands." After Shiao Heng departed, Xiao Yang took a moment to recover from his shock. "Mother, did the ninth brother just say he wishes to marry the daughter of the Wei family? I must have misheard. He has been away from the capital for years, and now he returns home to propose? Isn't this fortuitous? Now Zihuan can safely marry the Song family's daughter." The old matriarch narrowed her eyes at her son, cautioning, "Ensure this marriage is handled well. Do not allow Song Taifu to find fault with our family." The following day, at the Wei residence, the matchmaker sent by the old matriarch had just departed, leaving an abundance of lavish gifts piled high upon the table. Wei Shanha stared at the mound of gifts, rendered speechless with ire. The Xiao family is filled with nothing but scoundrels. Just moments after rejecting the engagement, they have sent someone to propose again. What do they take the Wei family for? Wei Foreign, a woman of Jiangnan origin, despite being in her 30s, still radiated grace and beauty. Upon hearing that General Shiao Heng intended to marry their daughter, she was immediately struck with fear. "My dear husband, I have heard rumors that Shiao Heng is a brutish man, with limbs as thick as our daughter's waist and a terrifying scar across his face that could frighten children. He has spent years in battle, steeped in bloodshed, and is a decade older than our Lingxi. I fear she would not be able to cope with such a man, though they served in the same court." Shiao Heng rarely returned to the capital due to his military campaigns. Wei Shanha had only seen him once during his youth, and he was unaware of how he had changed since then. The thought of such a man marrying his delicate daughter filled him with dread. Then let her not marry. Wei Qinglan, the third son of the Wei family, had just returned from an errand and overheard his parents discussing his sister's marriage. "I have heard that Shiao Heng shows no regard for women. His subordinates bring women into his tent at night, and by morning they are returned disheveled and lifeless. Marrying our youngest daughter to him would be like sending a lamb into a den of wolves." Lin Miss, who had long admired Wei Lingxi, visited Shiao Heng once and returned bedridden, never to mention marriage again. "Our Lingxi has been raised with such tenderness. How could she endure a man like that?" Wei Siwalang, who had returned with his brother, immediately voiced his opposition to the marriage. "If I refuse, might Shiao Heng not seek a royal decree for marriage? I have heard that the emperor has taken a keen interest in his matrimonial affairs. After the passing of the elder Xiao, the Xiao household has been in mourning for 3 years, which has delayed his marriage. Now that he returns victorious, the emperor will likely reward him generously." Wei Shanha was apprehensive that Shiao Heng might request a marriage decree from the emperor. Though the emperor and empress dowager were typically reluctant to grant marriage requests, should a subject actively seek a decree, the emperor might still consider it. At that juncture, would he have any grounds to refuse? He wished to spare his daughter from becoming a concubine, yet he also did not want her to wed the brutish Shiao Heng. He simply desired for her to marry a cultured scholar and live a peaceful life. Wei Jinyu, the sixth son of the Wei family, returned from school carrying a bag of fresh apricots. "Father, mother, should we not also consider what Lingxi thinks about this matter? She would naturally oppose it," Wei Forn replied. "A man so unsightly as he would render our daughter a fresh flower in a pile of dung." Chapter 5. Are you insane? Wei Jinyu remarked, amused that his mother, despite being in her 30s, still behaved like a child, prioritizing appearances above all else. "Who said I don't want to marry him?" "I do." Wei Ling, she declared as she entered the main hall with Jean Rue. She had overheard the proposal from Shiao Heng. What Wei Shan, he exclaimed, taken aback by his daughter's willingness to marry Shiao Heng. Do you even know who Shiao Heng is? How can you agree to marry him? Of course, Wei Lingxi knew. In her previous life, Xiao Zixian had callously offered her to Shiao Heng. At that time, he was the all-powerful regent, assisting the young 9-year-old emperor in governing the realm. Xiao Zixian, driven by his ulterior motives, had drugged her and delivered her to Shiao Heng. Their entanglement lasted 3 days, and as she shakily descended from the bed, devastating news arrived. Her beloved 6th brother, the last of the Wei bloodline, had been murdered by Xiao Zixian. In that moment, she had lost her sanity, collapsing from a surge of grief. Upon awakening, she had been reborn, returned to the present. Wei Ling, she had endured immense suffering in her past life, betrayed by the man she had loved. Now, she harbored no illusions about love, only desiring to protect the Wei family, her parents, and her brothers from unjust and humiliating deaths. Looking at the world, she realized that Shiao Heng was the only one who could help her achieve this. Despite their limited interactions, she knew that he was not a heartless man. Marrying him was the only way to shield the Wei family from destruction amidst the turbulent times. Father, inform 9th Master Xiao that I agree to marry him. I want him to follow all the proper betrothal procedures and carry me in a grand sedan chair. Wei Ling, she stated firmly. Lady Wei was astonished to hear her youngest daughter's decision to marry Shiao Heng. Xiao Qi, have you lost your mind? How can you marry him? He's 10 years older than you, notoriously fierce and unattractive, and, most importantly, he's rumored to be insensitive to women. I fear your delicate constitution won't even survive the wedding night. Wei Shani coughed a few times, reminding his wife to be mindful of her words in front of the children. While such candid remarks were acceptable in their private chambers, they were inappropriate in front of the children. Lady Wei was genuinely distressed. The thought of her precious daughter marrying a brute like Shiao Heng filled her with unease. The 3 young Wei sons also understood the situation and wore expressions of embarrassment. Wei Lingxi's fair complexion flushed slightly, resembling a blooming peach blossom in March. Both shy and radiant. Mother, I don't recall father being particularly handsome, and his physique isn't exactly delicate either, is it? Wei Shani choked. Are you implying that your father is ugly? Wei Ling, she covered her mouth with her handkerchief, giggling. You're mistaken, Xiao Qi, Wei Lu Lang said with a smile. Father must have been handsome in his youth. Indeed, indeed, Lady Wei chimed in, nodding in agreement. 6th brother, how do you know? Wei Ling, she asked, blinking her eyes. Mother only cares about appearances. If father weren't and oppose, good-looking, she would never have married him, Wei Lu Lang replied, his handsome features, inherited from his mother, shining like a radiant jewel. You little rascal, always mocking your mother. If you and oppose, so capable, bring home a beautiful wife yourself. Lady Wei playfully poked her son and oppose as forehead. Wei Lu Lang chuckled softly, I will. With that, he handed the golden apricots he was carrying to his sister. You love these sour fruits. I saw them ripening on my way back from the academy and bought them for you. Wei Ling, she accepted the apricots, her eyes sparkling with joy. I knew 6th brother loved me the most. I love 6th brother the most. Wei San Lang and Wei Wu Lang quipped, ungrateful little thing. A few apricots and you're already bought off. The next day, the Wei family sent a reply. Upon learning that the young lady had agreed to marry him, Shiao Heng immediately dispatched someone to exchange engagement documents and match their birth dates. Since he was taking a wife, all the proper procedures had to be followed meticulously. However, he wanted everything to proceed swiftly. In the following days, the Xiao residence was a constant flurry of activity, with people arriving frequently to deliver gifts, precious ginseng, deer antlers, silks bestowed by the palace, and various hair ornaments. Lady Wei was puzzled and inquired of the gift-bearers, Are these considered betrothal gifts? Lin Bai, Shiao Heng's attendant, replied with a smile and a respectful bow, Of course not. These are gifts from my 9th master to Miss Wei. The betrothal gifts will be presented separately. Please convey my gratitude and my daughter and amp, Oppos, as to your 9th master. However, please refrain from sending any more gifts, and amp, Oppos. It's not proper, Lady Wei said. Lin Bai responded, My 9th master said that it's all right as long as Miss Wei is pleased. Wei Lingxi, accompanied by her maids Jean Rue and Yin Rue, was about to leave. As she stepped out of the courtyard gate, she noticed her mother speaking to an unfamiliar man. She discreetly paused, avoiding further approach. Hearing the conversation, Jean Rue and Yin Rue exchanged glances. After Lin Bai had left, Jean Rue giggled and said, "Ninth Master Shiao certainly cares for our Mississippi. In just a few days, he sent everything imaginable, and he claims it's not part of the betrothal gifts. I've never heard of a gentleman sending separate gifts before the official betrothal." Yin Rue nodded in agreement. Indeed, he and Appos has 100 times better than Xiao Zixian. As the two maids were talking, Lady Wei approached, sighing softly, "Alas, it's a pity that he's so burly and unattractive. What a shame for my Xiao-Qi." Wei Ling, she was speechless. "Mother, do you only judge people by their looks?" "Of course. What should I judge them by?" Lady Wei retorted, righteously. "I and Appos am concerned about my future grandchildren. You are fortunate to be born to good-looking parents, but they'll be unfortunate if their father is so unsightly." Wei Ling, she smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about that. Jean Rue, Yin Rue, let's go." She wouldn't reveal to her mother that Shiao Heng was not ugly at all. Rumors were merely rumors. "Where are you going?" "Your wedding is approaching, and going out at this time will invite ridicule," Lady Wei called out, stopping her. Wei Ling, she grinned mischievously. "Mother, it's getting hot. I'm going to the academy to bring some chilled cakes to Sixth Brother. I'll be back soon, so don't worry." "Chilled cakes? Can't Jean Rue and Yin Rue deliver them?" Sixth Brother said he enjoys the ones I bring the most. "I'm off, Mother. I promise to be back within an hour." Wei Ling, she said cheerfully, her steps light as she dashed out of the Wei residence like a gust of wind. Chapter 6. Not a serious matter. The carriage awaited at the alley's entrance, and Wei Lingxi, accompanied by two maidservants, ascended. The wheels clattered as they rolled toward the bustling heart of Chongning Street. "Stop!" Wei Lingxi called out. "Miss, we're still quite far from the 6th Young Master School. Why are we stopping here?" Yin Rue cautiously lifted the carriage's curtain to peer outside. Jean Rue stifled a giggle. "Do you still not understand our miss? I believe delivering the sweet cakes to the 6th Young Master is a pretense. She genuinely wishes to stroll through the streets." "Astute observation," Wei Lingxi replied with a smile. "If I did not concoct an excuse, my mother would never permit me to venture out." Although the Wei family's rules were not excessively strict, one could not be too reckless, especially on the eve of her wedding. The thought of her previous life, where she was confined within the walls of the Shiao residence for an entire year, spurred her to seize the fleeting moments of freedom before her marriage. Dismounting the carriage, Wei Lingxi and her maidservants wandered along Chongning Street. In her past life, she had wed Xiao Zihuan and rarely left the confines of the Shiao household. Now, reborn, she gazed upon the vibrant Chongning Street, teeming with taverns, tea houses, fabric shops, and rouge stores, her heart brimming with joy and curiosity at every sight. The fruit shop captivated her the most, as it brimmed with seasonal fruits each summer. Hence, her first stop on any shopping excursion was invariably the fruit shop. "Come, let's first see if there are any fresh fruits from the south," Wei Lingxi declared, making her way toward the shop's entrance. Yin Rue could not suppress a laugh. "Miss, you truly are a little glutton." While other young ladies ventured to the rouge and jewelry shops, Miss Wei always lingered at the various confectionaries. Dressed in a pomegranate red gown with her long, dark hair cascading down her waist, Wei Lingxi turned to reveal a playful smile, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Shiao Heng, mounted on his horse, happened to witness the scene. Just as he wished to gaze a moment longer, the little maid darted like a lark toward the fruit shop. Shiao Heng smirked slightly. At just 15, having recently undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, she still retained a childlike innocence. "Ninth Master, Yin Yun Tower is just ahead. It is getting late. We should proceed inside," another attendant, Lin Mo, reminded him softly. "Indeed," Shiao Heng replied, dismounting and handing the reins to Lin Mo. "Follow closely and keep me informed." Upon ascending to the second floor of Yin Yun Tower, Shiao Heng found two gentlemen in splendid attire seated by the window. One was his deputy, Shimeng, a robust man with thick brows and bulging muscles, while the other was his close friend, Lang Yuqing, the current master of the National Academy. Both young talents in their own right. "Xiao, what took you so long? We have all rejoiced at the news of your impending marriage." We specially invited you here for a drink, yet you arrive late, Lang Yuqing exclaimed. I was delayed by His Majesty's inquiries. Shiao Heng replied, taking a seat and noticing an empty spot across from him. Who else has not yet arrived? Liu is on his way. Lang Yuqing pointed toward the fruit shop across the street. His wife has a fondness for fruits, so he frequently buys fresh produce. Shiao Heng chuckled. Is it not more convenient to have it delivered home? Ah, you do not understand. This couple values the romantic nuances of their relationship. I cannot even imagine how you would treat your wife once married. Lang Yuqing teased, leaning closer. Given your new union, I have prepared a gift for you. But it is not suitable for delivery, so I brought it myself. Lang Yuqing grinned, his eyes narrowing, resembling a cunning fox. Seeing his expression, Shiao Heng understood that the gift was likely something frivolous. Indeed, he clapped his hands, prompting a servant to present a large brocade box. General, this is a token from our family, the servant announced respectfully. Shiao Heng opened the brocade box, revealing a scroll adorned with flamboyant calligraphy, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Just as he intended to peruse it, Lang Yuqing swiftly closed it. No rush. This is a gift for you and your future wife. It should be examined on your wedding night. Shiao Heng scoffed lightly. I thought it might be something worthwhile. For someone of your stature, to produce such triviality is rather unbecoming. Lang Yuqing laughed heartily, say what you will. Then he leaned in closer and whispered, I went to great lengths to acquire this. It contains exquisite illustrations, a treasure I have long saved for you. Should you appreciate your brother's efforts? Having grown up together, Shiao Heng reluctantly accepted it. Had it been anyone else, he would have kicked them away. As they conversed, Lu Jing ascended the stairs, carrying a red food box. Lang Yuqing immediately noticed it and inquired with a grin, What fresh fruits have you bought for your little darling this time? May we take a look? Lu Jing sighed, opening the box to reveal a large bowl of sweet cakes. This delicacy, a specialty from the south, was rare in the north. Lu Jing's wife, hailing from the south, often made this treat to cool off during summer, so he was familiar with it. Sweet cakes? Shiao Heng mused, intrigued. Since when do the fruit shops sell sweet cakes? These are not from the fruit shop. A little girl insisted on giving them to me. Lu Jing recounted the earlier events. He had bought lychees for his wife, knowing they were a novelty in the north, especially for someone of her southern heritage. However, upon turning, he collided with a maid, sending the lychees sprawling. To compensate for her master's displeasure, the maid had offered him the sweet cakes. Listening to Lu Jing's account, Shiao Heng felt a sense of familiarity with the food box. It resembled the one Wei Lingxi's maid had carried earlier. Curiosity piqued. He proposed, since it has been offered to you, why not sample it? Come, let us try. Lu Jing called the shopkeeper and had the sweet cakes divided into 4 small bowls. I heard from my wife that these sweet cakes are made from rice flour, well water, and brown sugar. They are refreshing in summer, sweet and soft, a delightful treat. As his words concluded, the 4 men took a spoonful to taste. 3 of the men could not help but spit it out, while only Shiao Heng, with a furrowed brow, wore an expression that was difficult to articulate. Chapter 7. A disagreeable palate. This is atrocious. Did you not proclaim it to be honeyed and soft? How much salt has been added? My tongue nearly detached itself. The trio voiced their grievances in unison. Lu Tang's countenance fluctuated between green and red. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, which imbecilic cook prepared this? They cannot differentiate between salt and sugar. A single morsel nearly expedited my journey to the afterlife. Shiao Heng furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly grasping the situation. He glanced toward the fruit stall, observing a fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure as it made its way toward a nearby jewelry store, leaving Lin Mo to offer salutation. Shiao Heng initially intended to invite Lin Mo to summon her for a discussion. However, upon further reflection, he reconsidered. Firstly, such an action would be unconventional. While he remained unconcerned, he feared it might tarnish her reputation. Secondly, he recalled her demeanor during their encounter at the Wei residence. Despite being intimidated by him, she feigned composure. He surmised that she was experiencing nervousness and apprehension. In light of this, he resolved to postpone any interaction until after their nuptials, allowing her to proceed unhindered for the time being. Wei Lingxi was, of course, oblivious to the fact that her every action was under Shiao Heng's scrutiny. She maintained her enthusiasm and entered a jewelry store with a joyful heart. Although her mother had already provided her with an abundance of jewelry and ornaments as part of her dowry, what woman ever lamented possessing an excess of such adornments? Since she was simply browsing, she would select one or two suitable items if she came across them. Wei Lingxi meticulously examined the jewelry store and Oppo's offerings, but ultimately failed to find anything that captured her interest. As she was about to depart with her maidservant, the proprietor emerged with a beaming countenance. Did this young lady not find anything to her liking? I possess a pair of jade bangles of exceptional quality, both in terms of clarity and color. Would you care to examine them? Then, present them, Wei Lingxi replied. Certainly, madam. Please be seated. Bring tea for the young lady, the proprietor exclaimed, before disappearing into the back room to retrieve the bangles. Wei Lingxi sipped her tea while awaiting the proprietor and Oppo's return. After a short interval, the proprietor emerged, bearing a brocade box in both hands. With a deferential smile, he placed the box before Wei Lingxi and opened it. Inside the box lay two lustrous, translucent, ice blue jade bangles. At first glance, the quality of the bangles was evident. Wei Lingxi immediately took a liking to the two bangles and promptly stated, "Proprietor, name your price." The proprietor extended a hand, gesturing before her eyes, and said with a smile, "A fixed price. If the young lady is pleased, she may take them." "Very well." Wei Lingxi agreed. "Jean Rouet, provide the silver notes." "Hold on." A crisp, clear voice rang out as a figure clad in canary yellow entered the store. She pointed at the bangles in Wei Lingxi's hand and declared imperiously, "Proprietor, 600 taels of silver, and I shall take them." The voice sounded familiar to Wei Lingxi. Upon turning around, she discovered that it was none other than her nemesis from her previous life, Song Yingyu. During her time as Xiao Zixuan's concubine, Song Yingyu, as the principal wife, had subjected her to relentless torment. Slapping her across the face was a common occurrence, and she was frequently punished by being forced to kneel on a washboard for the slightest offense. While Xiao Zixuan and she engaged in carnal pleasures within the confines of their bedchamber, she was forced to stand outside, holding candles, the molten wax scalding her hands. Yet she dared not utter a word. This was not solely due to her abject love for Xiao Zixuan, but also because her parents and relatives were firmly under the control of the Song family. However, things are different now. She was no longer Xiao Zixuan's concubine. With her presence, she could prevent the Wei family from suffering misfortune and ensure that tragedy would not repeat itself. Upon seeing a wealthy patron willing to pay 600 taels of silver, the proprietor was overjoyed. "Madam, you are indeed generous. I shall have the items wrapped up for you immediately." "Hold on," Wei Lingxi interjected, firmly grasping the brocade box. "Proprietor, there is a matter of precedence in purchasing goods. Since you have already agreed to my business, you should not engage in transactions with others. One must maintain integrity." Song Yingyu, having successfully snatched Xiao Zixuan from Wei Lingxi's grasp, was feeling rather smug. Upon encountering Wei Lingxi, she could not resist the urge to taunt her and witness her embarrassment. "Oh, who do we have here? If it isn't you," Song Yingyu said, adopting a triumphant pose. "I heard that you were recently jilted by Xiao Zixuan. I assumed you would be at home, weeping and contemplating suicide." Wei Lingxi's lips curled into a smile as she retorted, "Does Miss Song not venture beyond the confines of her residence? It is hardly surprising, as the citizens of the capital are well aware that it was I, Wei Lingxi, who rejected Xiao Zixuan. The one who should be weeping and contemplating suicide is none other than him." "How adept you are at embellishing your own image," Song Yingyu scoffed, rolling her eyes. "You can only deceive yourself with such words, seeking solace and psychological equilibrium. As for me, I am magnanimous. If you were to beg me, I might, in my benevolence, allow Xiao Zixuan to bring you back to his residence as a concubine." "How would that be?" Wei Lingxi recognized that Song Yingyu was attempting to humiliate her. She remained composed, a smile playing on her lips as she fixed her bright gaze upon her. "I would not deign to be a wife, let alone a concubine. I understand now. Miss Song has a predilection for scavenging what others have discarded. It is hardly surprising that Miss Song cherishes what I have cast aside as refuse." Song Yingyu was rendered speechless by her words. What did Wei Lingxi mean by what Wei Lingxi has discarded? It was she who had implored her father to petition the Empress Dowager to bestow the marriage upon them. How could it be described as discarded when it came from Wei Lingxi's mouth? Observing that the customers in the store had paused to witness the spectacle, Song Yingyu felt her face burning with humiliation. She could not afford to lose face in this situation. How dare you speak to my lady in such a manner? Biliu, Song Yingyu's maidservant, emboldened by her mistress's power, berated Wei Lingxi in a menacing tone. The Empress Dowager personally bestowed the marriage upon our lady and young master, Shiao, last month. How can it be described as scavenging what you have discarded? Cease your nonsensical prattle. Jin Rui and Yin Rui, witnessing Song Yingyu's maidservants scolding their young lady, immediately stood akimbo, prepared to argue with her. However, Wei Lingxi restrained them. Who are you accusing of engaging in nonsensical prattle? Wei Lingxi inquired of Biliu. I am referring to you. Before Biliu could finish her sentence, Wei Lingxi swiftly flicked her wrist, splashing a cup of tea onto her face. Is this the type of maidservant that the Song residence produces? If your mistress is incapable of disciplining you, I would not mind doing so myself. Being splashed with tea in public was tantamount to slapping Song Yingyu's face, even though it appeared to be directed at the maidservant. She turned around and delivered a resounding slap to Biliu and Appo's face. What do you get the right to interrupt when ladies are conversing? You are embarrassing me. Tears welled up in Biliu's eyes, having been splashed with tea and slapped across the face. I was wrong, my lady. I was merely speaking out on your behalf. It was clearly the Empress Dowager who bestowed the marriage upon you and young Master Shiao. Yet Miss Wei claims that you scavenged what she had discarded. Is this not deliberately attempting to undermine your reputation? Wei Lingxi smiled, her melodious voice like the murmur of a mountain spring. Everyone knows that I had a prior engagement with Xiao Zishuan. The betrothal documents have already been exchanged. Are you suggesting that the Empress Dowager is not acting properly, or that your mistress has a predilection for snatching men? Chapter 8. The insatiable heart Bu covered her face, rendered speechless. As the crowd gathered increasingly, Song Yingyu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ever since she was little, people from the manor had praised her eloquence, yet now, she found herself at a loss against a few words from Wei Lingxi. Her cheeks burned like fire, her hands twisted a handkerchief, and her eyes seemed to spark with fury. Wei Lingxi chuckled softly, holding a brocade box in her hands and presenting it to Song Yingyu. Miss Song, this exquisite jade bracelet is right here. Do you wish to seize it for yourself? Such a trinket, who would covet it? Song Yingyu retorted disdainfully. Very well. Wei Lingxi replied with a smile, reclaiming the brocade box and placing it beside her. In that case, Miss Song, feel free to select something else. Having lost all her composure, Song Yingyu felt too ashamed to linger any longer. Bu, return to the manor, she commanded, her gaze fixed on Wei Lingxi's sparkling eyes. Gritting her teeth, she leaned closer and whispered, Wei Lingxi, do not revel in this triumph. We shall meet again. Then, she would relish in witnessing the despair on Wei Lingxi's face as she confronted the intimacy between her and Shaoling. Seemingly perceptive of her thoughts, Wei Lingxi smiled and replied, Indeed, we shall meet again. However, our next encounter will be different. You shall call me Aunt. Song Yingyu was taken aback, clearly unaware of this information. Just as she was about to express her indignation, questioning Wei Lingxi's presumptuousness, her servant hurriedly approached, announcing that her father had returned and urged her to return to the manor. With a dismissive wave, she departed, leaving the onlookers to disperse. The shopkeeper, who had been hiding like an ostrich, finally emerged, grinning obsequiously. This bracelet suits you, Miss Wei, even more. Is that so? Wei Lingxi mused, glancing at her snow-white wrist. It indeed looked splendid. 500 taels. I shall wrap it for you, the shopkeeper insisted, seizing the opportunity as the other customers had left. Yet, Wei Lingxi merely smiled, placing the bracelet back into the brocade box and returning it to the shopkeeper. No, thank you. Please keep it. The shopkeeper was bewildered. Wei Lingxi stated firmly, I do not engage with those lacking integrity. Jin Rui, Yin Rui, let us depart. As the trio exited, Jin Rui and Yin Rui exchanged knowing glances at the shopkeeper, muttering, "Such insatiable greed. It deserves to be punished." The shopkeeper had initially anticipated a lucrative sale, hoping to profit from the exquisite bracelets, but now he watched helplessly as his potential customers left. Regretting his misfortune, he lamented the loss of what could have been long-term patrons, realizing the ladies from the official's household were indeed formidable. With her interest in shopping diminished and the heat intensifying, Wei Lingxi returned to the manor with her two maids. Lin and Mo, having witnessed the entire scene, returned to report to Shiao Heng. Upon hearing the report, a faint smile graced his lips, and he gazed out the window at the bustling street. With a fiery red figure had disappeared. Lin and Mo, he called softly. "Yes, Ninth Master, do you have any instructions?" Lin and Mo approached with his head bowed. Shiao Heng whispered a few words, and Lin and Mo promptly took his leave from Yinyan Tower. At dinner time, Wei Lingxi returned from school just in time for the evening meal. After washing his hands, he sat at the dining table, ready to eat. Wei Foran scrutinized her son, noting the oppressive heat had taken a toll on him. His cheeks sunken from the rigors of study, yet this only seemed to enhance his handsome and ethereal demeanor. "Come, eat more," Wei Foran urged, using her chopsticks to serve him a generous portion. "Did you enjoy the cool cake that Xiaoqi sent you?" Wei Sanling. "Cool cake? Why didn't I get any?" Wei Wulong. Xiaoqi is biased again. Wei Lingxi remained silent, her head bowed as she elegantly picked at her rice, silently pleading, "Sixth brother, please don't say anything reckless. Let us maintain some understanding." When no one was watching, she covertly signaled to Wei Jinyu. Wei Lulang, realizing Xiaoqi had likely been mischievous again, feigned ignorance. "Xiaoqi, is your eye bothering you? Why do you keep winking at me? What cool cake? I've never received one." Before marriage, it would be prudent for Xiaoqi to refrain from wandering about, especially since the Xiao family adhered to strict propriety. Wei Lingxi thought to herself, "Alas, this is disastrous." Wei Foran sensed her daughter had likely been wandering under the pretense of seeking cool cake and set down her chopsticks, preparing to admonish her. Just as she began to speak, the steward, Wei Zhong, reported, "Madam, someone from the Xiao household has come to deliver a gift for the young lady." Wei Shanhe was momentarily taken aback. "Another gift? It seems the general is quite attentive to our Xiaoqi. Let the gift be presented directly to her." Wei Zhong presented the item to Wei Lingxi, causing the entire family to pause and gaze expectantly at her, necks craned in curiosity about what the burly, butcher-like general had sent their precious Xiaoqi. Upon opening the brocade box, Wei Lingxi discovered a pair of ice blue jade bracelets resting quietly inside. The very ones she had admired earlier that day at the jewelry shop. "Oh, isn't this the bracelet you fancied at the shop today?" Inrue exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Wei Lingxi's heart skipped a beat as she turned to Inrue, who hastily covered her mouth. "So you truly went out for a stroll?" Wei Foran's face darkened. With the wedding approaching, such behavior was unacceptable. "From today onward, you are forbidden from going outside." Wei Zhong, after dinner, assigned a few people to watch over the young lady to prevent her from wandering. "Yes, madam," Wei Zhong complied. "Father," Wei Lingxi protested, "you cannot treat me this way." Wei Shanhe interjected, "Listen to your mother. You are to marry the esteemed General Ding Yuan, and the matriarch of the Xiao family is the emperor's cousin. Their household observes strict decorum. The Lord speaks wisely. Once the wedding date is set, I shall arrange for several instructors to teach her the proper manners to avoid causing a scene at her in-laws," Wei Foran added. "Indeed, madam speaks the truth." Wei Shanhe concurred. Wei Sanlang, Wulong, and Lulang all cast sympathetic glances at their sister. After dinner, Wei Lingxi retreated to her chamber, where she opened the brocade box containing the letter within. Chapter 9. Marriage. A letter from the jewelry shopkeeper had been written specifically for her, in which he personally apologized and assured her that such a situation would not occur again. Wei Lingxi held the letter, lost in contemplation. Clearly, it was related to Shiao Heng. But how did he come to know about this? That night, Wei Lingxi found herself unable to sleep, her mind incessantly revolving around her future husband, Shiao Heng. In her previous life, this man had not married by the age of 30 and had not even had a concubine. She must have been the only woman he had ever shared intimacy with. Everyone claimed that Shiao Heng was ruthless and cunning, a man forged in the fires of battle, adept at manipulating both intrigue and open conflict with ease. At that time, she had submitted to him, yet she had dared not look him in the eye, except for that fleeting moment when his beast-like gaze had terrified her. The thought of marrying him filled Wei Lingxi with trepidation. Yet, if she did not marry him, how could she possibly withstand the impending calamities that threatened the Wei family? As long as her family was safe, love was not a necessity for her. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Wei Shanhe had issued commands that prohibited Wei Lingxi from going out during this period. She could only remain at home, diligently learning the arts of needlework and crafting sachets, as well as preparing herself for the duties of a wife under the guidance of the matrons. Before long, the Shiao family sent envoys to deliver the betrothal gifts. On the day the gifts arrived, Chongning Street was abuzz with excitement, as numerous onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle of the esteemed General Ding Yuan sending over 100 sedan chairs filled with gifts to the Wei residents. The sheer quantity of the betrothal gifts was astounding, with a procession stretching 10 miles, prompting the townsfolk to stretch their necks in curiosity and express their astonishment. This ignited a new wave of discussions regarding General Ding Yuan. It was said that he was imposing and formidable, wielding 2 iron axes, dispatching foes as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. Reports indicated that he weighed around 200 pounds, could consume a whole barrel of rice in a single meal, and could crush an enemy with a mere leg. His scarred visage was said to be terrifying, which was rumored to be the reason he had remained unmarried for so long. Oh, how pitiful for the delicate young lady of the Wei family. Leading the procession and directing the delivery of the gifts was Lin Bai, who couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of the rumors. Upon the gifts' arrival at the Shiao residence, Wei Shanhe was left in utter astonishment. The offerings exceeded what had been previously agreed upon. Consequently, he instructed Madame Wei to prepare a return gift. The people of the capital were abuzz with discussions about the betrothal between the Shiao and Wei families, their words laced with envy. The Wei family had certainly gained considerable face from this arrangement. As a result, Wei Shanhe began to feel somewhat content with the match. Although he remained troubled by the question of whether the General Ding Yuan was truly as others described him. He had yet to see his future son-in-law and was uncertain of what kept him so occupied. Before his demotion, he had opportunities to attend court and catch a glimpse of his prospective son-in-law. Now, having been stripped of his position twice, those opportunities had vanished. Would it not be wise to send someone to inquire? Madame Wei was equally eager to know. Yet, she relented, realizing that the wedding date was set, and soon they would meet their son-in-law in person. Wei Shanhe turned over and closed his eyes. The betrothal gifts had been exchanged, and the marriage contract signed. There was no turning back now. During this time, Shiao Heng had also been quite occupied. Originally, he had hastened back to the capital to attend the wedding of his nephew, Xiao Zishuan, but unexpectedly, he had resolved his own matrimonial affairs in the process. Being the 9th son of the Shiao family and a senior member, his marriage took precedence over that of Xiao Zishuan. He was to wed first, with Xiao Zishuan following in the subsequent month. As he had arrived in advance, the main contingent was still making its way to the capital. Following a resounding victory in the northern campaign, he had cleared the border crisis for the emperor. Such remarkable achievements would surely warrant the emperor personally greeting the returning troops and bestowing honors. As the commander of this campaign, he had played an indispensable role. However, as the army neared the capital, the emperor fell ill and was unable to rise from his bed for several days, rendering the planned reception moot. The troops had to remain encamped around the capital, continuing their usual training until the emperor recovered and could bestow rewards. In the interim, Shiao Heng focused on settling his troops, and once that was accomplished, it would be time for the wedding. On the 8th day of the 6th month, an auspicious date for marriage was chosen. Shiao Heng decided to go to the Wei residence to claim Wei Lingxi as his bride. Early that morning, the Shiao residence was filled with excitement as many court officials gathered to celebrate the general's wedding. Gifts were brought in abundance, with even the emperor sending a considerable array of offerings. As the time approached, Shiao Heng donned a brand new wedding robe, mounting his fine steed, and led the procession toward the Wei residence to fetch his bride. At the Wei residence, Wei Lingxi was awakened before dawn for her preparations, surrounded by several elderly matrons who busily assisted her. Even her uncles and aunts, who served outside the capital, hurried back to witness the marriage of the Wei family's sole cherished daughter. The maidservants flitted about the room, while the matrons applied her makeup and styled her hair, all the while exchanging auspicious words. Once adorned, the young woman gazed into the copper mirror and beheld her bright eyes and radiant smile, a vision of elegance and grace. Madame Wei, upon seeing her daughter dressed for the occasion, could not contain her tears. She clasped her daughter's hand and repeatedly admonished her. Once you enter your husband's family, you must learn to temper your ways and never act impulsively. Remember to serve your husband well, honor your mother-in-law, and get along with your sisters-in-law. Her words grew heavier with sorrow, for she was losing her only daughter, whom she had cherished for a lifetime. The thought of her daughter marrying the fearsome General Dingyuan only deepened her heartache, as if her precious cabbage were being devoured by a pig. Unaware of her mother's sentiments, Wei Lingxi could only smile and comfort her. Mother, do not cry. I am merely marrying, not entering a convent. Besides, the general cannot be as dreadful as you imagine. Having endured the trials and nightmares of her previous life, she perceived her current circumstances as preferable. As long as she kept her distance from Shiao Heng and maintained a respectful relationship, perhaps he would one day offer the Wei family a glimmer of hope. You foolish child, Madame Wei said, playfully poking her forehead. Are you so eager to marry? Chapter 10. The bridal chamber. I am merely offering my condolences, Madame Wei sighed, beckoning to the attendant at her side. Huang Ying, present the items to the young mistress. Huang Ying approached, bearing a cluster of keys. Madame Wei elaborated, your uncle, being so far south, is unable to attend. He has, however, arranged for your dowry to be transported here. The inventory and keys are all here. Possessing these will ensure your well-being in the Shiao household. Wei Lingxi's uncle, a renowned merchant in the southern regions, was a prosperous bachelor who wished to bestow his possessions upon her. Convey my gratitude to my uncle. Wei Lingxi instructed Jean Rue as she accepted the items. Rest assured, I shall be well. At that moment, Wei Zhong, the estate manager, rushed in, his face beaming with delight, nearly tripping over the threshold. Madam, the general of the pacifying frontier has arrived to escort the bride. Madame Wei, usually composed, was taken aback by the unexpected display. Compose yourself. You are the Wei estate's manager. Such disarray is unbecoming. One would think you were the one being wed. Wei Zhong, abashed by the reprimand, cleared his throat and announced, Madam, the general of the pacifying frontier is not at all as rumors suggest. He is remarkably handsome, a man of exceptional bearing. Madame Wei, who had been maintaining a dignified demeanor, perked up at the news of her son-in-law's appearance. How does he compare to the Wei sons? Of the 6 Wei sons, Jinyu, the 6th, was the most handsome. He is not inferior to our 6th master, Wei Zhong replied. Indeed, I must see for myself, Madame Wei exclaimed, delighted that her daughter was not marrying an unsightly man. Mother, Wei Lingxi gently interrupted, I must bid farewell to father, my uncles, and my brothers. Yes. Quickly now, lest we miss the auspicious hour, Madame Wei urged. The maids and servants exchanged knowing glances, aware of their mistress's youthful nature. Having been raised in comfort and spoiled by her husband, she differed from most women of her station. It seemed that the young mistress possessed a more grounded demeanor than her mother. Wei Lingxi bid farewell to her father and brothers, and despite the joyous occasion, tears were shed. As the auspicious hour approached, the Shiao family's stewards repeatedly pressed for her departure. Wei Lingxi, veiled, offered her final farewell to her parents and was escorted to the bridal sedan by the wedding attendants. Madame Wei seized the opportunity to observe her future son-in-law. Indeed, he was as the manager had described, a man of exceptional bearing, worthy of her daughter. The bridal sedan swayed gently as it departed from the Wei estate. This time, her marriage was legitimate, and the emotions within the sedan differed vastly from those of her previous life. Then, she had been filled with joy and anticipation for her future with Shiao Zishuan. Now, she was calm, listening to the shouts, praises, and congratulations from outside the sedan. The general of the pacifying frontier had been rumored to be an unsightly figure, but upon seeing him, one beheld a man of icy composure. With refined features and clear eyes, despite being only 25, he possessed an air of maturity. as befitting a general who had fought his way out of battlefields. His sharp brows framed eyes that gleamed with brilliance and ambition. The bridal sedan entered the Shiao estate amidst the lively crackle of firecrackers. She stepped over the brazier and entered the threshold. After a series of rituals and customs, she paid homage to heaven and earth and was led by her two dowry attendants into the bridal chamber, where she sat on the wedding bed, awaiting Shiao Heng and Appo's arrival. Having lived 2 lives, this was her first proper marriage, and she found it quite exhausting. Wei Lingxi sat upright for what seemed like an eternity, her back aching and her legs sore. The phoenix coronet felt as if it weighed a ton, straining her neck. She longed to move, but restrained herself due to the presence of her attendants and the Shiao household's matrons. Having gone without food or water all day and enduring the cumbersome attire, she felt dizzy and her stomach rumbled. She felt something round and hard beneath her. She discreetly reached down and discovered a plump date, one of the peanuts, longans, and dates scattered on the wedding bed. Just as she was about to sneak a bite, she heard steady footsteps approaching the chamber door. She immediately ceased her actions. The door was opened, and the attendants and matrons bowed in unison. "Ninth Master, you may all withdraw." Shiao Heng and Appo's voice resonated, clear and melodious like jade striking jade, surpassing even the most beautiful music. Wei Lingxi recognized the voice from her previous life, though it had possessed a deeper, more commanding tone than inspiring trepidation. Despite her preparations, the sound sent a shiver down her spine, and her previously relaxed body tensed once more. "General, the nuptial wine has yet to be drunk," the matchmaker said with a smile. "Allow this old woman to witness the general and the bride partaking of the wine before departing." "Unnecessary," Shiao Heng refused, his voice cool. "Simply leave the items." The matchmaker dared not defy the general's orders. "As you wish, General. We shall withdraw, then," and wished the general and his bride a lifetime of happiness and the early arrival of offspring. Shiao Heng nodded slightly. "You may leave and receive your reward." The matchmaker gathered the dates, longans, and peanuts from the bed and departed gleefully, followed by Jean Rue and Yin Rue. As the chamber door closed, Wei Lingxi's anxiety intensified. Beneath the crimson sleeves, slender, pale hands twisted together, her body taut, her breathing shallow. Shiao Heng picked up the ceremonial scepter to lift the veil, and his movements paused as he noticed her state. Slowly, he raised the corner of the veil. In the dim candlelight, half of her face was revealed. Her porcelain skin flushed with a delicate blush, like the vibrant color of peach blossoms. Her crimson lips were slightly parted, her eyes downcast, and beneath her delicate brows, her lashes fluttered gently, creating an image of allure and charm. Indeed, a Wei woman, her beauty is renowned. He had only observed her from afar, but now, up close, he found her even more striking. Shiao Heng lifted the veil completely and said softly, "Raise your head." Wei Lingxi inhaled softly and lifted her gaze. Her clear, spring-like eyes met Shiao Heng's, revealing shyness and nervousness rather than the playfulness and vitality he had seen before. As Wei Lingxi gazed upon Shiao Heng's face, with his sharp brows and bright, dark eyes, she found him handsome, yet the cold, imposing aura he exuded caused her heart to palpitate. "General," she murmured. Chapter 11. Eavesdropping from the window, Shiao Heng turned and sat at the table, lifting the wine jug to pour a cup of wine into each of the 2 gourds. The gourd, known as the bitter melon, held a significant place in the wedding ceremony. On the day of the wedding, a bitter melon is split open, and with a red thread binding the stems, the bride and groom each hold a gourd, pouring in fine wine to drink together, symbolizing their unity. Wei Lingxi understood the significance and gracefully moved to sit beside him. Shiao Heng offered 1 gourd to her. She took a sip, and then they exchanged gourds to drink together. Afterward, Shiao Heng joined the 2 gourds into one, wrapping it with red thread and placing it aside, representing shared joys and sorrows, the oneness of husband and wife. Wei Lingxi then took a pair of scissors, cut a lock of her hair, and handed it to Shiao Heng. She watched him tie it with the red string, placing it next to the bitter melon, signifying their vow to grow old together, their love unwavering. This ritual, known as binding hair, was essential to become true partners in life. a longing Wei Lingxi had cherished in her previous life with Shiao Zishuan. Regrettably, as a concubine, she could never fulfill this desire. Having completed the ceremony, Shiao Heng stood and walked to her side, bending down to lift her into his arms. The sudden action startled Wei Lingxi, causing her slender arms to instinctively wrap around his neck. A faint smile graced Shiao Heng's lips as he gently laid her upon the bed. Outside the window, Shiao Heng's friends crouched in the shadows, eavesdropping on the happenings within the room. After a prolonged silence, their impatience grew, and they inched closer, under the sweltering summer heat. They not only endured the warmth, but also the relentless bites of mosquitoes. Why is there still no sound? Shermeng could no longer contain his curiosity. Lang Yuqing quickly pressed his hand over his mouth, chuckling like a sly fox. Keep your voice down. If the general hears you, be careful he doesn't and oppose. T come out swinging his sword. Shu, Chi Tong grinned, eager to know how the general and oppose, as wedding night unfolded. Unbeknownst to Shiao Heng, his mind was wholly consumed by the beauty before him. He pressed Wei Lingxi onto the bed, swiftly removing her wedding garments, revealing her pure, delicate skin, soft and smooth as cream, her slender waist fitting snugly within his grasp. Wei Lingxi was well aware of his intentions. Memories of their past nights surged through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. The past loomed vividly in her thoughts as she lay beneath him on the night of her new beginning. Anxiety and trepidation filled her heart. She feared that the pain she had endured would only intensify. Noticing her trembling form and the sweet fragrance enveloping him, Shiao Heng's gaze darkened, emotions swirling within. As a normal man, it was natural for him to consummate their union on this night. His large hand settled on her quaking shoulder as he asked in a low voice, "Are you very nervous?" Wei Lingxi remained silent, though she understood he would not be deterred by her apprehension. She gently bit her lower lip, speaking softly, "General, please be gentle. I hope you will cherish Lingxi." "Very well." He leaned down, capturing her lips with his own. Wei Lingxi felt the heat radiating from his chest. She could not tell if it was the candlelight suffocating the air or the length of his kiss, but her heart raced and her vision blurred. Soon, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When Shiao Heng realized she had suddenly lost consciousness, he furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze, seeing her forehead slick with sweat, her face pale and unmoving. Had he frightened her into fainting? He pinched her to rouse her, but when she did not respond, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Fearing for her well-being, he quickly donned his inner garments and gently covered her with a soft quilt. Just as he was about to summon assistance, he heard a rustling sound from outside the window. Straining to listen, he caught snippets of hushed conversation. "General, please be gentle with me." "What gentle? Be considerate." "Silence, silence. Are you still listening?" Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow, and without hesitation, he threw the wine jug through the paper window. "Ouch!" came a chorus of startled exclamations from outside. Shiao Heng's deep voice echoed, "Get lost." After a cacophony of footsteps, silence enveloped the area. Shiao Heng opened the door and called out, "Come in." Jean Rue and Yin Rue hurriedly approached. "Ninth Master, do you need water?" "It has already been prepared in the kitchen." "Send Lin Mo to find Chuyu." "The sooner, the better," Shiao Heng ordered coldly. Jean Rue dared not ask further and hurried off to find Lin Mo. Yin Rue, too anxious to peek inside, was deeply concerned for her mistress. Seeing the general in his inner garments emerging while the lady remained silent in the red silk canopy filled her with dread. Could it be that her mistress truly could not endure? Although she feared Shiao Heng, her concern for her mistress surpassed her trepidation. "Ninth Master, is my lady all right?" Shiao Heng initially wished to ignore her, but upon seeing her worried expression, he replied tersely, "I will not allow her to come to any harm." Yin Rue understood his meaning. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage and implored, "I beg you, Ninth Master, to cherish my lady. She has been frail since childhood." Shiao Heng cast her a dark glance, remaining silent as he turned and retreated into the inner chamber. Yin Rue felt the oppressive atmosphere lift as she shut the door, her back slick with perspiration. Shiao Heng sat beside the unconscious Wei Lingxi, a mix of frustration and amusement swirling within him. What did she and her maids think of him? A ravenous beast? Meanwhile, Chuyu, having indulged in celebratory wine, found himself midway in his carriage when he heard the rapid sound of hooves. He lifted the curtain to see Lin Mo approaching. Lin Mo, what brings you here? Is there something urgent from the general? Lin Mo bowed respectfully. Mr. Chu, the general urgently requests your presence. On the night of his wedding, why would the general summon him? He murmured to himself before instructing the driver to turn around and head back to Zhao's residence. Lin Mo led Chu Yu through the side gate, avoiding the gathering in the garden, and made their way to the elegant hall where Shiao Heng was located. He gently knocked on the door. Ninth Master, Mr. Chu has arrived. Enter. As Chu Yu stepped through the door, he was met with the sight of the general's cold, sullen expression. A shiver ran through him. Could it be that the wedding night had not gone smoothly? General, why have you summoned me now? Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased, but he offered no explanation, instead leading him into the inner chamber to see what had transpired with his wife. Chapter 12. Delicate and weak, Chu Yu lowered his head as he approached the bed. The curtains hanging low, concealing the view within, revealing only a slender arm, white as jade, extending outside. He crouched down, laid a cloth, and rested his wrist upon it. After a moment, he looked up at Shiao Heng with a sly expression, remarking, Madam has fainted. What do you mean? Shiao Heng shot him a glance, seeking clarification. The Madam and Appo's constitution is somewhat frail, Chu Yu replied. She must have been overly fatigued recently, expending too much energy, coupled with the fact that today is the wedding day. She likely has an endopause. Tea consumed a drop of water all day, and her emotions were tense, leading to her fainting. Frightened? Shiao Heng questioned, bemused. He could comprehend the other circumstances, but could not fathom the notion of fear. On a wedding day, who would dare to frighten her? Chu Yu chuckled ambiguously and edged closer to Shiao Heng, saying, The great general is exceptionally gifted, unlike ordinary men. The madam, sheltered in her boudoir, delicate and fragile. On her wedding night, how could she endure? But I have not yet. Shiao Heng frowned, trailing off mid-sentence. Chu Yu immediately understood, realizing that the anticipated consummation had not occurred. He smiled and said, Great general, there are many reasons for the madam and Appo's fainting. Although the consummation did not happen today, there is no need to rush. Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow, looking displeased at Chu Yu's words. What do you mean? Chu Yu elaborated, the madam's physique is weak. Although she has reached the age of maturity, her stature has not fully developed. If one were to force intimacy, it may lead to greater physical detriment in the future, especially during pregnancy, risking the lady's life. Shiao Heng's gaze sharpened, casting a cold look in response. Yet, Chu Yu continued, I joined the army with the general at the age of 13 and have been by your side ever since. I have always spoken the truth, never deceiving you. Shiao Heng understood that Chu Yu was his military physician, skilled enough to revive the dead and mend broken bones. His loyalty was unwavering, having fought alongside him through thick and thin. He knew his words were reliable. Is there any need for body conditioning? Shiao Heng inquired. Regular consumption of bird's nest and ginseng, along with ample physical exercise, will suffice. After a year or so, the general may enjoy the marital bliss with the madam. No treatment is necessary today. We merely await her awakening, Chu Yu responded clearly. Shiao Heng clenched his fist beneath his wide sleeves, stating, This matter must not be disclosed. Only you and I shall know, and no one else. Chu Yu promised with a nod, bowing slightly before discreetly retreating. Shiao Heng waited a moment before fetching water. After bathing, he lay back upon the couch. The next morning, Wei Lingxi was awakened by a series of gurgling sounds. As she opened her eyes, she noticed that the other side of the bed was empty. She sat up, lifted the red curtain, and saw Shiao Heng entering, carrying the fresh scent of flowers and grass. His attire was damp, and his rugged face bore a slight flush, indicating he had been practicing in the morning. A martial artist knows that one day without practice renders them rusty. As a general, he was naturally more disciplined, even on his wedding day. Awake? Shiao Heng observed her sitting up, her sleepy eyes and tousled hair creating an alluring charm. Wei Lingxi softly replied, lifting the curtain to step down from the bed. I will attend to the general's washing. The general? Shiao Heng looked at her. Realizing her mistake, she quickly corrected herself. Ninth Master. Husband. Xiao Heng amended. Wei Lingxi paused, softly calling husband. The sound was sweet and tender, sending shivers down one and amp. Oppo's spine. Xiao Heng nodded. As Wei Lingxi took a few steps, she sensed something amiss with her body, yet felt no discomfort. Last night, she was trying to recall the events of the previous night, when suddenly she heard his voice. You fainted last night. Wei Lingxi was taken aback. I fainted? So we did not consummate. Starve, he added. Wei Lingxi and Amp. Oppo's face flushed deeply. Indeed, she had been exceedingly hungry, hastily drinking the wedding wine before he carried her to bed. She gradually lost memory of the subsequent events. How embarrassing. To faint on the wedding night. She must be the only one to have done so. Noticing her face alternating between red and pale, Xiao Heng found it quite amusing. He understood her mind was likely racing with thoughts, so he added, I summoned a doctor who checked on you. Your body is somewhat weak. With a bit of nurturing, you will recover. Wei Lingxi let out a soft breath, feeling flustered by his words. So, last night we did not consummate? She blinked, questioning. Xiao Heng stipet gelo, gently lifting her chin with his long finger. Does it seem you were somewhat regretful? In fact, there is still time to make up for it. Xiao Heng had never anticipated that on his wedding night, his bride would faint. One of life's 4 great joys, the wedding night, eluded him. Though he was not particularly driven by desire, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Considering her frail state, he suppressed his own desires for the time being, planning to cherish her fully once she was stronger. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi immediately took a step back, shyly laughing. No. It is getting late. It would be inappropriate to delay serving tea to the matriarch. Xiao Heng chuckled. Are you so afraid of me? Not afraid, she stammered. Though she was indeed frightened, she would never admit it. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Xiao Heng found her to be endearingly youthful, quite entertaining. He decided against teasing her further and said earnestly, I had a doctor examine you last night. He mentioned your frail constitution. Rest assured, I will not touch you until you are stronger. Wei Lingxi was taken aback by his words, staring at Xiao Heng for a while before slowly nodding, I understand. Just as the couple concluded their conversation, they heard voices from the courtyard. It was Mama Zhao, attending to the elderly matriarch, coming to collect the handkerchief. A handkerchief? To collect a handkerchief. Wei Lingxi felt at a loss, glancing up at Xiao Heng. They had not consummated on their wedding night, and she was uncertain how to explain this to the matriarch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng stepped into the inner chamber, with Wei Lingxi following closely behind. He cut his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the pristine handkerchief spread across the bed, and then covered it with a thin blanket. Speak of last night to no one, Xiao Heng instructed. Wei Lingxi understood he was looking out for her and obediently nodded in agreement. After completing this, the maid Jinrei entered with a basin of water, while Silver Rue carried a tray adorned with willow branches, coarse salt, soap, and a handkerchief. Ninth Master Miss, Jean Rue announced. Mama Zhao from the old lady's room has come. Chapter 13. Are you afraid of bullying your wife? Let her in, Wei Lingxi said. Yes. Jean Rue changed the water in the basin and turned to invite Zhao Ma inside. Zhao Ma entered, first greeting Xiao Heng and Wei Lingxi before turning to introduce the 4 maidservants who followed her. Ninth Master, Ninth Madam. The old lady has instructed that since you two have just married, there aren't many maidservants in the Fengya Hall, so she has specially assigned 4 maids to you. This, Lian Xiao, Qing Dai, and Songji. Thank you for the old lady and Oppos. As consideration, Wei Lingxi replied with a smile. Ninth Madam, I will take the silk handkerchief to the old lady for her report, Zhao Ma said. Wei Lingxi nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhao Ma tidied up the bed and, noticing the red plum blossoms blooming on the white silk handkerchief, smiled as she put it away and returned to report. The room fell silent. After Wei Lingxi had settled the 4 new maidservants, she called for water again. Xiao Heng had finished his training, and his inner garment was soaked. He needed to bathe again. Meanwhile, she sat in front of the copper mirror, instructing Jean Rue to carefully adorn her. After all, she had to present tea to the old lady today, and she needed to look appropriate. When Xiao Heng emerged from the bathing chamber, he found Wei Lingxi already dressed. The young girl, newlywed, had her long hair styled into a bun with a delicately crafted golden hairpin gently swaying atop it. Her face, adorned with just a hint of powder, rendered everything around her pale in comparison. "Husband, do I look suitable like this?" She stood and spread her arms, the pink gauze skirt accentuating her radiant face, making her even more enchanting. "Very good." Shiao Heng nodded, then signaled for the meal to be brought in. Wei Lingxi noticed his calm demeanor and felt unconcerned. After all, they had only just been married for a day. Excessive warmth would be unusual. Today's breakfast was lavish, prepared at Shiao Heng's request after consulting Jean Rouet. It consisted of 2 bowls of plain porridge, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 meat dish, 2 servings of shrimp and steamed eggs, and 2 baskets of dumplings, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Additionally, a serving of fresh lychee was offered. All of these were to Wei Lingxi's liking. She had not eaten much the previous day and had woken up hungry this morning. Upon seeing the food, she felt unrestrained and immediately began to eat. Her appetite, however, was modest. She consumed only 1 vegetarian dumpling, took 2 bites of the steamed egg, and picked just a chopstick of each dish before stopping. Even the bowl of plain porridge was left half-finished. Instead, she indulged in the lychee, deftly peeling the bright red shells with her tender, spring-like fingers, much to the delight of the eye. "I'm done," she said, leaving a few lychees uneaten. "Why are you eating so little?" Shiao Heng frowned at her cat-like appetite, remembering she had not eaten all day yesterday. "Yes, I'm full. I was indeed hungry yesterday, but today I'm truly satisfied. One cannot eat for 2 days just because one did not eat yesterday." "You are eating too little," Shiao Heng thought, realizing why she appeared delicate and frail, her waist so slender that he could encircle it with one hand. A gentle nudge might break it. "Have some more." "I really cannot eat anymore," Wei Lingxi murmured softly. Faced with the imposing presence of this man, she did not dare to refuse outright. Instead, she peeled the remaining lychees and fed him the fruit, saying, "Husband, try this. It's very delicious." Shiao Heng was not fond of sweets, but with the young girl smiling as she brought the juicy lychee flesh to his lips, he found it difficult to refuse. He parted his lips slightly and gently consumed the fruit she offered. During the process, his lips brushed against her fingers, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Yet she said nothing, continuing to feed him the remaining fruit at a leisurely pace. Jean Rouet and Yin Rouet, serving nearby, exchanged knowing glances, thinking to themselves, "Their young lady is truly remarkable. Even the great general becomes gentle in her presence." Shiao Heng forced himself to finish the lychees, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in his throat. He requested a cup of tea to cleanse the palate before allowing the meal to be cleared away. Today, he did not need to attend court, but was only required to accompany the young lady to present tea. In the flower hall, old Lady Jiang was elegantly dressed, cheerfully reviewing the silk handkerchief before instructing Zhao Ma to put it away. She briefly inquired about the conditions in the room, just as Zhao Ma was answering. The maidservants outside reported, "Ninth Master and Ninth Madam have arrived." Upon hearing this, old Lady Jiang immediately instructed them to invite the couple in. Wei Lingxi entered, following Shiao Heng closely, and greeted the old lady respectfully. Zhao Ma presented the freshly brewed tea. "Ninth Madam, it is time to present tea to the old lady." Wei Lingxi accepted the tea, gently kneeling on the prepared soft mat, raising the cup above her head with both hands. "Old lady, please enjoy the tea." Old Lady Jiang accepted the tea, taking the opportunity to evaluate Wei Lingxi. The girl was indeed a beauty, but it was a pity that her father held a low official rank. Otherwise, she should be the wife of her own grandson by now. After drinking the tea, Old Lady Jiang took out a jade hairpin from her sleeve, which was translucent and exquisite, and personally placed it in Wei Lingxi's hair. "This hairpin suits you perfectly. Take good care of the Ninth Master and give him children soon." Although Shiao Heng was a child of a concubine, he was favored by the emperor and was the most promising member of the Shiao family. On that account, old Lady Jiang had to maintain appearances. Wei Lingxi felt her face grow warm at such words. They had not even consummated their marriage yet, and the mention of children seemed premature. She stole a glance at Shiao Heng, only to find his gaze traversing her chest and waist, a contemplative look on his face. Her cheeks flushed even deeper as she softly replied, "Yes, old lady. Get up now. Do not kneel any longer. I have informed the other sisters-in-law." They will come to meet you shortly, old lady Jiang said. Yes, Wei Lingxi replied obediently. Why haven't you gone to court yet? Marriage is a good thing, but it should not hinder your career, old lady Jiang remarked, preparing to set some rules for the new bride. Shiao Heng, however, replied leisurely. There is no need for me to attend today. I am accompanying her to present tea to my mother. Why do you need to accompany her? Old lady Jiang shot him a glance and laughed. What? Are you afraid I will bully your wife? Shiao Heng smiled faintly. Lingxi is still young and meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. I'm here to offer guidance. Old lady Jiang chuckled. What makes you think she would be unfamiliar with the rules? You underestimate her. The daughters of the Wei family are hardly ignorant. What do you think, Lingxi? Wei Lingxi had dealt with this old lady quite a bit in her past life. While she appeared amiable, she was not one to show mercy when it came to reprimanding others. Due to Song Yingyu often reporting her misdeeds to old lady Jiang, the old lady frequently summoned her to serve her, treating her like a lowly maid. The old lady's previous remark was clearly a sign of her dissatisfaction, deliberately made because she resented Shiao Heng and Appos as presents. It was only the first day of their marriage, and already the old lady was making things difficult. In her past life, Xiao Zishuan had been blind to her grievances, merely comforting her with a few words, never daring to stand up to the old lady. Shiao Heng, despite his few words, always spoke in her favor. Chapter 14. Captivated by her upon reflecting on this, Wei Lingxi felt a gentle warmth in her heart. Although she had a husband to support her, if she wished to thrive and bask in comfort within the Shiao family, the first person she needed to win over was old Madame Jiang. It is said that, despite being a cousin of the Empress Dowager, her cunning and insight were nowhere near those of her royal counterpart. Before marrying the elder Mr. Shiao, she was also a neglected figure in her own family. After enduring many years, she had finally become the matriarch of the Shiao family, relishing compliments and flattery. With this in mind, Wei Lingxi decided to cater to her preferences. Old madam, you hail from a prestigious lineage and possess a noble status. You are a person of great decorum and propriety. Ninth Master is concerned that my performance may reflect poorly on him and displease you. Hence he accompanied me today. After this encounter, I have gleaned much. Oh, what have you learned? The old lady inquired, her gaze fixed upon her. I have come to understand why the Shiao family flourishes so abundantly. It is due to your constant guidance, reminding the younger generation to strive for excellence. I deeply admire women like you. Upon first meeting, I found myself utterly captivated and filled with genuine respect for you. As she spoke, Wei Lingxi summoned Jin Rui to present the gift she had prepared for the old matriarch. Old Madame Jiang had never before experienced such candid and passionate praise. The compliments regarding her noble status and the admission of her captivation brought a radiant smile to her face. The mention of a gift only heightened her delight. Oh, you've even prepared a gift for me? Indeed, Wei Lingxi replied, gesturing for Jin Rui to present the box. Upon opening it, Zhao Ma discovered an old ginseng root inside. Old Madame Jiang recognized immediately that this ginseng was of considerable age and value. Madam, this is a millennium-old ginseng king. Excavated from the ancient forests of the northeast, it is excellent for nourishing the body, Wei Lingxi explained. She was acutely aware of the old lady and Appos' habits. Her fear of an early demise compelled her to indulge in various supplements. Ginseng was her particular favorite, and she often sought out aged wild roots. In affluent families, ginseng was plentiful, yet they were typically of lesser quality and age. The ginseng in her possession, as thick as a radish, was rare in the market and scarcely made it into the imperial court as tribute offerings. The old lady was visibly thrilled, her eyes sparkling. Is this ginseng truly a millennium old? Perhaps that is an exaggeration. It should be at least a century old. I hope you will accept it, Wei Lingxi replied. Though the old lady feigned reluctance, she could not resist the allure of the precious gift. How can I accept such a valuable item? You should keep it for your own health. I cannot accept such a splendid gift. That would imply a lack of appreciation for your generosity, Wei Lingxi insisted, feigning disappointment. Very well, very well. The old lady relented, her mood brightening. If you find yourself in need of anything in your courtyard, simply send someone to inform me. Although Wei Lingxi held little affection for the old lady, she understood the necessity of laying the groundwork. A ginseng root was of little consequence to her. Her uncle, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, regarded her as his own daughter, providing her with a dowry far surpassing that of ordinary officials. He had left her a note advising her to learn to manage those around her. Problems solvable with money and gifts were not true problems. In the future, to establish her footing in the Shiao residence, she must rely not only on her husband, but also on her own strength. By winning over the old lady, she would fortify her position to contend with the soon-to-be Mrs. Song Yingyu. The old lady, now in high spirits, looked upon Wei Lingxi with newfound favor. She had intended to assert her authority, yet instead found herself charmed. Soon, the sisters-in-law arrived. Mr. Shiao had 11 children. Among them, the first, second, fifth, seventh, and ninth were sons, while the rest were daughters. The eldest, Shiao Heng, had 1 wife and 2 concubines. His wife, the first madam, had borne him the eldest son, Shiao Zishuan, the heir of the Shiao family. The second and fifth also had 1 wife and 1 concubine each, but the seventh had only 1 wife throughout the years. Today, these sisters-in-law had come to visit Wei Lingxi. They appeared cordial, exchanging pleasantries and greetings. "Oh, ninth brother, what are you doing here amidst the excitement of your sisters-in-law?" The fifth madam, known for her forthrightness, chided Shiao Heng, who was lingering. "Your fifth brother has been mentioning you. Go check on him. He has taken up archery and is rather dreadful at it." Feeling out of place, Shiao Heng decided to seek out fifth brother Shiao. Before departing, he turned to Wei Lingxi, saying, "Little Seven, I'm off to see fifth brother. You should return to Fengyao Hall." "Little Seven?" The fifth madam turned to Wei Lingxi. "I'm the 7th child of my family, hence the moniker," Wei Lingxi explained, her cheeks flushing. "I cannot fathom why Shiao Heng would suddenly call me that." "Ah, the youth of today, their affection is indeed rather effusive." The second madam chuckled, covering her mouth. Shiao Heng paid no heed to the remarks of the sisters-in-law and departed. Once he was gone, the first madam coldly remarked, "Ninth sister-in-law, such endearments should be reserved for private quarters. It displays a lack of respect and decorum before the old lady." Wei Lingxi had never had a favorable relationship with the first madam in her past life. Now, no longer her daughter-in-law, she still found herself under scrutiny. It was evident that this disdain stemmed from the incident where she had wounded Shiao Zishuan and subsequently rejected their engagement, thereby tarnishing his reputation as his biological mother. The first madam was understandably displeased and sought to use this situation to undermine Wei Lingxi in front of the old matriarch. Understanding the underlying tension, Wei Lingxi smiled unperturbed. "Elder sister, those words were spoken by ninth master. You should address him directly about it." She refused to grant the first madam any leeway and was determined not to feel belittled. She was now Shiao Heng's legitimate wife, not someone to be easily disregarded. Having just received Wei Lingxi's generous gift, old Madame Jiang felt compelled to speak on her behalf. Moreover, she had never been fond of this stern-faced daughter-in-law. "Lingxi is correct. Those words were uttered by ninth master. Why make things difficult for her? Besides, where are all these rules coming from? I have not expressed any discontent. Yet you are the one raising objections." The first madam was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated the old lady's defense of the newcomer. How could she forget that this very girl had wounded Zishuan? Observing the first madam's shock, old Madame Jiang dismissed her. "Enough now. We have all exchanged pleasantries. Let us disperse." With the old lady's command, the gathering began to disperse. Wei Lingxi bid farewell to her sisters-in-law and, accompanied by Jean Rue, returned to Fengyao Hall. As she passed through the garden, weary from the day's events, she contemplated resting in a nearby pavilion when, suddenly, she heard someone call her. "Little Seven, wait." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wei Lingxi paused briefly before hastening her steps, determined to ignore the call. "Little Seven, wait, I have something to say to you." Chapter 15. Humiliation of one's own. Making Shiao Zishuan had waited for quite some time in the garden until he finally spotted Wei Lingxi appearing alone. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, hastily darting from behind the rockery to block her path. "What do you intend to do, Shiao Zishuan?" Wei Lingxi furrowed her brow, her tone sharp. "I wish to share a few words with you," he replied, stepping forward in the deserted area, eager to close the distance between them. However, Jean Rouet quickly positioned herself in front of him, shielding her mistress from his advances. Master Xiao, please behave yourself. My mistress is now the 9th madam. Do not entangle her any further. Xiao Zixuan gazed at the stunning beauty before him, feeling a sense of regret. Had it not been for the alliance with the Song family, she might have been his. Alas, she was now the property of his uncle. He had promised to treat her well. Why did she not believe him? Such a devoted maid. He mused, realizing that with Jean Rouet protecting Wei Lingxi, he could not act recklessly. He stood his ground, saying, Xiao Qi, I will not advance further. You need not avoid me. I will only speak for a moment, and then I shall leave. There is nothing to discuss, Wei Lingxi retorted, unwilling to listen to his excuses. She knew him better than anyone. Xiao Zixuan, we made our positions clear before marriage. There is no need to revisit this. Furthermore, I must remind you that I am now married to your uncle, making me your 9th aunt. You should address me as such, not as Xiao Qi. In my heart, you are not an aunt. You are merely Xiao Qi. Xiao Zixuan shot back, angered by her words. His emotions surged, and he forgot his earlier promise to Xiao Qi, stepping closer to her. My marriage to Song Yingyu was born of necessity. All my feelings reside with you. Have you forgotten your own words? You vowed never to marry anyone but me. I have not forgotten. Yesterday, as I drank alone until dawn, the thought of you in another man's embrace on your wedding night felt like a dagger to my heart. You should belong to me. Be silent. Wei Lingxi, furious, raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face, her gaze fierce. You are a scholar. Do not utter such disgraceful words again. Having scolded the heartless man, she lifted her chin, her expression regaining its icy composure. Jean Rouet, let us depart. Xiao Zixuan felt the sting on his cheek, humiliated by the encounter. He had hoped to pour out his heart to Wei Lingxi, only to find himself in a situation of his own making. The more unattainable she seemed, the more agitated his heart became. He had thought that even if she rejected him, he could leave her for a while, then find a way to make her his concubine. Eventually, he could bring her into his household. Who could have anticipated that his uncle would return to the capital and take a liking to her, promptly sending someone to propose? Even more shockingly, Wei Lingxi accepted the match. His uncle was a decade her senior, a seasoned warrior steeped in bloodshed, a master of strategy who had led countless enemies to their doom without a flicker of emotion. How could such a delicate woman survive in his hands? If he ever grew weary of her, she might find herself living in misery. As Xiao Zixuan pondered this, his frustration mounted. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. If she married Uncle Shiao Heng, she would enter the Xiao family, getting closer to him, albeit not in the way he desired. Though they could not be together daily, it would alleviate her yearning for him. She must have accepted the marriage out of spite, intending to hurt him. Ah, the little girl had quite the temper. Xiao Zixuan, self-assured, turned to pursue her. He reached for her arm but missed, instead grasping her sleeve. Xiao Qi, your willingness to marry my uncle is all for my sake. Isn't it, Wei Lingxi? For you? How audacious. You must be marrying uncle out of spite for me, he asserted, a smile dancing in his eyes. Don't deny it. I know this to be true. Just admit it and stop this charade. Are you out of your mind? Wei Lingxi forcefully yanked her sleeve away. Do not follow me unless you wish to forfeit your good fortune. Threatening me? I am impervious to such tactics, Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi. Suddenly, beneath a willow tree beside the flower beds, the figure of Xiao Heng emerged. His deep-set eyes regarded the scene, his expression inscrutable. Xiao Zixuan, once brimming with confidence, was startled by his uncle's sudden appearance, a cold sweat instantly trickling down his back. He straightened up, retreating a step to create distance between himself and Wei Lingxi. Standing erect, as he called out, "Uncle!" Xiao Heng approached with an air of authority, stopping before Wei Lingxi. His gaze roamed over her face, noting the flush on her cheeks, the slight furrow of her brow, and the remnants of anger in her eyes. He extended his hand toward her. Wei Lingxi met his gaze briefly before placing her hand gently in his palm. Xiao Heng enclosed her delicate fingers in his, enjoying the softness and elegance of her touch. "Husband," Wei Lingxi addressed him, feeling the roughness of his fingers grazing her hand, yet he remained silent, a curious tension lingering in the air. Shiao Heng paused, his sharp gaze flicking toward Xiao Zishuan, who was fixated on their joined hands. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, a cold arc that sent a shiver down Xiao Zishuan's spine. In the presence of this uncle, who was only a few years his senior, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that compelled him to lower his gaze. Zishuan, Shiao Heng spoke, his voice measured but imbued with authority. This is your aunt. Come. Greet her properly. Yes, Xiao Zishuan replied, bowing his head, his posture slightly bent as he clasped his hands together. Greetings, aunt. Wei Lingxi gazed at the once arrogant man before her, now humbled in her presence, and a wave of satisfaction surged within her. She smiled, her lips curving gently. Dear nephew, there is no need for such formality. Chapter 16. Flattery. Xiao Zishuan lowered his head, his cheeks twitching violently, yet he dared not utter a word. Are you tired? You may return, Shiao Heng said. Wei Lingxi nodded and made him. After the two walked away hand in hand, Xiao Zishuan finally lifted his head, exhaling softly. It was still early in the morning, yet his back was already drenched. The previous scene was too unbearable to recall, and Xiao Zishuan took several deep breaths before departing the garden to pay his respects to his grandmother and parents. Upon visiting old Madame Jiang, he headed straight to Ninji Wantang to greet his parents. As soon as he entered, he heard his mother complaining to his father, "My lord, what on earth is wrong with the old lady today? She openly undermined my authority in front of so many people, siding with that newlywed wife of the ninth." Xiao Yang was engrossed in his calligraphy. Upon hearing his wife's grievances, he set down his brush and wiped his hands, saying, "Now that the ninth has quelled the northern front for the emperor, his majesty greatly relies on him. He is currently a favorite in the court, and future promotions are merely a matter of time. The old lady is astute. She naturally considers the future of our Xiao family. What do you understand?" The madam had lost face before the old lady and felt aggrieved before her husband, her heart swelling with indignation. The old lady is favoring that yellow-haired girl for the sake of her husband. And you? You are still his biological son. Yet she has never treated me with any kindness. Xiao Yang scoffed. What does that have to do with me? She simply looks down on you. The madam felt a pang of anger. At that moment, Xiao Zishuan pushed the door open, paid his respects, and said, "Mother, there is no need to feel upset. Once I marry, I will instruct my wife to stand by your side. My son is considerate of me." The madam felt somewhat soothed, linking her arm with her son's. "You must bring honor to your mother. Your father has achieved little in this life. When you hold a high position, I shall also bask in your glory. Do not worry, mother." A vision of Wei Lingxi's face flashed through Xiao Zishuan's mind as he secretly vowed to make her regret her actions today. Shiao Heng held Wei Lingxi and Appo's hand all the way back to Fengya Hall, and the two remained silent throughout the journey. Wei Lingxi contemplated whether Shiao Heng had overheard her conversation with Xiao Zishuan. His expressionless, icy demeanor gave her pause. Could he be upset? This was only her first day as his wife. She must not allow that scoundrel Xiao Zishuan to ruin her future. Her life must be in her own hands. Only by seizing the initiative could she live freely. Upon entering the room, Yin Ruwei greeted them. "Ninth Master, Miss, you have returned. It is so hot. I have prepared some tea to quench your thirst." "Is it cold tea?" Wei Lingxi inquired, parched after the morning and damp. Appo's events. The old lady, being elderly, did not use ice or drink cold tea. A cup of hot tea burned her mouth, and she had barely managed to sip it all day. Now that she was back, she longed for a refreshing drink. Yes, Mississippi Inrui brought over the cold tea, and with a wave of her hand, the maid Zissou brought in a bowl of ice filled with fresh fruits, sweet melons and crisp peaches, exuding an enticing fragrance in the cool air. Wei Lingxi had a sweet tooth, particularly for fruits. Every summer, she indulged in an array of fruits, and half of her father and Appo's salary was spent on them. Fortunately, she had a wealthy uncle. Otherwise, her appetite would be quite the burden. "Madam, the ice fruit is ready for you. Please enjoy it to relieve the heat." Zissou placed the fruits on the table. Lian Xiao brought over a towel soaked in cold water. "Ninth Master, madam, please use this." Wei Lingxi took the cool towel to cleanse her hands, then poured a cup of cold tea and offered it to Shiao Heng. "Husband, please drink. This cold tea is a unique recipe from the Wei residence. It refreshes and cools the body in summer. Do try it. Seeing the young girl flattering him, Xiao Heng's lips curled slightly as he accepted the cold tea and took a sip. It is quite good. If one were to ask how he knew the girl was trying to curry favor, it was because, throughout the journey, she had opened her mouth several times, only to hesitate. Her delicate hands fidgeted in his palm, revealing her unspoken thoughts. He understood she had something to say, yet she was too timid. But since she chose not to voice it, he would not pry. Upon hearing his praise for the tea, Wei Lingxi's face lit up with joy as she reached for the cup of cold tea Yin had offered, ready to drink. Wait. Xiao Heng stopped her. Cold tea is not good for your health. Do not drink it. What is unhealthy about it? I drink cold tea every summer. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed by the heat. Wei Lingxi protested, attempting once more to bring the cup to her lips. Xiao Heng gently pressed down on her arm. You were hungry all day yesterday, and you barely ate breakfast this morning. Your body is already weak. Indulging in cold beverages will only worsen your condition. After saying this, he commanded, Yin, remove the cold tea. Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with Xiao Heng and Apos. As order. Yes. Oh, Yin, Wei Lingxi and Apos. As small face fell. Her expression one of reproach, as if saying, You are someone I brought from my family. How can you listen to Xiao Heng? Yin smiled at Wei Lingxi, miss. The ninth master has a point. You never eat properly in summer, and that must be related. The master and madam always indulged her, but it was indeed detrimental to her health. Wei Lingxi's eyes widened, and she reached out to pinch Yin ear, but suddenly remembered Xiao Heng was watching. So she quickly withdrew her hand, gritting her teeth as she whispered to Yin, You little maid. You and Apos. V only just arrived at the Xiao residence and already learned to turn against me. Just wait. Once Xiao Heng leaves, I will make sure to pinch your ear properly. Yin covered her mouth, chuckling softly. I will be waiting, Mississippi. She had served by Wei Lingxi's side since childhood, and their bond was as close as that of sisters. Though the words might sound harsh, there was never any real punishment. Even if she were to be reprimanded, the gestures were gentle, for she knew her mistress could never truly be cruel. Without her cold tea, Wei Lingxi felt disgruntled. She spotted the fruits and licked her lips, reaching out for a peach. Just as her fingers brushed the surface of the fruit, Xiao Heng's voice rang out again. Zissou, remove the ice fruit bowl. From now on, do not serve madam with ice fruits. Zissou immediately replied yes. Deprived of cold tea and ice fruits, Wei Lingxi felt a deep sense of grievance. Why must she be constrained in her new life as a wife? Though her heart was unsettled, she dared not express her displeasure to Xiao Heng. Instead, she suppressed her frustration and asked him, Then what should I drink? Hot tea. Xiao Heng ziplit gan li. Hot tea. In this scorching summer. You want me to drink hot tea? Wei Lingxi was indignant, particularly as she watched Xiao Heng savor his cold tea, which only intensified her dissatisfaction. Without a second thought, she snatched the cup from in front of him and handed it to Yin, declaring, If I cannot drink cold tea, then neither shall you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard gasps from Lian Xiao and Zissou behind her, and her heart sank. Oh no! How could she be so reckless as to unleash her temper on Xiao Heng? Chapter 17. A little girl competing with me? She only knew that 5 years later, Xiao Heng would be a formidable presence, akin to a living king of hell. However, she wondered whether the current Xiao Heng would be angered and give her a good scolding. Her mind raced as she contemplated how to salvage the situation. Just then, Xiao Heng's voice, laced with amusement, reached her. All right, I shall accompany you for some hot tea. Wei Lingxi paused slightly. Husband, you just said, I will accompany you for hot tea, Xiao Heng reiterated. As soon as he finished speaking, she broke into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with joy and liveliness, revealing her youthful spirit. Very well, you said it, so you cannot go back on your word. Indeed, I want an Apos. Go back. I shall brew hot tea for Lord Jiao, and Mississippi Jean Rue chimed in immediately. Wait. Wei Lingxi stopped her, smiling brightly. It is indeed rare for Lord Jiao to accompany me for tea on such a hot day. I should express my sincerity. I will brew the tea myself so that Lord Jiao can taste it. With that, her slender figure flitted away like the wind. This morning, Wei Lingxi had noticed that the tea at Zhao's residence lacked flavor. The tea was good, but the person brewing it was not skilled enough. She recalled her childhood visits to the south, where her uncle had personally taught her the art of tea brewing. Brewing tea is a meticulous process. It involves not only the temperature and quality of the water, but also the brewing speed. The water must be poured gently, not too quickly. If the temperature is too high, it will scorch the tea. If too low, it will fail to release the aroma. Having prepared the tea, Wei Lingxi personally brought it to Shiao Heng. "Husband, try this. It surely tastes different from before." Shiao Heng accepted the teacup, lifted the lid, and instantly, the fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. The tea was clear and bright, its color a rich yellow. He lowered his head to take a sip. The flavor was slightly bitter yet sweet, lingering on his palate. Excellent tea. Though Shiao Heng had spent many years in battle and did not particularly care for such things, he had a discerning companion in the army doctor, Chu Yu, who loved tea and had amassed a collection of fine varieties. Having tasted tea brewed by him a few times, Shiao Heng had found it superior to that of the average person. Now, after sampling the tea brewed by Shao Qi, he felt it surpassed even that of Chu Yu. Hearing his praise, Wei Lingxi's spirits lifted, and she raised her own cup to drink. Just as she brought the teacup to her lips, a cat suddenly darted in from nowhere, careening toward her. Startled, Wei Lingxi's hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea. "Cat! Where did that cat come from?" Jean Rue exclaimed, "Quick, catch it! My lady cannot be near cats." Wei Lingxi had once been scratched by a cat as a child, resulting in a severe reaction that left her covered in red hives and struggling to breathe. The doctor had advised her to stay away from cats to prevent such an incident from occurring again. Everyone in the Wei household was aware of this. Hence, they were always vigilant against cats. Yet, how could a cat suddenly appear now? The maids in the room hurriedly tried to catch the cat, but it dashed around wildly, heading straight for Wei Lingxi and colliding with her teacup. "Ah!" Wei Lingxi gasped, her face paling, and she loosened her grip on the teacup. Shiao Heng sprang to his feet, swiftly moving in front of Wei Lingxi, raising his hand to push the cup away. Scalding hot tea splashed out, reddening the back of his hand. He enveloped Wei Lingxi in his arms and kicked the cat out. The startled creature yelped and tumbled to the ground. As it scrambled back to its feet, it began to dash around the courtyard. "Catch it! Hurry and catch it! That is the madam's cat!" Suddenly, a maid and young servant rushed into the courtyard, shouting for the girls from Fengyao Hall to help catch the cat. However, the cat seemed to have gone mad, scratching anyone who dared to approach. It darted around and leaped over the wall, escaping Fengyao Hall. Thus, the two were compelled to chase after it. Wait. At that moment, Jean Rue emerged from the room, her expression serious. "Please keep an eye on the cat in the future. My lady is afraid of cats, and we wouldn't want to frighten her." Inside, Wei Lingxi was still shaken, her delicate form trembling slightly, a sheen of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. "Do not be afraid. The cat has left," Shiao Heng reassured her, holding her hand, which felt ice cold, indicating she had been quite frightened. "Yes." Wei Lingxi nodded gently, preparing to pull away from Shiao Heng's embrace, only to notice the redness on the back of his hand. "You're injured." She hurriedly took his hand into hers, gently blowing on it with slightly parted lips. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and beneath her high-bridged nose, her rosy lips appeared exceedingly tempting. The cool breath that escaped her felt like feathers brushing against his skin, igniting a restless yearning within him. "Does it still hurt?" Wei Lingxi looked up, her eyes shimmering. "It no longer hurts." Xiao Heng sighed, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her temple. "With Shao Qi assisting me, how could it hurt?" Wei Lingxi blushed at this sudden display of affection and gently pushed Shiao Heng away. "I shall fetch you another cup of tea. After this, I must go pay respects to my mother." When she mentioned her mother, she referred to Shiao Heng and Appo's biological mother. Shiao Heng nodded slightly. "All right." When a madam's maid and young servant returned with the cat, it appeared utterly dejected. "What happened?" One of them prodded the cat, which showed no intention of moving. "What is going on?" The madam and Appo's expression darkened as she glared at the two servants as though she might devour them. "Madam, we had only just placed the cat in Fengyao Hall when it was kicked out by Lord Jiao. After running around for a while, it fell into the lake, and it seems it may not be doing well." The two servants responded, trembling in fear. What? My Huahua has suffered such torment. The madam slammed her hand on the table. If my cat dies, you two better watch out. If you cannot handle even a small task, what good are you? Yes, madam. The maid and young servant quivered in fear. Get out of my sight. The madam looked at the nearly lifeless cat, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Shuema approached with a fruit platter, attempting to console her. Madam, that cat is wild. It cannot be tamed. You have spoiled it with all your treats. And it even scratched you. If it dies, so be it. It's no great loss. Just hope that Wei Lingxi hasn't been scratched. The madam leaned back on the soft couch, leisurely fanning herself. Shuema chuckled, offering a slice of melon. Madam, before the cat was placed in Fengyao Hall, I had someone give a good scare. After that, it must have been terrified when tossed in, running around wildly. Fengyao Hall is so small. It could not possibly scratch her, but it would certainly frighten her half to death. Humph. The madam snorted coldly. That little girl dares to compete with me without knowing her own weight. Chapter 18. Teasing her thoughts indeed, Shuema said, gently massaging her shoulders. Seizing the opportunity to speak, I fear our young master cannot let her go. Last night, he drank alone for half the night. That won't be the case. Once that daughter of the song grand tutor marries over, he will settle down. It is merely that affair, ISN and AMP. AMP? Oppos, Tiet? Lights out, candles extinguished, just like anyone else. The matron replied, You are right, madam. Shuema nodded vigorously. If it comes to it, we can find a few concubines for the young master. We need not worry that he will forget Wei Lingxi. Indeed, the matron sighed in comfort as she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Wei Lingxi, accompanied by Shiao Heng, went to greet her mother-in-law, presenting a box of fine bird and oppos, nest, and 2 small ginseng roots. The mother-in-law enjoyed tranquility, preferring to remain in her courtyard, transcribing Buddhist scriptures and leading a simple life. Wei Lingxi felt it best not to intrude further and returned with Shiao Heng. The next day, Shiao Heng attended court, where the emperor proclaimed a decree rewarding him with 100 acres of fertile land, 1,000 taels of silver, and 2 chests of jewels for his recent military triumphs. The northern frontier had been under foreign control throughout 3 dynasties. After 3 years of arduous battles, during which he could not return even for his father and Oppos, as funeral, Shiao Heng finally reclaimed the territory from the barbarians. Such a monumental achievement warranted at least a promotion, if not a noble title. Who could have anticipated that the emperor merely conferred rewards? In an instant, officials from both civil and military ranks began to speculate about the emperor and Oppos' intentions. Shiao Heng never sought to decipher the will of the emperor. The realm was still unstable, and there were battles yet to be fought. The emperor would still rely on him in due time. After court, the emperor dispatched someone to deliver the rewards directly to the Shiao residence, causing envy to ripple through the various chambers. The lacquered boxes found their way into the elegant hall and Oppos' storeroom, where Shiao Heng and Oppos' attendant Lin Bai meticulously catalogued them before securing the storeroom with 2 locks. He presented the register to Wei Lingxi. Madam, the 9th master instructed me to present these items to you, so you may select a few suitable gifts to take with you when you return home tomorrow. Wei Lingxi accepted the register, observing Lin Bai and Oppos' perspiration, and turned to Yin Rui. Please pour Lin Bai a cup of cool tea to quench his thirst and alleviate the heat. Lin Bai's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, madam. Yin Rui brought a cup of tea and offered it to him. Brother Lin, please enjoy. Lin Bai took the cup and drank eagerly. This tea is indeed refreshing. Might I trouble you for another cup? Wei Lingxi nodded, and Yin Rui served him another cup. This time, Lin Bai savored it before finishing it entirely. After expressing his gratitude to Wei Lingxi, he departed from the elegant hall. That evening, when Shiao Heng returned to the residence, he found that Wei Lingxi had selected gifts. Husband, come see, Wei Lingxi said, showcasing her choices. I selected a pair of exquisite jade bracelets for my mother and a jade pendant for each of my 6 brothers. Shiao Heng glanced at the gifts she had chosen. Very good. You have an eye for quality. Why did you not select anything for your father-in-law? I was unsure what to give him. Wei Lingxi replied, I prepared some tea and wine. Does the Wei family lack tea? Shiao Heng inquired. Wei Lingxi shook her head, biting her lip. Not at all. Leave this matter to me. Shiao Heng said. What will you give to my father? Wei Lingxi gazed at him with her clear, sparkling eyes, blinking with curiosity. Want to know? Shiao Heng, unable to resist teasing her, replied, You will find out tomorrow. Why tomorrow? I want to know now. Very well. If you wish to know today, you must pay a price, Shiao Heng said, narrowing his eyes with mischief. Wei Lingxi realized he was teasing her, her gaze flickering as she replied, I no longer wish to know, husband. You need not say. Good, Shiao Heng said, not pushing further. Then let us have our meal. That evening, Shiao Heng refrained from revealing anything to Wei Lingxi, who felt a sense of unease throughout the night. The following morning, after breakfast, she finished her grooming and prepared the gifts before seeking the elderly matron's permission to leave the residence. In grand households, rules were strict, and married women were not allowed to leave freely. After receiving the matron's consent, Wei Lingxi returned to the elegant hall with Jin Rue and Yin Rue to prepare. Upon her return, Sang Ji reported, Madam, just now, the third aunt sent someone with gifts stating they are for your return home. Understood, Wei Lingxi responded. Has the ninth master returned? Lin Mo came by earlier and mentioned that the ninth master is waiting for you at Changning Street. Sang Ji replied. Jin Rue, Yin Rue. Let's go directly. Yes, Jin Rue and Yin Rue replied. Their spirits lifted as they set off for the Wei residence. As the carriage approached Changning Street, it suddenly came to a halt. Wei Lingxi lifted the curtain to look outside and spotted Shiao Heng in his official robes, mounted upon his horse. Under the blazing sun, he stood there, his long, cold eyes resembling ice. This scene mirrored the day she first laid eyes on him. Upon seeing the carriage stop, Shiao Heng dismounted and swiftly approached, lifting the curtain to sit inside. Wei Lingxi scrutinized his official attire and softly asked, Husband, are you going to my family in your official robes? I instructed Lin Bai to fetch my regular clothes. I will wait at the next intersection, Shiao Heng replied. Oh. Wei Lingxi nodded, and for a long while, they remained silent. She glanced at him, noticing he had closed his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together, an aura of coldness enveloping him, creating a distance between them. This version of him was identical to the memories she held from her past life. Wei Lingxi felt a twinge of anxiety. She could not fathom why Shiao Heng appeared this way, as if something troubled his emotions. Initially hesitant to speak, she ultimately decided to ask, Husband, are you unhappy today? Shiao Heng kept his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to her question. After a brief silence, they arrived at the agreed intersection. Ninth Master, your regular clothes, Lin Bai announced. Shiao Heng acknowledged as Lin Bai handed the garments to him. He took the clothes and lowered his head to remove his official robe. Wei Lingxi, seeing him disrobe, turned her head away. In the days since their wedding, apart from their first night together, he had spent the following nights in the study. Thus, she had not witnessed him undressing. As Shiao Heng removed his official attire and set it aside to don his regular clothes, he softly said, Lingxi, help me change. Reluctantly, Wei Lingxi turned back, lowering her gaze as she helped him fasten his buttons. Once she secured his belt, she whispered, Husband, what gift are you giving to my father? May I know now? At her words, Shiao Heng suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Chapter 19. Affairs in the boudoir. Wei Lingxi was taken aback by his penetrating gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? She merely wished to divert his attention from the melancholic thoughts that seemed to envelop him. Could it be that her words had struck a nerve? Shiao Heng, realizing he had startled her, softened the intensity of his gaze. I do not know. Wei Lingxi, momentarily surprised, quickly regained her composure and lowered her head in silence. Noticing her apparent misunderstanding, Shiao Heng reached out to gently grasp her hand. I am unaware of my father-in-law's preferences. I have asked Lin Mo to inquire and prepare a gift. As he spoke, Lin Mo galloped over, pulling the reins to halt his horse. Dismounting, he retrieved 2 exquisite brocade boxes. Ninth Master, the items have arrived. A slender hand emerged from the carriage, and Lin Mo presented the boxes, bowing respectfully before stepping back. Shiao Heng opened each box briefly before closing them again and turned to Wei Lingxi. Do you wish to know what gifts lie within? Wei Lingxi nodded. Yes. A playful smile graced Shiao Heng's lips as he pointed to his cheek. Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you. Wei Lingxi gazed at his handsome face for a moment before leaning in, planting a gentle kiss akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Shiao Heng's fingertips brushed her cheek where she had kissed him, and he laughed softly. "May I know now?" she inquired. Shiao Heng chuckled. "The gifts are a secret for now. You may see them when we arrive at the Wei residence." Wei Lingxi blinked in realization, suddenly understanding that she had been playfully teased by this man. Her delicate brow furrowed, and biting her lower lip, she shot him a reproachful glare, turning her head away. Seeing her puffed cheeks filled with indignation, Shiao Heng's previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. As the carriage approached the Wei residence, Wei Shanhe had already come out with his family to welcome them. Shiao Heng dismounted and extended his hand to assist Wei Lingxi. She was reluctant to engage with him, finding his playful nature rather vexing. After a moment's thought, she decided it would be inappropriate to disregard Shiao Heng and Appo's gesture in front of her parents and brothers. Gently, she placed her hand in his. Wei Shanhe beamed at the sight and stepped forward to bow in greeting. "General." Shiao Heng swiftly halted him. "Father-in-law, that is unnecessary. Today, as your son-in-law returns with his wife, it is I who should pay my respects." As he spoke, he gestured for Lin Bai to bring forth the prepared gifts for the visit. "You are too polite, General," Wei Shanhe replied, surprised and pleased that Shiao Heng had chosen to accompany his daughter on this visit. It was a source of pride for a husband to accompany his wife home. "Dad, why do you still call him General?" Wei Lingxi approached with a gentle smile. "Husband has already addressed you as father-in-law. Calling him General feels too distant." "Aheng." Shiao Heng interjected. "Father-in-law may call me Aheng." Seeing the wisdom in his daughter's words, Wei Shanhe acquiesced. Shiao Heng, having greeted his father-in-law, naturally also needed to pay his respects to his mother-in-law. Madame Wei's affection for her son-in-law grew with each glance. Aheng is truly a talented young man with a promising future. Noticing her mother and Appo's unwavering gaze on Shiao Heng and Appo's face, Wei Lingxi sighed in exasperation and took her mother's hand. "Mother, could you perhaps tone it down a bit?" Madame Wei chuckled. "To have married such a handsome husband. You are indeed fortunate. He is infinitely superior to that scoundrel Xiao Zihuan." Wei Lulang sighed softly at this remark, feeling that his mother was beyond redemption. "Kulme, let us head inside," Wei Shanhe urged, guiding Shiao Heng into the house. In the flower hall, they briefly introduced themselves to the family before Shiao Heng presented the gifts he had prepared. Wei Shanhe opened the brocade box and was astonished to find a set of military strategy texts. "My dear son-in-law, I have sought this military treatise for ages without success. Upon learning that my father-in-law has a fondness for military strategy, I specifically had someone procure it," Shiao Heng replied. "As a military officer yourself, it is beneficial to study such texts." "Indeed," Wei Shanhe exclaimed, clutching the books with delight. "When I return to the battlefield one day, I shall surely achieve great deeds." Of course, Shiao Heng smiled, pleased to see the two engaged in their conversation. Madame Wei, feeling gratified by their rapport, discreetly led her daughter to her private quarters to discuss a few intimate matters. After all, as her daughter was now married, she was uncertain about the circumstances at the in-laws and Appo's home. "Xiao Qi," Madame Wei gently stroked her daughter and Appo's delicate fingers. "How does Shiao Heng treat you?" Wei Lingxi pondered the past few days and nodded slightly. "He treats me well." "Really?" "Yes," Wei Lingxi affirmed. "You saw for yourself. He accompanied me home and thoughtfully chose gifts." Madame Wei smiled knowingly. "Silly girl, that is not what I meant. I was referring to other matters." Wei Lingxi blushed, taken aback by her mother's inquiry. "Mother, why do you ask about such things? Why not speak with your mother about it?" Throughout history, for a couple to thrive, harmony is essential. Has the general been gentle with you? Have you faced any hardships? Wei Lingxi felt her cheeks heat at her mother's questions, as such topics had never been broached with her in her previous life. "He understands how to cherish his wife," Wei Lingxi replied. "That is good to hear," Madame Wei noted, sensing that Shiao Heng indeed treated her daughter kindly. "Take good care of yourself, and strive to give birth to a son or daughter soon. He will cherish you even more." Wei Lingxi and Appo's face burned with embarrassment. "Mother, I understand. It is rather warm in here. I shall take a stroll in the garden." Knowing her daughter was flustered, Madame Wei did not impede her. "Go on then. Wei Lingxi, accompanied by Yin Rui, wandered into the garden, while Jin Rui was summoned by Madame Wei for a conversation. Jin Rui, how does the general treat the young lady? Jin Rui replied brightly. The general treats the young lady very well. Has the young lady faced any grievances at the Shiao residence? None. The young lady is clever, and with the general's support, she has not suffered. Does the general know how to cherish the young lady? Being 16, Jin Rui had gained some understanding of such matters and comprehended the essence of Madame Wei and Appo's questions. Thus, she candidly replied, on their wedding night, it seems the young lady did face some difficulties. She fainted. However, the general called for a physician for her. Madame Wei and Appo's heart ached, but she understood that such trials were common for newlyweds. And how many times did the general call for water throughout the night? Once, Jin Rui answered honestly. Madame Wei nodded. He must be concerned for Xiao Qi. However, her smile soon faded. Chapter 20. The young lady and Appo's happiness relies on you in recent days, she inquired again. Has the young lady adapted? Jin Rui shook her head and replied, the general has been residing in the study these days and has not entered the bedroom even once. Lady Wei was taken aback. Really? Is there a conflict between them? I have not observed any discord between the young lady and the general, Jin Rui continued. The general is usually busy and only comes for dinner these days, exchanging a few words with the young lady before returning to the study. Lady Wang felt a sense of foreboding. This was unacceptable. Newlyweds should not sleep apart. How long would it take for them to conceive? The general was not young anymore and had no children. If Xiaoqi failed to conceive soon, the old lady of the Xiao family would undoubtedly arrange for the general to take a concubine. Xiaoqi, who had been cherished by her family since childhood, would find it unbearable to accept her husband taking a concubine. Lady Wei was relieved that her husband had not taken a concubine, as she was his only wife. Many men who took concubines showed favoritism towards them, often neglecting their wives. She worried for her daughter and Appo's well-being. With her daughter and Appo's future in mind, Lady Wei sent Jin Rui away and secretly summoned Mr. Wang to prescribe some medicine. Mr. Wang, originally from Jiangnan, had moved to the capital due to unforeseen family circumstances, where he faced legal troubles and was about to struggle. It was Lady Wei who helped him through his difficulties. Since then, whenever Lady Wei sought him, he granted her requests without fail. Sneaking into the Wei residence through the back door, Mr. Wang learned that Lady Wei wanted a prescription for a tonic. After understanding the situation, he cheerfully agreed. Upon leaving the Wei residence, he hurried back to his apothecary to write the prescription and grind the medicine into powder. He instructed his assistant to deliver it to Lady Wei and left a note cautioning. This medicine acts swiftly and powerfully. Do not use it excessively, lest the one who suffers will be the young lady. After reading the note, Lady Wei burned it and secretly handed the package of powdered medicine to Jin Rui, saying, remember to add a little to the general's bowl from time to time. Your young lady's future happiness depends on you. Jin Rui felt immense pressure but could only muster her courage to agree for the sake of the young lady and Appo's happiness. After lunch, Wei Lingxi was supposed to return with Shiao Heng. However, she felt reluctant to leave so soon after arriving. Uncertain of when she would return, she knew that despite the short distance between the Wei and Shiao residences, she could not come and go freely without the mistress and Appo's consent. Thus, she discreetly asked Shiao Heng, may I stay a little longer? Seeing her charmingly forlorn expression, Shiao Heng acquiesced. I will come to fetch you before dinner. Elated by his agreement, Wei Lingxi thanked him. Shiao Heng, having other matters to attend to in the afternoon, departed first for the Yin Pavilion. The gathering this time was even larger than the last. Among the familiar faces was Qi Teng, who, upon his arrival, was greeted by everyone with congratulations. The jovial Lang Yuqing, who had not been eavesdropping on the wedding night, smiled and asked Shiao Heng, Brother Xiao, did the gift I sent prove useful? Shiao Heng shot him a glance. Not at all. Why not? My gift cost a fortune to procure. Someone even tried to buy it from me, but I couldn't bear to sell it, saving it for you. Lang Yuqing responded with a grin. My wife is frail. She cannot endure such reckless antics. Shiao Heng replied coolly. Ha ha ha. I heard you accompanied your sister-in-law to serve tea today. You personally accompanied her back and even prepared gifts. My wife is still young. I must take extra care of her. Oh dear, I have followed the general for many years and have never seen him so attentive to any woman. Indeed, who would have thought he had such a taste? It's like an old cow eating tender grass. They jested among themselves while Shiao Heng remained detached, waiting for the conversation to shift. Once their banter subsided, Shiao Heng finally spoke. What are your thoughts on today's events in the court? Today, Master Song actually advised the emperor that the world is at peace and that there are no battles to be fought, requesting the emperor to reclaim the military tokens. Otherwise, as the general, he cannot remain in the capital for long. As the esteemed general and the cavalry general stationed troops to protect their respective territories, it was unreasonable for him, as the general of Dingyuan, to have tens of thousands of troops surrounding the imperial city. This surely incited anxiety among the populace. In essence, Master Song intended to strip him of his military authority. Should the world truly be at peace, he would willingly relinquish his military tokens. However, the reality was far from it. The northern front was still simmering with conflict, and the southern border with the Dali Kingdom was becoming restless. He needed to balance recuperation with military training, and if he surrendered his military power, he could not predict the consequences. The emperor's health had been declining, and Master Song had grown increasingly audacious in recent years. It was evident that the general's achievements posed a threat to him, which explained his actions, Chi Tung remarked, clenching his fists. Looking around the court, you are the only one who can command troops at will, General. Moreover, you are in your prime with boundless potential. Master Song's ambitions are becoming increasingly apparent. Thus, you have become a thorn in his side, Meng added. What should we do next? Chi Tung inquired. Shiao Heng replied, as long as I do not agree to his proposal, I should not encounter any issues. I will trouble you brothers to keep a close watch for me. Rest assured, General, your matters are our affairs, they assured him. Shiao Heng nodded, raising his cup to finish the remaining wine before standing to leave. I must take my leave first. Why the haste, brother Shiao? Let's dine together. Lang Yuqing called out. Not this time. My wife is waiting for me, Shiao Heng said, leaving the group behind as he departed. Shiao Heng returned to the Shiao residence with Wei Lingxi. Before he could change his clothes, he was approached by someone by the old lady's side, delivering a message. Ninth Master, the old lady wants Ninth Lady to come quickly. What has happened? Shiao Heng asked in a calm voice. It is the eldest lady. Something has occurred. She is currently making a scene before the old lady. Cao Master replied, urging. Ninth Master, please hurry and see. Chapter 21. Such delicacy, the messenger who delivered the message was quite muddled, leaving Wei Lingxi utterly baffled. Why did the madam call for me and Jiue to come when the madam was crying and making a scene before the old lady? Does it have anything to do with us? Madam, I cannot say for certain. You and Jiue must go and see for yourselves, replied Lu Ma, who served merely as a messenger in the old lady and Appo's. As quarters, afraid to speak too much, she conveyed the old lady and Appo's words faithfully. Wei Lingxi glanced at Shiao Heng and asked, My lord, will you accompany me to see what's the matter? Of course, Shiao Heng replied readily. They proceeded directly to the residence of old Lady Jian. Upon reaching the window, they heard the sounds of muffled sobbing from within. The madam was crying. Enough, enough. I already know the circumstances. How many times must I hear it? The old lady said, her fingers fiddling with the Buddhist beads as she sat cross-legged on the soft couch, her eyelids drooping. Seeing her mother-in-law's displeasure, the madam lowered her voice and quietly wept, dabbing her tear-streaked eyes with a handkerchief. Wei Lingxi surmised that the madam must have been complaining about her again, but the specifics eluded her. She recalled the past few days' interactions with the madam, the only connection being the tabby cat that the madam had been nurturing. Suddenly, Shiao Heng halted at the doorway, causing Wei Lingxi, who was lost in thought, to bump into his back, nearly causing her to cry out in pain. Ouch, that hurts, she lamented, covering her nose and casting a resentful look at him. Why did you stop abruptly? Is it painful? Shiao Heng inquired, bending slightly to catch a glimpse of her in the dim light of the corridor. Indeed, her eyes were reddened and tears were brimming. He chuckled softly. You are quite delicate. Delicate? Me? Wei Lingxi bristled at the term. While she acknowledged her frail constitution, she did not consider herself delicate at all. After all, Who could withstand such a sudden collision? Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow, regarding her with an expression that hinted at something more. Unable to decipher the meaning behind his gaze, Wei Lingxi tilted her small face up, blinking innocently at him. What? Did I say something wrong? Shiao Heng's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Little Seven has never tried. How can she know what she cannot endure?" Wei Lingxi was left bewildered, thinking, what nonsense is this? However, her maid, Jean Rouet, understood immediately, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head, too intimidated to speak. Who would have imagined that the notorious living Yama would display such a demeanor in front of his own lady? Noticing Wei Lingxi's lack of response, Shiao Heng chose not to enlighten her, relishing her confused expression as he gently held her hand. "No need to be anxious. I am here." Wei Lingxi comprehended his intention. He was reassuring her to alleviate her worries. Nodding in understanding, she thought of how the Wei family would depend on this man in the future and promptly offered him her sweetest smile. "Is it the ninth master outside?" Old Lady Jiang, hearing the commotion at the door, paused her actions and slowly opened her eyes. "Come in. We have been waiting for the two of you." Before entering, Wei Lingxi called out to Jean Rouet and whispered a few words to her. Once Jean Rouet hurried away, she followed closely behind Shiao Heng into the room. They greeted the old lady, and, as Wei Lingxi extended her greetings to the madam, the latter huffed dismissively and turned her face away, offering no warmth. "What does my sister-in-law mean by this?" Shiao Heng asked, frowning slightly. "Have I offended you, in Little Seven?" "It has nothing to do with ninth brother," the madam replied curtly. "Then it must concern Little Seven," Shiao Heng pressed on. "Enough, enough, you two sit," Old Lady Jiang interjected, glancing at the madam. "You've been crying for ages. Now that they are here, you should tell them what happened." Before the madam could speak, tears streamed down her face. "My tabby cat has died." "The tabby cat?" Wei Lingxi and Amp, Oppo's eyes flickered as she pieced the situation together. "Are you referring to the cat that ran into Fengya Hall yesterday?" "Yes, that one." The madam glared at Wei Lingxi, her face flushed with anger. "That cat was dear to my heart, treated like a treasure. But ever since it ventured into your Fengya Hall, it returned and passed away shortly thereafter. Who in this household doesn't and Amp? Amp, Oppos, know that the tabby cat is mine. How could you treat my cat so cruelly?" "Wait a moment," Wei Lingxi interjected. "Sister-in-law, do not wrongfully accuse me. I have only been in the mansion for a few days, and I was unaware that this tabby cat belonged to you. Besides, I never touched that cat. You claim you didn't and Oppos. Touch it?" The cat was kicked. Before the madam could finish, Wei Lingxi retorted, "Oh, that was Juyu and Oppos. That's doing not mine." She promptly shifted the blame onto Shiao Heng, yet it was the truth. "Indeed, it was I," Shiao Heng admitted. Seeing Shiao Heng defend Wei Lingxi, the madam suppressed her discomfort and spoke. "I have never heard that the ninth master dislikes cats. Rather, I've been told that ninth sister-in-law dislikes them." Wei Lingxi shook her head to correct her. "I do not dislike cats. I am merely afraid of them. I was bitten by a cat in my childhood, which instilled a fear in me. I never approached cats and would never touch them. The maids in Fengya Hall can attest to this. Sister-in-law, please do not wrongfully accuse me. Surely ninth brother would not kick a cat for no reason?" "Exactly. That cat scratched me." The madam failed to perceive the underlying context in Wei Lingxi and Oppo's words and immediately inquired, "Scratched whom?" "Scratched Juyue," Wei Lingxi responded, glancing at Shiao Heng and giving him a wink. Shiao Heng confirmed, "Yes, it attempted to scratch me, and I kicked it away." The logic was crystal clear. This matter had nothing to do with Wei Lingxi and everything to do with Shiao Heng. The cat sought to scratch Shiao Heng, and he simply reacted. This. The madam was momentarily speechless, perplexed that the outcome of her rehearsals with Xuan Ma differed so greatly from the current situation. "Eldest sister-in-law, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Old Lady Jiang inquired. "Old lady, you know that the ninth master is a martial artist. Sometimes his reflexes are quicker than his thoughts. He did not intend to kick the cat. However, the cat has indeed passed away. We cannot let sister-in-law be upset. Perhaps we should help her find another tabby cat," Wei Lingxi suggested, appearing composed and rational, simultaneously defending her husband and showcasing her generosity, which made the madam seem rather petty in contrast. One cat has died. What is the big deal? We are all family. There is no need for such formality. Eldest sister-in-law, do you not agree? Old Lady Jiang evidently sided with Wei Lingxi. The madam clenched her handkerchief tightly, utterly perplexed by the influence this young girl had over the old lady. Were it merely a cat, the madam would not have escalated the issue. However, the cat had placed her in a predicament. If not handled properly, it could lead to offending more than just one or two individuals. Chapter 22, A Large Black Pot. The cat in question was a gift from Madame Song to Xiao Zishuan when she learned of her fondness for felines. There were two tabby cats, both born of the same mother and bearing nearly identical patterns. Madame Song gifted one to her and sent the other to the palace for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager took a great liking to the tabby, but, to her dismay, this creature proved to be wild and untamable, and after a while, it went missing, leaving her unable to eat or drink. Upon learning of this, Song Taifu returned to inform Madame Song, who immediately dispatched someone to inquire whether the cat still lived. The cat was indeed on the brink of death, yet she could not bring herself to admit it. Instead, she relayed that the tabby was alive and frolicking energetically. Unexpectedly, Madame Song conveyed this to a palace maid, who then assured the Empress Dowager that the lost tabby had been found and arrangements were made for its return. However, by that time, her cat had already perished. How could she explain this to the Empress Dowager? How could she justify it to Madame Song? Initially, she had intended to shift the blame onto Wei Lingxi, without disclosing the full circumstances to the elder matron. Yet now, Wei Lingxi effortlessly distanced herself from the situation, leaving her in a dire predicament. Madam, it is not merely about the cat. It is about fulfilling the Empress Dowager's wishes. In her desperation, the elder matron could only speak the truth. Upon hearing the situation, Elder Jiang was nearly overwhelmed with anger, almost fainting. Why did you not speak up sooner? I was merely trying to prevent you from worrying, Mother, the elder matron replied, tears welling in her eyes. I'm far more anxious. In her frustration, the elder matron turned to Shiao Heng and said, Ninth brother, what do you propose we do? After all, this cat met its demise at your feet. Wei Lingxi understood the elder matron's implication. They were expecting Shiao Heng to take the fall. In her previous life, while she had not known Shiao Heng intimately, she was aware that his rise to power had been fraught with peril and suffering beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Now married to him, she shared in his fortunes and misfortunes, and could not allow him to bear the burden for another. Elder sister, the situation is not as simple as you suggest. Your deceit led to Madame Song informing the palace maid, who subsequently came to retrieve the cat. Moreover, on that day, Ninth Master barely exerted any force. Whether the cat died by his foot is still in question. Perhaps we should have the cat brought here for examination? Wei Lingxi replied with a smile. In any case, she would not allow this heavy burden to be cast upon her. The elder matron realized she could not sway Wei Lingxi and was too agitated to feel anger. Her heart ablaze with anxiety. What shall we do? Mother, what do you suggest? Though she was the Empress Dowager's cousin, the Empress Dowager held a position of immense authority. If she were pleased, she might summon her for a chat. If displeased, she would need to tread carefully and monitor the Empress Dowager's mood. Elder Jiang was acutely aware of her limited influence before the Empress Dowager, yet she could not ignore the chaos wrought by her daughter-in-law. You've put me in a difficult position, Elder Jiang said, closing her eyes in contemplation before reopening them. Eldest daughter-in-law, you must plead with your ninth brother to see if he is willing to shoulder this matter. The elder matron immediately grasped her mother-in-law's meaning, setting aside her pride as she approached Shiao Heng with a smile. Ninth brother, you are a favored figure in the emperor's court, not to mention a mere cat. Even if a person were to be killed, the emperor might not take offense. You are the pillar of our Shiao family, while I am but a woman of the inner chambers. Please, ninth brother, assist your sister-in-law. Shiao Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly deep in thought, remaining silent. Wei Lingxi felt a surge of discontent. Why should others bear the consequences of someone else's troubles? Elder sister, that is not the correct approach. Wei Lingxi interjected with a smile. The issue at hand is not how to shift the blame, but how to resolve the problem, is it not? Her forthrightness left the elder matron flustered. Ignoring her distress, Wei Lingxi continued. If we place all the blame on Ninth Master, it would be even more inappropriate. It might lead others to perceive him as arrogant, believing himself to be of great merit, disregarding the Empress Dowager entirely, and even daring to harm her cherished pet. What would the Empress Dowager think? What would the Emperor think? How would the high-ranking officials view it? Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng turned his gaze towards Wei Lingxi, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The elder matron, realizing Wei Lingxi was unwilling to assist, felt a wave of anger rise within her. Lowering her head, she expressed her grievances to Elder Jiang. Mother, what should we do? If Song Taifu becomes enraged over this matter, what will become of Zixuan and Appo's marriage? If the palace maid reveals the truth to the Empress Dowager, will not Madame Song be guilty of deceiving the emperor and face repercussions? She placed Elder Jiang in a precarious position, torn between a promising illegitimate son and her own flesh and blood, her daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Elder Jiang found herself in a quandary, her frustration simmering. How could her son have chosen such a troublesome daughter-in-law? Though angered, she knew she must intervene. However, finding the right words to approach Shiao Heng proved to be a challenge. Just as Elder Jiang was mulling over this predicament, Jean Rue quietly entered, whispering a few words into Wei Lingxi and Appo's ear. At her words, Wei Lingxi's brow furrowed lightly, but as a thought crossed her mind, her expression relaxed, and she spoke a few words to Jean Rue, sending her off with a gentle smile. Elder matron, elder sister, you need not be troubled. I have a splendid idea that might alleviate our immediate crisis. Upon hearing that there was a solution, the elder matron eagerly asked, what is this good idea? Please, do share with us. Wei Lingxi smiled sweetly. That depends on whether elder sister is willing to part with something. Chapter 23, a suggestion at this moment. The matron was unconcerned about what could be gained or lost. Addressing the pressing crisis was of utmost importance. Gaining or relinquishing. Very well. Since elder sister is willing to part with something, I shall speak plainly. Even if elder sister's tabby cat were still alive and delivered to the Empress Dowager's palace, it would be difficult to conceal, as it has been raised by elder sister and is not particularly close to Her Majesty. Furthermore, given its wild nature, it could easily cause injury if mishandled. It would be better for elder sister to offer the Empress Dowager something else to win her favor, suggested Wei Lingxi. The matron, hopeful that Wei Lingxi would propose a viable solution, was taken aback by such a suggestion. Is this truly your idea? She snapped, grinding her teeth in frustration. What difference does that make? How am I to know what to present to the Empress Dowager? What shall I say when the palace maid arrives? Do not fret. Allow me to finish, Wei Lingxi replied calmly. There is a lark raised by the Yang family in the eastern part of the city, its plumage a splendid azure. It is quite loquacious, with a sweet tongue that could charm anyone. The Empress Dowager, having long resided in the depths of the palace, would surely find joy in such a companion. As for the palace maid, she can be easily appeased with exquisite embroidery from Jiangnan, which will persuade her to keep this matter under wraps. The matron grew increasingly skeptical of this absurd notion and felt a surge of anger. Ninth sister-in-law, this is not the time for jest. I am not jesting, Wei Lingxi replied earnestly, locking her gaze onto the matron. This matter concerns the Shiao family. I would never make light of their future. Do not underestimate the difficulty of acquiring the lark from the Yang family. Moreover, I have heard that the palace maid is quite discerning when it comes to embroidery. Only the finest will catch her eye. To my knowledge, Lin's embroidery studio has a silk piece of remarkable intricacy, yet remains unsold due to its exorbitant price. Perhaps elder sister could consider procuring it. Old Madame Jiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, Ninth daughter-in-law, how do you come by such knowledge? Wei Lingxi smiled sweetly and replied, before my marriage, I learned of these matters from a few close friends. Still hesitant, the matron was reminded by Wei Lingxi, elder sister, time is of the essence. If you hesitate any longer, we may miss the opportunity. What if the Empress Dowager is dissatisfied? The matron and Appo's concern lingered. Wei Lingxi, exuding confidence, reassured her. She will surely be pleased. If the Empress Dowager finds fault, I shall take full responsibility for elder sister. Xiao Heng, taken aback by her sudden willingness to shoulder such a burden, rested his chin on his hand, pondering the motives of the young girl. Little Seven, he cautioned, fearing her impulsive youth might lead her into trouble. The matron, anxious that Wei Lingxi might retract her suggestion, slammed her hand on the table. It is settled. Shuema, instruct Lu to take the silver and promptly visit the Yang family in Linz. I must have those items. Shuema immediately complied and prepared to leave. Wei Lingxi cheerfully stopped her. Shuema, wait. The items from the Yang family in Lin and Appos are not so easily acquired. It would be wise to bring ample silver, lest the trip be in vain. Prompted by her reminder, Shuema quickly turned back to the matron. Madam, if the items prove too costly, shall we still proceed with the purchase? Foolishness, the matron scolded, pointing a finger at her. You must bring them back at all costs. If this matter is mishandled, prepare to return to your hometown. With the matron and Appos' words, Shuema readily agreed. Yes, madam. Rest assured, I will ensure Lu brings back the items. Seeing the plan taking shape, Wei Lingxi smiled and rose. Old madam, elder sister, may I take my leave now? Why the haste? The matron shot her a glance. We must await a conclusion to this matter. Must we linger until the palace sends word? Shall I accompany elder sister day after day? Wei Lingxi teased, a grin on her face. Elder sister, you are quite unreasonable. Little Seven and I have just returned from our visit. She is exhausted. Now that we have a plan, I believe it unnecessary for us to remain here. Do you not agree, mother? Xiao Heng interjected as he stood. Old Madame Jiang, recognizing he was ready to depart, nodded in acquiescence. Return home and rest well. Thank you, mother. Before leaving, Wei Lingxi smiled at the old matron. My mother mentioned that my uncle has sent some fine silk from Jiangnan. When it arrives, we will ensure 2 rolls are sent to you for clothing. The silk from Jiangnan is renowned far and wide. Who does not know of it? Upon hearing of the silk, old Madame Jiang and Appos' face brightened. Your mother is truly too kind. When I see her next, please convey my gratitude. The matron, observing Wei Lingxi and Appos' sycophantic demeanor, felt a wave of irritation and turned her face away, choosing not to engage. On the way back from the old matron's residence, Fifth Master Xiao and sent a servant to summon Xiao Heng, stating there was a matter to discuss. Xiao Heng glanced at the path home and replied to the servant, I shall come shortly. Once the servant departed, Xiao Heng offered to escort Wei Lingxi back to Fengyao Hall. Concerned about encountering Xiao Zihuan again in the garden, she accepted his offer. Upon returning to Fengyao Hall, Wei Lingxi immediately shed her formal demeanor, instructing Jin Rue and Yin Rue to dismiss everyone else, leaving only the 2 of them to attend to her. The summer heat lingered well into the night, and once in her room, Wei Lingxi felt more at ease. She summoned warm water for a bath and donned a pale, lotus-colored bodice, reclining on the bed in her undergarments. She retrieved a volume of stories from her belongings and began to read. Jin Rue fanned her from the side, unable to suppress her curiosity about the young lady's thoughts. Noticing Wei Lingxi's engrossed demeanor, she hesitated to speak. Despite bathing, Wei Lingxi still felt warm. Bring me a pot of cool tea, she called out. Miss, the 9th master has instructed that you should not drink cool tea, Jin Rue reminded her. Wei Lingxi lazily lifted her eyelids. Are you my maid or the 9th master and Appos'? Do you follow his orders in everything? Go fetch it for me. The madam also mentioned that cool beverages are harmful and may hinder future pregnancies, Jin Rue gently advised. Wei Lingxi shot her a discontented glare. You are no better than Yin Rue. She never fusses over me like this. You are not my maid. You are more like my nanny. Seeing her temper rise, Jin Rue couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to console her, she suddenly recalled the medicine powder given by the matron. If she could seize the opportunity to give it to the young lady, or perhaps even to the 9th master, would end Appos' tea tonight and Appos' auspicious event come to fruition? Chapter 24, A Lesson for Her. Jin Rue, what are you thinking? Wei Lingxi called out her name twice, but Jin Rue remained unresponsive. She then pinched Jin Rue's waist to bring her back to reality. Jin Rue, coming to her senses, smiled and said, You can have the herbal tea, but you must answer me a question first. Wei Lingxi lazily tossed the book on the pillow beside her and replied, "Are you bargaining with me again? Just ask. Miss, the 1,000-year-old ginseng and silk are precious items. Even Madame is reluctant to use them. Why did you so readily give them to the old lady?" Jean Rouet felt a pang of regret when recalling the items Miss had given away. Wei Lingxi smiled gently. These items were not given away without reason. They will serve their purpose in due time. Rest assured, anything I give away will not be in vain. Jean Rouet sighed in relief. That end amp, oppose. That's good. Do you have any more questions? Yes, today you dug a pit for the madam. Yet you are so certain that Her Majesty the Empress Dowager will like the minus? And that the old matron will appreciate Sioux embroidery? Jean Rouet felt a flutter of anxiety about this matter. She had noticed a flicker of concern in the ninth master's eyes, though it faded quickly. Wei Lingxi nodded. Rest assured, you need not worry about this matter. Just wait for good news tomorrow. With her miss so confident, Jean Rouet decided not to fret unnecessarily. Then I shall go prepare the herbal tea for you. Jean Rouet had a tendency to chatter. Wei Lingxi turned over and resumed reading her book. Jean Rouet entered with an ice basin, placing it beside Wei Lingxi and amp. Amp, oppose, esped. The melting ice brought a refreshing chill, and she used a fan to direct the cool air towards Wei Lingxi, asking, Miss, do you feel better now? Much more comfortable. Where did this ice come from? Wei Lingxi inquired. The ice in this residence is distributed according to a quota. Each courtyard has a set amount each month. Since you are so sensitive to heat, we've been using ice day and night, and the allocated supply was quickly depleted. This was brought by Lin Bai on the ninth master's orders, Jean Rouet explained. Wei Lingxi paused, a hint of surprise crossing her face. He is quite considerate. With the ice basin, Wei Lingxi felt significantly cooler and soon dozed off while gazing at her painting book. Noticing her slumber, Jean Rouet gently lowered the red gauze curtain and quietly exited the inner chamber. Just then, Jean Rouet entered with a pot of herbal tea. This herbal tea is no longer needed. The miss has just fallen asleep, Jean Rouet whispered. Seeing Jean Rouet and amp, Oppo's disappointed expression, Jean Rouet was puzzled. What is the matter? You seem quite let down that the miss won and amp, Oppo's tea drink the tea. Didn't and amp, Oppo's tea the ninth master specifically instruct against giving her herbal tea? It and amp, Oppo's. That's not good for her health. ISN and Oppo's. Tea it because the miss got angry with me just now? I had no choice, Jean Rouet replied evasively. Jean Rouet eyed the pot of tea, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Since the miss is asleep, it would be a waste to pour it out. Why not let me have a cup? Absolutely not. Jean Rouet quickly stepped back, avoiding her. Why not? The miss is usually not this stingy, Jean Rouet remarked, noticing a strange expression on Jean Rouet's face, her suspicion growing. Jean Rouet, your complexion seems off. Have you done something wrong? What nonsense are you talking about? What could I possibly do wrong? This tea is for the miss, but it will be delivered to the ninth master later. It's quite difficult for him to sleep alone in this heat, Jean Rouet insisted, recalling the task assigned by Madame, which was to ensure the ninth master and the miss shared a room. Otherwise, how would the miss conceive? Jean Rouet, though typically not talkative, was perceptive. Seeing Jean Rouet's eagerness to serve tea to Shiao Heng, she sternly cautioned, Jean Rouet, we are both part of the Wei family. The Mrs. family. Though we are merely handmaidens, we must not harbor inappropriate thoughts. The ninth master belongs to the miss for life. Do not entertain any misguided intentions. Jean Rouet felt comforted by Jean Rouet's words. Jean Rouet, do not worry. We have grown up together with the Mississippi. In life, we are her people. In death, her ghosts. My serving tea to the ninth master is merely a hope for him to visit this room more often. Have you ever seen a newlywed couple who sleep separately the day after their wedding? Perhaps I misjudged you, Jean Rouet conceded, finding Jean Rouet's reasoning sound. She too found it strange how the ninth master and the miss were sleeping in separate quarters after their wedding night, without any visible conflict. That's not important. It's all for the miss, Jean Rouet commented, unbothered. In her heart, both the miss and Jean Rouet were family, and such trivial matters were inconsequential. As the two handmaids chatted softly, they heard footsteps approaching from outside. Shiao Heng entered, catching sight of Jean Rouet holding a pot of tea, and casually asked, "Hot tea or herbal tea?" Jean Rouet lowered her head, replying, "Herbal tea." Jean Rouet added, "She can't go against the Miss S wishes." Shiao Heng understood. It was likely that Wei Lingxi thought he wouldn't tea come, so she secretly sought to drink herbal tea behind his back. He worried that she wouldn't tea withstand the sweltering summer heat, so he had instructed Lin Bai to purchase a large quantity of ice at a high price, which was then stored in their ice house. Little did he know, this girl not only repented, but still insisted on drinking herbal tea. She truly does not take her health seriously, he thought. At this rate, when would he be able to consummate their marriage? "Leave the herbal tea. You may go now," Shiao Heng commanded. Jean Rouet and Jean Rouet exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. Once in the corridor, Jean Rouet pulled Jean Rouet towards the small kitchen. "We need to prepare some hot water. Tonight the ninth master and the miss will likely require it." Jean Rouet giggled, "All right." Shiao Heng had just enjoyed a few drinks at Fifth Brother Shiao and S place. As he walked back to Fengya Hall, he felt drenched in sweat from the heat. Initially intending to wash up and rest in the study, he suddenly recalled the commotion he had heard at Fifth Brother S residence. The old matron from the Empress Dowager in Appo's S palace had indeed come over, leaving with a joyful expression and taking with her the mina that Wei Lingxi had mentioned. The old matron had assured the madam that she would convey news the following day, urging them to wait patiently, and suggested that the Empress Dowager would likely take a liking to the clever mina. Curiosity piqued, Shiao Heng wondered how Wei Lingxi could be so certain. On his way back from Fifth Brother S, passing by Eldest Brother S residence, he overheard his sister-in-law as agitated sobs in the courtyard. If the matter was resolved, why was she still crying? His instincts told him there was more to this than met the eye. Uncertain of the little maid's intentions, Shiao Heng approached to inquire, only to be confronted by Jean Rouet serving herbal tea. Seeing her disregard for his words, he couldn't amp Appo's tea help but feel a surge of irritation. Clearly, it was time to teach this little maid a lesson. He poured himself a cup of herbal tea and found it quite refreshing, then proceeded towards the inner chamber. Chapter 25. You should be punished. The crimson silk curtains had fallen, enveloping the young maiden nestled in sumptuous brocade and silk. Her jade-like back was faintly visible, and around her slender waist, she wore a delicate lotus-hued bodice. Her legs were naturally bent, and her disheveled hair cascaded around her alabaster arms, stirring a tempest of restless desire within. Such exquisite beauty was a sight that Shiao Heng had never encountered in his 25 years. On their wedding night, they revealed themselves to each other. Yet little did he know that the allure of her partially concealed figure was the most intoxicating of all. A wave of heat surged through Shiao Heng's throat as he inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising desire. He stepped forward and lifted the curtain. The beauty within slumbered deeply, her body rising and falling gently with each breath. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, an intoxicating blend of her clothing's perfume and her own natural scent. "Shao Qi." Awaken, he called softly, his voice low and slightly husky. Wei Lingxi, lost in dreams, mistook his voice for an illusion and paid it no heed. Her eyelashes fluttered momentarily before she sank back into slumber. "Awaken," he urged gently, giving her a light push. His heated palm met her cool, smooth skin, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes. She sat up abruptly, her drowsy gaze colliding with Shiao Heng's. "Husband?" Wei Lingxi stammered, momentarily dazed. When clarity returned, she realized the man who usually slept in the study was now beside her. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing here?" Her reflexive retreat stirred a sense of discontent within Shiao Heng. Did she perceive him as a predator lurking in the shadows? After spending these past few days together, he had anticipated her feeling more at ease, yet she remained guarded. "This is my bedroom. Why should I not come?" His voice was tinged with a hint of coldness. Wei Lingxi detected the scent of wine in the air, fearing he had been drinking and sought to consummate their union. Yet on their wedding night, he had clearly stated that her frail constitution required time to recuperate. Had merely 3 days elapsed? Did men's words hold no weight? "You said I should rest," she whispered, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Whether it was the wine coursing through her veins or the mere presence of a man, Her body felt a surge of warmth that seemed to beckon him. Yet, her words left Shiao Heng feeling somewhat disheartened. He restrained the tumult within and asked, "Are you unwilling?" On their wedding night, she had trembled, her eyes shut tight, though he wondered what she truly feared. Was it him taking her? At that moment, Wei Lingxi felt neither willing nor unwilling. After all, in her previous life, their intimacy had been overwhelming, a burden she feared she could not bear. Furthermore, their past lacked emotional foundation. While he had never mistreated her, there was little to suggest she would willingly submit. Yet, in this life she was now his legitimate wife, entwined with his fate and that of the Wei family, reliant on his protection. Thus, as his wife, she bore the obligation to quench his desires and bear his offspring. "I'm not unwilling," Wei Lingxi finally spoke softly. Shiao Heng observed her, a cold snort escaping his lips. Though she claimed to be willing, her body betrayed her resistance. "I shall not force you," he reassured her internally, despite his growing irritation. She was his, a woman he intended to marry, and he would not coerce her. Moreover, her delicate form stirred a protective instinct within him. Every time he saw her fragile waist, he hesitated. Hearing his words, Wei Lingxi visibly relaxed, her tension dissipating. "If that is the case, why have you come to disturb my rest? I was sleeping soundly until you woke me." Her brow furrowed slightly. Her lips pursed in a semblance of dissatisfaction. Shiao Heng felt a mix of amusement and frustration. If she was bold, she was cautious around him. If timid, she dared to complain about being awakened from her slumber. Such behavior was hardly that of a virtuous wife. "If I had not come, how would I know you were secretly drinking herbal tea behind my back?" His voice carried a hint of irritation, his feelings akin to being trapped in a furnace. "Herbal Wei Lingxi and Appo's expression shifted noticeably. He recalled her previous transgression. Was he to hold her accountable now? The military physician had advised him of her frail health, urging her to rest, and her disobedience in sneaking herbal tea would surely impede his plans. As she prepared to apologize, Wei Lingxi remembered she had not consumed the tea at all, having fallen asleep while waiting for Jean Rouet to arrive. "I did not drink the herbal tea," she declared immediately. Lying, Shiao Heng and Appo's expression grew stern. "Xiao Qi, do not deceive me. I am not lying. If you do not believe me, ask Jean Rouet. Regardless of whether you drank it or not, how can you assure me? You promised not to drink herbal tea, yet you secretly sought it out behind my back. Had I not discovered this, would there have been more instances to come? Honesty is paramount, Xiao Qi." Wei Lingxi felt wronged. If she had indeed consumed the tea, she would have admitted it. Yet being falsely accused, she insisted, "I did not lie. I did not drink it. I requested the tea, but I did not receive it." "Did not receive it?" Shiao Heng chuckled, realizing she had not consumed it, but had merely failed to obtain it. "Xiao Qi, you failed to uphold your promise. You must be punished." "Punished? Why must I be punished? I clearly did not drink." Wei Lingxi gazed at Shiao Heng and Appo's increasingly serious demeanor, sensing trouble brewing. Still arguing, he warned. In the military, his word was law. No one dared to disregard his commands. Those who defied orders faced dire consequences. Wei Lingxi's defiance and her stubbornness would not go unaddressed. If he did not teach her a lesson now, how could he trust she would not act against him in the future? Their intimacy was secondary. He was concerned for her well-being. With a swift motion, Shiao Heng lifted her from the bed, his iron-like arms encircling her delicate waist as he flipped her over. Wei Lingxi gasped. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 26. Embarrassment, shame, and humiliation. Shiao Heng remained silent, one hand pressing firmly against her writhing waist, while the other hand, raised high, descended upon her soft rear. A sudden pang of pain surged through Wei Lingxi, leaving her momentarily stunned. When she realized that Shiao Heng had indeed struck her, her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. You actually hit me. Let go of me, let go." She squirmed restlessly, her skin brushing against his, igniting a spark within him. What was wrong with him tonight? "Don't move." The tumult of blood surged within him, awakening a dormant desire that threatened to overwhelm his self-control. He inhaled deeply. "Don't move, Xiao Qi, just stay still." Wei Lingxi's face burned with shame. She was already of marriageable age and had been struck by her husband. If word of this got out, How could she ever face anyone again? And he had the audacity to tell her not to move. What was she supposed to do? Stay still and await another strike? The more he tightened his grip around her waist, the more she twisted and turned. Her slender waist, though delicate, was quite agile, provoking a heat within him that he could scarcely contain. With a loud slap, another strike landed, far more forceful than the last. Wei Lingxi, being of such fragile constitution, had never experienced such punishment. Moreover, Shiao Heng, being a martial artist, possessed considerable strength. He thought he had controlled his force, yet the impact brought tears to her eyes, and she began to sob softly. As her cries filled the air, he realized he had been too harsh. "Why are you crying? Does it hurt?" His inquiry only deepened her sense of grievance, her tear-streaked face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, her eyes misty and filled with an air of vulnerability. This was not merely about pain. It was about embarrassment, humiliation, and disgrace. Ignoring Shiao Heng, she delicately wiped her tears with a handkerchief, her head bowed slightly, revealing a long, pale neck that left onlookers parched and breathless. "I merely wish to teach you a small lesson, to make you more mindful. Your body is your own. Why not cherish it?" Shiao Heng spoke softly, suppressing the fiery turmoil within him. But Wei Lingxi was incensed, glaring at him as she shouted, "Shiao Heng, I am your wife, not your subordinate. Do not bring your military discipline into our home." Hearing his name spoken with such fervor sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. "Say it again," he commanded. "Shiao Heng, Shiao Heng, Shiao Heng." She repeated, her voice a blend of defiance and indignation. What was there to fear? Would he truly cast her aside for uttering his name? Her voice, both enchanting and spirited, tinged with a hint of grievance, reached his ears like a melodious serenade. An image flickered in his mind of her beneath him, singing sweetly. "Say it again." Shiao Heng grasped her hand, his gaze burning with intensity. Startled by the heat emanating from his palm, Wei Lingxi sensed impending trouble and promptly fell silent, her cheeks stained with tears. Shiao Heng turned his head, his arm encircling her waist, drawing her into his embrace, his hand cradling the back of her head, forcing her lips apart to claim a deep kiss. After a lengthy moment, she found it hard to breathe, pushing against his iron-like chest, tears streaming unabated. The moisture from her tears mingled with his lips as he opened his eyes to find her face utterly disheveled with sorrow. She was merely a young girl, raised with tenderness, and had never endured such distress. He had only struck her twice and kissed her, yet it had left her so despondent. Shiao Heng shuddered to think what would happen if he were to force himself upon her tonight. Would it leave a lasting scar in her heart? The woman he wished to marry was one with whom he could share a deep emotional bond, someone to cherish for a lifetime, rather than one who would succumb to mere physical desire without regard for her feelings. Moreover, she was not the type to be easily manipulated. He knew this from the day she defiantly tore up their marriage contract in front of everyone. She was indeed the woman he desired. He understood that she was the kind of woman who would throw herself into love with abandon. Yet if love faded, she would turn away without a second glance. "Stop crying," he murmured, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks. "Rest now. I shall visit you again tomorrow." With that, Shiao Heng, still ignited by passion, left the room, only to find Jin Rue and Yin Rue, two anxious maids, waiting beneath the eaves. Jin Rue, in particular, was tense, having heard the commotion followed by Wei Lingxi's escalating cries. She feared that perhaps the medicine had been too potent, causing the ninth master to be overly harsh, and that her mistress had suffered as a result. When Shiao Heng emerged, Jin Rue quietly inquired, "Ninth master, do you require water?" "Yes. Bring a bathtub for your mistress and another to my study," he instructed before striding away. Once he departed, the maids hurried inside, eager to check on their mistress. "Do not come in," Wei Lingxi cried, her nose red from crying. She did not want them to know she had been struck, nor did she wish for them to witness her embarrassment. "Just bring in the water." Jin Rue, concerned, asked, "Mistress, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" "Just bring the water in. No one is allowed to enter without my permission," Wei Lingxi replied. "Understood, mistress," Jin Rue acquiesced, relieved. Meanwhile, Shiao Heng sat on a soft couch, panting heavily, two crumpled silk handkerchiefs strewn beneath him. He thought the storm had finally calmed, only for that insatiable desire to return. Glancing at his fevered palms, he rose, opened the door, and took down a sword from the wall, heading into the darkened back garden to practice. The iron blade danced in his hands, slicing through the air with vigor until sweat soaked through his garments. It was only when the cool night breeze dispersed the heat within him that he returned to his study, washed, and lay down to rest. The following day, before dawn, Shiao Heng attended court. Wei Lingxi, too, rose early to pay her respects to the matriarch. Jean Rue came to help her with her hair, and in the mirror, Wei Lingxi caught sight of her still, slightly swollen eyes, realizing that the ninth master had likely been remarkably vigorous the previous night, thus causing her distress. A wave of guilt washed over her, but she had heard that such matters were painful at first, yet ultimately led to a transcendent experience. For the sake of her future, she could only temporarily disregard her mistress's feelings. Wei Lingxi remained lost in the emotions of the previous night, oblivious to Jean Rue's expression. After finishing her grooming, she hurried out, heading towards the matriarch and Apos as quarters. As she traversed the corridor and passed the water pavilion, nearing the Anshan chamber where the matriarch resided, she encountered the first madam, who was also on her way to pay her respects. "Good morning, sister-in-law," Wei Lingxi called out cheerfully. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the first madam's eyes were swollen and red, momentarily taken aback before a gentle smile graced her lips. "Are you coming to pay your respects to the matriarch? Let's go together." The first madam observed that Wei Lingxi's eyes were also puffy, suggesting that she too had shed tears the night before. However, she had no idea why. All she knew was that she had endured a night of torment, the memories of which caused her heart to ache as if it had been gouged out, leaving her breathless with sorrow. Chapter 27. The heart-wrenching numbers. She wept for most of the night, and upon rising in the morning, her swollen face was hardly bearable to behold. Not wishing to be ridiculed by her sisters-in-law, she deliberately got up early to pay her respects to the matriarch, only to unexpectedly encounter Wei Lingxi. What a narrow path for enemies to cross. Since they had met, they might as well go together. The matriarch responded coldly, leading Aunt Shui ahead without engaging in much conversation with Wei Lingxi. Wei Lingxi smiled faintly, quickening her pace to follow suit. By the time they arrived, the matriarch had just finished her morning wash and was savoring her tea. Upon noticing the eldest daughter-in-law and the ninth daughter-in-law together, her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the eldest and amp. Apos' tear-streaked eyes resembling a rotten walnut, followed by the reddened corners and slightly swollen eyelids of the ninth. "What has happened? In just one night? Why are both of your eyes so swollen? What transpired last night?" The matriarch leaned forward, her expression inquisitive. Wei Lingxi glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law before responding, "Matriarch, I am fine. I simply became emotional while reading a storybook last night and couldn't help but cry." Upon hearing this, the matriarch chuckled and shook her head. "Those tales are all fabricated nonsense, designed to elicit tears. How could you believe such things?" She then turned to the eldest daughter-in-law and asked, "And you? What is the cause of your tears?" Upon hearing the matriarch and Apos' inquiry, the eldest daughter-in-law struggled to maintain her composure, but the tears that had barely ceased began to well up again. "Matriarch, my heart aches." "Aches? What troubles your heart?" I. The eldest daughter-in-law found it difficult to articulate her feelings, knowing that admitting her woes would invite mockery, yet remaining silent felt equally unbearable. "I'm fine. You certainly do not seem fine." Just then, there was a commotion outside. It was the second daughter-in-law accompanied by her maid, along with the fifth daughter-in-law. "Why did you all come so early today?" The matriarch, noticing that everyone had gathered except for the seventh daughter-in-law, smiled and inquired, "Did you all arrange to come together this morning?" The second daughter-in-law, a striking woman in her 30s, the daughter of a minister, was known for her penchant for gossip, often the first to learn of any happenings within the household. Wei Lingxi, having recently joined the family, was still unfamiliar with their dynamics, but she was well aware of the eldest daughter-in-law's circumstances. "I know that the breakfast here is the most delectable, so I made a point to arrive early today, just to share a meal," the second daughter-in-law said with a grin. "So do I," the fifth daughter-in-law chimed in. "Look at you all, so eager for a feast." The matriarch remarked with a smile. "Very well, Stay for breakfast. None of you shall leave. I shall have the kitchen prepare extra for you all. Thank you, matriarch. The second daughter-in-law replied sweetly, casting a glance at the eldest daughter-in-law before adding, Sister-in-law, what were you crying about last night? I heard from maids that they could hear you sobbing heart-wrenchingly as they passed by your courtyard. With that remark, all eyes turned towards the eldest daughter-in-law. It seemed that the entire Shiao household was now aware of the situation. She could no longer conceal the truth and had no choice but to recount the entire ordeal. Recalling that she had sent Alu to purchase a mina and a piece of Su embroidery, the eldest daughter-in-law was once again engulfed in anguish. The Yang family, who sold the mina, indeed possessed an extraordinary bird, one that mimicked speech perfectly and was quite intelligent, responding to inquiries. However, the price was exorbitantly painful for me. How exorbitant? Inquired the fifth daughter-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law raised her hand. 50 taels? She shook her head. 500 taels, then? She shook her head again. 5,000 taels. What? In an instant, the room was filled with gasps of disbelief. The mere mention of such a figure left them all breathless. Surely you have been deceived. Who would dare swindle you? Oh dear. Not only was the eldest daughter-in-law pained by the sum, but even the matriarch felt it acutely. 5,000 taels was akin to highway robbery. Is Alu incapable of handling such matters? Surely he hasn't pocketed the money? The eldest daughter-in-law shook her head. Not to that extent. An embroidery? The fifth daughter-in-law pressed. 2,000 taels. What? The matriarch was taken aback. Is that embroidery crafted from gold thread? Silk thread? The eldest daughter-in-law replied. Upon hearing that the main house had incurred a loss of 7,000 taels in one night, the second daughter-in-law, Kuden and Amp, oppose, to suppress her glee. Using her fan to obscure half her face, her eyes displayed concern and sympathy, while the corner of her mouth betrayed a smirk. Wei Lingxi observed this scene with clarity. Such a complex expression could only be executed by the second daughter-in-law. After suffering such a significant financial blow overnight, her husband was so enraged that he ignored her. Retreating to the quarters of his concubine, Aunt Sheen, and she had wept for half the night, unable to sleep even as dawn broke. I say, ninth sister-in-law, how could you find such exorbitant sellers for the eldest sister-in-law? The second daughter-in-law, seeking to stir the pot, provoked the relationship between Wei Lingxi and the eldest daughter-in-law. Wei Lingxi, however, appeared indignant. This is hardly my fault. I was merely trying to alleviate the eldest sister-in-law's urgent needs. While the prices from those two families are generally inflated, who could have anticipated their sudden hike? Yesterday, the eldest sister-in-law explicitly told Aunt Shui to spare no expense in acquiring those items. Thus her implication was clear. It was not the fault of others, but rather the eldest daughter-in-law and Amp, Oppo's insistence that had led to the inflated prices. As the conversation continued, news from the palace arrived. The Empress Dowager was quite taken with the mina and wished for them not to worry any further. With that matter resolved, the eldest daughter-in-law exhaled in relief. Sister-in-law, can you now rest easy? Wei Lingxi jested. I do not expect your gratitude, merely that you refrain from clinging to me. At that moment, the eldest daughter-in-law and Oppo's, as tension finally dissipated, yet when she recalled the 7,000 taels she had spent, a wave of resentment washed over her. In the end, I have borne some of the blame for you, sister-in-law. The death of my cat was indeed quite peculiar. It was perfectly fine until ninth brother kicked it. Chapter 28. Absurd rumors. Just as this crisis has been averted, trouble comes knocking again, does it not? Wei Lingxi chuckled lightly. If my elder sister-in-law wishes to pursue this matter further, let us exhume the cat for an autopsy. Fortunately, my second brother has several acquaintances who are coroner, and I can summon them to conduct the examination. If it is indeed related to my ninth master, I shall gladly accept responsibility. However, if it bears no connection to him, I kindly ask you to restore my honor. The matron's expression visibly shifted, revealing her discomfort. There is no need for that. It would only create further discord. On the contrary, I see no harm in it at all. Wei Lingxi had come prepared. On that day, she instructed Jean Rouet to investigate the whereabouts of the cat, which was buried beneath a willow tree by the lake in the back garden. She had specifically sent Jean Rouet to verify, and the report confirmed multiple injuries on the cat, indicating it had been mistreated in its lifetime. Fearing the matron might deny the truth, She had left a contingency plan. Last night, a maid from my room accompanied me for a stroll by the lake, and I noticed that the soil beneath the willow tree appeared freshly disturbed. I was curious if something might be buried there, so I had Jean Rouet fetch a spade to dig. Would you care to guess what we uncovered? What? The second madam caught a whiff of a brewing storm and braced herself for entertainment. Indeed, it was the very dead cat, Wei Lingxi replied, her gaze turning solemn as she addressed the matron, sister-in-law. The cat remains with me. I shall have Jean Rouet retrieve it for all to see. It appears the poor creature suffered greatly, and I wonder what cruel-hearted individual could bring themselves to harm such a defenseless kitten. Her words nearly skirted the line of directly implicating the matron. The matron's face flickered between shades of green and white, her discomfort palpable. I was unaware of this. I must return and investigate to discover which little wretch dared to torment my cat. Once I ascertain the truth, I will surely drive him out. Lady Jiang discerned the underlying implications and suspected the matron herself was responsible for the cat's demise, orchestrating this ruckus to divert attention. With a stern countenance, she looked upon her disappointing daughter-in-law, lamenting her lack of wisdom despite her age. You cannot even manage the maid in your room, leading to such a significant debacle. You must discipline them upon your return, lest they create a far more significant mess in the future. Having received this reprimand and feeling her pride wounded, the matron could only lower her head in acquiescence, murmuring a reluctant yes. And do not forget to thank your ninth sister-in-law for her timely assistance during your moment of peril, Lady Jiang commanded with a fierce countenance. With great reluctance, the matron bowed her head and expressed her gratitude to Wei Lingxi. Thank you, ninth sister-in-law. Wei Lingxi sighed. It is for the sake of the Shiao household. A little grievance is inconsequential. I hope you will remember this favor. With that, Wei Lingxi took her leave under the pretense of an excuse, exiting from the residence of the elder matron. On the way, Jean Rouet was in high spirits, her steps lighter than usual. Miss, the matron wept pitifully last night. Wei Lingxi smiled coldly. She brought this upon herself. Now that Yang Bo had received some silver, he could return to Jiangnan with his daughter to secure property and farmland, allowing them to live a stable life. Our Lady has silver to set aside for the sixth master's future bride, Jean Rouet chimed cheerfully. Indeed, Wei Lingxi replied with a nod. Both Yang Bo and the matron hailed from Jiangnan. Yang Bo's daughter had been abducted by traffickers during her childhood, and for years he had traversed from Jiangnan to the capital in search of her, exhausting his family wealth in the process. Having finally found his daughter, she fell ill and required treatment in the capital. Thus, he took to raising birds to make ends meet. He once caught a talking myna that Wei Lingxi had always fancied, but he had not gifted it to her. In her previous life, the Empress Dowager had encountered Yang Bo while wandering outside the palace, and forcefully claimed the myna for herself. The exquisite embroidery from Yang's family was created by Wei's mother, and given that Wei Shan's salary was meager, supporting such a large family was indeed a challenge. Although Wei's mother's brother had sent her money over the years, she preferred not to rely on his support and secretly embroidered items for sale. One such piece, due to its high-quality materials, attracted interest but was too costly for anyone to purchase. Thus, Wei Lingxi suggested to the matron to buy the embroidery for 2,000 taels, ensuring she would profit at least 1,500 or 1,600 taels in the process. Contemplating this, Wei Lingxi felt a weight lifted from her heart and smiled at Jean Rouet. Let us return to Fenjiazhai. Yes, Mississippi. As Wei Lingxi took a few steps, a gust of wind blew, causing her to sneeze twice involuntarily. Covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, she waited a moment before releasing it. Miss, you haven't caught a chill, have you? Let's hurry back, Jean Rouet urged. Upon returning to Fenjiatong, Zissou, Qingdai, Lian Xiao, and Songji had already tidied the room, waiting for Wei Lingxi to return and serve the meal. Entering, Wei Lingxi washed her hands and called for the dishes to be served. The meal, however, was rather mediocre and did not suit her palate. After a few bites, she found the food overly salty, and after sipping some congee, she felt it was too much to bear and ordered it cleared away. Miss, you have lost quite a bit of weight in just a few days, Jean Rouet remarked, noting her lack of appetite with concern. You hardly ate today. If this continues, How will your body endure? Wei Lingxi's appetite diminished significantly during summer. She preferred cooling teas and fruits, consuming little food. Hence, each summer would leave her considerably thinner. Today, her appetite was particularly poor. Her head felt heavy, and her body weak, rendering her too lethargic to even sit. I did not rest well last night. I shall lie down for a while. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Jean Rouet acknowledged, yes, Mississippi. After the court session, Shiao Heng returned to the Shiao residence to change his attire. News had arrived from the southern regions that the Nandian kingdom was repeatedly encroaching upon the borders of Dezhou, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. The general stationed at the border had perished in battle while defending the territory. The emperor, enraged, dispatched a new general to oversee the southern defenses. In recent years, the state had been in decline, with Dezhou surrounded by formidable foes. Two small foreign nations in the north and south were frequently invading, while two great powers to the east and west kept a watchful eye. The court was rife with undercurrents, and with the emperor and Apos, as health and decline. There were many with ulterior motives. To maintain internal stability, external threats must be addressed. While the emperor could still assert control over the court, he decisively commanded Shiao Heng to gather his strength and expedite military training, stating that in half a year, he would send Shiao Heng to campaign against Nandian. Shiao Heng accepted his orders. The Ministry of War had recently produced a batch of new weapons, delivered to the military camp outside the city for the soldiers to practice with. Shiao Heng intended to spend a few days in the army to assess the recent training outcomes and to assign new tasks. As he returned home to fetch a change of clothes from Fenjiatong, he suddenly recalled the restless night he had endured, plagued by unfulfilled desires. Could it be that fifth brother in Apos, as wine had been tainted? Shiao Heng made his way to the corridor, passing the waterside pavilion, and headed towards fifth brother in Apos, listening wind studio. Fifth brother, Shaoan, held a minor official position in the capital, merely a sinecure. He would fulfill his duties at dawn and then return home to enjoy flowers, sip wine, write, and practice swordplay, living a life of leisure without significant ambition. Upon arrival, Shiao Heng found Xiao in his study, savoring fine wine while listening to his concubine play the guqin. Fifth brother, Xiao was quite astonished to see Shiao Heng visit him during the day. Why has the great general come to see me when he is not attending court? He mused. Fifth brother, you jest, Shiao Heng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon the wine cup before him. Is it customary for you to indulge in drink during daylight? Ah, indeed. A passion of mine, Xiao chuckled. What brings you here? Surely, it cannot be just for my wine. Partly so, Shiao Heng stated plainly, as he always did in Xiao and Apos, as presents without any pretense. Did the wine you shared last night serve any other purpose? Purpose? What do you mean? Xiao was momentarily bewildered by the question. Perhaps, enhancing one and Apos' vigor? Xiao was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Absolutely not. Not in the slightest. Ninth brother, did you not feel particularly spirited after our libations last night? There is a saying that wine can elevate one in Apos' spirits. I imagine you experienced a different kind of delight in the boudoir compared to usual. Not at all, Shiao Heng replied, having received his answer, and he took his leave without further ado. As he watched Shiao Heng's retreating figure, Xiao erupted into laughter once more and remarked to his concubine, my ninth brother, having lived 25 years, has yet to encounter a woman. He is rather inexperienced in such matters. The concubine stifled a giggle. Today, I heard the lady mention that when the ninth lady visited the elder madam this morning, her eyes were swollen. It seems that the ninth master was rather vigorous last night. Xiao paused, reflecting on this, before breaking into another round of boisterous laughter. Is that truly the case? I must inquire with the lady to confirm. This inquiry proved to be of little consequence, as it led to the entire Shiao household learning that the ninth master had indeed left the ninth lady in tears the previous night. The rumor escalated, eventually transforming into tales of the ninth master's prowess, claiming he had kept the ninth lady crying throughout the night. While these rumors spread wildly within the household, Xiao Zishuan was busily arranging his upcoming marriage, his fists clenched tightly upon hearing the news a storm of frustration brewing within him. Fortunately, the wedding was approaching. The woman he was to marry would be entering the household at the beginning of next month. Meanwhile, Wei Lingxi lay in her tent, lost in a deep slumber, unaware of how long she had been asleep. She felt a chill enveloping her, yet her eyes burned with an intense heat. She had developed a high fever, and by the time Jean Rouet discovered her, her entire body was ablaze, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, even more vivid than rouge. Chapter 29. Turbulent Emotions. Miss. Wake up. Jean Rouet's panicked voice echoed in Wei Lingxi's ears, sounding distant and ethereal. She struggled to open her eyes, yet her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Rouet. Jean Rouet, feeling Wei Lingxi's forehead burning, called for Rouet to come quickly, exclaiming that the lady was feverish and needed a physician. Rouet hurried in with small, quick steps, her eyes widening at the sight of the lady's flushed face. Dry lips and closed eyes, furrowed brows indicating her discomfort. She seemed perfectly fine when she paid her respects to the old madam this morning. How could she have fallen ill upon her return? Could it be indigestion? How could she have indigestion when she barely ate breakfast? Stop guessing and go fetch the doctor. I shall go immediately. Rouet snatched some silver and rushed out. Jean Rouet gathered the 4 maidservants sent by the old madam and assigned them tasks. Zissou, fetch some ice. Qing Dai, pour some water for the lady to drink. Lian Xiao and Sang Ji, prepare a basin of warm water and bring me 2 cloths. The 4 maidservants promptly complied, soon returning with the necessary items. Jean Rouet stayed by Wei Lingxi and Apos side, continuously soaking a silk cloth in water, wringing it out to place on her forehead. Rouet dashed out of Fengya Hall, heading towards the northeast corner of the Shiao residence. The matron guarding the corner gate stopped her, saying, "You know the rules. Maids are not allowed to leave the premises." "I know, but our 9th madam is burning with fever and is in a daze. I must fetch a doctor," Rouet pleaded. She slipped a silver ingot into the matron and Apos' hand. Upon seeing the silver, the matron and Apos' expression changed instantly, her demeanor becoming amiable. "Ah, so you are from the 9th madam and Apos' quarters. Normally, a maid cannot leave, but if you are in a hurry, I could find someone to help you." "Thank you, matron. Please ask them to hurry. Our 9th madam cannot wait." Of course. Unable to leave herself, Rouet awaited the matron to send someone for the doctor. "On such a hot day, do not wait here. I will send someone to inform you when the doctor arrives." With the silver in hand, the matron was overly accommodating. Worried for her mistress, Rouet turned and ran back, colliding with Shiao Heng at the entrance of Fengya Hall. She quickly halted, properly greeting him, "Ninth Master." Noticing her breathless state, Shiao Heng inquired, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Rouet lifted her head to reply. The lady developed a high fever shortly after breakfast. "I just want to summon a doctor." "And where is the doctor?" Rouet bit her lip and shook her head. "I cannot leave the estate, so I asked the matron at the corner gate to send someone." Shiao Heng frowned at her response and said without hesitation, "Go to the main gate. Lin Mo and Lin Bai are waiting for me. Have Lin Mo go to the military camp to fetch Chu Yu and bring him here to attend to the lady." With the 9th Master's south plan in place, Rouet's anxiety subsided. "Yes, 9th Master." Upon entering the room, Shiao Heng saw Jean Rouet sitting on a stool beside the bed, feeding Wei Lingxi water with a spoon. Lian Xiao sat by the bed, cradling the feeble lady, softly urging her, "Miss, drink some water. It will make you feel better." Sang Ji stood nearby, soaking a cloth in warm water, wringing it out to place on Wei Lingxi's forehead. The lady remained unresponsive, her cheeks flushed, lips parched to the point of cracking, occasionally mumbling incoherently. The maidservants, busy with their tasks, hurried to rise upon Shiao Heng and Apos' entrance. "Stay where you are." He approached Jean Rouet, taking the bowl of water from her. "I will take over." Jean Rouet quickly stepped aside, allowing Shiao Heng to attend to the lady. As he fed her water, she grew impatient, refusing to open her mouth, her brow knitted tightly. "No more, no more. It's so annoying." With a swift motion, she knocked the bowl from his hand, shattering it on the floor. Some shards flew toward Sang Ji, startling her. Jean Rue hurriedly bent down to clean up, worried that Shiao Heng might be angered. Ninth Master, my mistress is delirious. She doesn't an amp, oppose, Tino at an amp, oppose, as you feeding her. Please do not take offense. It is of no consequence. Shiao Heng understood the lady's condition and bore no anger, even if she were to vent her frustration upon him once she recovered. How much water has she consumed? He inquired. She has had a small bowl. A temporary pause in drinking will not cause any harm, Jean Rue replied. Shiao Heng nodded, then noticed blood seeping from Sang Ji and Oppose, as pant leg. Are you injured? Sanzi, unable to lift her gaze, murmured, It's nothing, Ninth Master. Hand me the cloth. You should attend to your wound, Shiao Heng instructed, extending his hand. Sang Ji glanced at his long, elegant fingers, well-defined and handsome, rivaling those of any scholar. Stealing a glance at his striking features, she found herself captivated, quickly lowering her head to wring out the cloth and pass it to him before turning to tend her injury. When Sang Ji returned, she found Shiao Heng still at the bedside, gazing intently at the lady's face, exuding a profound tenderness. Ninth Master, the doctor has arrived. Yin Rue's voice broke the silence, prompting Sang Ji to quickly step aside for her. Yin Rue entered, drenched in sweat, followed by the physician, Chu Yu carrying a medical kit. Seeing Chu Yu, Shiao Heng wasted no time in dismissing everyone else from the room. Chu Yu, the lady has a persistent fever. Please examine her condition. Chapter 30. Administering medicine via kisses, Chu Yu settled down to take Wei Lingxi's pulse, his gaze wandering over her face twice before he smiled and remarked, Madam, you have lost quite a bit of weight since I last saw you. The great general truly does not know how to cherish such delicate beauty. Nevertheless, you remain the most exquisite beauty in the capital. Even in such a gaunt state, your allure is unmatched. Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng's handsome visage darkened ominously. Be quiet. If you continue to gaze in that manner, I shall have your eyes gouged out and fed to the dogs. Chu Yu sheepishly sealed his lips. The great general's jesting had grown increasingly intolerable. After concluding the pulse examination, Chu Yu rose. How is she? Shiao Heng inquired immediately. Chu Yu remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Shiao Heng's heart sank slightly. Is the situation grave? Chu Yu pointed to his own mouth. But didn't he, the great general, instruct me not to speak? Chu Yu, seeing Shiao Heng's expression darken, a chill radiating from his eyes, Chu Yu understood that the great general was genuinely angry. He smiled faintly, deciding to forego further jesting, and stated plainly, Madam is not in serious trouble. She is suffering from fever caused by the invasion of cold air last night. I will prescribe a remedy, and once administered, she will sweat it out and recover. Relieved to hear there was no major issue, Shiao Heng exhaled. However, I find one matter perplexing. Chu Yu glanced at the glaring sun outside, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Last night was stiflingly hot, yet the madam succumbed to cold? What is the reason? The room contained an ice basin. Shiao Heng replied. Chu Yu shook his head. An ice basin alone would not be problematic. Only after excessive sweating, when the body is weakened, can one be susceptible to cold. Shiao Heng recalled last night's events, when he had pressed Wei Lingxi down on the bed, punishing her. The young girl had been a mixture of anger and grievance, her face damp with sweat and tears, her hair sticking to her temples. It was likely this incident that caused the cold to invade her body. Understanding the situation, Shiao Heng refrained from sharing this with Chu Yu, instead urging him to write the prescription quickly. Hurry, I shall procure and brew the medicine myself. Chu Yu nodded, requesting a pen from Jean Rue. He laid it on the table, his hand moving swiftly to complete the prescription. Gather the medicine accordingly. 1 dose will suffice. Shiao Heng took the prescription and summoned Lin Mo. Go to the pharmacy and fetch the medicine. Be swift. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yu added, Since the madam is not in serious condition, I shall return to the military. After watching Lin Mo and Chu Yu depart, and before Lin Mo returned with the medicine, Shiao Heng sought Lin Bai to relay some instructions. You need not accompany me outside any longer. Remain in the residence. Should the madam encounter any issues, you may address them as needed. Furthermore, find 2 sturdy maids to assist. Understood, Lin Bai replied. Does the Ninth Master have any further commands? Shiao Heng pondered for a moment. Acquire several tokens from the old matron. Should the madam require urgent departure, she may leave with the tokens. Understood. When Lin Mo returned with the medicine, the doctor summoned by the matron at the corner gate finally arrived. Shiao Heng found him useless and dismissed him. Jean Rue prepared the medicine and returned to feed Wei Lingxi. Wei Lingxi experienced alternating chills and fever, feeling utterly miserable. She attempted to open her eyelids, but to no avail. At that moment, Jean Rue urged her to take the medicine, but she felt as if her bones had been drained of strength, lacking even the energy to respond. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurried over to support Wei Lingxi, while Jean Rue adjusted a handkerchief at her chest, carefully cooling the medicine before bringing it to her lips. "Miss, it's time for your medicine." Wei Lingxi felt parched and slightly parted her lips. However, upon tasting the bitter and spicy concoction, she immediately spat out, refusing to open her mouth again despite Jean Rue's persistent pleas. "Ninth Master, she refuses to take it," Jean Rue exclaimed, her forehead glistening with sweat as she turned to Shiao Heng. Shiao Heng's brows furrowed tightly, his jaw twitching as he seized the bowl. "I shall do it." Regardless of who attempted to feed her, Wei Lingxi remained obstinate. Her mind, clouded by fever, perceived the persistent prodding as an unwelcome invasion, and the bitterness of the medicine only intensified her resistance. Her head shook continuously, disheveled hair clinging to her temples, looking both fragile and pitiful. What shall we do if she won't drink? Ying Rue, witnessing Wei Lingxi's suffering, felt a surge of anxiety. Shiao Heng glanced at the bowl, then tilted his head to drink the bitter concoction himself. He tossed the bowl to the ground and leaned down, wrapping his arms around Wei Lingxi's frail form. With one hand cradling the back of her head, he lowered his face to hers, gently prying open her tightly clenched jaw, and patiently poured the bitter liquid in her mouth, bit by bit. Wei Lingxi attempted to spit it out, but he pinched her delicate nose. Unable to breathe through her nose, she was compelled to inhale through her mouth, and, as she did so, the bitter medicine flowed down her throat, forcing her to swallow despite her resistance, leaving her no choice but to finish it entirely. The maids in the room averted their gazes, not daring to look up. Qing Dai and Sang Ji exchanged furtive glances, struck by the Ninth Master's breathtaking profile. Just a glance was enough to deter further observation. Sans incidentally mused. So it is that the seemingly aloof and proud general displays such tenderness within the confines of the boudoir. After being coerced into taking the medicine, the bitterness seemed to revive Wei Lingxi's spirits slightly. She managed to open her eyes, only to find Shiao Heng's face before her. Recalling the incident from the previous night, when he had struck her, and the discomfort of being force-fed medicine, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Her lush lashes fluttered as crystalline tears spilled from her eyes. "You bully me. You keep bullying me." "Bullying? What bullying?" Shiao Heng observed her tear-streaked face, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly, an alluring blend of vulnerability and charm igniting an unbidden flame within him. With the maids present, Wei Lingxi could not voice her distress regarding last night's punishment, so she sought an excuse. "That medicine is far too bitter. It's unbearable. I have never been able to tolerate bitterness. Yet you make me drink such a vile concoction." Just then Mi Jian arrived, carrying a plate of candied fruits to alleviate the bitterness. Shiao Heng casually picked one up, and believing he intended to offer it to her, Wei Lingxi opened her mouth. However, to her surprise, he placed the candy in his own mouth and leaned down to capture her lips. Jean Rue, witnessing this, quickly signaled to the other maids to discreetly exit, gently closing the door behind them. Shiao Heng kissed her fervently, savoring the sweetness before finally releasing her. Wei Lingxi's lips were swollen from the kiss, and once freed, she hastily chewed and swallowed the candied fruit, feeling the bitterness subside considerably. In the midst of this commotion, a faint sheen of sweat appeared on Wei Lingxi's brow. Shiao Heng mused to himself that Chu Yu was indeed quite capable. It seemed that even in his absence, there was no need for excessive concern. "Do you feel better?" he inquired softly. Wei Lingxi cast him a sidelong glance, but turned away, sulking and refusing to acknowledge him. She could not come to terms with the fact that her husband had struck her. The memory of her embarrassing display before him the previous night filled her with shame and anger, triggering another wave of tears. Seeing her cry again, Shiao Heng gently asked, "What are you crying about? Are you unwell, or is there another reason?" Wei Lingxi lowered her head in silence. This exasperated Shiao Heng. He firmly turned her body toward him, his long fingers brushing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "If you do not answer, I shall have to kiss you again." Chapter 31. The lady's peculiar preference. Wei Lingxi, aware of his capabilities, remarked, "Please refrain from striking my backside in the future. After all, I am your wife, the ninth lady of this estate. If word of this gets out, I cannot fathom the ridicule I would endure." It appeared that the matter at hand was indeed related to the events of last night. Do not overthink it. Consider it merely a playful intimacy between spouses. Shiao Heng's voice hinted at amusement. Playful intimacy? You phrase it so charmingly. Why not allow me to strike your backside? Wei Lingxi challenged. Is that truly so? Shiao Heng feigned surprise. I had no inkling that my lady harbored such peculiar preferences. Flushed with embarrassment, Wei Lingxi quickly countered, "I do not possess such inclinations. Do not slander me so carelessly." Shiao Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he tenderly brushed her hair. "Cease your childish antics. Rest well for the next few days. I shall return to see you again." In a few days? Wei Lingxi pondered why he would delay his visit. Was he preoccupied with matters of urgency? Yet, he continued, "Take care of your health during this time. Refrain from consuming cold tea. Should I catch you indulging again, it shall not merely warrant a couple of slaps." "Ah, you still intend to strike my backside?" Wei Lingxi and Oppo's previously softened expression darkened instantly, her brows furrowing as she pouted and turned away, offering him her back. Shiao Heng mused, "The little one is sulking again. Yet it appears her spirit is gradually recovering, which brings me some relief." He rose to leave, but Wei Lingxi remained motionless. "Are you not curious about where I am headed?" he inquired. She offered no response. Noticing her silence, he paused momentarily, but ultimately exited. Upon leaving, Lin Mo had already prepared everything for him. "Ninth Master, the horse is ready, and your change of clothes has been packed. We may depart at once." Shiao Heng nodded slightly. Lin Bai, remaining at Shiao and Oppo's residence, accompanied the two as they exited the estate. Outside the gate, Shiao Heng skillfully mounted his horse and, before departing, instructed Lin Bai, "If my lady inquires, simply tell her the truth." "Understood. Rest assured, with me here, the lady shall encounter no troubles," Lin Bai assured him. Shiao Heng nodded once more, tightening his legs around the horse and Oppo's flank as he galloped away toward the military camp outside the city. In the elegant hall, shortly after Wei Lingxi consumed her medicine, she began to sweat profusely, her fever finally subsiding, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of lightness. Having gone without food for much of the day, she felt the emptiness in her stomach and summoned Jean Rouet to bring her some snacks. Seeing her appetite return, Jean Rouet was elated and promptly ordered the kitchen to prepare a selection of her favorite delicacies. "Miss, you have not eaten all day. Do indulge," Jean Rouet encouraged. Rouet brought a pot of hot tea to accompany the snacks. As Wei Lingxi took a bite of a pastry and reached for the tea, thoughts of Shiao Heng crossed her mind. She asked Jean Rouet and Rouet. The ninth master mentioned he would return in a few days. "Do you know where he has gone?" Jean Rouet and Rouet exchanged a knowing smile. "Miss, were you not uninterested in the ninth master?" Wei Lingxi raised an eyebrow, glaring at her maids. "What nonsense are you spouting? The ninth master is my husband. How could I be indifferent to him?" Rouet giggled, covering her mouth. "Just moments ago, Lin Bai informed us that the ninth master is currently at the military camp outside the city and will not return for several days." Indeed, Jean Rouet chimed in. "I found it curious why Lin Bai would specifically mention this. Perhaps the ninth master is concerned about you and wished to ease your worries." Enough of this idle speculation. If you have nothing better to do, go fetch the land deeds and contracts for my dowry properties from the storeroom, Wei Lingxi commanded. Understanding her embarrassment, the two maids exchanged glances before departing the room. Left alone, Wei Lingxi leisurely sipped her tea, reflecting on Jean Rouet's words, and suddenly burst into laughter. In her past life, Xiao Zixuan had never been so considerate towards her. That Song Yingyu was a tyrant, manipulating Xiao Zishuan thoroughly. Given her father's high-ranking position, she often pressured Xiao Zishuan, compelling him to tread carefully to protect his prospects. Each time Xiao Zishuan visited her chamber, it never exceeded half an hour before Song Yingyu's maid would summon him away. With Song Yingyu's presence, Xiao Zishuan could hardly visit her more than a few times a month. Should he happen to stay overnight, Song Yingyu would surely reprimand her the next day, leaving her with grievances unspoken. Even when she confided her sorrows to Xiao Zishuan, he merely urged her to endure for his sake, often insisting upon inappropriate demands. In retrospect, Xiao Zishuan's feelings for her were driven solely by desire, devoid of any true affection. In light of her previous suffering, marrying Shiao Heng in this lifetime felt like a rightful choice. This man, outwardly aloof and composed, demonstrated his thoughtfulness through his actions. As Wei Lingxi grappled with her illness, she had sent someone to the old matriarch to request a leave of absence, stating she had caught a chill at night and was feeling unwell. Fearing her ailment might affect the matriarch, the old matriarch, equally concerned about Wei Lingxi's health, readily consented and even sent her a few ounces of bird's nest to nourish her. Coincidentally, the First Lady, having lost 7,000 taels of silver overnight, was in great distress and, in a fit of anxiety, fell ill herself. She languished in bed for 3 days without rising or attending to the matriarch. One day, as she contemplated getting up to ease her aching back, her maid entered to announce, "Madam, the Second Lady and Fifth Lady have come to visit you." Upon hearing this, Xuema, recognizing their intentions, cautioned, "Madam, it seems the Second Lady has come to witness your misfortune. Perhaps it would be best to find an excuse to send them away." The First Lady, not wishing to see the Second Lady's face, waved her hand dismissively. "Tell the two ladies that I am feeling quite lethargic and unable to rise from bed. I shall join them for tea in a few days when I am better." Just as her words fell, the sound of light footsteps approached. The Second Lady breezed in like a gust of wind, her face adorned with a smile, her voice ringing like a silver bell. "Oh, dear sister-in-law, my sister and I have come specifically to visit you. You need not rise if you are unwell. We shall sit for a moment and then take our leave." With the Second Lady already before her, the First Lady found it impossible to refuse and had to feign illness as she weakly invited them in for tea. Once inside, the Second Lady wasted no time in gossiping. "Sister-in-law, how fortuitous that you and the Ninth Lady have both fallen ill at the same time." "She has fallen ill too?" the First Lady asked casually. "Can you guess how she fell ill?" The Second Lady smiled ambiguously. "How did she fall ill?" The Fifth Lady leaned in, whispering for a moment before raising her voice. "You know, the Ninth Master usually appears so cold, yet it seems he is quite the handful in this regard. It is said that the Ninth Lady wept all night, and thus fell ill the next day." Chapter 32. The Young Master's Vitality Upon Reflection. The First Lady recalled that on that fateful morning, Wei Lingxi's eyes had indeed appeared red, as if she had been weeping. She had claimed to have been engrossed in a novel, but it turned out that she had been brought to tears by the Ninth Master. Ah, youth! Such exuberance! Especially in the case of the Ninth Master, who, having been seasoned by years of battle, possessed a physique as sturdy as iron, far beyond the frailty exhibited by our Second Master. The Second Lady, fanning herself, spoke with a hint of bitterness. Nor could our Fifth Master compare. The Fifth Lady sighed, lamenting that although her husband was merely 5 years senior to the Ninth Master, he was as fragile as a mere wisp of tofu, unable to withstand any exertion. Observing the First Lady and oppose, as silence, the Second Lady mischievously quipped, "Among our brothers, aside from the Ninth Master, only the eldest rises early to practice martial arts. Surely he can satisfy the eldest sister-in-law, right? Satisfy her? Nonsense." The First Lady and oppose, teeth ground in frustration. All of her husband's vigor was squandered on that seductive concubine, particularly on the one named Xiaonyang, whose sultry figure could ensnare any man into oppose's gaze. It was infuriating. What luck do I have? With that, the First Lady ceased her lamentations. Speaking further would only bring tears, a source of distress. It was evident how much the Ninth Master cherished his young wife. The Second Lady, oblivious to the First Lady and oppose, Mistress's darkening expression continued to prattle on. The ninth mistress was barely of marriageable age, significantly younger than us and a full decade younger than the ninth master, a delicate flower in her prime, adorned with the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Any man who laid eyes upon her would likely lose all composure. Indeed, the ninth master, newly awakened to the pleasures of love and robust in his youth, was quite taken with her. The fifth lady chimed in. We had imagined this flower-like maiden would become our Zixuan's bride, yet who could foresee she would wed the ninth master? The first lady snorted disdainfully. Beauty is merely skin-deep, especially when weighed against status. Zixuan and Amp, Oppo's new wife is the prize pearl of the esteemed Song family, far surpassing that Wei Lingxi in worth. In her heart, she simmered with anger and loathing towards Wei Lingxi, feeling liberated to voice her thoughts without restraint. She was not intimidated by a mere girl. The grudge between her and Wei Lingxi had solidified when Zixuan had been publicly humiliated by her. The second and fifth ladies exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable, remaining silent in response to the first lady's tirade. Noticing the silence, the first lady's frustration deepened, her face growing increasingly pallid. At that moment, Shuema, who had been busy nearby, interjected, I fear that the ninth mistress, delicate and fragile, may struggle with childbearing. A waist so slender, one might think it could snap with the lightest touch. Such a woman may find it challenging to conceive. What man does not yearn for offspring? The ninth master was no exception. If Wei Lingxi proves unable to bear children, it would not be surprising if he took additional concubines. The first lady seized upon Shui Ma's implication, her spirits lifting considerably. Indeed, let us see if the ninth mistress can bear children. If not, perhaps he will indeed take more wives. Indeed, the fifth lady concurred. However, given the ninth master's temperament, it is difficult to predict. Having dealt with Shiao Heng more frequently, she knew his character well. He truly dotes on his sister-in-law, accommodating her in every way. Recently, he even sought permission from the matriarch for her to venture out freely. Pray, how many of us can claim the same privilege in the Shiao household? The second lady nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are newlyweds, and their ardor has yet to wane. The two women continued to chatter around the first lady, their conversation making the atmosphere stifling until they finally rose to take their leave. Eldest sister-in-law, do take care. We shall return in a few days. Once Shui Ma had seen the two ladies off and returned to the chamber, she found the first lady lying on the bed, visibly agitated. Do you think they came to visit me? No, they intended to provoke me. The first lady fumed, her complexion tinged with fury. During her illness, her husband Xiao Liang had only visited her once, spending the rest of his days in Xionyang's quarters. The maidservant spoke of the couple reveling in their debauchery every night. Upon seeing her, he lacked the spirit to engage, yet in the presence of his concubine, he was vigorous, surpassing even the energy of men in their 20s. 3 times in one night, she exclaimed. 3 times. I can hardly manage that in a month. Madam, do not be upset. If you allow anger to consume you, you fall right into their trap. They surely came to witness your humiliation, Shuema remarked, always prattling on about Wei Lingxi. What does that yellow-haired girl have to be proud of? She merely just entered the door, and the ninth master favors her. I wish to see how she fares when the ninth master takes another concubine, the first lady retorted angrily. The more she contemplated, the more she sensed something amiss. Especially after Alu reported that the person who sold her the parrot had vanished without a trace overnight. She felt as if she had been ensnared in a trap carefully laid out for her. Madam, Shuema approached her from behind, gently massaging her shoulders. Some matters need not be delayed. What do you mean? The first lady inquired. Shuema smiled. Few men can resist temptation. Although the ninth master has just married, the ninth mistress's fragile constitution may not withstand his vigor. Otherwise, she would not have fallen ill so soon. I've heard the ninth master has been absent from the estate, leaving the ninth mistress to suffer alone. A light suddenly sparked in the first lady's eyes. Are you suggesting? Shuema nodded. Madam, the ninth mistress has 4 maidservants assigned by the matriarch. Each is young and beautiful. While they may not rival the ninth mistress's exquisite beauty, their strength surpasses hers. A cunning plan formed in the first lady's mind. Xuema, you truly understand my intentions. Go. Seek an opportunity to meet those maidservants and assess which one is most suitable. Xuema smiled in agreement. Certainly. After receiving her assignment, Xuema frequently visited Fengyao Hall, discreetly observing the maidservants and occasionally finding excuses to engage them in conversation. As time passed, Xuema identified suitable candidates, while Shiao Heng had nearly concluded his affairs in the military and prepared to return. On the eve of his return to the city, he gathered with a few comrades to roast meat and drink, while Qi Teng and Shiming boisterously feasted and exchanged ribald jokes. Chu Yu, in contrast, elegantly sliced the roasted meat, savoring it with coarse salt. Dr. Chu, why not indulge like us and tear into it? Stop with the dainty manners. Qi Teng teased, draping an arm around him. Chu Yu glanced at him and replied with a slight smile. General Qi, your words are misplaced. It is not I who acts with such frivolity. I sense you are becoming somewhat weary of late. You see, the skin beneath your eyelids is darkened, and your face appears somewhat swollen. Your steps are light and airy, suggesting that even in the depths of your bed, you might struggle to exude vigor. Qi Teng was in the midst of savoring his meat when Xu Yu's remark caused him to abruptly choke. The morsel lodged stubbornly in his throat, neither rising nor falling. Witnessing this, Shiming raised his hand and delivered a swift slap. Qi Teng rolled his eyes and, after a struggle, managed to expel the piece of meat. Gasping for breath, he sheepishly inquired, Dr. Chu, I truly feel somewhat powerless. I am uncertain as to the cause. Xu Yu chuckled and replied, it is merely a case of excessive indulgence. A period of moderation and increased exercise will suffice. Qi Teng discreetly cast a glance at the pallid Shiao Heng and, raising his voice, asked Chu Yu, what of the general? Come, take a look at the general's condition. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Chu Yu and Appo's mouth. But before he could utter a word, Shiao Heng and Appo's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, shot towards him. Chapter 33. Unwanted thoughts upon receiving the threatening gaze of the general. Chu Yu forced a dry smile, but remained silent. Shiming and Qi Teng paused their consumption of meat, their eyes fixated on Chu Yu. Dr. Chu, do speak up. The brothers are eagerly awaiting your words, they urged in unison. Chu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, I shall not speak. Not speak? That cannot be. You must say something, Qi Teng insisted, relentless. I detest those who leave their sentences unfinished. Dr. Chu, you wouldn't want to become my most disliked person, would you? This is a private matter of the general. Without his consent, I dare not speak freely, Chu Yu replied with a smile. The general, Qi Teng leaned in, his eyes twirling with curiosity. Surely he is not an ordinary man. Might you share some of his wisdom? Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Qi Teng. If you wish to die, just say so. Qi Teng immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, Shiming chuckled foolishly. I knew it would end this way. You glutton, Qi Teng retorted, rising to pull Shiming's chin and poured strong liquor into his bowl. Is it spicy? Next time you mock me, you'll regret it. Ridiculous. I can drink 2 jars of this without a care, Shiming boasted, thumping his chest. Shiao Heng, noticing their lack of decorum, decided to ignore them. He stood up and declared, I will return to the estate for a few days. You all must diligently train the troops. We are to march to Nandian in 6 months, and a fierce battle awaits us. Yes, General, the two replied in unison. I am leaving now. Rather than waste time here, I would prefer to see how Wei Lingxi is faring. It has been several days since I last saw her, and I wonder if she has missed him. General, it is already late. The city gates may be closed. Perhaps it would be wise to depart in the morning. Shiming suggested. No need. I shall go now. I will see you off. Qi Teng rose to follow, but was stopped by Shiao Heng. I can manage on my own. You continue your meal. This is the last time for drinking. Starting tomorrow, no one in the army is permitted to drink. Those who disobey will face execution. With that, Shiao Heng pushed aside the tent flap and strode away. Once the general had departed, Qi Teng set down his meat and leaned closer to Chu Yu, inquiring, what is the general's true condition? Speak quickly. He has left, and his threat no longer looms over you. Chu Yu chuckled softly. The general is unfulfilled in his desires. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Qi Teng was laughing heartily when he suddenly noticed Shiao Heng returning, promptly shutting his mouth, his face turning crimson from holding back laughter. Sherming pretended not to hear, lowering his head to eat obediently. Chuyu, step outside. Shiao Heng called for him with a serious expression. Unfazed and unhurried, Chuyu followed him outside the tent with a smile. General, it was Qi Jiangjun who pressed me to speak. Shiao Heng frowned. I see you are courting danger. I would not dare. Chuyu replied respectfully, smiling warmly, uncertain if the general had returned for further instructions. Indeed, you have already examined the madam's pulse twice. How long must she be nurtured? Do you have any remedies for her? Are you anxious, General? Chuyu leaned closer, whispering, there is no need for concern. The madam is young and beautiful, her hands delicate and soft, perhaps. This could even enhance your bond with her, and may serve to ease your burdens when necessary. Shiao Heng's expression darkened further, a chill emanating from his eyes. You old lecher, what nonsense fills your head? I meant that the madam is frail. She merely caught a chill at night and developed a fever. Understanding Shiao Heng's intent, Chuyu chuckled awkwardly. Encourage the madam to exercise more. If she desires supplements, perhaps some burdened amp, oppos, S-nest, or ginseng would suffice. Medicine can be toxic, unless absolutely necessary. I do not advocate for its use. Understood. Shiao Heng thanked Chuyu and, accompanied by Linimo, hurried back to Xiao's residence. The night had deepened. Wei Lingxi was already asleep when Shiao Heng entered, finding Sang Ji on night watch. Why are you here? He inquired. Jean Rue and Yin Rue were Wei Lingxi's lifelong maids, her personal attendants, primarily responsible for her needs. The four maids assigned by the old matriarch Jiang had been relegated to menial tasks, attending to chores and errands. Wei Lingxi, being compassionate, allowed them to rest outside the screen during night duty. Sangji appeared to have just awakened, her eyes still drowsy, but upon seeing the ninth master return, she was both surprised and delighted. Tonight it is Sister Yin-Rue's turn, but she is unwell, so I am here in her stead, Sangji explained gently. How is the madam? Shiao Heng asked. The madam has been well these past few days, eating heartily and in good spirits. There is no need for you to worry. Ninth master, Sangji reported candidly. Shiao Heng approached the tent and gently lifted the curtain, revealing Wei Lingxi in deep slumber, her delicate face adorned with a hint of a smile. Seeing this, he too smiled faintly and whispered to Sangji, I will go to the study. Sangji hurriedly followed a few steps, stepping out into the moonlight where she admired Shiao Heng's towering figure and handsome visage, her heart racing. Ninth master, you've returned so late. Allow me to fetch water for you to wash up before resting. No need, just take care of the madam. Yet Sangji smiled. Ninth master, the madam has been sleeping quite well lately, hardly waking at all. So, it matters not if I step away for a moment. Besides, she has been mentioning you, worried that if you return late, no one will be there to prepare her bed. Shiao Heng paused, a hint of warmth flickering across his handsome features. Really? Yes. Sangji dared to glance up at Shiao Heng, her eyes sparkling with joy. I would not deceive you. Ninth master, hearing that Wei Lingxi missed him filled Shiao Heng with contentment. Good. Fetch some water then. Delighted by his consent, Sangji responded eagerly, of course. Back in the study, Shiao Heng removed his outer garments, revealing a pristine white tunic that hung open, exposing his sun-kissed, muscular chest. Chapter 34. Not excluding him, Sangji placed the basin on the stand, holding a towel while waiting nearby with a willow branch and coarse salt. Seizing the moment while Shiao Heng washed his face, she stole a glance or two at him. The muscles on the ninth lord's chest appeared remarkably firm, adorned with a scar that traversed the area near his heart, yet was far from unsightly. Rather, it added a touch of wildness and masculinity. Once Shiao Heng completed his ablutions, Sangji brought in a bucket of water. Ninth lord, wash your feet to refresh yourself, she suggested, putting down the towel and proceeding to make his bed. She exerted herself in front of him, and upon finishing the bed, she noticed Shiao Heng preparing to dry his feet. Hastily, she approached and squatted down. Ninth lord, allow me. No need, he replied. Having long grown accustomed to handling such tasks alone during his military days, he insisted, you should return to the madam early. Sangji picked up the basin and also gathered Shiao Heng's discarded clothing. Ninth lord, please rest early. Before leaving, she thoughtfully extinguished the candles in the room for him. Upon exiting the study, she held Shiao Heng and Appos, as closed tightly in her embrace, gently inhaling the scent lingering on them, her cheeks flushing intensely, heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. This was the essence of the Ninth Lord. The following day, Wei Lingxi was awakened by a sound of conversation. Faintly discerning Shiao Heng's voice in the corridor. Could he have returned? Startled, she quickly rose, donned her outer garments, and hurriedly made her way outside. Just as she opened the door, she found Shiao Heng entering. He seemed to have just finished his morning exercise, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Wei Lingxi instinctively reached for a handkerchief, but then remembered she was still in her undergarment. Thus, she raised her hand and gently dabbed at the sweat on his forehead with the sleeve of her garment. Shiao Heng was taken aback by her actions, grasping her hand within his palm. Do you not mind my dirtiness? Wei Lingxi chuckled lightly. Mind? I mind very much. With that, she freed herself from his grasp and turned to walk alone toward the dressing table to tidy her hair. Shiao Heng followed her. Are you still angry? Ignoring him, she took a wooden comb from the vanity and began to smooth her hair. All right, I will not spank your behind again. Before he could finish, Wei Lingxi sprang from her seat and swiftly covered his mouth. Do not speak carelessly. If the maids come in and hear you, I would be utterly mortified. Seizing the opportunity, Shiao Heng pulled her slender waist closer, leaning down to kiss her delicate fingers, memories of what Chuyu had once said flooding his mind, igniting a warmth in his chest. Wei Lingxi felt a tingling sensation from his kiss and quickly withdrew her hand. When did you return last night? You did not even mention it. You were already asleep when I came back, Shiao Heng said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Xiao Qi is one who speaks without sincerity. Wei Lingxi was puzzled by his words. What did he mean? Shiao Heng, rather than answering, inquired. Have you missed me these past few days? Have you thought of me daily? Wei Lingxi contemplated before responding honestly. I have thought of you, though not every day. Indeed, she had thought of Shiao Heng, but not daily. There was no need to deceive him. Besides, he was not foolish. His discerning eyes would undoubtedly see through any falsehood. It was better not to mislead him. After all, feelings could be nurtured over time, and there was no rush for grand oaths or sweet words. Is that so? I do not believe it, Shiao Heng retorted. Wei Lingxi thought to herself. Perhaps she had overestimated him. His intelligence was indeed a cause for concern. Last night, Sangji mentioned that you think of me every day and worry that no one would prepare your bed. Shiao Heng smiled. It seems she has taken it upon herself to speak on your behalf. Wei Lingxi was left speechless. Was it truly his lack of understanding? Or had she inadvertently given him some impression that she would behave in such a manner? However, she quickly realized that perhaps he believed she had shown no concern when he left last time, thus interpreting Sangji's words as a sign of her affection. Yet, it was clear that Sangji had been dishonest. Never mind, she decided. It was only natural for a wife to care for her husband. Your concern is commendable. Shiao Heng seemed pleased with her response, leaning down to plant gentle kisses on her earlobes. A tingling sensation coursed through her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end, an indescribable feeling. Yet, she found herself not averse to it. Noticing Wei Lingxi's flushed cheeks, Shiao Heng chuckled softly, just as he was about to lean down to kiss her lips when footsteps approached. Turning, he saw Sangji entering with a basin, inadvertently interrupting their intimate moment. Instantly, her face flushed, and she hurriedly explained, I came to assist the madam with her morning wash. Embarrassed, Wei Lingxi pushed Shiao Heng away and said to Sangji, Please come in. Seeing her shyness, Shiao Heng smirked. I shall take my leave for the court. All right. Wei Lingxi nodded gently. Sangji attended to Wei Lingxi's washing, preparing to comb her hair, but Wei Lingxi stopped her. No need. Let Jinrui do that. Understood. Just as Sangji was about to withdraw, Wei Lingxi called her back. Sangji, why did you lie? Wei Lingxi gazed at the maid through the copper mirror, noting that she was now 16, with delicate features and a gradually filling figure. Although she lowered her gaze, a certain allure emanated from her. Taken aback by the unexpected question, Sangji hesitated before responding. What does the madam mean? When did I ever say to the Ninth Lord that I thought of him daily, worrying about no one to prepare his bed? Flushing, Sangji said, Madam, I only hoped for harmony between you and the ninth lord. Hence I spoke a few words in your favor. I appreciate your concern, Wei Lingxi replied coolly. But in the future, do not feel the need to speak for me. Simply fulfill your own duties. Yes, madam. Saying, Ji turned to take her leave. Wait. Wei Lingxi opened the drawer of the vanity and handed her a note. Run this to 7th madam and deliver this recipe for herbal tea. A few days ago, they had met in the garden and found they had much in common, leading to several pleasant exchanges. Wei Lingxi had served 7th madam the herbal tea, which she greatly enjoyed, and last night had sent someone to inquire about the recipe. Sang-ji accepted the note and departed from Fengya Hall to deliver it. The Listening Rain Pavilion, where 7th madam resided, was quite far from Fengya Hall, requiring a lengthy walk. Feeling uncomfortable from Wei Lingxi's earlier remarks, Sang-ji paused by the waterside. Taking out a small pastry she had pocketed and crumbling it to feed the fish in the lake. Ah, is that not Miss Sang-ji from Fengya Hall? Shuema approached, fanning herself, a smile on her face as she affectionately took Sang-ji's hand. Let me see, how is it that after a few days, you have grown even more beautiful? You are even more radiant than when serving in the old lady's chambers. Hearing Shuema's compliment, Sang-ji smiled, revealing 2 dimples. You yist, Shuema. I'm not jesting. I speak the truth, Shuema insisted, pulling her down to sit. Look at these fingers. So lovely. Certainly not the hands of a maid, but fit for a mistress. Sang-ji was startled and quickly jumped up, exclaiming, Shuema, please do not speak so. I am but a maid, born to serve others. However, Mother Shui smiled and said, Silly girl, look at how frightened you are. Do you truly not understand? Or are you feigning ignorance? With so many maids in the old lady's chamber, why did she specifically choose the 4 of you, all young and beautiful? If we were to speak of beauty, you are undoubtedly the most stunning. What do you think the old lady and Amp, Appo's intention was in sending you over? Chapter 35. This is what a wise person looks like. Shuema's words were sufficiently clear, and Sang-ji, being an astute individual, could hardly fail to comprehend their meaning. However, she truly dared not entertain such thoughts. Shuema, you yist. The old lady assigned us here to serve the 9th master and 9th madam well. I am merely fulfilling my duties, Sang-ji said, lowering her gaze. Earlier that morning, the 9th madam had subtly admonished her. Though she had just come of age, the 9th madam possessed a keen insight that allowed her to discern the innermost thoughts of others with a mere glance. Thus, Sang-ji refrained from making any hasty moves. You foolish girl, Shuema said with a smile. All the gentlemen in this household have taken wives and concubines, and only the 9th master, newly wed, has yet to produce an heir. The 9th madam may be beautiful, but she is quite frail and may not withstand much strain. The old lady has good intentions in placing you by the 9th master's side, hoping he might take a liking to you and produce several offspring, ensuring the continuation of the Shiao family line. This straightforward remark stirred something within Sang-ji. Having entered the household at the tender age of 8, she had diligently assisted her family with various tasks, and her beauty and quick wit had caught the old lady's attention. Now at 16, she faced the prospect of being sent away to marry in just a couple of years, with little say in the matter. If she could become a concubine to the 9th master, at least she would be wed to a handsome and esteemed official. If she bore even a son or daughter, she could secure her place within the household and enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. Shuema, perceptive as she was, noticed the yearning glimmer in Sang-ji and Appo's eyes, despite her words of resignation. Since the girl was unwilling to speak the truth, Shuema refrained from pressuring her further and instead whispered, Sang-ji, the 1st madam has a particular fondness for you. Should you encounter any difficulties with the 9th madam, do not hesitate to seek assistance from my lady. Thank you, Shuema, and thank you to the 1st madam, Sang-ji replied softly. With a smile, Shuema retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, revealing a jade bracelet. Glancing around to ensure they were unobserved, she handed it to Sang-ji. Take this. It is a gift from the 1st madam. You know that the 9th madam was originally meant to marry our young master Zishuan, but circumstances changed, leading to her current position. As our young master is soon to marry, my lady worries that the 9th madam may engage in some covert activities. Therefore, We need you to keep us informed of any developments. Sang Ji understood the implication. The first madam sought to buy her loyalty in exchange for information regarding the ninth madam's affairs. Logically, she should refuse, yet the allure of the emerald bracelet was undeniable. In a few years, she would likely be sent away to marry, and accumulating a dowry would be prudent. As Sang Ji hesitated, Shuema leaned closer and whispered, "You are a clever girl, Sang Ji. You know that the first madam values Zixuan dearly, as he is her only son. If you can successfully handle this matter, the first madam is willing to facilitate your relationship with the ninth master." A spark of excitement flashed in Sang Ji and Appo's eyes. Suppressing her joy, she respectfully accepted the bracelet. "Please convey my gratitude to the first madam. I will do my utmost." Shuema patted her hand with a smile. "Well done, Sang Ji. That is indeed the mark of a wise person." Having concluded her business, Shuema hurriedly departed, while Sang Ji, head bowed, swiftly made her way to the seventh madam's Tingyu Hall. Upon returning to the first madam's residence, Shuema reported to the ninth madam, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged. This Sang Ji is not a docile girl. She is ambitious and likely has her sights set on the ninth master." Reclining on her bed with half-closed eyes, the first madam languidly remarked, "That is well. I am not concerned about her lack of ambition. I fear she may have too many. Should the opportunity arise, I would be inclined to support her and the ninth master. I am curious to see how Wei Lingxi will fare without the ninth master's affection. A mere little maid has set her sights on what is rightfully hers. It is quite audacious," she continued. "Indeed," Shuema replied with a knowing smile. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall find a few nurses to instruct Sang Ji, so she may learn a few skills. I refuse to believe there exists a cat that does not stray." The first madam suddenly opened her eyes wide. "Excellent. Today." The court was abuzz with intense discussions regarding the situation in South Dian. After the court session, the emperor retained Shiao Heng for a private discussion concerning the military campaign set for half a year hence. Consequently, Shiao Heng lingered in the palace for quite some time and did not return home. With nothing to occupy her time, Wei Lingxi examined her dowry, which, apart from gold and silver treasures, included over 30 acres of fertile land and several shops, all provided by her parents. These assets required no personal management, as designated individuals tended to them, regularly delivering profits to the bank, where they were exchanged for silver notes sent to Wei Lingxi. In her previous life, this arrangement had functioned smoothly, allowing Wei Lingxi to simply collect her earnings. However, as time passed, the managers of her shops revealed their treachery, succumbing to external influences that led them to embezzle her funds, ultimately losing the shops altogether. In the end, Wei Lingxi found herself with nothing, relying solely on the meager monthly allowance from her family to sustain herself, living in constant financial strain and facing disdain from others. In this life, she was resolute. Her fate must rest in her own hands, and she must maintain control over her lands and shops, even if she did not directly manage them. Periodic inspections of the accounts were essential to prevent being deceived again. "Jean Rue, accompany me on an outing," Wei Lingxi instructed. "Miss, the household rules dictate that unmarried young ladies and the various wives and concubines are not permitted to leave the estate without permission," Jean Rue reminded her. "But the ninth master has secured a decree from the old lady. What harm is there in us going out for a while? After all, Shiao Heng has provided me with a convenient opportunity that I would be remiss not to seize," Wei Lingxi replied. "Miss, the ninth master left Lin Guan to assist you. Perhaps I should inquire with him first," Yin Rue suggested. After all, Lin Bai had been with Shiao Heng since childhood and, in a sense, represented him. "Go ahead," Wei Lingxi agreed. Lin Bai found his days within the estate rather dull and preferred the excitement of accompanying the ninth master on errands. He was practicing his calligraphy in his room when Yin Rue approached to ask if they could leave the estate. He promptly responded, "Of course. The ninth master instructed me to arrange for your outings whenever you desire." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Upon hearing this, Yin Rue's face brightened, and she beamed at Lin Bai. "I shall inform the miss at once." A quarter of an hour later, the four of them exited the estate and made their way to the bustling Chongning Street. Wei Lingxi and Appo's, as first order of business was to visit her shops. Her family had provided her with 3 establishments, a paper shop, a silk shop, and a candle shop, all funded by her uncle as part of her dowry. Relying solely on her father Wei, Shanha's meager salary was insufficient to sustain their household, let alone to prepare a proper dowry for her. It was uncommon for women from official families to engage in trade in the Dazhou dynasty. The social classes were distinctly divided into scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, with merchants occupying a lower status. Families of officials were generally forbidden from engaging in commerce. It was not due to government restrictions, but rather a matter of maintaining face. Consequently, even if the wives and daughters of wealthy families wished to engage in trade, they often did so under the guise of distant relatives or other pretexts. Wei Lingxi was acutely aware that venturing into commerce was not her destined path. Yet, having endured the harrowing nightmares of her previous life, she understood the profound significance of wealth, both for herself and for those dear to her, including Shiao Heng and Song Taifu. It was imperative for her to firmly grasp her finances to withstand the impending perils that loomed ahead. After inspecting her 3 shops and confirming their smooth operation, she departed, knowing that her rare outing would be incomplete without a visit to her maternal home. Thus, she made her way straight to the Wei residence. Upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by an extraordinary and unprecedented atmosphere that stirred her senses. Chapter 36. The blushing painted illustration in days gone by, the Wei residence was always imbued with a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. However, upon her entrance now, Wei Lingxi sensed an oppressive gloom enveloping the household, with servants bearing expressions of sorrow, hardly daring to breathe. Perplexed, Wei Lingxi approached the steward, Li Zhong, and inquired about the unsettling ambience. "Uncle Li, what troubles plague this estate? Where's my mother? I have not seen her all day." Li Zhong sighed deeply, tears welling up before he could utter a word. "Miss Sanlang is in trouble." "Sanga." Wei Lingxi felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Indeed, the calamity she had dreaded had arrived. In her previous life, this was the very moment when her elder brother encountered misfortune. Still, she composed herself and asked Li Zhong what had transpired. Wei Sanlang, Qinglan, was her biological brother, born of the same mother, Madame Gu Jiarong, as Wei Lulang Jinyu. At 20 years of age, Wei Qinglan held a military post under the capital's inspection office, tasked with maintaining order in the city. In her past life, he had apprehended several smugglers of brass during a patrol, unaware that they were associates of the Grand Tutor's relatives. The Grand Tutor, Song, intervened, instructing the inspection office to release the culprits without consequence. Yet, Wei Qinglan, a mere military aide, refused to let the matter rest and began secretly investigating. This act of defiance roused the Grand Tutor in damp, oppose, ire, and with a single decree, Wei Qinglan was framed and imprisoned. Wei Shanha was then left to grapple with the aftermath, desperately seeking allies. In her previous existence, Wei Qinglan did not lose his life but endured a cruel fate in prison, his limbs shattered, his handsome visage marred by branding, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, destined for a life confined to a wheelchair. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Through his own intellect and skills, he rose to become a strategist under their father's command. Ultimately, however, he could not escape fate, falling victim to treachery at the hands of Xiao Zishuan, who ended his life in the camp. Wei Qinglan's life, which should have flourished with brilliance, was instead engulfed by darkness at the tender age of 20. After absorbing Li Zhong's account, Wei Lingxi hurried to consult her mother for a strategy. Upon finding her mother, she discovered her lying in bed, looking unwell, her eyes swollen from tears, and her complexion devoid of color. Wei Lingxi's heart ached at the sight. She stepped forward and called out, "Mother." Madame Wei, surprised that her daughter had emerged from the Xiao residence, felt a mix of astonishment and joy, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Xiao Qi, why have you come? At such a time, are you not afraid of incurring your mother-in-law's wrath?" "Not at all," Wei Lingxi replied, shaking her head as she pulled out a handkerchief to dry her mother's tears. "It was Lord Jiu who permitted my departure. Do not worry about me. My time at the Xiao residence has been quite pleasant." "How is the general treating you?" Madame Wei asked with concern. "He is well, quite well," Wei Lingxi affirmed. her words sincere. During her time with Shiao Heng, she had begun to feel less intimidated by him. He was not the same as in her previous life, free from the shadow of hidden ambitions and oppression. That is a relief, Madame Wei said, her greatest fear being that her daughter suffered in the Shiao household. Upon seeing her daughter's improved demeanor, she felt reassured that her daughter was not deceiving her. I have heard about Sanji's predicament, Wei Lingxi stated directly. Father must be troubled by this matter. Do not fret, mother. I shall return to the Shiao residence at once and discuss it with the general upon his return. Wait, Madame Wei interjected, anxious that her daughter might act recklessly. She quickly rose and grasped Wei Lingxi and Appo's arm. Shao Qi, do not be rash. Speak with the general, and if he can assist, let him. If not, let it be. We cannot allow Wei family's troubles to jeopardize the general's future. In her past life, her parents had always refrained from burdening her, their intentions solely for her benefit. Her brothers, too, had protected her, fearing their own issues would affect Shao Qi. Yet, in her previous life, she had married unwisely, bringing shame upon herself and her family. This time, it will be different. Mother, rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Wei Lingxi reassured her mother, bidding her farewell before making her way back to the Shiao residence, accompanied by Jin Rue, Yin Rue, and Lin Bai. Along the journey, Wei Lingxi felt anxious. Although Shiao Heng was treating her kindly at present, her brother had offended the Grand Tutor, who was the future father-in-law of Xiao Zixuan and related to Xiao Yang. She was uncertain whether Shiao Heng would risk his standing to confront the Grand Tutor for her brother's sake. Her knowledge of Shiao Heng's past relationship with the Grand Tutor was limited, as she had remained in the inner household, unaware of the intricacies involved. Moreover, Shiao Heng was currently in a phase of strategic restraint. Would he be willing to extend a hand to assist her? Throughout the journey, her worries consumed her. Upon returning to the Shiao residence and entering the elegant hall, her first task was to seek out Shiao Heng in his study to discuss the matter. To her dismay, he had yet to return. Left alone in the study, she found herself increasingly restless as thoughts of her brother gnawed at her mind, her heart unable to find peace. In an effort to calm herself, she noticed the Xian paper and brush on the desk and began practicing her calligraphy. After a few strokes, she realized her handwriting was as chaotic as her current state of mind. Unable to continue, she turned to the shelves in search of a model for her writing. As she perused the books, she was astonished to find a diverse array of titles: military strategy, history, paintings, and even poetry. To her surprise, Shiao Heng, a mere martial officer, had a far-reaching intellect, possessing more books than her sixth brother's study. She casually selected a few volumes of poetry, flipping through the pages, only to discover his unique insights and annotations, which deepened her admiration for him. As she browsed through the books, her spirits gradually lifted. Inadvertently, she stumbled upon a collection of narratives, further piquing her curiosity. Standing on her tiptoes, she attempted to retrieve a high book, only to find beside it thick, bound volume, entirely devoid of title, its pages smooth and substantial to the touch, suggesting something extraordinary. Could it be a work of a renowned author? She reached for the book, gently pulling it out and lowering her head to flip it open. As the pages turned, two vividly colored illustrations leapt into her view, causing her to gasp in astonishment, her face instantly flushed and her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 37. The General's Peculiar Taste Whenever a Woman is Wed. Her family traditionally prepares a dowry, which typically includes a book titled Fire Avoidance Manual nestled at the bottom of the chest. However, such books are usually mere black and white illustrations. Wei Lingxi, having encountered this in both her past and present lives, had experienced the joys of intimacy. Yet she was unexpectedly rendered crimson with embarrassment by this very volume at that moment. The book was grand, exquisitely illustrated, and remarkably clear, capturing even the expressions on the faces of the figures depicted, as well as the intricate patterns of their garments. The more she leafed through it, the more her heart raced. She could hardly believe that this seemingly aloof and cold man possessed such a refined collection in his study. This exquisite volume was evidently not an ordinary item. Suddenly, Ninth Master returned. A sound from outside the study startled Wei Lingxi, In a frantic attempt to conceal her discovery from Shiao Heng, she hurriedly shoved the book onto the shelf. However, it was wedged too tightly between the other books. And no matter how she tried, it wouldn't oppose, fit. As the footsteps drew nearer, cold sweat broke out on her brow. In her flustered state, she not only failed to hide the book, but also dislodged several others, causing a cacophony as they tumbled to the ground. Bending down to retrieve them, she caught sight of the titles on their covers and nearly fainted from shock. Or these books. How had she not noticed so many fire avoidance manuals in all their various editions? The mere thought of Shiao Heng discovering them filled her with dread. Wei Lingxi hastily gathered the scattered books, preparing to find a hiding place, when the door creaked open. "Xiao Qi, what are you doing?" Shiao Heng appeared in the study, tall and graceful, with striking features that seemed to capture the essence of spring. Upon seeing him, Wei Lingxi quickly concealed the books behind her back, stammering, "In nothing. I merely came to discuss a matter with my husband and I wrote a few characters. Would you mind taking a look at my writing?" Shiao Heng glanced at the empty space on the shelf, then at Wei Lingxi's face, flushed like a blooming begonia, and he immediately understood. Approaching her, he inquired, "What do you have in your hands?" Wei Lingxi stepped back, attempting to maintain her composure. "It's nothing," she insisted. "Really?" She nodded earnestly. "It's just 2 books. Surely you wouldn't be so petty as to deny me a glance?" "Of course not." Shiao Heng circled the bookshelf, then suddenly drew closer, his gaze lingering ambiguously on her blushing cheeks. "Why is my wife turning red just for borrowing a book?" Wei Lingxi inhaled deeply. "It's simply too hot." "Indeed." Shiao Heng chuckled, but moved even closer, observing her nervous demeanor with growing amusement. "Listen, what is that noise in here? It seems quite loud." At his words, Wei Lingxi held her breath, straining to listen. The sound reverberating in her ears was the thunderous beating of her own heart, causing her cheeks to redden further, as if it might leap from her chest. Noticing her fluster, Shiao Heng's teasing spirit intensified. He pointed to the vacant spot on the shelf. "I recall that a few fire avoidance manuals and oppos, were kept there. Could it be that my wife is interested in them?" Realizing he was fully aware, Wei Lingxi saw no point in her earlier evasions and simply tossed the books onto the table. Shiao Heng smirked, casually picking up one of the volumes. His long fingers leisurely turned its pages, feigning contemplation. "Ah, so my wife enjoys this genre of literature." The implication left Wei Lingxi further mortified. Her face burned as if touched by flames. How could he say such a thing? What respectable lady would find pleasure in such materials? Though she was not of noble lineage, she considered herself a refined young woman, and it was simply absurd to suggest she had an affinity for such things. As if she were a courtesan. You speak nonsense." Embarrassed and furious, she glared at the playful glint in Shiao Heng's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she straightened her posture and countered, "I do not enjoy such things." "Do not enjoy? Yet you somehow found so many?" He continued, feigning innocence. "Perhaps you believe I have neglected you of late? If so, shall we study them together tonight?" Seeing her face flush with a heat akin to that of a ripe fruit, Shiao Heng's smile became more mischievous, devoid of any previous severity. "In the future, should you wish to peruse such literature, you need not be furtive. My study is your study, and my books are yours." As he spoke, Wei Lingxi felt an urge to sink into the ground in embarrassment. It was he who had hidden such a multitude of fire avoidance manuals. Yet he spoke as if she were the one with an insatiable curiosity. Regaining her composure, Wei Lingxi feigned sternness. "One would not expect such a collection hidden in the esteemed study of the general. I always assumed you spent your time diligently studying military strategy upon returning home, not indulging in such literature. Had I not stumbled upon it today, I would have remained unaware of your peculiar taste." Shiao Heng, with a light smile playing on his lips, replied nonchalantly, "These were merely gifts from that group of rascally youngsters as wedding presents. One cannot simply discard them, can one?" Moreover, he casually flipped through a couple of pages. "The illustrations are rather well done, and some of the poses are quite novel. What do you say? Shall we take a look together?" "Absolutely not." Wei Lingxi turned her head away, her cheeks still flushed. Seeing her shyness, Shiao Heng chuckled softly. Setting the book aside, "What brings you to my study, my dear? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wei Lingxi nodded, wanted to broach the subject with Shiao Heng, but hesitating slightly. Perceiving her uncertainty, Shiao Heng encouraged her, "Do not hesitate to speak your mind." With that prompt, Wei Lingxi gathered her resolve and spoke directly. "I returned to the Wei residence today and learned that my third brother has been imprisoned." She recounted how Wei Qinglan had offended Song Taifu and how he had been wrongfully accused and incarcerated, then looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Husband, my brother has evidently angered Song Taifu, leading to his current predicament. Do you have a plan to rescue him?" Shiao Heng searched his memory for Wei Qinglan's visage. He recalled a man of exceptional grace and bearing, destined for greater things than merely serving as an assistant in the Capital S Inspection Bureau. Chapter 38. United hearts of husband and wife. Prior to marrying Wei Lingxi, he discreetly investigated the circumstances surrounding the Wei family. His father-in-law, Wei Shanhe, was as formidable as his name suggested, devoted solely to safeguarding the territories of the Great Zhou dynasty. His temperament was fierce and unyielding, which often led him to offend officials in the court. On the other hand, Wei's wife hailed from a merchant family in the south, possessing a gentle and pure disposition. After marrying General Wei, they enjoyed a loving relationship and treated the servants in their household as if they were family. It was only natural that children raised by such a couple would turn out commendably. Noticing that Shiao Heng remained silent for an extended period, Wei Lingxi felt a twinge of concern. One of her significant reasons for decisively choosing to marry him was to protect the Wei family. If she were unable to safeguard her family in this lifetime, what meaning would her rebirth hold? "My husband, do you face difficulties?" Her large eyes sparkled with the depth of autumn waters, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering gently. Shiao Heng slightly narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before replying. "It is not insurmountable." "Really?" Wei Lingxi sighed in relief upon hearing this. Shiao Heng raised his hand to massage his shoulder, and seeing this, Wei Lingxi promptly offered her assistance, gently kneading his muscles and occasionally using her fist to strike his back and neck. Noticing his wife and Appo's attentiveness, a faint smile graced his lips. "After today's court session, His Majesty has summoned me to discuss the campaign against Nandian set for 6 months hence." This diminutive nation, Nandian, was known for its fierce and unruly populace, yet to be fully civilized. They had continually harassed the borders of the Great Zhou, leading to the repeated defeats and executions of the border generals. His Majesty was quite worried about this situation and ordered me to eradicate Nandian in 6 months. This is no trivial matter. Wei Lingxi initially thought Shiao Heng would discuss matters concerning her third brother, but she was surprised when he brought up the impending campaign against Nandian. In his previous life, he indeed embarked on this expedition, and upon his return, he was promoted and even conferred the title of Marquis. At the age of 26, Shiao Heng's elevation was unprecedented in the annals of the Great Zhou. However, that war left him severely wounded. She had heard from Xiao Zishuan that he had faced death on several occasions and narrowly escaped. In this life, the stakes were different. Upon learning of the campaign against Nandian, Wei Lingxi felt a wave of apprehension. A campaign against Nandian in 6 months? I recall you mentioning that the people of Nandian are exceedingly fierce, and their weather and climate differ significantly from ours. The marshlands are abundant, and the dense forests teem with snakes, insects, and vermin. Adequate preparations are essential for such an expedition, and with only 6 months to prepare, what are the chances of success? She remembered that in her previous life, they had also initiated the campaign at this time, and due to tight schedules and insufficient preparations, significant troubles arose. Knowing this, she felt compelled to caution him. "Are you worried about me, my lady?" Shiao Heng intended to discuss the matter of Wei Qinglan, but found his little wife's face filled with concern, which inexplicably pleased him. Wei Lingxi, upon hearing his query, furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes fixed on him. "As husband and wife, if I do not worry for you, who else would I be concerned about? My husband. The battle against Nandian may prove quite arduous. The troops will face fatigue along the way, traversing high mountains and long roads. It is crucial to ensure ample provisions. We must avoid any mishaps. And what about medical supplies?" Before she could finish, Shiao Heng enveloped her in his arms. He sat in the grand chair at the writing desk, lifting Wei Lingxi onto his lap, allowing them to face one another. There is no need for you to fret so much. The campaign will commence after the new year. We have 6 months to prepare. You need not burden yourself with such concerns. Right now, your focus should be on your third brother. This position made Wei Lingxi feel both embarrassed and shy. She shifted slightly, attempting to rise from his lap, but his hand firmly held her waist, and another hand rested on her thigh. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He did not wish for her to move, nor to let her go. After contemplating, she relinquished her desire to descend. After all, it was just the two of them, and they were married. Such intimate gestures were entirely natural. Many women longed for their husbands to show them affection, and he voluntarily offered her this. What more could she say? Moreover, she realized she did not truly mind. It was merely a feeling of modesty. Is there a plan for my third brother? Wei Lingxi gazed at him with anticipation, her eyes glimmering like a clear spring. I hope you can save him, but I also worry about offending Song Taifu, as he wields considerable influence in the court. If you engage in battle at the front lines, any mishaps at the rear could be concerning. As she spoke, she bit her lip, while she was determined to protect the Wei family. Her genuine concern for Shiao Heng was undeniable. The man before her was still in the process of growing his power, not yet a renowned regent. Any misstep on this path could lead to irreparable consequences. Moreover, the Shiao Heng of this life treated her with tenderness and care, contrasting starkly with the man from her memories who had once ravaged her during a stormy night 5 years hence. A man like him would undoubtedly capture the heart of any woman. How could she bear to place him in jeopardy? Thus, she expressed her worries. In the court, Song Taifu's ambitions had begun to surface, while beneath the surface, he formed cliques and nurtured his faction, a fact well known among many officials. The current emperor was not naive either. However, with turmoil throughout the realm and internal and external strife, he needed to eliminate external threats before addressing matters within the court. Song Taifu had expanded his influence and had attempted to win Shiao Heng over on several occasions. 3 years prior, he had expressed a desire to marry his second daughter to Shiao Heng, but Shiao Heng declined, citing pressing military affairs. Later, when Song Taifu revisited the topic, Shiao Heng stated he needed to observe mourning for 3 years after the death of his father. Once those 3 years passed, the first thing he did upon returning was to marry Wei Lingxi. This dissatisfaction was evident to Song Taifu. Shiao Heng's actions clearly delineated his stance and separated him from Song Taifu. He believed that a confrontation with Song Taifu was inevitable. Thus, he had already positioned himself in opposition to the man. The notion of offending him was irrelevant. Foolish girl, there is no need for concern. Shiao Heng gently cradled her face, stroking her cheek. Since I have made a promise, I shall find a way. I, Shiao Heng, never undertake tasks without assurance. Really? Wei Lingxi was uncertain of his methods, yet his confidence brought her a sense of ease. Indeed, however, to accomplish this task, I must first assess the capabilities of your third brother, Shiao Heng replied. My third brother is exceptionally skilled. At the age of 9, he could shoot a target from 100 paces, and by 13, he mastered the spear with extraordinary finesse. As she spoke of her brother, Wei Lingxi's eyes brightened, and her lips began to chatter animatedly. Is that so? I shall arrange for his release from prison immediately. Tomorrow, I will evaluate him. Should he pass the assessment, I can conveniently secure him a favorable position with the assistance of His Majesty, Shiao Heng declared. Thank you, my husband. Though Wei Lingxi was unaware of the specifics of Shiao Heng and Appo's, as conversation with the emperor, or how he intended to leverage His Majesty and Appo's as favor, she felt reassured that the matter was under control. Please expedite the arrangements. I am concerned that my brother may suffer in prison. Rest assured, I shall write a letter. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her delicate wrist, ready to assist him in preparing ink. Shiao Heng smiled faintly, dipped his brush into the ink, and with flowing strokes inscribed a letter on the rice paper. He summoned Lin Mo, instructing Go, deliver this letter to the Minister of Justice. Lin Mo accepted the letter and bowed before exiting. Wei Lingxi, filled with joy, gazed at Shiao Heng and leaned forward to bestow a gentle kiss upon his cheek, saying, Thank you, my husband. As she began to rise, Xiao Heng's arm encircled her waist, drawing her back into his embrace. His deep-set eyes fixed upon her rosy cheeks. Reminiscent of begonia blossoms, he murmured, "Is it truly your intention to dismiss me in such a manner, my dear wife?" Chapter 39. My lord, please proceed, as she gazed into the depths of his eyes, where flames of desire gradually ignited, and felt the increasing warmth of his palm. Wei Lingxi could not help but comprehend the turmoil within his heart. She had wed him, and they were destined to share a life together. Some matters were inescapable. What then did her husband desire of her? Wei Lingxi lifted her gaze to meet his fervent stare, refusing to shy away. This surprised Shiao Heng, for previously she had resisted and evaded him. Yet now she seemed prepared, displaying no intent to flee. "What I wish of my wife, she shall do," Shiao Heng murmured, leaning closer to her, gently biting her earlobe. The tingling sensation coursed through Wei Lingxi, causing her to tremble. "Indeed," she replied, her breath hitching. Shiao Heng paused momentarily, his lips trailing down her delicate neck, exhaling softly. "Is it that you willingly comply today for the sake of your third brother?" Wei Lingxi faltered, realizing that her cooperation stemmed from his promise to assist her brother. Undeniably, this was a factor, yet it was not the sole reason for her acquiescence. "Not entirely," she confessed. "I am grateful for your willingness to aid my brother. However, beyond that, we are still husband and wife. I see and feel the kindness you show me." Shiao Heng's expression brightened at her words, indicating that she was gradually beginning to accept him in her heart, a positive development. Wei Lingxi sensed his delight as kisses rained upon her neck, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Her heart raced, and her breath became erratic. She tilted her head back, her lips slightly parted, eyes closed, her slender waist forming an alluring curve. Seeing her in such a state ignited a burning desire within Shiao Heng. He grasped her waist, lifting her onto the table, and in one swift motion, pressed her down. Wei Lingxi felt darkness envelop her as he captured her lips, kissing her as one would savor a delicacy. Like wildfire meeting a spring breeze, the flames of passion surged. Shiao Heng suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to relinquish restraint. With beauty at his side, soft and fragrant, it was tormenting to merely gaze upon her without indulging. Throughout history, heroes have faltered before the allure of beauty. He certainly did not consider himself a hero. His hands began to unfasten her garments, his gaze sweeping across her blushing cheeks, momentarily taken aback as he met her glistening eyes, which were fixed intently upon him. "Is it permissible?" he inquired softly. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of emotions flickered in Wei Lingxi's watery gaze: surprise, suspicion, hesitation, until she gradually closed her eyes. Her long, thick lashes trembled, and from her exquisite lips emerged a few words: "My lord, please proceed." Upon uttering this phrase, her face flushed anew. In her past life, that wretched Shao Zishuan had never sought her consent. Though he possessed an exterior of charm and grace, in matters of intimacy, he was akin to a rabid dog, lacking tenderness, charging forth with reckless abandon. Only much later did she comprehend that he was not merely foolish, but rather self-absorbed, disregarding her feelings entirely. Shiao Heng in her previous life had gazed at her with eyes as dark as the ocean, filled solely with desire. Love was utterly absent then. Now, however, the circumstances were markedly different. Wei Lingxi found herself perplexed. Could it be that the timing of their encounters had altered Shiao Heng and Appo's as character from a previous life? Was their union a matter of love at first sight or mere lust? She sensed a peculiar distinction in their interactions that she struggled to articulate. With her consent granted, a smile graced Shiao Heng's lips. His hands traced her delicate waist, yet he hesitated, realizing she was too slender, too fragile. "My lord," Wei Lingxi felt his intentions shifting, and suddenly opened her eyes, her soft, pale fingers gripping his steel-like forearm. "Is my lord truly intent on such indiscretion in broad daylight? If word reaches the matriarch." Shiao Heng chuckled softly, his gaze locked onto hers. "Does my lady wish for me to proceed or not?" Wei Lingxi bit her lip, appearing to contemplate. "If my lord desires it, I shall comply. Is this truly your heartfelt declaration?" "Yes." She nodded, her enchanting eyes fixed on him, gently asking, "What of Dr. Chu's words?" Shiao Heng noted her seemingly obedient demeanor, though he sensed her cunning intellect beneath. Her earlier unfinished sentence had been a test of his resolve, to see if he would disregard her fragile state and the doctor and Oppo's advice, forcing himself upon her. In that moment, Shiao Heng realized that his wife was not as fragile as she appeared. Beneath her delicate exterior lay a heart of cleverness. Amidst their verbal tug-of-war, the fervor within him began to wane. Knowing she was weak, to force himself upon her was not in his nature. History has shown that many have perished in the throes of passion, be it man or woman, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. Thus, Shiao Heng released her, standing up while saying, "Tomorrow at the first watch, wait for me in the courtyard." "What for?" Wei Lingxi inquired. "To teach you swordplay." "Huh?" She was taken aback. "Swordplay? But I cannot wield a sword." "Precisely why you must learn." Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi's expression fell. "The sword is too heavy. I cannot lift it." Shiao Heng chuckled. "When you struck at Xiao Zishuan, I found your grip quite steady." Wei Lingxi blushed. "My lord, that is not a fitting topic for discussion. Must we dredge up old grievances? You must come tomorrow, unless you've resolved to never consummate our marriage." Shiao Heng's words hung in the air. Instantly, Wei Lingxi wilted. "Oh, very well. You may return now. I have writings to attend to." Shiao Heng had other matters to address, allowing her to retreat to her chamber. "Understood, my lord." Just as Wei Lingxi prepared to rise from the table, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, startling her. She instinctively reached for Shiao Heng. He swiftly pulled her behind him, his brow furrowing as his piercing gaze fell upon the door. "Who dares to intrude upon my study?" Entering were Yin Rui and Sang Ji, carrying a basin. Startled by his cold reprimand, they dropped the basin, spilling water everywhere. Upon meeting Shiao Heng and Oppo's frosty glare, Sang Ji immediately knelt, her frail shoulders trembling. "Ninth Master, spare us. We believed you had not yet returned and came to tidy the study." Chapter 40. Fear of betrayal. Wei Lingxi and Oppo's gaze was fixed on Yin Rui, awaiting her explanation. "I apologize, miss. We truly do not know." Yin Rui lowered her head, silently reprimanding her own recklessness. "Let this matter pass this time, but do not let it happen again," Wei Lingxi said. "From now on, no one shall enter my study without my permission." Shiao Heng and Oppo's expression darkened, his displeasure palpable, and his voice turned icy. "Yes, Ninth Master." Sang Ji and Yin Rui quickly acquiesced. "Leave," Shiao Heng commanded. Once Sang Ji and Yin Rui exited, Wei Lingxi took her leave as well, returning to her own chambers. In her quarters, an ice basin was prepared, and Jin Rui brought in some small pastries and fruits from the kitchen. Wei Lingxi picked up a piece of mung bean cake, savoring it in small bites, and then inquired of Jin Rui, "Has Yin Rui been spending a lot of time with Sang Ji lately?" "Indeed, miss," Jin Rui replied, pouring a cup of hot tea for her. "Sang Ji is quite adept with her hands and often occupies herself with weaving in her room. Yin Rui, who enjoys such activities, has taken to learning from her, and as a result, they have grown familiar with one another." Noticing a change in her mistress's demeanor, Jin Rui asked softly, "Miss, is there something amiss?" "It's nothing. Please call for Yin Rui. I have some inquiries for her," Wei Lingxi instructed. "Understood." Soon, Yin Rui arrived before her, asking, "Miss, what are your commands?" "What do you think of Sang Ji?" Wei Lingxi inquired directly. "She is decent, skilled, and perceptive." "Miss, is there an issue?" Yin Rui, having grown up alongside Wei Lingxi, knew her questions were seldom without reason. "It's nothing. I merely feel she has been approaching the Ninth Master a bit too frequently," Wei Lingxi remarked. Yin Rui pondered this and replied, "Miss, now that you mention it, I do recall that Yin Rui has recently shown interest in matters concerning you and the Ninth Master." "What has she been asking?" She inquired why the Ninth Master stays in the study, and remarked on how well the Ninth Master and Miss seem to get along. "Yet he never calls for water at night," Jin Rui quietly divulged. Wei Lingxi raised an eyebrow, contemplating. "This Sang Ji is indeed remarkable. While even Jin Rui and Yin Rui have not noticed this, I am well aware." "Have Qing Dai, Zi Su, and Lian Xiao inquired?" Yin Rui shook her head. "No. The affairs of this household are managed solely by Jean Rue and me. They merely handle the cleaning, laundry, and errands. Since Sang Ji is close to you, keep an eye on her movements for me, Wei Lingxi advised. Miss is worried she may harbor ulterior motives? In Rue asked, her expression serious. Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch on Sang Ji. Very well. As this topic arose, both Jean Rue and In Rue grew curious, as they often mingled with the other maids in the household. In the afternoon, once the ladies were napping, the maidservants would stroll in the garden. Sometimes, Jean Rue would overhear maids from the fifth madam's quarters gossiping that the fifth master called for water 2 to 3 times each night. Occasionally, even in the middle of the night, those curious maids would also inquire about how many times the ninth master and ninth madam called for water. Jean Rue remained tight-lipped, merely stating it was a matter of routine. However, questions lingered in their minds. Summoning her courage, Jean Rue asked Wei Lingxi, Miss, the ninth master seems to care for you greatly. Yet why does he choose to sleep in the study? Is there something wrong with sleeping in the study? Wei Lingxi replied, taking a bite of her mung bean cake with a smile. Oh, miss, you're truly oblivious. The madams are worried about you. They hope you will soon bear a child to establish your place in the Shiao household. Yet, you not only fail to call the ninth master to your room, but also push him away, Jean Rue exclaimed, her concern evident. Hey, you little wench, how dare you say the miss is heartless? Wei Lingxi playfully poked her forehead. What do you understand? There are reasons for the ninth master's absence. If he does not come, do you not worry? I see the other madams and concubines vying for their men. In Rue tilted her head, questioning. Why does the miss fail to appreciate her position? Enough, enough. Wei Lingxi shot a glare at the two girls. How do you know I do not cherish it? As the saying goes, to love through beauty is to invite decline. I wish to connect with the ninth master on a deeper level, beyond mere physicality. Yet, without that aspect of romance, it feels as though something is missing, Jean Rue muttered. Oh, you little girl, do you think you know everything? Have you fallen in love? Should I ask the ninth master to find you someone suitable? Wei Lingxi teased. Jean Rue's face flushed bright red. Miss, please do not jest. I have no intention of marrying. I wish to stay by your side forever. I only worry about you and the ninth master, which is why I seek understanding. In Rue nodded in agreement. Wei Lingxi sighed and said to the two girls, the ninth master is simply too much for me to handle. Too much in what way? In Rue inquired. Jean Rue, blushing, poked her. You truly are dense. What do you mean by too much? In Rue quickly grasped the implication. So, it is not so bad that the ninth master sleeps in the study. Wei Lingxi, her cheeks flushed, declared, let this matter rest for today. Do not mention it again, nor let a single word slip. Outside the window, Shiao Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had intended to return to his chambers to speak with Wei Lingxi, but overheard the conversation between the three. Looking down, his smile broadened. He had not even been candid with her, yet she seemed to have formed a judgment of his excellence. It appeared that the young maid had given considerable thought to him. Chuckling, he decided against entering, turning instead to leave, stepping on a fallen branch that snapped beneath his weight. Wei Lingxi heard the sound and quickly rushed to the window, but saw no trace of anyone, save for the broken branch on the ground. From now on, speak with caution, she thought, feeling a sudden alertness. Shiao Heng's intention was clear. He meant to remind her that one should always be wary, for even within one's own courtyard, there could be ears listening. It was prudent to exercise caution. In the afternoon, Lin Mo returned with news. The Minister of Justice had reviewed the letter and agreed to release Wei Qingluan to prevent any unforeseen complications. Shiao Heng immediately decided to rescue Wei Qingluan from the prison and transport her directly to the Shiao military camp in the outskirts of the capital. Upon hearing the news, Song Tai-fu and Apos' expression darkened. My lord, it is evident that Shiao Heng is targeting Wei Qingluan. His wife is the youngest daughter of Wei Shana, and it is undoubtedly that Wei family who implored him to intervene on her behalf, one of Song Tai-fu's aides analyzed. Shiao Heng, Song Tai-fu mused, stroking his gray beard, his eyes narrowing. Such a person cannot be trusted. He will eventually become a liability. By what means did he secure Wei Qingluan's release? By the emperor's decree. It is said that he is to lead a southern campaign in 6 months, and the army is in dire need of capable generals. The emperor has given him the authority to recruit talent freely. If he finds someone suitable for the southern expedition, he may take them without reporting back. I learned this through a bribe to Li Gonggong, who is close to the emperor. Song Taifu exhaled slowly. It matters not. The future stretches long ahead. Do not dwell on the transient gains and losses of the present. Moreover, he is merely a minor military aide, not worth our grand upheaval. With that, the advisors withdrew. Song Yingyu, lifting her skirts, stormed in with an air of indignation. Father, that Shiao Heng disregards you entirely, and you permit such insolence? The Wei family is hardly virtuous, especially Wei Lingxi, who has chosen to marry into the Shiao family. It is evident that she cannot let go of Shiao Zihuan. Should I find myself wed to that family, I will undoubtedly encounter her. Song Yingyu, the cherished daughter of Song Taifu, was born of his beloved wife. This girl seemed to be blessed with fortune. Since her birth, his path in officialdom had been smooth and untroubled. Thus, he held a particular affection for her, indulging her whims without restraint. Are you truly afraid of that Wei girl? You are the daughter of the esteemed Taifu. If you cannot manage your own affairs, I would be compelled to think less of you, he remarked, stroking his beard. Father, I fear her not. What is Wei Lingxi? That she is even worthy to tie my shoes? However, Wei Qinglan nearly thwarted your and Uncle Zhang's significant plans. I am incensed that he escaped unscathed. Song Yingyu seethed, wishing fervently for Wei Qinglan's downfall. The sight of Wei Lingxi in distress brought her a certain delight. Enough, this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. In just a few days, you are to be wed. Focus on being a proper bride, Song Taifu advised. Yes, father. The thought of marrying Shiao Zihuan brought a radiant smile to Song Yingyu's face. The flower of the examination was hers, and none could lay claim to it. Meanwhile, at the military camp on the outskirts of the capital, Wei Qinglan awaited Shiao Heng and Appo's arrival within his tent. He had heard it was Shiao Heng who had extricated him, and he suspected that his younger sister had exerted some influence as well. It seemed that Shiao Heng held a particular affection for her. As he pondered, the sound of footsteps approached, and he looked up to see Shiao Heng parting the tent flaps. Bare-chested, with a well-proportioned and muscular physique, beads of sweat cascaded down his body, tracing the contours of his abdominal muscles and pooling at the waistband of his white trousers. Upon catching sight of that impressive physique, Wei Qinglan felt a jolt of surprise, his gaze lingering momentarily. Unaccountably, he was torn between feeling joy for his sister and concern for her well-being. Noticing Wei Qinglan's fixed stare and the myriad of emotions playing across his face, Shiao Heng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Wei Qinglan. Chapter 41. The majestic dragon and phoenix in principle, Shiao Heng should have addressed Wei Qinglan as brother, just like Wei Lingxi. However, given the military context and the fact that Wei Qinglan was younger than him, he opted to call him by his name instead. Wei Qinglan withdrew his gaze and immediately rose to his feet, respectfully addressing him. General, please, have a seat. Shiao Heng gestured for Wei Qinglan to sit down. He accepted the handkerchief Lin Mo offered and wiped the sweat from his brow before donning his outer garment. You must know the purpose of my invitation here, correct? Indeed. Wei Qinglan clasped his hands in salute, his expression solemn. I am grateful for the General and Appo's life-saving grace and for your support. I, Qinglan, wish to follow the General and Appo's lead, serving on the battlefield for life, pacifying the realm, and safeguarding the great Zhou. His declaration spared Shiao Heng the need to inquire if he wished to join the military. However, even without asking, Shiao Heng was well aware of Wei Qinglan's background as a scion of a military family, possessing commendable skills. It would be a pity not to serve the nation, especially in times of war. Earning merit and rewards was far more attainable than during periods of peace. Shiao Heng poured himself a cup of cool tea and, with a casual gesture, poured another for Wei Qinglan. Joining my Shiao family's army is no simple matter. Drink this tea and demonstrate your abilities. Yes, General. Wei Qinglan lifted his head and drank the tea in one go, rising to follow Shiao Heng outside. In the training grounds, soldiers taking a break from drills gathered upon hearing that the general was assessing a newcomer, forming a tightly packed circle around the expansive training area. Shiao Heng commanded the setup of a straw man, while a military officer presented a longbow and a quiver of arrows with both hands. A 10-stone longbow. Shiao Heng observed from a high platform, looking down at Wei Lingxi. Shao Qi mentioned you possess the skill to hit a bullseye from 100 paces. If you can achieve that, you will pass this test. Wei Lingxi tested the bowstring before turning towards the tall, imposing figure of the man under the blazing sun. General, is there a horse available? Shiao Heng, slightly surprised, replied, You wish to shoot from horseback? Yes. Very well. With a grand wave of his hand, he summoned a war horse. A chestnut steed was led forth, and Wei Lingxi promptly mounted it, galloping around the training ground. He then nodded towards Shiao Heng, indicating he was ready to begin. This young man possesses quite the audacity. Qi Tong squinted, observing the slender figure on the horse. It was remarkable that someone of such slight build could draw a 10-stone bow and shoot from horseback. Even I, after years of practice, would find it difficult to hit the target with every arrow at 100 paces. Shi Ming stood with his legs apart, arms crossed, waiting to witness Wei Lingxi and oppose, as folly. To be frank, he held a certain disdain for Wei Lingxi. The young man was indeed handsome, appealing to women, but such a figure seemed ill-suited for the battlefield. Without even testing the 10-stone bow, he brazenly demanded to shoot from horseback. Regardless of being Wei General's son and the general and Amp, Oppo's brother-in-law, so what? Shi Ming judged a person by their abilities. Without strength, titles, and status meant nothing to him. Unbeknownst to Wei Lingxi, he spurred the horse forward. The powerful steed whinnied and galloped away like a cloud. When he reached a distance of 100 paces from the target, he showed no sign of slowing down. With perfect poise, he drew his bow and released 5 arrows in swift succession. A shout rang out from the distance. All 5 shots hit. The soldiers erupted in astonished cheers. Anyone skilled in horseback archery understood the difficulty of hitting a target while galloping, let alone shooting consecutively with precision. Qi Tong and Shi Ming widened their eyes, their jaws almost dropping. Such skill was likely unmatched in the army. Only the general could rival it. Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate youth could shoot 5 arrows in succession and hit the mark every time? The military officer carried the 5 straw men over, placing them before Shiao Heng, revealing that all 5 arrows had pierced through the straw men as heads. If the straw men had features, the arrows would have shot straight through their brows. It seemed Shao Qi spoke no exaggeration. Wei Lingxi indeed possessed the remarkable skill of hitting the bullseye from 100 paces, his prowess unquestionable. Shiao Heng slowly raised his hand, applauding in approval. Well done. Wei Lingxi stood tall and upright, akin to a majestic pine, neither arrogant nor anxious. Thank you, General. Next, let us see how you fare with the spear, Shiao Heng stated. Wei Lingxi clasped his hands in salute. Please, General, grant me a spear. Very well. Shiao Heng ordered the military officer to fetch a spear. He surveyed the soldiers, asking, Is there anyone willing to spar with him? Qi Tong stepped forward, eager to challenge, but Shi Ming had already moved ahead. I volunteer. Good. Shiao Heng approved. Shi Ming summoned his war horse and took 2 copper hammers, weighing over 100 pounds, from the military officer. He mounted his horse and introduced himself. I am Deputy Commander Shi Ming. Wei Lingxi, he replied, glancing at the weapons in Shi Ming and Oppo's hands. General Shi, my weapon is a spear, while yours are hammers. With such a disparity in length, I fear I may have the upper hand. Good lad, Shi Ming retorted. Don't be deceived by my hammers. I can certainly defeat you. Prepare to face my attack. As Shi Ming charged forward, Wei Lingxi observed him closely. His legs were thick as a woman and Oppo's waist, a grotesque scar marred his face, and his eyes were as wide as copper bells. The sight of him wielding the 2 hammers was reminiscent of a butcher. Suddenly, Wei Lingxi recalled the rumors in the capital that his brother-in-law Shiao Heng bore a similar appearance. No wonder the people had mistaken Shi Ming for Shiao Heng. Chuckling, Wei Lingxi shook his head and flicked the reins, raising his spear to engage in battle. Shi Ming wielded his hammers with fierce strength. A single blow could shatter bones and spill blood. Yet, Wei Lingxi showed no fear, using the spear with agility, striking from various angles with finesse. After a fierce exchange, He seized the moment, thrusting his spear towards Shi Meng's heart. Shi Meng's expression changed dramatically, and as he thought he was finished, Wei Qinglan halted just short of contact. General Shi, I concede. Seeing Shi Meng defeated, Qi Tong did not dare to step up. He knew he could not match Shi Meng. Is there anyone else? Shiao Heng inquired. A few junior officers stepped forward, only to be bested by Wei Qinglan, who dismounted their horses with ease. At this point, all present were convinced of his abilities. Excellent. Shiao Heng was highly satisfied. Shao Qi had recommended a formidable general. His skills surpassed all others, and there was no objection to him joining the Shiao family's army. He was to report to the military tomorrow, starting as a soldier. Thank you, General, Wei Qinglan replied. At that moment, Qi Ting called out, General, since Wei Qinglan's skills are so refined, and you also wield a spear, why not have a contest between the two of you? As his words fell, the crowd erupted into a chorus of General, General, General. Initially, Shiao Heng had no intention of competing, but the soldiers' fervor was undeniable. General, I humbly request your guidance, Wei Qinglan said. As Shiao Heng rose, the military officer brought forth a warhorse, and Qi Tong retrieved a long spear from the training ground. Shiao Heng nodded slightly at him, and he tossed the spear towards Wei Qinglan. In a fluid motion, Shiao Heng leaped into the air, gracefully catching the spear, landing steadily on the horse in Appo's back. He kicked the horse's flank, sending it galloping towards Wei Qinglan. With a spear in hand, Wei Qinglan prepared for the duel, and the two engaged in a fierce combat on the training grounds. Beneath the blazing sun, the figure of Shiao Heng radiated like a brilliant beacon, captivating the attention of all around him. His strikes were precise and forceful, executed with remarkable agility and finesse. Wei Qinglan faced him head-on, struggling to withstand Shiao Heng and Appo's relentless onslaught for a few rounds. Noticing Wei Qinglan and Appo's labored movements and overwhelmed demeanor, a smile crept onto Shiao Heng's lips as he quickened his pace, the long spear in his grasp swirling in a dazzling display. As Wei Qinglan began to retreat under the pressure, Shiao Heng suddenly thrust the spear forward, aiming directly at his forehead. It halted just shy of half an inch from his brow, a cold smile gracing his stern visage. General, I concede, Wei Qinglan said, dismounting and clasping his fists in acknowledgement of his defeat. You performed admirably, Shiao Heng replied, dismounting as well. He approached Wei Qinglan and remarked, Shao Qi did not deceive me. It is a pity for someone of your caliber to serve merely as a minor patrol officer. Follow me in the future, and we shall conquer Nandian, achieving great deeds together. Yes, General, Wei Qinglan affirmed, for this was indeed his aspiration. As dusk fell, a carriage entered the city gates. Inside, Shiao Heng and Wei Qinglan sat side by side. As they traversed Chongning Street, Wei Qinglan spotted a street vendor pushing a unicycle cart, selling delicacies. The capital of the great Zhou dynasty was bustling with life, and the culinary wares displayed were both exquisitely crafted and delightfully flavorful. Stop, Wei Qinglan called to the driver, leaping down to approach the vendor. He purchased 2 items, a small steamed cake and a fragrant lotus pastry. A few steps further along the lively street, he noticed a wooden stall with a sign that read tea soup, fragrant beverages. The tea soup referred to tea, while the fragrant beverages were refreshing summer drinks. Wei Qinglan ordered a bowl of dried plum tea, which the vendor carefully sealed in a bamboo tube before he returned to the carriage. He handed the items through the window to Shiao Heng. Shao Qi loves snacks. These are her favorites. Please deliver them to her, General. Shiao Heng accepted the offerings. Certainly. As Wei Qinglan prepared to depart, he said, General, the Wei residence is not far ahead. I shall take my leave now. Do you not wish to see Shao Qi? Shiao Heng suddenly inquired. I am certain she would be delighted to meet her brother. Wei Qinglan hesitated for a moment. Is it convenient? What could be inconvenient about it? Naturally, he yearned to see his sister, even though it had been less than a month since their last encounter. He missed her dearly. Then I thank you, General. Meanwhile, within the Shiao residence, Wei Lingxi was occupied with a matter of great consequence. Chapter 42. Was it really that unpalatable? She was aware that Shiao Heng had extricated her third brother from a jail and promptly dispatched him to the military drill ground for assessment. Should he pass the evaluation, Her third brother would be inducted into the army. Wei Lingxi was acutely cognizant that Wei Qinglan's lifelong aspiration had been to gallop across the battlefields, repelling those who encroached upon the great Zhou. He possessed ambition and aspirations, yet was encumbered by his physical disability. In this lifetime, she was deeply indebted to Shiao Heng for his willingness to rescue her third brother. Wei Lingxi yearned to express her gratitude to Shiao Heng, and after pondering the matter for an entire afternoon, she resolved to personally prepare a meal for him as a token of her appreciation. From a tender age, Wei Lingxi had harbored a predilection for culinary delights. During her formative years, her paternal uncle and aunt resided together in the capital's manor. Her aunt, blessed with nimble fingers, particularly delighted in concocting delectable fare. Consequently, she would often hover near her aunt, observing her prepared dishes and pastries. Though her own culinary endeavors were not always successful, she possessed confidence, given the assistance of the cooks and maids. Thus, she resolved to personally prepare a repast for her husband. She meticulously selected 2 dishes and a porridge: baked chicken, tofu soup, and a fragrant lotus leaf porridge. However, unforeseen complications arose during the cooking process. She had prepared the lotus leaf porridge and kept it warm in the pot, yet inadvertently neglected the smoldering firewood in the stove. By the time the maids discovered the oversight, the porridge had evaporated, and the embers emanating from the stove had ignited the firewood, causing a conflagration in the kitchen. The maids summoned Lin Bai to assist in extinguishing the flames, and the entire Fengao hall, from top to bottom, worked tirelessly until the fire was finally quelled. Upon Shiao Heng's return from the outside with Wei Qinglan, they were met with the sight of the soot-blackened kitchen and the ash-covered servants, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Who is responsible for this? Shiao Heng roared, his anger erupting as he pointed at the 2 cooks. What use are you if you cannot even prepare a meal without setting the kitchen ablaze? The 2 cooks lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling, yet daring not utter a word. Where's the madam? Has she sustained any injuries? Shiao Heng inquired, lifting the hem of his robe as he strode towards the bedchamber. At that moment, Wei Lingxi had just completed her ablutions, cleansing herself of the smoky residue. She was refreshed. Upon seeing Shiao Heng barge in, she hastily donned her garments. Have you been injured? He seized her slender arm, attempting to disrobe her. No, Wei Lingxi replied, waving her hand. I am well. There's no need to worry. A bunch of incompetents. Shiao Heng's chest heaved with rage, his eyes as cold as frost. They nearly set the entire house on fire while preparing a meal. Fengao Hall will not harbor such useless individuals. Lin Bai, dismiss these 2 cooks and seek out new replacements. Wei Lingxi swiftly intervened, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My lord, please do not be incensed. I was the one who started the fire. Shiao Heng was momentarily taken aback. You? Yes, Wei Lingxi explained. I wish to express my gratitude to my lord for rescuing my brother. Therefore, I desired to personally prepare a meal for my lord. Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng and Appo's countenance softened considerably. He sighed in relief, grasping her hands and commending, I never imagined my wife would be so virtuous. To have such a wife. What more could a husband desire? Wei Lingxi was flattered and slightly embarrassed. However, the lotus leaf porridge was ruined, and the kitchen was damaged. I fear we cannot partake of it. Shiao Heng and Appo's lips curled into a smile. It matters not. We shall borrow your 5th brother and Appo's kitchen. Very well, Wei Lingxi replied, smiling at him. It is rare that you would be so thoughtful. Shiao Heng was in high spirits that day. He had acquired a valiant general, and his wife had personally prepared a meal for him. I, too, have a surprise for you, my lady. A surprise? What surprise? Wei Lingxi blinked her eyes, her mind racing with speculation. Venture into the courtyard, and you shall discover it. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi pushed open the door and stepped outside. After taking a few steps, she beheld her third brother, Wei Qinglan, standing in the center of the courtyard, clad in a light cyan robe, a smile gracing his lips. His countenance serene. Seeing that he was unharmed, Wei Lingxi was overcome with elation. Disregarding all formalities, she dashed towards Wei Qinglan, seizing his hand and exclaiming, Brother, are you unharmed? I never imagined that my lord would bring you back. I'm overjoyed. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly, raising his hand to stroke her hair. I owe it all to you. My brother is my dearest kin, and I would naturally do everything within my power to ensure his safety, Wei Lingxi replied, holding Wei Qingluan's hand and chattering incessantly. She failed to notice the man standing inside the room, his expression growing increasingly somber, his brows furrowed. He strode out of the room and forcefully pulled Wei Lingxi away from Wei Qingluan, separating them. He cast a displeased glance at Wei Qingluan, finding the newly acquired general less appealing. My lady, be mindful of your station, he cautioned. This is my brother, not a stranger. I grew up with my brother, and our bond is extraordinary, Wei Lingxi retorted. Wei Qingluan perceived the intense possessiveness in his sister's husband's eyes. He smiled faintly and said softly, Xiaoqi is now a married woman and must be more mindful. Wei Lingxi nodded. Understood. My lord and brother, let us not stand here any longer. I have personally prepared dinner. Let us partake of it together. Upon hearing that Wei Lingxi had personally prepared dinner, Wei Qingluan's lips twitched involuntarily. He immediately said, I came merely to ascertain whether Xiaoqi was well. Now that I have seen her, I must return to my residence. No, Wei Lingxi insisted, refusing to allow him to leave. You must stay for dinner. I also wish to hear about the martial arts competition at the military drill ground. Wei Qingluan reluctantly acquiesced. At the dining table, 2 dishes, 3 wine cups, and 6 chopsticks were arranged. Wei Lingxi warmly greeted, My lord, please sample the baked chicken I prepared. Brother, you enjoy tofu soup. Please savor the flavor as well. Shiao Heng unhesitatingly placed the chicken in his mouth, while Wei Qingluan hesitated before summoning his courage to ladle 2 small spoonfuls into his bowl, lowering his head to partake. Crack! Tui Shiao Heng paused, his mouth moving slightly. After a moment, he spat out a fragment of bone. Subsequently, he instructed Jin Rui to bring him a cup of hot tea. Wei Qingluan hastily wiped his mouth, finding the taste of the tofu soup utterly bizarre. It was excessively salty and contained an assortment of strange seasonings, leaving a sour aftertaste. Brother, Wei Lingxi frowned, her eyes fixed on him with reproach. Is it truly that unpalatable? Wei Qingluan forced a smile. Xiaoqi, your culinary skills are truly astonishing, awe-inspiring. Does my lord concur? Wei Lingxi turned to Shiao Heng. Shiao Heng was struggling to contend with the chicken in his mouth, which was inconsistently tender and tough, with a fishy sweet flavor that was difficult to chew. He raised his eyes, meeting Wei Lingxi and Oppo's expectant gaze. After a pause, he replied, It is not unpalatable. Then my lord must partake of more, Wei Lingxi said, happily placing 2 more pieces of chicken into his bowl, her gaze towards him gentler than usual. Seeing Shiao Heng eating with relish, Wei Lingxi decided to sample the dish herself. She picked up a piece of chicken, intending to put it in her mouth. When Shiao Heng interjected, Your brother purchased small steam cakes and hibiscus cakes for you, saying that they are your favorites. However, those are not easily digested. You should eat less of them. Additionally, there is smoked plum juice, which you may also drink sparingly. Originally, Shiao Heng had not intended for her to consume those items. However, given the nature of tonight and Oppo's fare, he decided to allow Wei Lingxi to partake of some of the snacks. Wei Lingxi was overjoyed. Compared to the meal, she preferred the sweet snacks. Thank you, my lord. After the meal, Wei Qingluan felt as if his taste buds had been subjected to torture. Although the kitchen of Lord Xiao was filled with a plethora of dishes, the tormented palate found no delight in any of them. After dinner, he took his leave early. Zissou and Qing Dai cleared the table, while Lian Xiao and Yin Rui served tea and snacks for the 2 to enjoy. Husband, there is a delightful delicacy from the south, cold cake. I shall prepare it for you one day, Wei Lingxi said leisurely while sipping her tea. In due time, I will ask my aunt and mother to share a few recipes of my favorite dishes for you to savor. Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng felt a churn in his stomach. Noticing his discomfort, Wei Lingxi inquired, What is it? Do you not wish to eat? Or is my cooking unsatisfactory? It is delicious, Shiao Heng replied, grasping her hand earnestly. However, I have a small request. What is it? Unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from entering the kitchen in the future. Wei Lingxi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. So it truly is unpalatable, isn't it? After much hesitation, Shiao Heng smiled gently. It is not that it is inedible. My heart tells me that whatever you make is the finest food in the world. Yet my tongue and stomach convey a different sentiment. They simply cannot bear such culinary endeavors. Wei Lingxi chuckled at the realization that despite the poor quality of her cooking, he still forced it down, warming her heart with his consideration. For one like him, accustomed to the hardships of military campaigns, it was evident that the food was indeed quite lacking. It was all the fault of Jinrui and Inrui, who had deceived her into believing it was delectable. The next day, at the hour of the hare, a clap of thunder heralded a torrential storm that disrupted Shiao Heng's plans. Wei Lingxi enjoyed a leisurely slumber, free from the morning practice of sword dancing. The rain persisted for 3 days, and once the skies cleared, Wei Lingxi caught a chill and fell ill. Consequently, the sword dancing lessons were postponed. Shiao Heng ordered the delivery of precious bird's nest and ginseng to the kitchen, instructing the cook to prepare congee to nourish Wei Lingxi and Amp Appo's health. Upon learning of her illness, Chu Yu grew concerned that, if this continued, the general would remain unable to consummate their marriage. Weighing the situation, he provided Wei Lingxi with a prescription emphasizing dietary remedies over medicinal ones, advising Shiao Heng to ensure she followed this regimen for several days. Before long, as Wei Lingxi recovered from her ailment, the day for Xiao Zihuan to wed the daughter of Song Taifu arrived. Chapter 43. The ruined wedding night. Xiao Zishuan, the esteemed eldest grandson of the Xiao family, was to marry the daughter of Song Taifu, a union that demanded a grand celebration. Following the recent illustrious wedding of Shiao Heng, which had made waves throughout the capital, the officials and citizens alike eagerly anticipated the lavish ceremony of the first-rank official precious gem and the current top scholar. However, the Xiao family had not been faring well in recent years, burdened by complex expenditures that drained their finances incessantly. To orchestrate a splendid wedding for Xiao Zishuan, the elderly matriarch, Madame Jiang, had reluctantly surrendered a substantial portion of her private savings. Moreover, the head of the family, Xiao Yang, exhausted all his resources and borrowed from several brothers to ensure the wedding could proceed with grandeur. Song Taifu, in marrying off his daughter, was equally concerned about reputation. He prepared an extravagant dowry of 128 boxes, with a grand procession departing from their residence en route to the Xiao family. The spectacle of the bridal procession drew the attention of the townsfolk, who craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the celebration. As Xiao Zishuan escorted Song Yingyu home, she hoped to hear the praises of the bystanders, yet was met with discordant whispers. It was remarked that the wedding of General Ding Yuan overshadowed their own. Curious murmurs noted the abundance of the general's gifts to the Wei family, contrasting with the relatively modest dowry of Song Taifu's daughter, which, despite its quantity, lacked the heft that would impress the onlookers. The comments pierced through Song Yingyu's consciousness, turning her expression sour as she clenched her hands within her sleeves. Despite her father's affection, the dowry was paltry, a mere token amidst the abundance of brothers at home. Frustrated by her circumstances, she lamented the absence of a wealthy uncle. Upon entering the estate, the lively ceremony commenced, leading to the bride being ushered into the bridal chamber to await her groom. Song Yingyu sat on the nuptial bed, filled with joyous anticipation for the long-awaited wedding night. Time passed, and as the guests departed, Xiao Zishuan, already inebriated, stumbled into the chamber, supported by others. With blurred vision, he approached the bride, lifting the red veil to behold her beauty. "Were you gazing at my husband?" Song Yingyu inquired playfully, noticing his intoxicated state. "You are truly beautiful," he replied, his admiration slurred. With a smile, she took his hand, sharing the ceremonial wine, intertwining their fates before seeking rest. This night had been a cherished dream for Song Yingyu. Yet, nestled in the gauzy canopy, amidst the euphoric ambience, she heard Xiao Zishuan murmuring another name, Little Seven, Little Seven. Her heart plummeted. Little Seven was none other than the seventh daughter of the Wei family, a household that bore 6 sons. The realization that her husband, on their wedding night, was calling forth another woman's name struck her like a dagger, bringing tears to her eyes. "Zishuan, I am Yingyu," she reminded him, but the intoxicated groom remained oblivious, driven by primal instincts as he engaged in marital relations with her. After their union, she called for water. Her handmaidens, Chunli and Qingli, helped her cleanse herself and attend to Xiao Zishuan. Yet, even as she lay in bed, still reeling from the heartache, he sought her once more. As a newlywed, she found herself overwhelmed. Yet if he truly loved her, she would bear the pain to please him. But it was evident he regarded her as a mere substitute for Wei Lingxi, which crushed her spirit. "I am unwell. My husband. Perhaps we should postpone this for another day," she said through gritted teeth, turning her back to him. Unsatisfied, Xiao Zishuan rose and, donning his clothes, left the room, seeking solace with a maid in an adjacent chamber. Through the thin wall, Song Yingyu could hear the soft sounds of their intimacy echoing through the night. In the realm of affluent households, it was common for young masters to have concubines. Song Yingyu had been aware of Xiao Zishuan's liaison before their marriage, yet knowing did not ease the betrayal of her wedding night. Once he succumbed to slumber, she donned her clothes and commanded Chunli and Qingli to retrieve the maid, forcing her to kneel before her. Examining the maid's delicate features, an intense rage surged within her. She struck the maid across the face and ordered her handmaidens to present candlesticks for the maid to hold, dictating she remain kneeling until instructed otherwise. The following morning, as Song Yingyu arose, she found the maid still kneeling, her hands burned from the dripping wax, trembling and weeping. The sight of the maid's plight provided some solace to Song Yingyu, who meticulously prepared herself, eager to observe how Xiao Zishuan would deal with the matter of the maid. Xiao Zishuan awoke parched, realizing he was not in the bridal chamber but in the quarters of the maid, Xiao Chui. Dread washed over him as he recalled the events of the previous night, fearing he had crossed the line. Upon returning to the nuptial chamber, he found Song Yingyu already up, seated before a mirror, her makeup heavy yet unable to mask her fatigue and sorrow. Behind the screen, Xiao Chui knelt, trembling, holding a candle as her quiet sobs reached his ears. "Did you find satisfaction last night, my husband?" Song Yingyu turned to him with a feigned smile. Xiao Zishuan suppressed his shock, smiling as he approached her, delicately placing a golden hairpin in her hair. "My lady is a vision of beauty. With this adornment, you are even more resplendent." With a cold laugh, she replied, "Is that so? Yet, it seems it does not suffice to satisfy you, does it? What shall we do with Xiao Chui?" It was clear she wished to be rid of the maid. Understanding the significance of his future, reliant on his father-in-law, Xiao Zishuan merely smiled. "That is easily resolved. Today, I shall have the housekeeper escort her from the estate. She can be assigned to someone else." "Very well," Song Yingyu agreed with a smile. Xiao Chui, in tears, pleaded with Xiao Zishuan to spare her, lamenting her ruined reputation would leave her with no future but to be sold into a life of shame. "Take her away. Take her away," Xiao Zishuan sighed, despite his regret for losing a beautiful maid, knowing he could not oppose Song Yingyu. After all, his formidable father-in-law would not be easy to handle. After dismissing Xiao Chui, Song Yingyu established her authority in the room, warning everyone, "If anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, beware, for I shall tear your mouths apart." All present bowed their heads in trepidation, too fearful to retort. The first duty of a new bride is to present tea to her in-laws, followed by paying respects to the elderly matriarch of the household. Thus, early in the morning, Xiao Zishuan accompanied Song Yingyu to greet the matriarch. Before their departure, Song Yingyu anxiously instructed the servants, "Ensure everything is executed flawlessly, and do not allow anyone from the other quarters to witness. Should you bring shame upon me and the young master, prepare to be cast out of the estate." The servants responded submissively, "Yes, madam." In the elegant hall, Wei Lingxi awoke early, her mouth watering as she reminisced about the sour soup wontons from the stall on Changning Street. In days past, whenever her brother returned from his patrols, he would always bring her a bowl of wontons. Thus, whenever her appetite waned or her cravings stirred, she longed for those street-side delicacies. When Shiao Heng entered the bedroom, he overheard Wei Lingxi and Jin Rui discussing the deliciousness of the wontons, igniting his own desire to taste them. Little glutton, Shiao Heng smirked, summoning Lin Bai to procure the sour soup wontons for his wife. Having received his orders, Lin Bai was about to head out when Wei Lingxi insisted he take Yin Rui along. "Wontons are a must, and I also desire the lotus cake. I refuse to eat from the pastry shop. I want the ones made by Ling Yang and Appos, as family. Lin Bai was uncertain of the location, but Yin Rue was well aware. Shiao Heng nodded in agreement. Lin Bai and Yin Rue exited through a secluded gate in the southeastern corner of the estate. Although this route was distanced from Changning Street, it was quiet, minimizing the risk of being seen by others who might gossip about their mistress. Just as they approached the gate, Yin Rue spotted two maids dragging a sobbing servant girl out, their voices hushed yet strained. I say, Miss, cease your weeping. Blame only your ill fate. Indeed, our mistress is the daughter of a high-ranking official. None in this household can afford to offend her, yet you have managed to do so. Xiao Kui, in tears, lamented. But how was I to have control over this situation? I am merely the young master's personal maid. If he calls for me, I cannot refuse. Who would have known he would seek me on the wedding night? I thought it was the mistress who could not endure, prompting her to allow the young master to find me. Chapter 44. Do not be so timid. You are too naive. When have you ever seen a newlywed wife push her husband towards a concubine? In the eyes of these ladies, those little concubines and servants would rather see them perish entirely. Hush, keep your voice down. Look at my loud voice. Let's leave quickly. If it gets bright and more people arrive, it would not be good if we were discovered. Yin Rue listened to this, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, thinking how pleased she was for her young lady that she did not marry Shiao Zishuan. Had she married him, it would be her young lady feeling heartbroken today. Lin Bai, noticing Yin Rue quietly wiping her sweat, couldn't help but chuckle and ask, What's wrong? Are you nervous for the mistress? Yin Rue raised her eyes and saw the amusement in Lin Bai's gaze, realizing he had keenly perceived her thoughts. However, she quickly denied it, claiming, I merely feel warm from walking. Lin Bai said nothing more until they exited through a side door, at which point he quietly remarked, I have been by Master Jiao's side since childhood. Over the years, he has never taken a concubine. It is not for lack of arrangements. Rather, he simply does not want one. Many military leaders have proposed matches for him, yet he has always declined. Yin Rue listened attentively and, after a long pause, asked, How did Master Jiao come to fancy my young lady? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it was love at first sight. Lin Bai replied with a smile. Yin Rue fell silent thereafter. After breakfast, Wei Lingxi appeared utterly satisfied, her smile radiating more brightly than usual as she eagerly assisted him in changing into his formal attire, personally escorting him to the entrance of Fengya Hall. On the way to court, Shiao Heng found himself reminiscing about the earlier scene and, noticing the sullen Lin Mo, inquired, What do you think of the mistress? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding succinctly, Charming. This sentiment struck a chord with Shiao Heng, who smiled in agreement. I think so too. After bidding farewell to Shiao Heng, Wei Lingxi commenced her grooming routine in front of a bronze mirror, while Yin Rue styled her hair. She recounted what she had witnessed that day. Miss, I encountered young Master Shiao's concubine when I left the estate. She was chased out by Miss Song. It is said it was because young Master Shiao spent the night in her quarters. Yin Rue's eyes widened in shock. What? On the wedding night. What is going on with young Master Shiao? He has betrayed our young lady's affection for the sake of marrying Miss Song, only to share a bed with a concubine on their wedding night. Wei Lingxi, however, showed no surprise at this revelation. In her past life, before entering the estate, Shiao Zishuan and Appos, as concubine, had already been expelled by Song Yingyu. Later, she had heard that on his wedding night, Shiao Zishuan spent the entire night with that concubine. Such events were not uncommon in affluent families. After all, newlywed brides are often delicate young ladies, and their husbands might find their first experiences lacking. Thus, the role of concubines often comes into play. Yet, Wei Lingxi only heard of such matters. In the Wei household, her uncle and aunt, as well as her parents, had never faced such a situation. They were devoted to each other, marrying only one spouse and taking no concubines. On her own wedding night, she had fainted, and Shiao Heng had chosen to endure rather than seek out another woman. It seemed that Shiao Zishuan and Appos' behavior mirrored that of both her past and present lives. She recalled how she had been carried into Shiao's estate. That night, Shiao Zishuan had come to her room to sleep. while Song Yingyu had sent her personal maid to create disturbances, feigning headaches or stomach aches multiple times. At dawn, Xiao Zixuan left for court, and Song Yingyu revealed her true nature, making her kneel before her and subjecting her to the torment of a scalding cup of tea. How humble her love had been back then, swallowing down the bitterness for Xiao Zixuan. Now, she had escaped that torment, yet she lamented for that little Chui, who could not evade her fate of being expelled from the estate, ultimately returning to the brothel. Let the past remain in the past. There is no need to speak of it again. I am now married to Master Jiao, and I belong to him. The affairs of Xiao Zixuan's household are of no concern to us. Wei Lingxi spoke gently, rising to inform Jin Rue and Yin Rue that it was time to pay their respects to the matriarch. Aware that Song Yingyu would also be visiting the elderly matriarch today, Wei Lingxi intentionally delayed her visit. After leaving the matriarch, feeling the hour was still early and the heat had not yet set in, she took the opportunity to stroll through the courtyard with Jin Rue and Yin Rue, enjoying the picturesque scenery of unique stones, flowing water, bamboo groves, and lotus ponds. Particularly enchanting was a small pavilion standing in the water, beside which a willow tree stretched its branches, swaying gently in the breeze, while a few birds perched in the shade, chirping merrily. Let us rest here for a moment. Wei Lingxi, feeling fatigued, settled down in the pavilion. Just as she sat, she noticed Song Yingyu approaching with two handmaidens, striding towards her with an unfriendly demeanor. It was clear she was not merely passing by to take a break, but had come with the intent to stir trouble. Miss, should we avoid her? Yin Rue suggested quietly, sensing the tension. Why should we avoid her? This pavilion does not belong to her. Why must we let her have her way? By seniority, she should still address our miss as Aunt, Jin Rue remarked. Quite right, Wei Lingxi agreed, a smile lingering on her lips. If she is so uncomfortable and seeks trouble, we need not fear her. Indeed, Miss Yin Rue replied. As Wei Lingxi had anticipated, Song Yingyu was not there simply to admire the scenery. The resentment and bitterness she felt when Xiao Zixuan had called her name and sought her the previous night had nearly driven her to madness. Originally, she was to marry Xiao Zixuan, but the union of Shiao Heng and Wei Lingxi had thwarted her plans. Moreover, her own wedding had paled in comparison to Wei Lingxi's, intensifying her discontent. Thus, today she had come to vent her frustrations on Wei Lingxi. As long as she remained in the Xiao household, Wei Lingxi would understand one thing. As long as she was present, Wei Lingxi could never expect a moment of peace. In the blink of an eye, Song Yingyu stood before Wei Lingxi, her eyes scanning her up and down, unable to suppress her anger. Wei Lingxi, your audacity is truly remarkable. Xiao Zixuan would not marry you, and yet you wed the general. What? Did you scheme your way into the Xiao household just to sneak glances at him? How unfortunate that he has become my husband. Wei Lingxi, waving her fan, replied with a mocking smile. Song Yingyu, does your newly acquired husband make you feel this elated? The phrase acquired husband struck a nerve with Song Yingyu, and in an effort to maintain her composure, she feigned indifference, retorting with a laugh. If that thought brings you some comfort, so be it. As she leaned closer to Wei Lingxi, she provocatively whispered, you may not know, but last night, Zixuan wanted me 3 times. His passion was almost overwhelming. At this, Wei Lingxi couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her fan as she gazed at Song Yingyu. Is that so? I heard that little Chui was expelled first thing this morning. What could possibly be the reason? Song Yingyu's expression shifted dramatically. She hadn't expected Wei Lingxi to be aware of this. However, she quickly regained her composure and joined in Wei Lingxi's laughter. Yes, little Chui was indeed sent away. But it was not I who did it. It was Zixuan himself who dismissed her. He remarked that in the future, with me by his side, there would be no need for any concubines. Regardless of his words, Wei Lingxi was entirely indifferent. Her affection for Xiao Zixuan had long since dissipated. As long as Xiao Zixuan refrained from crossing her path or coveting the Wei family's interests, she would spare him her wrath. However, should he dare to pursue such ambitions, she would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Song Yingyu found it hard to believe that Wei Lingxi no longer held feelings for Xiao Zixuan. She had once witnessed Wei Lingxi swear devotion to him, vowing she would marry no one else. Such intense emotions could hardly be dismissed so easily. Just as last night, when Xiao Zishuan had wounded her deeply, her heart still clung to him, unable to let go. You may pretend, but I hope you can maintain this charade for a lifetime. As Song Yingyu stood, leaning against the crimson pillars of the pavilion, she gazed at the serene waters, an idea blossoming in her mind. I live my life with integrity devoid of pretense, Wei Lingxi declared, rising to return to Fingyao Hall. Wait, Song Yingyu called out urgently. In the blink of an eye, her expression softened, turning gentle. Wei Lingxi, I truly have no desire to be your adversary. Xiao Zishuan is my husband. If you have no further dealings with him, we might still become friends. Unnecessary. In this lifetime, she could never befriend that woman. Very well, let us coexist peacefully, without interference, Song Yingyu replied, beckoning Wei Lingxi over. Come here. I have something to show you. Fearing Wei Lingxi might refuse, she added, and oppose, regarding the ninth master. Oh, what is it? Wei Lingxi inquired, moving closer to the railing. Don't be hasty. I'll show you shortly. As Song Yingyu circled behind Wei Lingxi, her eyes glinted with malice, and she suddenly thrust her hands toward Wei Lingxi and oppose, back. Miss! Jean Rue gasped, calling out in alarm. It seemed as if Wei Lingxi had eyes in the back of her head, just as Song Yingyu and oppose, hands were about to make contact, she swiftly turned, gripping Song Yingyu's wrist tightly. Dear niece-in-law, what are you attempting? Do you wish to push me into the water? Having been thwarted, Song Yingyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could that be? I would never entertain such thoughts. You misunderstand me. Is that so? Wei Lingxi released her grip, suddenly lifting her leg and, under the watchful eyes of the four maidens, delivered a forceful kick that sent Song Yingyu tumbling into the lake. Song Yingyu, wherein and oppose, to you the one want to push me in? Be generous. Do not be so coy, be bold like me. With a splash, Song Yingyu fell into the water, immediately struggling. Help, help, madam, someone please, save me. Our young mistress has been pushed into the lake by the ninth madam. Chun Li and Qing Li were momentarily stunned. None had anticipated the ninth madam would act so audaciously, voicing her thoughts and executing her desires without hesitation. Once they regained their composure, they began to panic, frantically calling for help in the pavilion. Wei Lingxi smiled, relishing the sight of Song Yingyu's disheveled state, then turned to Jean Rue and Rue, saying, Do you not see our young mistress has accidentally fallen into the water? Why are you not rushing to assist? Exchanging glances, Jean Rue and Rue understood immediately. Help! Someone please. The young mistress has fallen into the water. Jean Rue dashed off to seek aid, while Rue hurried toward the matriarch's quarters, shouting, It's terrible. It's terrible. The young mistress has fallen into the lake. Chapter 45. The poisonous oath. The sound of a desperate cry ignited chaos within the Xiao residence. Servants and maidens rushed towards the pavilion in an attempt to rescue the drowning figure. The ladies of the household, upon hearing the commotion, hastened to the waterside, including the elderly matriarch, Madame Jiang. Wei Lingxi observed Song Yingyu, who was flailing helplessly in the water, a faint smile touching her lips. Before the crowd could arrive, she forcefully broke off a long branch from the willow tree by the water pavilion and extended it into the lake. Ignoring her own appearance, she knelt on the ground. Reaching out towards the lake, her voice loud and urgent, Grab hold. Yingyu, hold on. I will pull you up. At that moment, Song Yingyu, having swallowed an unknown quantity of dirty water, was on the verge of drowning. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, dragging her body deeper into the abyss. It's over. I'm doomed, she thought despairingly, casting a glance at Wei Lingxi, who appeared so theatrical, leaving her no time to harbor resentment. Fortunately, a servant arrived just in time, leaping into the lake to rescue her. Exhausted, she lay on the ground, struggling to catch her breath, her stomach swollen and full of water. Wei Lingxi helped her up, one arm pressing against her abdomen while the other vigorously patted her back. Song Yingyu, unable to speak, coughed up a torrent of water. Just as the ladies of the household arrived, they witnessed this scene unfold. Once the water had been expelled from her body, Wei Lingxi laid her back down gently. Yingyu, take your time. You'll be all right. The next day, Xiao Zixuan's new bride had fallen into the water, alarming the entire Xiao household, particularly the matriarch, who never anticipated that Song Yingyu would encounter such misfortune upon entering the family. How could she have so carelessly fallen into the water? The matriarch, both anxious and distressed, knew that Song Yingyu was her beloved daughter-in-law and the treasured daughter of the esteemed Song Taifu. Should anything happen to her, it would be difficult to explain. Upon hearing the matriarch's inquiries, Jean Rouet hurriedly answered. The young mistress was admiring the koi in the lake when she accidentally fell from the pavilion. Song Yingyu, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to rage. How could this girl twist the truth so easily? Unfortunately, she lacked the strength to speak. Otherwise, she would have jumped up to slap that insolent maid. That is nonsense. Shunli raturta ludli. It was clearly the ninth mistress who pushed our mistress into the lake. What? The matriarch's gaze, sharp as a blade, immediately turned towards Wei Lingxi. All eyes followed suit. Seeing the unusual attention directed her way, Wei Lingxi feigned shock. Glancing at Chun Li in disbelief, her eyes reddening as tears rolled down her cheeks. How? How could you lie like this? You are so heartless. It was my lady who risked everything to save the young mistress. How can you claim my lady pushed her in? You are the one who is lying. The ninth mistress intended to harm my lady. Qing Li shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Rue, her voice raised. You lack integrity, defending your mistress with such deceit. When Madame Jiang finally arrived, she encountered the maids embroiled in a fierce argument. Angrily, she admonished, what kind of decorum is this? Arguing in the garden so early in the morning? What on earth is happening? Jean Rouet, in tears, knelt before Madame Jiang. Old madam, my lady has been wronged. The young mistress fell into the water, and my lady risked her life to save her, yet she is being accused of causing harm. Chun-Li also knelt before the matriarch, declaring, my lady was clearly pushed by the ninth mistress. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning and perish. Jean Rouet faltered, well, yes. Feeling slightly revived, Song Yingyu struggled to her feet, pointing a finger at Wei Lingxi. Do you dare swear an oath? Jean Rouet and Yin Rue immediately tensed. However, Wei Lingxi wiped her tears and boldly declared before everyone, if I lie, may heaven strike me down. With that oath, everyone was taken aback. Song Yingyu too was stunned, surprised by Wei Lingxi's audacity. In the moment of her astonishment, Wei Lingxi addressed the matriarch again. If you do not believe me, you may ask those who arrived first what they witnessed. Speak, Madame Jiang commanded, pointing at the drenched servant. The servant stepped forward to respond. Old madam, when I arrived to save the young mistress, I saw the ninth mistress kneeling on the ground, using a branch to rescue her. Song Yingyu nearly exploded with rage. You only saw her saving me. You didn't see her push me. She is acting, deliberately putting on a show for you. Yingyu, Wei Lingxi sobbed, her shoulders trembling with indignation. Why do you seek to frame me? It was you who fell into the water, and I risked everything to save you. Why must you turn against me? What is your true intent? The more Wei Lingxi portrayed herself as the victim, the more aggressive Song Yingyu appeared, making her seem particularly domineering and rude. It is you who seeks to harm me. You resent me for marrying Zixuan, and you have plotted against me. You are mistaken, Wei Lingxi exclaimed loudly. It is not that I could not marry Xiao Zixuan. Rather, I chose to marry the ninth master. Since I am wed to him, my heart belongs solely to him. Do not speak such degrading words about me and the ninth master. Madame Jiang and the matriarch were well aware of how Song Yingyu had come to marry Xiao Zixuan. Realizing the conversation was veering into a sensitive topic that embarrassed even her, Madame Jiang quickly interjected, Enough. Let's not speak further on this matter. I will not concern myself with who is right or wrong today. Let's turn the page on this incident. Since you have entered the Xiao household, you are now family. Let there be harmony from this day forth, and no more disputes. Chapter 46. Unable to swallow this anger, witnessing the old lady's conciliatory demeanor, Song Yingyu trembled with indignation. As the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor, to endure such humiliation merely a day after her marriage was utterly intolerable. Grandmother, Song Yingyu exclaimed, I have been wronged, and I must restore my honor. This cannot be brushed aside so carelessly. Indeed, I too do not agree. Wei Lingxi declared, voicing her stance. I cannot live under such baseless accusations in the Shiao household. The old lady, her head seeming to swell with the weight of the situation, turned to her companions. What do you all think? Both the second and fifth madams were astute individuals. They recognized the precariousness of the situation. Neither Song Yingyu nor Wei Lingxi could be trifled with, leading them to express their uncertainty in how to proceed. The first madam clutched her handkerchief tightly, searching for any hint of understanding on the faces of her daughter-in-law and Wei Lingxi, but both wore expressions that suggested they felt wronged. Ultimately, the old lady, feeling cornered, asked those present, "Is there anyone who witnessed the situation? Anyone who saw it? Please speak up, truthfully. If anyone lies, I will immediately expel them from the Shiao household." The onlookers remained silent, for in matters of the family, it was not their place to speak. The old lady pressed each one, and the few maids and servants who had come forward could only recount seeing Wei Lingxi performing a rescue. When we arrived, we saw the ninth madam picking branches from a tree and then kneeling in the pavilion to save the young madam. Their accounts were consistent. Song Yingyu and Amp Appo's face turned ashen. She realized it would be exceedingly difficult to clarify the matter. The old lady, noticing Song Yingyu and Amp Appo's distress, refrained from harsh words out of respect for her status, offering only a few terse admonitions. Stay away from the water's edge in the future. If you feel unwell, return to rest. We are family, and I hope for unity among us. Let us not engage in such chaotic affairs, understanding that further protest would be futile. Song Yingyu shot a resentful glare at Wei Lingxi before commanding, Qingli, return with me. The first madam and Appo's expression was equally grim. She had not anticipated losing face on her daughter-in-law's first day in the household. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Yet feeling powerless, she instructed Xuanma, "Come, let us fetch some nourishing supplements for the young madam." With that, she bowed to the old lady and departed. Once the first madam left, tears streamed down Wei Lingxi and Appo's face. Biting her lip, she expressed her grievance. Had I known my act of rescue would lead to such trouble, I would never have stepped forward. The old lady sighed and took her hand in comfort. My dear child, you have suffered an injustice today. Consider that Yingyu is younger. Do not hold it against her. Indeed, the old lady has spoken on your behalf. Do not feel too wronged. The second madam chimed in to console her. The fifth madam nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, do not cry. It would pain ninth brother to see you distressed. Wei Lingxi, while accepting the comfort, subtly planted a seed of caution. As the elder, I should not take offense, especially since she is the daughter of the Grand Tutor. I fear that she may seek revenge in the future. Today, I was fortunate to have someone to vouch for me. What if I am left defenseless next time? Rest assured, this will not happen again. Should she truly vex you, I will stand up for you. The old lady assured her with a gentle pat on the back of her hand. For now, let us first soothe the current turmoil. Having achieved her goal, Wei Lingxi lowered her head slightly. Thank you, old lady. I shall return to rest now. Good child, go, the old lady replied. After dealing with the matter, she felt a surge of anger and remarked to Zhao Ma as they walked. I had thought the Grand Tutor and Amp Appo's daughter to be sensible. Who knew she would be so muddled and overbearing? Do not be upset, old lady. The young madam is merely youthful and impetuous, Zhao Ma replied softly. Impetuous? What does she have to be angry about? Zhao Ma recounted the events of the previous night, concluding the young madam could not swallow her pride, and that little Chui was expelled from the household early this morning. Hearing this, the old lady's ire only intensified towards Song Yingyu. It is entirely normal for a gentleman to have a maidservant. How could she not serve her husband on their wedding night? Why must she choose this moment? Perhaps the young master is troubled, Zhao Ma speculated. Though he has married Miss Song, his heart may still linger on the ninth madam. I doubt Miss Song's fall into the water was entirely coincidental. She likely intended to trouble the ninth madam and assert her dominance. Zhao Ma, astute and observant after years in the Shiao household, understood many hidden dynamics, yet she only grasped part of the situation. She recognized Song Yingyu and Appo's intent to intimidate Wei Lingxi, but failed to foresee that Wei Lingxi could counter this with a sharp lesson of her own. Feeling the sting of reprimand, Song Yingyu was understandably unsettled. If she could not find a way to vent her frustration, the entire day would be unbearable. Thus, she waited near the bamboo grove by the elegant hall, accompanied by 2 personal maids, for Wei Lingxi and Appo's return. As fate would have it, they crossed paths on a secluded path. Wei Lingxi, how ruthless you are. I never imagined you would turn the tables on me. Song Yingyu seethed, grinding her teeth in fury. What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable? Wei Lingxi sneered, leaning closer to whisper in Song Yingyu's ear. Wasn't and Appo's your intention to do the same to me at the waterside? I merely acted preemptively, and now you find yourself unsettled. Song Yingyu, I advise you to behave. We are near the elegant hall. If I were to scream, you would find it impossible to cleanse your name even by jumping into the Yellow River. You! Song Yingyu glared, her eyes ablaze with anger. Very well, Wei Lingxi. Just wait. I shall see this through. A faint smile played on Wei Lingxi and Appo's lips as Song Yingyu retreated in defeat. On her way back, she puzzled over how Wei Lingxi had seen through her intentions. Wei Lingxi had acted first, leaving her powerless to retaliate. Miss, I was truly worried for you, Jean Rue admitted, her hands trembling. I never expected you to act so boldly. If I had not acted, Song Yingyu would have pushed me into the water and pretended to save me, performing the very scene she just enacted. After all, it happened just like this in my past life. Back then, she kicked me into the water, leaving me with no way to defend myself. This time, returning the favor feels like a small form of retribution. You both performed admirably today. You deserve a reward. Wei Lingxi smiled sweetly, embodying the innocent and lively young lady. As dusk fell, Shiao Heng returned home, only to encounter Xiao Zishuan, who had just returned from court. Chapter 47. Temptation. Xiao Zishuan harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards his uncle, the ninth master, and made a conscious effort to avoid encounters with him within the residence. However, upon returning from the Hamlin Academy today, he unexpectedly crossed paths with his uncle, who had just returned from the military camp outside the city. Uncle, he greeted respectfully. Xiao Heng glanced at him and said, Let us walk together. The mere thought of those words sent a wave of discomfort through Xiao Zishuan. The woman who should have been beneath him, reveling in his affections, Wei Lingxi, was now sharing his uncle's bed. The anguish in his heart felt as if it were ensnared by countless invisible ropes, pulling him in every direction. Yes, uncle, Xiao Zishuan replied reluctantly, nodding in acquiescence. Xiao Heng walked ahead, while Xiao Zishuan trailed slightly behind, preferring to keep his distance from this formidable figure. Are you still capable of managing your duties at the Hamlin Academy? Xiao Heng inquired, seemingly casually. Indeed, Xiao Zishuan affirmed with conviction. His daily tasks mainly involved compiling historical records and drafting imperial edicts, which posed no challenge to him. After all, he was the top scholar of the Great Zhou dynasty. Such literary tasks were well within his capabilities. Recently, there has been considerable dissent within the court regarding His Majesty's decree for a southern expedition. What are your thoughts on this matter? Xiao Heng halted and regarded him intently. Upon hearing this question, sweat threatened to bead on Xiao Zishuan's brow. The campaign against southern Yunnan was a royal edict, and the commanding general would be none other than his uncle. Moreover, his father-in-law opposed this venture, advocating for the mere dispatch of troops to guard the borders. After all, the expedition would demand vast resources, straining the national treasury and burdening both officials and common folk alike. As for him, his sole desire was for the nation to enjoy peace and stability. Only with tranquility in the court could the emperor rely on civil officials. In times of turmoil, the emperor would have no choice but to lean on military leaders. Currently, the only seasoned and strategic commander was his uncle, who would undoubtedly be favored in such a scenario. In the future, as military power amassed in the hands of generals, it would pose a significant threat to both the emperor and the officials, a situation that his venerable father-in-law most dreaded. Uncle, I naturally yearn for a prosperous and peaceful realm. Since it is His Majesty's will to campaign against southern Yunnan, I commend your efforts. Xiao Zishuan opted for a diplomatic response, appearing to express much while revealing nothing. Observing his cautious demeanor, Xiao Heng's lips curled slightly in amusement before he turned to proceed. In just a few exchanged words, he discerned Xiao Zishuan's stance. He was a man keen on self-preservation, willing to forsake his childhood sweetheart for personal gain, choosing to remain aloof amidst the chaos. As Xiao Heng walked away, Xiao Zishuan hastened to follow. The distance between them remained a mere 2 feet, and thereafter, silence enveloped their journey. The Fengao Hall was not far from the Qingyan Pavilion where Xiao Zishuan resided. Upon arrival, Xiao Heng paused and announced, "I have arrived. Uncle, please take your leave." Xiao Zishuan bowed respectfully, watching his uncle depart before finally returning to his own quarters. Upon reaching the Fengao Hall, Xiao Heng's first action was to visit the bedroom to see what Wei Lingxi was occupied with that day. After only a few steps, he was greeted by the enchanting strains of Guqin, the music flowing like a clear spring from a secluded valley. From a sound, he could tell that her spirits were quite high that day. Lin Bai emerged from the corridor and, upon noticing Xiao Heng listening intently, approached with a respectful bow. "Ninth Master." Xiao Heng nodded slightly. "This morning, the lady finished her bird and Appo's nest soup. I have just procured some more and instructed that it be sent to her," Lin Bai reported. A servant behind him approached, delicately holding a tray. Xiao Heng lifted the lid of the ornate box to reveal several bowls of bird and Appo's nest. "This is the bird's nest from Chunhalu," Lin Bai explained, "the finest available in the capital." Xiao Heng closed the lid and gestured for the servant to take it away, then inquired, "The lady seems to be in good spirits today. Has something joyful transpired?" Lin Bai and Appo's expression turned slightly peculiar. "I am unsure if it qualifies as joyful. It is said that today, the young lady attempted to trouble the mistress, only to be unceremoniously kicked into the lake, emerging with quite a mouthful of dirty water." Lin Bai leaned in and quietly relayed the events of the day. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Xiao Heng and Appo's lips. "I see. You may leave now." "Yes." Lin Bai, witnessing his master and Appo's delight, mused silently. The ninth master is truly devoted to the mistress. Hearing that she suffered no loss brings him such joy. The music from the bedroom abruptly ceased, likely indicating that the servant had delivered the bird and Appo's nest. Just as Xiao Heng was about to enter, he suddenly recalled something and turned toward the study instead. At that moment, Sangji emerged from the corridor with tea in hand, and upon seeing Xiao Heng, she hurried over. "Ninth Master, you have returned." Xiao Heng replied without turning, instructing, "Prepare the water. I wish to bathe. Additionally, inform the lady that I am back." "Yes, Ninth Master," Sangji replied cheerfully. Inside the bedroom, Wei Lingxi was drenched in perspiration, the heat of summer bearing down upon her. With ice in short supply, acquiring a substantial amount was no easy feat. Lin Bai had dispatched individuals throughout the capital, yet they returned empty-handed. Consequently, Wei Lingxi had to ration her ice, using it only during midday and before bed, relying on a fan for relief during the rest of the day. "Miss, if you do not take your medicine soon, it will be too late," Rui urged once more. "I truly do not wish to take it. I have been enduring this bitter concoction for days and have already vomited." Wei Lingxi grimaced, her reluctance evident. She was not genuinely unwell, merely somewhat frail. Xiao Heng had instructed Chu Yu to prescribe a remedy that replenished both qi and blood, requiring her to consume it twice daily, with each serving larger than a meal. "Miss, the ninth master has said this is for your health. If you do not take it, how will you explain it to him?" Yi Hui implored. "Indeed, the ninth master has been quite concerned for your well-being," Rui added, placing a bowl of honey water on the table, continuing to persuade her to consume the medicine. Wei Lingxi understood their intentions were for her benefit, yet the bitterness of the medicine was unbearable. Just as she hesitated, Sangji entered with the tea and relayed, "Madam, the ninth master has returned and is bathing in the study. He will come to see you afterward." Upon hearing this, Rui's eyes lit up. "Miss, quickly drink the medicine, or I shall inform the ninth master and let him feed it to you." The mere thought of Xiao Heng administering the medicine made Wei Lingxi surrender immediately. No, I will drink it." Reluctantly, she inhaled deeply and, under the watchful eyes of her two maidservants, brought the bowl to her lips. Just as she took a sip before she could swallow, her expression shifted dramatically, and she spat the medicine back into the bowl. This medicine tastes different. It is not the same as usual. Chapter 48. There is an issue with this medicine. Jean Rouet and Amp Oppos. S expression changed instantly, her heart tightening with anxiety. Miss, what could possibly be different about this medicine? Different? Indeed it is, Wei Lingxi replied, lowering her head to carefully sniff the concoction. I and Amp Oppos, we've been drinking this for half a month. I can tell the scent with just a whiff. Rouet, thinking her mistress was merely seeking an excuse to avoid taking the medicine, couldn't and Amp Oppos, help but chuckle. Miss, you're being overly sensitive. This medicine was brewed by Jean Rouet, and I personally brought it to you. Are you truly afraid that Jean Rouet and I would poison you? Of course, neither you nor Jean Rouet would harm me. But there is something peculiar about this medicine. Perhaps it has gone bad? Upon hearing her mistress and Oppos' suspicion, Jean Rouet felt a surge of dread. If the young lady continued to investigate, the pouch of medicine would surely be lost. It had already been a month since the young lady married, yet she and the ninth master still slept apart, constantly evading intimate matters. At this rate, when would they conceive a child? The mission entrusted to her by the mistress must be fulfilled. Recently, when a young lady and Oppos' health had waned, Jean Rouet had refrained from administering any medicine. However, noticing the young lady and Oppos' complexion had improved and her vigor had returned, she finally dared to give her medicine, hoping for a more proactive approach from her. With her heart set on the young lady's well-being, Jean Rouet discreetly slipped out to summon the ninth master. Sang-ji instructed two coarse maids to carry a bucket of water into the study, placing a cloth for bathing over the tub, and gently said, Ninth master, the water is ready. Shiao Heng prepared to undress for a bath when he noticed Sang-ji and Amp Oppos' head lowered, her delicate hands reaching out to assist him. There and Amp Oppos' no need. You may leave. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Sang-ji was willing to squander. With her head bowed, she revealed her fair neck, slightly leaning forward to loosen her collar, enticingly inviting Shiao Heng to admire her allure. Ninth master, allow me to serve you, she purred, deliberately softening her voice. Shiao Heng frowned. I said there is no need. Taken aback by his response, Sang-ji hastily knelt. Ninth master, it is my fault for angering you. As he was about to express his irritation, a knock resounded from outside, followed by Jean Rouet's voice. Ninth master, the lady refuses to take her medicine properly. Rouet and I are truly at our wits' end. Upon hearing that Wei Lingxi was unwilling to take her medicine, Shiao Heng promptly adjusted his attire, opened the door, and stepped out. Let's go and see. Shiao Heng led the way, with Jean Rouet closely following, casting a glance back at the study. She noticed Sang-ji kneeling on the floor, clad in a verdant garment, a jade bracelet adorning her slender wrist. While the bracelet was of mediocre quality, it accentuated her wrist beautifully. If her memory served her right, the bracelet had not been on Sang-ji's wrist when she served tea to the mistress earlier. It seemed Jean Rouet's mind was already made up. Sans y avoir d'ambition. She suppressed her thoughts and silently followed Shiao Heng into the bedroom, where they found Wei Lingxi hesitating to drink the medicine. She adamantly claimed there was something wrong with it, insisting that Rouet prepare another batch, but Rouet argued that this was the last dose, and wasting it would be foolish. What? Are you throwing a tantrum? Shiao Heng approached and sat beside her. No, the medicine tastes off. It must be spoiled. Wei Lingxi replied earnestly. Off. It's the first time in my life I've heard of fresh medicine going bad. Shiao Heng chuckled, his gaze lingering on her face. It is true, I am not lying. However, to Shiao Heng, her assertions sounded like mere excuses. He reached out his hand. Is that so? Let me have a whiff. Can you even? She asked, half convinced, for she could discern the difference having consumed it daily. Why not give it a try? He coaxed her into handing over the bowl. But to her surprise, Shiao Heng did not even sniff it before tilting his head back and downing most of the contents in one gulp. Wei Lingxi's eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, Shiao Heng wrapped his arms around her, leaning down to transfer the remnants of the medicine into her mouth. MMM. Ugh. Wei Lingxi protested, forced to swallow. Having finished one dose, just as she was about to catch her breath, Shiao Heng took another mouthful and repeated the process. Seeing the empty bowl, Jean Rue sighed in relief and quietly retreated outside. Wei Lingxi's mouth and throat burned with bitterness, and she neglected to chastise Shiao Heng as she hurriedly reached for the honey water beside her, gulping it down until she felt somewhat relieved. If you refuse to take your medicine next time, I wouldn't oppose. Do you mind continuing this way? Shiao Heng remarked, a smile tugging at his lips. Wei Lingxi frowned, casting a resentful glance at Shiao Heng, contemplating her words, but swallowed them, realizing that there was no point in arguing now that the medicine had been consumed. Are you upset? Seeing her furrowed brow, Shiao Heng gently brushed his fingers across her nose. This medicine is good for your health. You wouldn't want to drag on with a half-ill body, would you? Or are you reluctant to drink it because you fear being intimate with me? Upon hearing those words, Wei Lingxi and Appo's face flushed crimson. Nonsense, that and Appo's. That's not it. Very well, then drink your medicine. Shiao Heng replied, rising to his feet. I shall bathe now. Tonight, I have no engagements. I will take you for a stroll outside. Upon hearing that Shiao Heng intended to take her out, Wei Lingxi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly nodded. Husband, please go ahead. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast for you upon your return. Good. Watching her beam like a child, Shiao Heng gently patted her cheek before departing. Back in the study, Sang Ji remained kneeling on the ground. Leave. You need not serve unless I command it. Shiao Heng said coldly. Yes, Ninth Master. Sang Ji emerged from the study, her eyes rimmed with red. She rubbed her aching knees as she returned to her quarters. The study fell silent as Shiao Heng disrobed and stepped into the bath, the cool water enveloping him, washing away his fatigue and heat. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the tub, savoring this moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Wei Lingxi was suffering. After taking the medicine, she felt a surge of heat and soon found herself drenched in fragrant perspiration. She shed her clothing, donning a light garment in hopes of feeling cooler. But to her dismay, it only exacerbated her discomfort. An inexplicable sense of emptiness swelled within her, an unsettling feeling that prompted her to call for Jean Rue and Yin Rue. Upon speaking, her voice sounded different than usual, hoarse yet tinged with a delicate softness. There is something wrong with this medicine. Jean Rue, how did you brew this? Chapter 49. My profound gratitude to you, Gold Silk truly admires Mrs. Perspicacity. She initially believed she could deceive her, but unexpectedly, she was swiftly detected. Wei Lingxi agitatedly waved her fan, her gaze fixed upon the countenance of Gold Silk. Observing the evident unease and discomposure etched upon her features, she discerned that Gold Silk was inextricably linked to the matter. However, she was genuinely perplexed as to why her dowry maidservant would engage in such conduct. Gold Silk? Wei Lingxi's countenance darkened. Was the substance in the medicine incongruous? What? Silver Silk exclaimed in astonishment. What have you done amiss? Gold Silk mistreats us as if we were kin. How could you harm Miss? What did you add to Mrs. Bowl? Woo-woo. Gold Silk lowered her head, unable to meet Wei Lingxi's gaze. She whispered, I added immortal bliss powder. It's not a poison, merely a substance to foster affection between Miss and Ninth Master. Huh. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi nearly erupted in laughter. Where did you procure this substance? Who instructed you to do this? I cannot divulge. Gold Silk dared not implicate the madam, simply lowering her head and tightly sealing her lips. You won't speak? Very well. I won't coerce you. Depart from the Shiao residence forthwith and proceed to any destination you desire. Wei Lingxi turned away in anger, presenting her back to her. Upon realizing that Miss intended to expel her, Gold Silk promptly became flustered. Miss, I'll speak when I... It was the madam. The madam instructed me to give it to you. My mother? Wei Lingxi thought she had misheard. How could this be? When did she give you the medicine? It's true. During the last homecoming visit with Ninth Master, the madam heard that Ninth Master was sleeping in the study. She feared that if this continued, Miss and Ninth Master and Appo's affection would not develop. In the event that Miss also failed to conceive, and Ninth Master took concubines, She feared that Mrs. position in the Shiao family would be jeopardized, and she would suffer indignities in the future. Therefore, Gold Silk had no choice but to disclose the truth. Wei Lingxi was moved by her mother and Appo's benevolence, entrusting a maidservant to administer immortal bliss powder to her own daughter. What was she contemplating? She wondered if the medicine had caused any harm to her body. How many times have you used it? Wei Lingxi inquired. Twice. Once for Ninth Master, and this is the second time for Mississippi. Wei Lingxi then recalled that one evening, Shiao Heng had suddenly intruded after drinking and nearly lost control. It turned out that Gold Silk had drugged him. Wei Lingxi felt as if she had developed a high fever. Yet it was more severe than a high fever. Sweat poured down incessantly, but her body temperature continued to rise as if she were ill. In this situation, what should I do? I and Appo's. I'm afraid the only option is to seek out Ninth Master. Gold Silk muttered softly, her head lowered. My profound gratitude to you. Wei Lingxi glared angrily at Gold Silk. Then, waving her fan, she dashed out of the room like a gust of wind, directly colliding with the study. Shiao Heng was immersed in cold water, meditating with his eyes closed. Upon hearing someone suddenly intrude, he abruptly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to reprimand the impolite servant, he discovered that the person was none other than Wei Lingxi. Little Qi, why are you dressed like this? Husband, save me. Wei Lingxi disregarded everything else. What an Appo's, that's wrong. Shiao Heng noticed that her complexion and eyes were amiss. However, the moment he touched her forehead, he sensed her alarming body temperature. Why are you so terribly hot? Gold Silk administered immortal bliss powder to me, in the bowl of medicine you just fed me. Wei Lingxi found it difficult to broach the subject, feeling ashamed for her mother and maidservant. She sees you always sleeping in the study and believes that I am quarreling with you, so she wanted to use this method. Medicine should not be used indiscriminately. Shiao Heng and Appo's heart flared with rage. Little Qi, endure it. I and Appo's take you to see a physician. Shiao Heng splashed out of the water, grabbed his clothes, threw them on, and rushed out of the study. He located Gold Silk and directly instructed her to retrieve the substance. Shiao Heng lowered his head, inhaled the scent of the medicinal powder, stuffed it into his sleeve, turned, and strode out. He directly summoned Lin Mo, prepare a carriage. I must leave the city with Madam. Lin Mo obeyed and swiftly departed. Shiao Heng returned to the study, scooped Wei Lingxi out of the water, wrapped her in an outer garment, and carried her out of the Fengya Hall along the secluded bamboo path toward the side gate. The night was enchanting. The streets of Chongning were brilliantly illuminated, and the throngs of tourists were incessant. Lin Mo carefully steered the carriage, traversing the bustling streets of Chongning, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Wei Lingxi knew that Chu Yu would undoubtedly have a solution. She clenched her palms, enduring the pain, her fingernails digging into her flesh. Observing her suffering so greatly, Shiao Heng could no longer bear it. Chapter 50. Do not entertain those erroneous thoughts. Lin Mo reminded himself to focus solely on driving the carriage, resisting the distractions emanating from within. However, the disconcerting sounds from the rear of the carriage sent shivers down his spine, and his breath became labored. He pinched himself sharply, striving to concentrate on the road. Upon exiting the city gates, he cracked the whip and struck the horse's rear twice, prompting the carriage to gallop swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they entered the military camp, where Lin Mo halted the carriage and turned to Shiao Heng, saying, Ninth Master, we have arrived. Please summon Chu Yu as swiftly as possible. Understood. Wei Lingxi trembled, still lingering in the aftereffects of her previous distress, her eyes shimmering like spring water as they gazed at Shiao Heng's face, obscured in shadow. Husband, it is not yet well. Her voice was increasingly hoarse. Bear with it, Shiao Heng replied, extending his hand to adjust her garments. He gently lifted her, bending to leap from the carriage, striding into the military tent, and carefully placing her upon his bed. When Chu Yu arrived, he found Wei Lingxi lying there, her body quivering, her clothes soaked, and her complexion unnaturally flushed. He initially suspected illness, but upon observing her expression, he realized the situation was far more serious. She has been drugged, Shiao Heng stated. Has she been compromised? Chu Yu sighed and crouched beside Wei Lingxi, taking her pulse. the moment he felt her erratic heartbeat. His eyelids flickered in alarm. The potency of the drug was fierce, but it was not intended for women. It could enhance a man's vigor. Yet, if ingested by a woman, it would scorch her internal moisture like a raging fire. Men are considered fire, while women embody water, he mused. This drug, akin to a fierce blaze, would completely deplete the wellspring of a woman's essence, proving exceedingly harmful. Shiao Heng shook his head. No, she merely suffered too greatly, and I assisted her in alleviating some of her pain. Her sensitivity is acute. Even a gentle touch he need not elaborate. Chuyu comprehended implicitly. Very well, Chuyu replied. Do not rush. I will first administer acupuncture, then prepare a medicinal concoction. Once she consumes the remedy, she will improve. It is fortunate you could restrain yourself. Otherwise, her life might have been irreparably lost. Is it truly that severe? Shiao Heng inquired, astonished. Indeed. Where did such a vicious drug originate, and why was such a large dosage employed? It could have been fatal. Chuyu rose, a hint of ambiguous mirth dancing in his eyes. Since the general married, I have exerted considerable effort regarding this matter. You shall be greatly rewarded in the future. Very well. I shall remember the general's words. At the Shiao residence, in the elegant hall, Jean Rouet was troubled, her thoughts consumed by the safety of her mistress, leaving her in a state of anxious unrest. She stood at the doorway, peering outside, longing for her mistress and Appo's safe return. Do not fret. The ninth master is with her. Nothing will befall her, Jean Rouet reassured her. Noticing her refusal to eat, she brought forth a cup of tea. Drink this, the weather's warm. Do not overexert yourself, lest you become ill and unable to care for the mistress. Sang Ji sat on the Kong, cutting shoe patterns, occasionally glancing through the window at Jean Rouet and Jean Rouet. Observing Jean Rouet's tear-streaked face, she inquired of Qing Dai, who was cracking melon seeds nearby. What has transpired between the ninth master and the mistress? Why did they rush out so abruptly, having been kept at bay by the mistress? She had not had the opportunity to assist further. Qing Dai, somewhat informed, leaned closer to Sang Ji and whispered, The ninth master has been sleeping in the study due to his inability to consummate with the mistress. I overheard Jean Rouet and Jean Rouet discussing the supplements and herbal remedies they have been preparing for her. It is unclear what afflicts the mistress. Are you suggesting Sang Ji's heart raced? The mistress and the ninth master have yet to? Qing Dai nodded, cautioning her to keep her voice low. Heavens! No wonder the mistress has shown no signs of pregnancy after more than a month. I remember the seventh mistress confirmed her pregnancy within a month of her marriage. Indeed, you have no idea how tortured the ninth master must feel, Qing Dai added, leaning closer to share another piece of information. Yesterday, while delivering items to the elder madam, I overheard her discussing with the third concubine that she fears our mistress's frail constitution may hinder her ability to bear children. Contemplating the idea of taking a concubine for the ninth master. A concubine? Which young lady? Sang Ji asked anxiously. Which young lady? The elder madam is sending us four over. Is that not obvious? Clearly, she intends for the ninth master to select one. Yet, the ninth master does not even glance our way, Qing Dai sighed softly. If the ninth master shows no interest in a year or two, we may be dismissed from the Shiao residence. As they spoke, Lin Xiao entered, overhearing their conversation. In this past month, you should have discerned the ninth master's character. He harbors no such intentions. The mistress treats us well, never imposing arduous tasks upon us. Thus, let's cherish these good days and refrain from entertaining any errant thoughts. TCH, Sang Ji scoffed, returning her focus to cutting shoe patterns. Zissou soon entered, addressing Sang Ji. Sang Ji, Xuanma is waiting for you outside. She knows you can weave nets, and has requested you to craft a few for the first madam. Understood. Sang Ji promptly set aside her work and exited, engaging in quiet conversation with Xuanma before departing with her in haste. Upon arriving at the first madam's residence, she discovered not only the first madam, but also the young madam present. She hurriedly greeted them. First madam, young madam, good health. The first madam leisurely sipped her tea, then inquired, how are things in the ninth master's chamber? Sang Ji replied candidly. It appears the ninth master and the mistress's relationship is not as harmonious as one might expect. Aside from their consummation on their wedding night, there have been no further intimate interactions in the month since. Oh, the first madam's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? Sang Ji nodded affirmatively. Song Yingyu, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise, a sarcastic smile gracing her lips. What did I say? She is not genuinely interested in the ninth master. She is merely using her marriage to him to draw closer to Zishuan. The first madam began to ponder, could this be true? Mother, Wei Lingxi's situation with Zishuan was known throughout the Shiao residence. Today, my wife has endured great injustices. You must seek justice for her. Song Yingyu implored. The first madam, naturally siding with her daughter-in-law, nodded. Her mind began to devise a plan. Rest assured, I will certainly advocate for you. She then summoned Sang Ji. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Sang Ji approached, bending to listen. The first madam whispered a few words, instructing Xuan Ma to escort her out. Once outside the first madam's chamber, in the corridor, Xuan Ma handed Sang Ji an item. Upon successful completion, the mistress will reward you generously. Xuan Ma, but I currently find it difficult to approach the ninth master. Xuan Ma chuckled softly. Do not worry. In half a month, it will be the elder madam's birthday. That will be an excellent opportunity. Sang Ji nodded. I understand. Should that day come, I would need no reward from the first madam. I would gladly serve her. Good girl, go quickly. Xuan Ma urged Sang Ji on her way, before turning back into the room. The courtyard has returned to tranquility. Behind a column in the corridor, amidst the shadows cast by the treetops, a figure flickered momentarily before swiftly vanishing into the dark embrace of the night. Chapter 51. The Husband's Ploy in the Outskirts. Within the military camp, Chu Yu presented the prepared medicine and cautioned, this medicine can be taken for another half-month, after which it can be discontinued. I observe that the lady in Appo's pulse has improved significantly compared to before, and continuous medication is unnecessary. Just maintain your exercise and dietary supplements. I believe that soon, the general and his wife will enjoy a harmonious relationship. Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng smirked slightly, accepting the large bundle of medicine and handing it to Lin Mo beside him. He then rummaged through his sleeve pocket to extract the remaining half-packet of powder. I almost forgot in my haste. Take a look at this. Chu Yu accepted it, opened it, and took a whiff with a smile. Indeed, as I diagnosed, this powder is suitable only for men. It is harmless and can enhance vitality, but it should not be administered to women. The general may keep it. Do you think I require such a thing? Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow, his thin lips forming a straight line. Not at all, Chu Yu replied, her smile radiant. The herbalist had added numerous warming and nourishing ingredients, and while the general did not need it, it was beneficial and harmless for men, so it could be kept. Shiao Heng chuckled softly, reclaiming the item before turning to board the carriage. Take care, General. Chu Yu bowed respectfully as she watched Lin Missouri drive the carriage into the encroaching night before she returned to her military tent. On the way back to the city, Wei Lingxi's temperature had normalized, and her spirit improved, though she felt slightly fatigued. Are you tired? Shiao Heng inquired, glancing at her. Wei Lingxi nodded a little. Shiao Heng opened his arms, drawing her into his embrace. Her petite frame felt delicate, akin to a slender willow by the water's edge. He leaned down to whisper in her ear, you ought to gain a little weight. You must eat more. My appetite is limited, Wei Lingxi replied, resting her eyes against his shoulder, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort. That is of no concern. I have ways to encourage you to eat more. How so? Tomorrow at dawn, I shall teach you swordplay. His voice, rich and mellow as fine wine, resonated in her ear. Wei Lingxi's eyes flew open, and she straightened abruptly. No, please, no. To practice swordplay so early in this heat, it's both exhausting and sweltering. I refuse. You have no choice. Shiao Heng's light-hearted words shattered her fantasies. Starting tomorrow, I will rouse you each morning. Wei Lingxi was momentarily speechless, her previously cheerful mood plummeting into despair. After a while, Shiao Heng noticed her silence and understood she was sulking again. As the carriage approached Chongning Street, he lifted the curtain of the carriage. Outside, the streets were ablaze with lights, taverns and tea houses lined the road, and the lively shouts of vendors filled the air, with peddlers shaking their rattles to attract tourists. A bustling scene of vibrancy and prosperity. It and amp, Oppos. Yes, so beautiful, Wei Lingxi exclaimed, drawn in. She lifted her side of the curtain, her watery eyes sparkling with joy at the sight. If it weren't Oppos, tea so late and she weren't Oppos. Tea tired, she would surely wish to disembark and enjoy the sights. It is late, Shiao Heng remarked. Next time, I shall bring you out again. Very well, Wei Lingxi nodded. As the carriage reached the end of Chongning Street, she spotted an elderly man carrying a straw target adorned with glistening candied hawthorns, illuminated by the glow of lanterns, appearing particularly tempting. Salivating at the sight of the sweet and sour treat, Wei Lingxi couldn't help but swallow hard. Shiao Heng noticed her eager expression and couldn't resist a smile. Stop the carriage. Lin Mo halted the carriage. What is it, Ninth Master? Shiao Heng jumped down and strode towards the elderly man selling candied hawthorns. Wei Lingxi was taken aback, silently wondering, is he actually going to buy candied hawthorns? Indeed, Shiao Heng stopped before the old man, produced a silver coin from his waist, and exchanged pleasantries. The old man beamed, bowing and expressing his gratitude. Just as she puzzled over the situation, Shiao Heng turned and returned. Their eyes met, and he smiled, his handsome features drawing the attention of passers-by. What are you smiling about? Wei Lingxi murmured. His already striking face, when lit with a smile, would surely invade the dreams of many young women that night. When Shiao Heng re-entered the carriage, Wei Lingxi let down the curtain and asked, why did you give that old man a silver coin? Do you know him? Don't you pay for your purchases? Shiao Heng replied with a chuckle. Is it not customary to pay for items? What did you buy? Wei Lingxi glanced at his empty palm, puzzled. At that moment, the old man and Oppos' voice drifted in from outside the carriage. These candied hawthorns were purchased by that esteemed gentleman. He instructed me to deliver them directly. Lin Mo, eyeing the large straw target filled with candied hawthorns, couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Understood. He took the target and positioned it beside the carriage, placing it on his shoulder. Lin Mo, a hand reached out. Understanding the cue, Lin Mo swiftly handed a string of candied hawthorns to Shiao Heng. Ninth Master, please. Shiao Heng passed the candied hawthorns to Wei Lingxi, resting his chin on his hand. His eyes narrowed in amusement as he observed her. Enjoy. With delight, Wei Lingxi opened her mouth and took a bite of the largest candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour flavor exploding in her mouth, prompting her to squint with satisfaction. Delicious. As she continued to savor the treat, only one remained on the string. Suddenly recalling that Shiao Heng hadn't had any, she offered him the last one. Husband, you should eat. You haven and Oppos. Had any yet? Go ahead, Shiao Heng replied, his deep eyes sparkling with mirth. I shall partake later. Very well. Wei Lingxi promptly finished the last piece, the crispy texture delighting her to no end. After she finished, a thin film of sugar clung to the corner of her mouth. She was about to lick it away when she noticed a glimmer of laughter in Shiao Heng and Oppos' eyes. He reached out, encircling her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and pressed his cool lips heavily against hers. As the carriage arrived at the Shiao residence, Shiao Heng finally released Wei Lingxi. He licked his lips, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The flavor was delightful. Wei Lingxi's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with indignation. Husband, you are being mischievous. Shiao Heng replied. I did say I would eat later, but I never specified that it would be the candied hawthorn. Wei Lingxi. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Wei Lingxi noticed Lin Mo carrying a straw target brimming with candied hawthorns, the vibrant red treats looking particularly appealing. You bought so many. Wei Lingxi was both ecstatic and at a loss for words, realizing they would melt away by morning and might not taste as good. Fear not. We shall share them with everyone in the courtyard, Shiao Heng remarked nonchalantly. He purchased the candied hawthorns merely to elicit a smile from his wife. Her happiness was worth every coin spent. Thus, the inhabitants of the Shiao residence beheld Lin Mo, broad-shouldered and stern-faced, trailing behind the ninth master and ninth mistress, bearing a straw target laden with candied hawthorns as they entered the elegant hall. Upon Wei Lingxi's return, Jin Rue and Yin Rue rushed out from the house. Jing Hui, overwhelmed with relief upon seeing her safe, wept, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry." Shiao Heng and Appo's expression turned cool, though his tone remained even. "If you continue to misuse this medicine, your mistress may well ascend to the heavens. Such medicines are not to be trifled with, especially this one." As he spoke, he retrieved the remaining half-pack of powder from his sleeve pocket and stated, "Put it away. Do not take it out again without my command." "Understood," Jin Hui replied. After Jin Rue departed, Yin Rue approached and whispered a few words softly into Wei Lingxi's ear. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi's expression shifted, and he asked, "Is this news credible?" Chapter 52. Fearing chaos in the world without a doubt, Yin Rue whispered, "I followed them and overheard some conversations. Although the details are somewhat unclear, I can ascertain that Sang Ji and the lady are conspiring about something." Wei Lingxi nodded in understanding. "I see. Keep an eye on her, and when the moment is right, I shall unmask her intentions. What are you two whispering about?" Shiao Heng, noticing the change in Wei Lingxi's demeanor, felt a twinge of curiosity. Wei Lingxi lifted her face and smiled slightly at him. "It's nothing, really. It doesn't concern you, Ninth Master." Seeing that she was concealing a secret, Shiao Heng was not offended. He merely reached out to touch her forehead and, satisfied with her dissipated fever, felt relieved. "Get some rest. I shall wake you at the first watch tomorrow." Lin Mo, having set down the straw target he had been carrying, addressed them. "Ninth Master, madam, how shall we deal with this?" "Distribute it among everyone, and the remainder." Wei Lingxi hesitated. "Let us store the leftovers in the cold storage. They won't spoil easily," Shiao Heng suggested. "Yes, Ninth Master." Lin Mo took a few sticks of candied hawthorn and handed them to the maid Yin Rue before carrying the rest away. Yin Rue gleefully shared the candied hawthorns with the maids in the courtyard, with everyone praising how well the ninth mistress treated her servants. Sanzi, biting into the sweet and tangy treat, inquired curiously, "Where did these candied hawthorns come from? How did you manage to get so many?" Yin Hui proudly replied, "My young lady has always had a fondness for sour flavors, and candied hawthorns are her favorite." The ninth master knew of her love and actually spent money to buy the target from a vendor. "The ninth master truly cherishes the madam," Zissou remarked. Qian Xiao chuckled. "In this household, I believe only our ninth master genuinely cares for the ninth mistress." Sanzi smiled funny. "Indeed, a person like the ninth master is rare. If he continues to cherish her like this, she would be content." The following day, at the first watch, as expected, Shiao Heng entered the bedroom punctually, pulling the still drowsy Wei Lingxi from the bed while handing her sword. "Time to practice your swordplay." With her eyes still closed, she clung to the doorpost, refusing to let go. "Oh dear, my husband, please spare me. I dread sword practice the most." Since childhood, she had struggled with her health. Her father insisted she train alongside her brothers, and her third brother, Wei Qinglan, would drag her from her warm bed daily, forcing a cold sword into her hands to practice in the frigid winter. After exhausting herself each day, she would feign illness to avoid further training. Eventually, no one insisted she join anymore. Now employing this tactic against Shiao Heng, she pleaded, "Husband, my stomach hurts terribly. I fear my monthly visitor is approaching." Shiao Heng chuckled lightly, teasing her. "Your monthly visitor seems to arrive with remarkable punctuality. If I recall correctly, it was just earlier this month that you last had it. But my stomach hurts. The more you practice, the better you will become. If one day isn't sufficient, practice for 2. If 2 days aren't enough, then 3. Seeing he was not swayed, Wei Lingxi reluctantly followed him to the tranquil bamboo grove near Fing'a Hall for sword practice. Under Shiao Heng's watchful eye, any attempt to slack off was futile. She diligently practiced for half an hour before he finally allowed her to return. Upon her return, she collapsed onto the bed, utterly fatigued, refusing to rise. Shiao Heng merely smiled, said nothing, hastily had some breakfast, and then rode off to attend court. After resting for a while, Wei Lingxi finally got up for breakfast and went to pay her respects to the matriarch. She arrived later than usual, finding several ladies already present. The lady was seated beside Song Yingyu, discussing the upcoming birthday celebration for the matriarch. "Mother, This year you turn 63. We must properly celebrate your birthday. We should have honored you on your 60th, but due to Father's passing, festivities were postponed for 3 years. This year we must make it grand. The lady expressed with delight. Very well, the matriarch replied, her heart blossoming with joy. Since you all have such filial intentions, I shall not disappoint you. Our household has been quiet for too long. Let us seize this opportunity to bring some liveliness. Yes, mother, the lady agreed. Who shall be in charge of this year's celebration? The second lady inquired, fanning herself. In previous years, it was the eldest sister-in-law who took charge. We had agreed to alternate, so this year it should fall to our branch, should it not? Just as the matriarch was about to affirm, the lady interjected. Why not letting you handle it? She is your eldest granddaughter-in-law and has been helping the Song family with household matters. She is quite capable when it comes to organizing events. Very well, let it be her. The matriarch consented. The second lady's expression darkened slightly, and upon glancing at the fifth and seventh ladies, she noticed their faces were equally subdued. It was common knowledge in the Shiao household that organizing a successful feast could win the matriarch and Appo's favor, and more importantly, it showcased one's capability and competence. Elderly matriarch Jiang had recently expressed her desire to identify a capable person to manage the Shiao household, essentially seeking a leader. If one could establish themselves as the head of the Shiao family, they would have control over the family's finances and assets. Thus, all the daughters-in-law were eager to vie for this opportunity. The lady's prompt nomination of Song Yingyu stirred dissatisfaction among the others, but they felt powerless to contest it. Wei Lingxi, however, showed no inclination to involve herself in this matter. With her substantial dowry and the rewards bestowed upon the ninth master, she was not lacking in resources and had no desire to wade through the murky waters of the Shiao household. Yet, the more she wished to remain uninvolved, the more others seemed inclined to draw her into the fray. Eldest sister-in-law, while you may assist in the Song household, she is still rather inexperienced. Perhaps having an assistant could yield better results, especially for the matriarch and Appo's birthday. We cannot afford any mistakes. We have organized events before, so why not have a ninth sister-in-law assisting you? This way, she can gain some experience, and they are of similar age, making communication easier, the second lady suggested. The lady's expression darkened as she considered how the second lady seemed intent on stirring trouble. Knowing full well that Yingyu and Wei Lingxi were at odds, she still sought to pair them together. Unwilling to play the pawn, Wei Lingxi interjected, I'm unfamiliar with such matters and have never organized an event. I would only complicate things. Given that it is the matriarch's birthday, it would be unwise for me to risk any oversights. Indeed, I share your sentiments, the lady quickly affirmed. However, the elderly matriarch had a different perspective. While she wished to support her eldest daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law in gaining control of the Shiao family, she recognized that despite her youth, Wei Lingxi possessed greater capability than her eldest daughter-in-law. Every time Wei Lingxi spoke, she was astute and perceptive, effortlessly winning hearts with her words. Particularly impressive was her handling of the recent incident involving the Empress Dowager's missing cat. Her actions had been flawless, as she discreetly gathered leverage against the lady while also resolving the issue, all while ensuring the lady incurred some cost for her troubles. These realizations came to her gradually, and she recognized that having someone like Wei Lingxi at the helm of the Shiao household could be beneficial, potentially steering the family toward greater success. Thus, she did not mind allowing Wei Lingxi and Song Yingyu to be compared, curious to see who would ultimately prevail. I find a suggestion made by the second daughter-in-law quite agreeable. Dear ninth daughter-in-law, you and Yingyu shall jointly organize the birthday banquet. The matriarch has decisively settled this matter. Although Wei Lingxi was reluctant in her heart, she acquiesced. Observing the first lady's discomposure, the second lady could not suppress a smirk, just as Zhao Ma approached with tea. The second lady encouraged Wei Lingxi, ninth sister-in-law. The matriarch holds you in such high regard. Why not hasten to serve her tea? Wei Lingxi thought to herself. I truly appreciate your kindness. With the matriarch looking at her with a beaming smile, she had no choice but to carry a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, her lips curving into a gentle and serene smile as she advanced step by step. As she passed by Song Yingyu, A fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Song Yingyu's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she stealthily extended her leg towards Wei Lingxi, her toe lightly curling to trip her. Chapter 53. I will make you regret it. As Wei Lingxi suddenly stumbled, losing her balance, a startled gasp escaped her lips, causing the teacup in her hand to fly from her grasp and crash towards the matron beside Song Yingyu. The sharp sound of a slap resonated as her palm connected solidly with the matroness face. Simultaneously, the teacup struck Song Yingyu, scalding hot water and tea leaves splattering across her arms and chest, eliciting a cry of pain as she jumped up, shaking the wetness from her attire. Hot, it burns! In an instant, the room fell silent, everyone taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The matriarch, observing the commotion, quickly commanded, "Hurry, fetch some ice." The maid scurried about, bringing ice to soothe Song Yingyu's reddened arm while cleaning up the shattered teacup scattered across the floor. "What are you doing?" the matron demanded, clutching her stinging cheek and glaring at Wei Lingxi with fiery eyes. Wei Lingxi, pressing her hand against her heart, feigned innocence. "I sincerely apologize, dear sister-in-law. I accidentally tripped. Let me see if you're hurt." The matron released her grip, revealing a bright red handprint on her cheek. The second matron stifled a smile, while the fifth and seventh matrons exchanged glances but remained silent. Wei Lingxi, seeing the vivid mark, felt a surge of satisfaction. Song Yingyu had deliberately tried to embarrass her, and she had merely seized the opportunity to teach the conniving pair a lesson. "Look what you've done," the matron scolded. "I have an interview with Madame Zhang of Shuntianfu this afternoon. How am I to face people now?" Song Yingyu stood abruptly, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Wei Lingxi. "Wei Lingxi, do you even know how to serve tea? If you can't manage something so simple, what can we expect from you?" Her words dripped with arrogance, clearly dismissing Wei Lingxi. Wei Lingxi furrowed her brow, her expression turning grave. "Song Yingyu, setting aside our grievances, is it proper for you to call me by my given name? I am your aunt by marriage. Do you not respect me? Where's your decorum? What are the rules of the Shiao family?" Song Yingyu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of regret crossing her face. In her haste, she had indeed called Wei Lingxi by name in front of everyone. Though they were of the same age, Wei Lingxi was, after all, the wife of the ninth master, Shiao Heng, deserving of respect. I was burned and confused. Song Yingyu hastily defended herself. "Besides, we are the same age, and I've grown accustomed to calling you by your name. Is that so?" Wei Lingxi's lips curled into a cold smile. "Your age is comparable to that of Princess Anning. Would you dare to call her by her name in her presence? That is a different matter." "No, it is the same matter." Wei Lingxi regarded her sternly. "If you do not respect me, do you hold your ninth uncle in any regard? If you cannot respect him, who else in the Shiao family will you respect?" With this remark, Wei Lingxi intertwined herself with the Shiao family, successfully stirring the old matriarch's displeasure. "Your aunt is right," the matriarch scolded Song Yingyu, her expression stern. "No matter how young she is the rightful wife of your ninth uncle. You ought to show her respect. Since you have joined the Shiao family, you must adhere to our family's rules." "Yes," Song Yingyu bit her lip, feeling 100-fold indignation within her. "Mother," Yingyu truly was scalded. "Just look at her wrist." She was hurt, and thus spoke without thinking. The matron persisted, clinging to this point. "Silence," the old matriarch chastised. "Do you think my eyes are blind?" "Huh." The matron was momentarily perplexed. The second matron chuckled as she explained. "It was Yingyu who stretched out her leg and tripped your younger sister-in-law." "Huh." The matron was stunned, her gaze shifting to the second matron, clearly displeased. As if to say, "Why are you meddling?" "It was unintentional," Song Yingyu quickly interjected. "Then be more mindful in the future," Wei Lingxi advised her. "You come from a prominent family. Don't sit or stand without propriety." Song Yingyu, chastised, felt her face flush with anger. Throughout her life, she had never been reprimanded in such a manner. Yet, in the Shiao family, Wei Lingxi repeatedly put her in her place. "Do you understand what your aunt is saying?" the old matriarch inquired. Song Yingyu nodded sullenly. "Yes." "All right, I am tired." "You may leave," the old matriarch declared, rising to retire to her quarters. Once the matriarch departed, the others began to leave as well. Song Yingyu approached Wei Lingxi, gritting her teeth in a threatening manner. Don't be too pleased with yourself, Wei Lingxi. I will make you regret crossing me. Wei Lingxi merely smiled in response. I shall accompany you to the end. Returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Song Yingyu was fuming, seeking an outlet for her anger. Spotting the maid, Pei, bringing tea, her expression soured instantly. She seized the teacup and hurled it at Pei, exclaiming, "Wretched maid, who told you to serve tea?" Pei, scalded by the hot tea, dared not speak. Kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes, "Madam, please calm down. Impertinent, wretched creature, begone." Song Yingyu kicked Pei over. Chunli approached, gently patting Song Yingyu's back. "Madam, do not let that blind servant anger you." Indeed, Qingli immediately knelt down to massage her legs. "Madam, that ninth madam is merely relying on her status to oppress you." "I am well aware." Song Yingyu seethed through clenched teeth. "If she had become Xiao Zihuan's concubine, I would have dealt with her easily. But alas, she is the wife of the general of Dinyuan. What am I to do?" Chunli pondered for a moment before saying, "If only the general were willing to divorce her." Song Yingyu's eyes brightened suddenly. "Chunli, that is a brilliant idea. I must devise a plan. When the general divorces her, I wonder if she will still be as arrogant as she was today." Seeing their mistress's mood lighten, Chunli felt a sense of relief. When a madam was in a rage, it was indeed frightening. Even they, her close maids, often bore the brunt of her wrath. In the evening, Xiao Zihuan returned from the Hanlin Academy. Upon entering the door of Qingyun Pavilion, he spotted Pei kneeling at the entrance, wiping the blue bricks with a towel. "Pei?" Pei looked up, her face streaked with tears, softly calling, "Young master." "Why are you crying?" Xiao Zihuan asked. "Did madam make you do this?" Pei hesitated to admit that it was indeed madam's orders, claiming instead that she missed home, which was why she cried. She also stated that mopping the floor was her own choice. "Don't be foolish. In this heat, you might suffer from heat stroke," Xiao Zihuan advised, urging her to return and stop her task. Just as he finished speaking, Song Yingyu emerged from the room, fanning herself. "Oh, my husband is quite the compassionate one." Xiao Zihuan turned, a smile blooming on his face as he replied, "Madam, you jest. Pei has served me faithfully over the years without error. It is only natural for me to show concern for her." "Humph." Song Yingyu's expression darkened as she turned and headed toward her chamber. "Do not mind me. Young master, go check on madam. She has been in a foul mood today and has reportedly been injured," Pei urged, eager to steer Xiao Zihuan away from her. Upon hearing that Song Yingyu was hurt, Xiao Zihuan quickly followed her into the bedroom. "I heard from Pei that you were injured today?" "Yes." Song Yingyu extended her scorched arm towards him. "Do you see this? Who did this? Who dares to bully you?" "Your childhood friend, who is now your aunt, Wei Lingxi," Song Yingyu coldly retorted. Chapter 54. Unsavory conduct. Upon hearing the name Wei Lingxi, Xiao Zishuan fell silent. He instructed Chunli to fetch the burn ointment, intending to personally apply it to Song Yingyu and Amp Appo's wounds. Witnessing his demeanor, Song Yingyu felt an intense surge of anger within her. "What? Just because you heard it in Amp Appo's Wei Lingxi, you can't bear to utter a word? You have no idea how she treated me today. As the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor, cherished and pampered by my parents. How is it that in your family I have lost all dignity and status? How could such a woman bully me?" "Do not feel wronged," Xiao Zishuan said, cautious not to offend his father-in-law, fearing that a displeased Song Yingyu might complain. He patiently consoled her. "I have no connection with Wei Lingxi. You should keep your distance from her in the future. After all, she carries the title of aunt. If she were to exert her influence, you would be left powerless." After saying this, Xiao Zishuan began to comprehend why Wei Lingxi had agreed to Uncle Jio's marriage proposal. Hearing her husband speak up for ease some of Song Yingyu's ire, she gazed at the handsome man, captivated as he bowed to treat her injuries. His visage was enchanting, drawing her gaze irresistibly. "Darling," she murmured, reaching out to caress his face, her eyes shimmering with desire. Xiao Zishuan glanced up, understanding her unspoken wish. He set the ointment aside and bent down to lift her, carrying her into the drapery. As night fell, the bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of lanterns. Only the sounds of mingled pain and pleasure echoed, the curtains swaying restlessly before finally returning to tranquility. Bathed in moonlight, Song Yingyu nestled in Xiao Zishuan's embrace, her fingertips tracing his chiseled features as she softly inquired, "Are you too tired, my lord?" Xiao Zishuan grasped her fingers and pressed them to his lips. Bestuing ojen Turkish. I've been weary from compiling historical texts. Tomorrow, I promise you will be satisfied. A smile graced Song Yinyu's lips, her spirits lifting. Exhausted from his return from the Hamlin Academy and their previous intimacy, Xiao Zishuan felt an emptiness in his stomach. He called for water to wash up, then summoned for a meal. After dining, Song Yingyu reclined on the bed, her eyes half closed, savoring the lingering sensations. Meanwhile, Xiao Zishuan devised an excuse to leave Qingyan Pavilion. He wandered the courtyard for a while, eventually drawn to Fengyao Hall, which stood invitingly open yet devoid of any presence. Knowing Uncle Jiao was still away at the military camp, he realized only Wei Lingxi remained inside. The strains of a guzheng echoed from the courtyard, playing the Peace Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix, a melody she once played for him. Now, for whom did she play? Did she still harbor resentment for marrying Uncle Jiao out of spite? Lost in thought, Xiao Zishuan found himself unable to resist entering Fengyao Hall. The courtyard was eerily quiet at night, lanterns swaying gently in the summer breeze. He approached the side of Wei Lingxi's chamber and, through the open gauze window, beheld her seated at the guzheng, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. The soft orange glow enveloped her in a hazy light, reminiscent of her image in his dreams from the previous night. A sudden cough startled him. Xiao Zishuan quickly concealed himself behind a cluster of bamboo, watching as two maidservants passed by, carrying a wooden basin. "Qingdai, please leave that garment to me," one instructed. "Li Ma and Wang Ma are in the kitchen playing cards. Zissou has gone to help them, leaving us one short. Hurry along." "Thank you, Sangji. Once I receive my monthly pay, I'll treat you to some lotus cakes from the pastry shop," the maid replied cheerfully. Sangji smiled and nodded. Once Qingdai departed, Sangji, carrying the basin, headed toward the wood shed. Just then, someone outside called her name, resembling the voice of Xuanma, the elder lady-in-waiting, prompting her to put down the basin and exit. Hidden among the bamboo, Xiao Zishuan glimpsed the basin filled with dirty garments, atop which lay a light lotus-hued bodice, likely belonging to Wei Lingxi. Unable to suppress his impulse, he stealthily approached and snatched the bodice, hastily rolling it up and concealing it within his robe. When Sangji returned, she proceeded to the water room with the basin, oblivious to the missing garment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zishuan slipped out of Fengyao Hall, his heart racing as he dashed to the rear garden. Behind a rock in the courtyard, he sat down, retrieving Wei Lingxi's intimate garment and inhaling its fragrance deeply. The delightful scent overwhelmed him, stirring an unprecedented wave of desire. After savoring it greedily for a moment, he hastily returned to Qingyan Pavilion. He rushed to the study, neatly folding the bodice and placing it in a box hidden on the highest shelf before returning to the bedroom, driven by that intoxicating urge, where he and Song Yingyu shared a fervent encounter. "My lord, what has come over you? You seem like a beast starved for ages," Song Yingyu teased, reclining on the bed, her chin resting on her hand, a beaming smile upon her face. "Since you are my wife, I shall ensure you are never wronged," Xiao Zishuan replied, smiling back before heading to the bathing chamber. 2 days later, Wei Lingxi was troubled over preparing a birthday gift for the matriarch when Shiao Heng returned from the military camp. Upon learning of her dilemma, he remarked, "Why fret? My lady, you are exceptionally clever. Preparing a gift is hardly a challenge for you." "It is indeed difficult," Wei Lingxi replied, furrowing her brow. "The matriarch has seen my embroidery and hopes I can gift her a pair of Jiangnan silk shoes." Shiao Heng laughed. "Your embroidery is unparalleled, and your needlework is exquisite. Since the matriarch expressed her desire, simply craft a pair for her. If time is short, I can assist you in finding some help." During the betrothal, the Wei family had presented him with several exquisite embroidered items, stating they were crafted by Wei Lingxi for his benefit. In the Great Zhou dynasty, after the betrothal, the bride's family traditionally gifted the groom items such as fragrant sachets, belts, or fine silk handkerchiefs to express their sentiments. When these embroidered items arrived at Xiao's residence, the ladies of the household praised Wei Lingxi's remarkable talent. Embarrassed, she replied, "I assure you, my embroidery is not that impressive. I fear the matriarch may not appreciate it impossible." Shiao Heng assumed she was being modest. "I happen to need a silk handkerchief. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity to embroider one for me? The pattern should feature mandarin ducks playing in water." Feeling awkward, Wei Lingxi chuckled. "I think I'll pass." "What? Are you unwilling?" Shiao Heng narrowed his eyes, a hint of displeasure evident. "No, of course I am willing," Wei Lingxi said, steeling herself. "It's just that I haven't picked up a needle in quite some time. If it turns out poorly, please do not scorn me. Rest assured, I won tea." Then that's settled. Wei Lingxi wiped the sweat from her brow, hoping her husband would not be disappointed when the time came. As the couple conversed in their chamber, Inrei entered, carrying a neatly folded pile of clothing, intending to place it in the wardrobe. Suddenly, she noticed the absence of a light, lotus-hued bodice. "Miss, did you have someone take away your intimate bodice?" she inquired. Chapter 55. "Do not let your guard down, what is it?" Wei Lingxi inquired, noticing the unease in Yin Rui's demeanor. Yin Rui rummaged through the garments in the wardrobe and replied, "It's strange. One piece of clothing seems to be missing. Could it be that Sang Ji lost it while washing?" suggested Wei Lingxi. "I shall inquire," said Yin Rui, and she approached Sang Ji. "Mrs. lost a belly band. The one in lotus pink. Did you happen to see it while washing?" Sang Ji pondered for a moment and recollected that she indeed had seen a belly band of that color. She remembered that just as she was about to wash the clothes, Shuema from the Grand Madame's room called for her, prompting her to set the wooden basin down and leave. Upon returning, she had not paid attention to anything in particular and had simply taken the basin to wash the garments. Now, as Yin Rui mentioned it, she recalled that indeed, one belly band was missing. However, she dared not admit it had been lost before washing and merely stated, "It was there while washing." "How peculiar," Yin Rui muttered and turned back to report to Wei Lingxi. Upon hearing that her belly band was missing, Wei Lingxi felt a myriad of perplexities. Who could possibly take it? Could it have been whisked away by the wind? Yet, the weather had been serene for days, with not a whisper of breeze. Could someone have stolen it? Yin Hui speculated. Who would dare? Shiao Heng retorted. In this courtyard, aside from the 4 maids, 2 cooks, and 2 rough servants, there were only Lin Bai and Lin Mo, his 2 errand boys. Lin Mo had been with him always, while Lin Bai, the steward of the Fengyao Hall, had grown up by his side, loyally following him into the battles of life. He would never entertain any treachery. As for the 2 young servants, they resided in another courtyard and were generally forbidden from entering the back of Fengyao Hall. This indeed raised suspicions. Wei Lingxi contemplated deeply, her heart beginning to harbor an ominous premonition. The loss of a woman's intimate apparel was always a troublesome affair, and she dreaded the thought of it being exploited by someone with ulterior motives. In her past life, she had navigated the treacherous waters of a Shiao household, witnessing the darkest facets of human nature. Thus, she could not afford to be careless regarding this matter. "Yin Rui, let this matter remain confidential. Please prepare an identical one," Wei Lingxi instructed. "Understood, Mississippi." As the old matriarch and Appo's birthday approached, the missing belly band remained elusive. The fact that a woman's personal garment could vanish within her own domain left Shiao Heng exceedingly displeased. He discreetly instructed Lin Bai, "Keep a close watch on Fengyao Hall. If you notice anyone stirring up trouble, handle it directly without reporting back. Ensure the safety of my wife." "Yes, Ninth Master," Lin Bai replied. Days passed, and the old matriarch's birthday drew near. In preparation for the celebration, Song Yingyu spared no effort. She arranged for the chefs from Yinyu Building to prepare a feast, gathering delicacies from all corners. Everything that flew in the sky, ran on land, or swam in water was procured. She even invited a troupe of performers to entertain the old matriarch, aiming to lighten her spirits. She took it upon herself to organize everything without consulting Wei Lingxi, assuming full authority over the arrangements. Wei Lingxi chose not to interfere, recognizing that the expenditure of wealth within the Shiao household was akin to flowing water. It would be astonishing if the old matriarch did not feel the pinch. Others vied for control of the Shiao household, but she had no interest in such power struggles, preferring instead to lead a tranquil life. Thus, she concocted an excuse of not feeling well and nestled herself in Fenya Hall, immersing herself in learning embroidery from Yin Rue. Embroidery was hardly her forte. When Shiao Heng presented his betrothal gifts, not a single piece of embroidery came from her hands. All were crafted by Madame Wei. At present, without Madame Wei and Oppos as guidance, she could only muster the courage to learn on her own. Yet, embroidery was not a skill that could be mastered overnight. In her previous life, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but embroidery was her Achilles and Oppos' heel. As she gazed at the pair of plump, round ducks she had embroidered, intended to represent mandarin ducks frolicking in water, she let out a deep sigh. Yin Rue, do you think my work will be fit for my husband to see? Chapter 56. A surprised Yin Rue gazed at the two foolish objects, declaring them neither mandarin ducks nor ducks, and could not help but burst into laughter. Surely, it cannot be that ugly? Wei Lingxi pondered. Miss, would you prefer the truth or fabrication? Yin Hui inquired. A fabrication. In this matter, I wish to hear only falsehoods. Wei Lingxi was aware that her embroidery skills were lacking and had no desire for the sting of truth. Indeed, it is quite ugly. Yin Hui chifled aloud. What about the truth? It is impossible to look at. It is painfully unsightly. Wei Lingxi was taken aback. She immediately declared strike, calling for Lin Bai to draft a letter for her to send to the Wei residence. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the eve of the old matriarch's birthday. The Wei household dispatched a messenger bearing the embroidered handkerchief. The messenger was none other than Wei Lingxi, Jinyu, who was entrusted by his mother to deliver the embroidered shoes for the matriarch. Coincidentally, while he awaited the announcement at the entrance, he encountered Shiao Heng returning home. Wei Liulang. Shiao Heng dismounted his horse. Despite being several years younger than him, he still called out proudly, Lu Lang. Wei Jin, you was a striking figure, exuding grace akin to a gentle breeze and a bright moon. Upon hearing his brother-in-law address him as Wei Lingxi, a subtle smile graced his lips as he approached. General, I have come to my mother and Oppos' behest to deliver something to my sister, Xiao Qi. I kindly ask you to assist in taking this back. Shiao Heng nodded and accepted the parcel, inviting Wei Lingxi to come inside for a brief visit. Thank you, General, but I must decline. My cousins have just returned from the frontier and are awaiting my return. Wei Jin replied, producing a small brocade box from his cloth pouch and handing it to Shiao Heng. Please deliver this to Xiao Qi. She is particularly fond of such things. Of course. Shiao Heng acknowledged. Farewell. Wei Jin clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and gracefully departed, his white attire as pure as snow, resembling an ethereal being. Shiao Heng lowered his gaze to the small brocade box in his hands. Upon opening it, he found a 9-linked ring and a Lubon lock. A smile crept onto his lips. He had long heard that Wei Xiao Qi was cherished by her brothers, and today he witnessed the truth of that sentiment. Both Wei San Lang and Wei Lingxi held her dear in their hearts. Shiao Heng set aside the smaller gift and opened the larger brocade box, revealing a pair of exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes, clearly intended as a gift for the old matriarch. Additionally, there was a neatly folded handkerchief. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in azure waters, the embroidery so lifelike it seemed ready to spring to life. Was and Oppos, this the design he had requested Xiao Qi to embroider? How did it arrive from the Wei residence? A moment of contemplation led him to clarity, and he smirked, tossing the box to Lin Mo as he strode confidently into the household. Upon entering his own courtyard, he noticed that Wei Lingxi was not resting in the bedroom, but rather fanning herself at the entrance. Is Xiao Qi waiting for me? Shiao Heng asked with a smile. Of course, Wei Lingxi was not, but with such a question posed, she could not risk damaging his pride by saying otherwise. Yes. Why have you returned so late? My husband? Wei Lingxi queried. I was delayed by some matters. Shiao Heng stepped closer, gently wrapping his arm around her waist as he led her indoors. Was Xiao Qi waiting for me to surprise me? Has the handkerchief been completed? I heard from Yin Rue that you invested considerable effort into it. His words caught Wei Lingxi off guard, leaving her no time to concoct an excuse. She could only muster the courage to respond, it has indeed been completed. But, It cannot be presented to you just yet. I shall reveal it to you as a surprise tomorrow morning. Is that so? Shiao Heng and Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with mischief. Very well, I shall await it. To witness my wife and Amp, Oppo's masterpiece at the earliest opportunity. I have decided to forego returning to the study tonight and will stay in the bedroom instead. Chapter 57. Truly overestimating her. Is your husband truly serious? Wei Lingxi blinked at him. Indeed, Shiao Heng replied as he seated himself, leisurely accepting the teacup offered by the maid and savoring its warmth. Wei Lingxi pressed. Aren't Oppo's you busy with official duties? Not at all. Shiao Heng smiled softly. It appears that my wife seems eager to hasten my departure. That is not my intention. Wei Lingxi could no longer maintain her facade and sighed. Husband, the handkerchief has indeed been embroidered, though it is rather unsightly, and I fear it might offend your eyes. Oh, is it truly so grotesque? Indeed. Wei Lingxi called for Rui to bring over the basket of her craft, extracting the rather hideous creation and presenting it to Shiao Heng. See for yourself. Upon seeing the items sent from the Wei household, Shiao Heng had a faint inkling of what to expect. He understood that his wife likely felt inadequate about her skills, prompting her to seek assistance from her family. After all, Lady Wei hailed from Jiangnan, renowned for her exquisite embroidery. The young girl had previously claimed her work was subpar, and he suspected this was mere modesty. Perhaps she believed her talents paled in comparison to Lady Wei and Oppo's, hence her self-deprecating remarks. However, Shiao Heng was utterly unprepared for the reality. He had truly overestimated her abilities. When he laid eyes on the absurdly round figures that neither resembled ducks nor geese, regardless of how he stretched his imagination, he could not fathom that these were meant to depict mandarin ducks. He struggled to formulate words of praise, racking his brain for compliments, but found himself utterly speechless. Wei Lingxi, observing his pained expression, could not help but stifle a laugh. Husband, it is indeed quite ugly, I assented Oppo's. It must exceed your expectations. Well, Oppo's. That's not bad, Shiao Heng replied, betraying his conscience as he attempted to flatter her. He had lived his life with integrity, never stooping to lies or flattery. Yet, here he was, trying to muster words of praise for her work. Wei Lingxi and Oppo's cheeks flushed with amusement, and she said bashfully, You needn't and Oppo's strain yourself, husband. I truly lack talent in this regard. The previous embroidered gifts I presented were crafted by my mother. I simply cannot. Did not your mother possess unparalleled embroidery skills? Could she not teach you? Shiao Heng inquired, puzzled. Wei Lingxi smiled wryly. I am inherently dim-witted and lack an affinity for needlework. So, Shiao Heng scrutinized the handkerchief closely. Despite its hideousness, it possessed an inexplicable charm. This gift reflects your heartfelt intentions. I shall accept it. No matter how unappealing, it is a token of your affection. He had heard from Lin Bai that she had devoted her days and nights to stitching. He lacked for silver and could easily procure exquisite embroidered pieces if he desired. However, the handkerchief she crafted was imbued with emotion and effort, a sentiment he cherished deeply. Perhaps not, Wei Lingxi said, reclaiming the handkerchief. The Grand General may not find it shameful, but I certainly do. I discreetly asked my mother to assist in preparing gifts for the old lady and for you as well. They will be delivered tonight. Shiao Heng clapped his hands, and Lin Mo, who had been waiting by the door, entered with a brocade box. Is this what you meant? Lin Mo opened the box and placed it before Wei Lingxi. Upon seeing it, she exclaimed, How did this come to be with you, husband? I encountered your sixth brother. Shiao Heng explained, retrieving a small box. He mentioned that you would like this. Wei Lingxi and Oppo's eyes lit up with joy upon spotting the 9 linked rings and the Lubon lock gifted by her brother, her delight akin to that of a child. Only my sixth brother understands me. Shiao Heng felt a surge of jealousy at her words and leaned closer, lifting her chin with his finger, his gaze darkening. From now on, do not mention other men in my presence. You are my woman, and henceforth, only I shall accompany you. What they can accomplish, so can I. With that, he pressed his fingertip against her heart, his voice low and resonant. Only I belong here. No other man shall do. Wei Lingxi paused, her delicate fingers grasping his hand. Why do you harbor jealousy toward my brother? Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow. She continued, my brothers care for me out of familial affection, and I reciprocate that sentiment. However, between you and me lies love. I can have several brothers, but only one husband. Why should you feel discontent? Moreover, if my brothers cherish me, does that not please you? Shiao Heng furrowed his brow, pondering her words, which held a semblance of reason. In the future, you are only permitted to converse with your brothers, and no embracing or overly affectionate gestures. Wei Lingxi was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing this man was still miffed over her seemingly intimate demeanor with her third brother. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Shiao Heng and damp. Appo's expression softened with satisfaction, his gaze drifting to her tender fingertips, dotted with tiny pinpricks of blood from her crafting efforts. He realized that in creating this handkerchief, she had endured considerable hardship. Feeling a rush of tenderness, he lifted her hand, and in her gaze, he gently pressed his lips against her injured fingertips. Wei Lingxi's heart raced, and warmth crept to her cheeks. The following day, the atmosphere in the Shiao household was vibrant, celebrating the old lady's birthday. The Empress Dowager had sent gifts, and Master Song had also dispatched presents, both to honor the elder lady and to uphold his family and Appo's reputation. The elderly matriarch beamed with joy, praising Song Yingyu profusely during the banquet. Simultaneously, Wei Lingxi also received commendation for her exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes, which delighted the old lady immensely. Other ladies presented jade and hand-copied Buddhist scriptures as tokens of goodwill, which the old lady acknowledged briefly. Seeing the old lady praise Wei Lingxi, the eldest lady felt a pang of discontent. In front of everyone, she remarked, this birthday banquet was entirely organized by Yingyu, while ninth sister-in-law has been unwell lately, leaving all the responsibilities on Yingyu and Appo's shoulders. She has truly worked herself to exhaustion. Previously, she worried about not managing well, but seeing the old lady so pleased, she must feel relieved now. Look at how my sister-in-law seeks credit for her daughter-in-law's efforts, the fifth lady whispered to Wei Lingxi, sitting beside her. She truly fears the old lady might hand over the reins of this household to you. Chapter 58. Cherishing the daughter-in-law, Wei Lingxi smiled gently. It matters not. Managing the household is no simple task, and I truly lack the aptitude for it. Dear sister-in-law, you are being overly modest. The second lady replied with a grin. I believe your capabilities rival those of Song Yingyu. You may not be aware, but the expenses for the old lady and Appo's birthday banquet have been flowing like water. I fear we shall subsist on meager rations for the next fortnight. Not quite to the point of eating chaff, but we certainly must tighten our belts, the seventh lady interjected, who, 5 years older than Wei Lingxi, was the daughter of a literary official from the Hamlin Academy. She often preferred to spend her time in her quarters playing the zither and painting. Perhaps her lofty self-regard led her to refrain from engaging in conversations among the other ladies. Wei Lingxi listened with a smile, offering no superfluous remarks. Those gathered for the old lady's birthday, aside from several sons of the Shiao family, included several married daughters accompanied by their husbands and young children, resulting in 8 or 9 banquet tables. Wei Lingxi, along with the second, fifth, and seventh ladies, occupied one table, while 3 other women, small concubines from the second and fifth ladies' quarters, sat quietly, their heads bowed as they whispered amongst themselves. The old lady, the matriarch, and Song Yingyu, along with her married daughters, occupied another table, while the men gathered at yet another, leaving the children at their own table. With so many guests present, Wei Lingxi preferred silence, wishing to avoid drawing attention to herself on the old lady's special day. If Song Yingyu sought the limelight, let her have it. As the matriarch commended Song Yingyu for her efforts, she joyfully rewarded her with several bowls of bird and damp, Appo's nest bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Regardless of the nest and Appo's actual worth, it was a mark of honor which left Song Yingyu radiant. Her chin lifted slightly as she surveyed the room. As the banquet commenced, the family's children raised their glasses to toast the old lady. After the rounds of toasts, merriment ensued. Wei Lingxi, unwell and on a regimen of traditional medicine, abstained from alcohol. The second and fifth ladies persistently encouraged her to indulge, claiming the wine was a rare delicacy that would not be easily available again. Shiao Heng, seated at the men and amp, Oppo's table, noticed Wei Lingxi surrounded by her sisters-in-law and approached with a cup in hand, gently placing his arm on her shoulder. "Dear husband?" Wei Lingxi began to rise to make room. Yet Shiao Heng pressed her back down, smiling as he said, "My little seventh has been having a poor appetite and is undergoing treatment. She truly cannot drink much. If my sisters wish to partake, I shall join them for a few rounds." "Oh dear, look at this. We were merely encouraging our sister-in-law to enjoy a drink. And here you are rushing in to shield her," the second lady teased Shiao Heng, though she dared not press Wei Lingxi too hard. "Very well, if sister-in-law drinks. Let me just 1 cup. If you were to replace her, then 3 cups it is." "Agreed." Shiao Heng raised his glass and downed 3 cups in one go. His action drew the attention of others, prompting Xiao and Xiao Li to exchange amused glances. "I used to think the ninth only had a penchant for battle and no interest in women. Yet he chose to marry our 7th sister-in-law," Xiao Li remarked. "What is more surprising is that this usually taciturn man shows such genuine devotion to her." Xiao Li smiled and fanned himself slowly. "Indeed, our 7th sister-in-law is breathtakingly beautiful. Though her figure is delicate, she possesses an undeniable grace in her every movement. The expressive charm in her eyes and brows is captivating. What man could resist?" Xiao Zixuan, overhearing, glanced at Shiao Heng, who was relentlessly drinking cup after cup. His childhood companion, Wei Lingxi, was gently dabbing at his mouth with a silk handkerchief, a shy smile gracing her face, her eyes filled with affection. Suddenly, a wave of doubt and resentment washed over him. He questioned whether Wei Lingxi had truly married Shiao Heng for love, and he felt an ache of bitterness, realizing that if not for his father's ambitions to marry Song Yingyu, this enchanting woman could have been his, sharing intimate moments with him. Xiao Yang, noticing the glimmer of discontent in his son and Oppo's eyes, cleared his throat softly and remarked, "Fifth and 7th, this is your 9th sister-in-law. To openly discuss her here might be deemed disrespectful and could provoke her displeasure." The 5th and 7th brothers quickly acknowledged their misstep. Yes, we shall drink to that." Shiao Heng and Oppo's protective demeanor toward Wei Lingxi also irked the matriarch. After all, with Shiao Heng supporting Wei Lingxi, she was unable to take any action against her. To discipline Wei Lingxi, she would need to divert Shiao Heng's affections elsewhere. A woman without a man's love was merely at the mercy of others. Moreover, her son seemed to harbor lingering feelings for Wei Lingxi, having called her name on their wedding night, much to the dissatisfaction of his wife, Song Yingyu. It was only through her efforts as a mother-in-law that she managed to soothe her daughter-in-law's discontent. Thus, she resolved to ensure that Wei Lingxi and Oppo's life would not be made comfortable. Mother Shui, the matriarch beckoned, whispering a few instructions in her ear. Mother Shui immediately understood and hurried away. The matriarch, seizing the opportunity, approached the old lady with a cup in hand, smiling. "Old lady, look at how our 9th brother dotes on his wife. I predict it 1 TB long before the Shiao family welcomes a new member. That would be wonderful indeed." The old lady mused. "If only your father were here, he would be overjoyed. His greatest wish in life was to see the Shiao family flourish. Now that each household has 1 or 2 children, it is high time for the 9th to step up. And all the others should do the same while they're still young." The matriarch chuckled in agreement, encouraging everyone to toast Shiao Heng. "It is said that wine brings joy. Let us all drink merrily with the 9th brother. Who knows, perhaps tonight, with a little effort, our 9th sister-in-law may conceive. Indeed, our old lady is blessed. Perhaps our 9th sister-in-law will truly become pregnant." The second lady chimed in, seizing the moment. As the crowd gathered around Shiao Heng, Wei Lingxi looked at him anxiously. "Husband, it seems you cannot escape this." "Not to worry, I have a strong tolerance for alcohol," Shiao Heng replied nonchalantly. Having spent time in the military, he was accustomed to hearty drinking and eating. This little wine was of no consequence to him. While the banquet was in full swing, Mother Shui hurried to Fengya Hall, where Sang Ji had long awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Sang Ji, Mother Shui asked, "Are you prepared? Success hinges on today's endeavor." the matriarch, and I shall wholeheartedly support you. Sang Ji and Amp. Appo's heart raced, her cheeks flushed like the dawn. Sang Ji will not fail in her mission. Good. Follow my and the matriarch's instructions closely, Mother Shui said, pulling a packet of medicinal powder from her pocket and handing it to Sang Ji. The matriarch has ensured you have been well instructed. Now, you must employ every trick to win over the ninth master. Chapter 59. Breaking his vow, Sang Ji tightly clutched the handkerchief in her grasp, nodding repeatedly, aware that an opportunity had arisen. Whether she could ascend from a sparrow to a phoenix hinged on this moment. Good girl, Don and Amp. Appo's. To be anxious, Shuema remarked, perceiving the tension that rendered her breathless. She gently patted Sang Ji's shoulder, cautioning, if you reveal your intentions when you meet the ninth master, it could spell trouble. I understand, Sang Ji replied, biting her lip in agreement. That and Appo's. That's good. I shall return now. If anyone comes to Fingyao Hall seeking someone, you must come swiftly. Sui ma instructed. Sang Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Once Shui Ma departed, Sang Ji ventured into the kitchen, handing the cook a silver coin to prepare several plates of snacks and brew a pot of tea for herself and her sisters. The cook, delighted by the coin, happily prepared the requested items. Sang Ji arranged the refreshments on the table and graciously invited everyone to partake. Today marks the old lady and Amp, Appo's birthday, and after this banquet, the ladies from each household will head to the garden to enjoy a performance, so they won't return for a while. Let us take this opportunity to play some cards and enjoy our tea and snacks. With the departure of the lady, Jean Rue and Yin Rue, only a few rough servants and maids remained in Fingyao Hall, to ensure that when Shui Ma arrived to seek someone, the others would be unable to attend. Sang Ji devised this plan. Is it fair that we alone indulge? Zisu remarked, munching on sunflower seeds. What if Steward Lin sees us from the neighboring courtyard? Her words alerted Sang Ji, prompting her to respond. You are indeed thoughtful. Feel free to enjoy yourselves here. I will have the kitchen send some food and wine to Steward Lin. With that, Sang Ji hurriedly exited. Ling Xiao sensed something was amiss with Sang Ji. In the past, she had been reluctant to accept items from the household when given the chance to leave, almost as if fearing a loss of her own funds. Yet now, she was spending her own money to prepare food for them, which was quite puzzling. Ling Xiao quickly followed Sang Ji outside, questioning Sang Ji, are you no longer mindful of your expenditures? First treating us, and now treating Steward Lin? What Appo's? What's wrong with treating you to a meal? Sang Ji smiled. Hurry, or there will be nothing left for you. Ling Xiao felt perplexed by Sang Ji and Appo's behavior, sensing something was off but unable to articulate what it was. Sang Ji bit her lip again, giving the cook another silver coin to ensure the food was of higher quality before delivering it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, who had been practicing calligraphy indoors, opened the door upon hearing someone call for him. Upon seeing Sang Ji with the food, a gentle smile graced his face. Miss Sang Ji, what is this for? Steward Lin works diligently and often looks after us. Today is the old lady's birthday, and since the ladies and the ninth master will likely return late, we thought it best not to let you go without any refreshments. So we prepared some dishes and wine for you. Sang Ji replied respectfully, presenting the tray with both hands. Just as Lin Bai was about to decline, he hesitated as if recalling something and stepped aside to allow her entry. Then I must thank you, Miss Sang Ji. It's no trouble at all. I only hope you won't find my simple offerings lacking, as you are well accustomed to grand feasts, Sang Ji responded. Not at all. I'm grateful for your kindness. Lin Bai replied warmly, his demeanor exceedingly amiable. That is reassuring, Sang Ji said, placing the items down, bowing slightly, and then departing. Once outside Lin Bai and Amp, Appo's courtyard, a smile broke across Sang Ji's face. Now this is perfect. When Shui Ma comes to seek someone, no one else shall go but me. At the birthday banquet, the first madam was unusually lively, persistently urging attendees to drink with Shiao Heng, determined to achieve her objectives. She understood all too well the anguish of witnessing one and Appo's beloved take a concubine, the heart-wrenching pain of seeing one's partner share intimate moments with another. Thus, she was intent on making Wei Lingxi comprehend that same suffering. While romance between men and women may vary, She intended to immerse Shiao Heng in a world of temptation, exposing him to the myriad charms of life, so he would not become fixated solely on Wei Lingxi. Even if she was a flower of exceptional beauty, it mattered not. As long as others were comparable in looks and skilled in the bedroom, they could more easily capture a man's heart. Although Sang Ji and Wei Lingxi's appearances differed greatly, she had secretly learned much from the matron of Tianxiang Tower. She was confident that once Shiao Heng tasted what she had to offer, he would not be able to resist. She aimed to lead him into the realm of pleasure and break his vow, allowing him to experience the delights a man should savor, thereby revealing to him that even Wei Lingxi, no matter how beautiful, could become tiresome. As Wei Lingxi observed more and more people toasting Shiao Heng, she grew increasingly concerned for his well-being and wished to intervene, but was halted by fifth master Shiao and sister-in-law. It's fine for men to indulge in a few cups. Ninth brother is usually busy with affairs. Let him enjoy this rare moment of relaxation. Indeed, let him indulge today, old lady Jiang added. Seeing Shiao Heng surrounded by admirers, moving from one table to another, Wei Lingxi could only call out from afar, "Husband, don't overdo it." She could not tell if Shiao Heng heard her, as he merely flashed her a fleeting smile through the crowd. At that moment, Jian Yang from the Shao Liang household approached and sat beside Wei Lingxi, greeting her with a smile. Ninth Madam, men often lack moderation when it comes to drinking. Although the ninth master is young, consuming so much wine may not be wise. Jian Yang and Appo's words implied that Wei Lingxi should try to stop Shiao Heng from drinking excessively. Wei Lingxi forced a smile. "I would like to, but the old lady encourages him. How can I possibly intervene?" Jian Yang gazed at Shiao Heng for a long while, then turned to Wei Lingxi with an envious smile. "Would you care to step aside for a moment, Ninth Madam?" Chapter 60. A grand performance. Wei Lingxi was aware that this concubine Jia possessed a gentle disposition. In her previous life, she was utterly harmless, and though they had little interaction, concubine Jia would always offer a few words of assistance whenever Wei Lingxi found herself in distress. Very well, Wei Lingxi agreed, finding an excuse to step outside for some fresh air, and thus left the room alongside concubine Jia. Once they exited the residence of the old lady Jiang, they walked a short distance down the corridor. Concubine Jia glanced around to ensure no one was present and spoke softly. "Madam Jiao, although we have not interacted much, I have heard of your circumstances from others. You have not been in the manor long, yet you have thoroughly offended the first madam. Today, she has enlisted so many to persuade you to drink. It is likely a scheme. I urge you to be cautious." "Thank you, Sister Jia," Wei Lingxi replied, quickly weighing her words in her mind before addressing her as sister. The title caught concubine Jia off guard, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It is important to note that a concubine holds little status in the household, ranking just slightly above a servant girl. While Master Xiao dotes on her, there are still many aspects he remains oblivious to. She had endured much suffering at the hands of the first madam, and her heart was heavy with pain. Wei Lingxi understood that in her past life, concubine Jia was willing to speak up for her because they shared the common plight of being consorts to the same man. However, now that she was the legitimate wife of Shiao Heng, she could not fathom why concubine Jia would extend her support. "Sister Jia, why do you wish to assist me? Surely it cannot be out of animosity towards the first madam? I have been in this household for over a decade." Concubine Jia continued, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "I watched the general grow from a mere youth into the man he is today. While the other young masters have taken their own concubines, he has remained steadfast. I once heard fifth master inquire if he had ever desired anyone amid such allure. Can you guess his response?" Wei Lingxi blinked, intrigued. "What did he say?" "He expressed a longing for a singular heart, wishing for a lifetime of companionship." As concubine Jia spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes. "He has indeed achieved that now. I envy you. You are truly fortunate. If I were to have another life." "If Sister Jia has another life, you would not wish to be a concubine, correct?" Wei Lingxi queried. Concubine Jia shook her head, uncertain. With a sigh, Wei Lingxi recognized that the circumstances between concubine Jia and Shao Liang mirrored her own with Shao Zishuan. Both father and son were not noble souls, forsaking their beloved for the sake of ambition. The distinction lay in the fact that Shao Zishuan was even more unscrupulous than his father. using the Wei family as a stepping stone for his ascension. In her previous life, her conversations with concubine Jia had been limited to these revelations. Thank you for your warning, sister. I shall remember your kindness and will repay it should the opportunity arise, Wei Lingxi said. Thus, from this moment forth, remain close to Master Jiao. Do not stray far. It would be wise to avoid any future troubles, concubine Jia advised, fearing Wei Lingxi might not fully grasp the implications. The other concubine of the master is a former maid of the first madam, who was elevated to concubine status following a particularly drunken episode. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi felt a jolt of alarm. A sudden realization sparked in her mind. She comprehended what Sang Ji intended to do and understood why the first madam and Xuan Ma sought her out. They were selecting a target who was primed for action. Thank you, Sister Jia, I understand now. I must return at once, Wei Lingxi declared. Very well, concubine Jia nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Upon her return, however, Wei Lingxi found herself ensnared by the first madam and the already married third Miss Xiao, who insisted on engaging her in discussions about embroidery techniques. It took her considerable effort to extricate herself from their clutches. When she sought out Shiao Heng, she was informed by 5th Master Xiao that the 9th Master had drunk too much and had already been escorted back by a maid. Sister-in-law, you need not worry about him. After expressing her gratitude to 5th Master Xiao, Wei Lingxi immediately searched for Jin Rui and Yin Rui, only to discover they too were caught in conversation with the maids from the first Madame and Damp, Oppo's, S-quarters, unable to break free. Jin Rui, Yin Rui. The 9th Master is unwell from drinking. We must check on him, Wei Lingxi urged. After enduring a long evening of entrapment by the two maids, Jin Rui and Yin Rui finally heard their mistress's call and seized the opportunity to escape. As it was the old lady's birthday celebration, Wei Lingxi knew she must inform the old lady before leaving. Old lady, the 9th Master is unwell from drinking. I must attend to him and will return shortly. Let him be. What is the rush? Old lady Jiang chuckled, holding Wei Lingxi's hand. The banquet is drawing to a close, and we shall set up a stage in the garden for a performance. Do accompany me to witness it. Before Wei Lingxi could finish her sentence, the first madam interrupted. Sister-in-law, you are indeed hard to invite. Have you no regard for the old lady and Amp? Oppo's. S words? Wei Lingxi recognized the first madam and Amp. Oppo's. S intent to keep her from leaving. With a slight smile, she replied, of course not. I am more than willing to accompany the old lady to the performance. However, aside from my concern for the 9th Master, I also have a gift for the old lady that I nearly forgot amidst the festivities. Upon hearing of a gift, old lady Jiang immediately expressed her interest. You have something for me? How generous of you. This gift is for my mother. It is my heartfelt offering. Wei Lingxi sweetly assured her. Go on then, old lady Jiang consented. Wei Lingxi hurriedly led Jin Rui and Yin Rui towards the Fengya Hall. Meanwhile, Xiao Zixuan noticed his wife, Song Yingyu, engrossed in discussion about jewelry with 5th Madam and several married sisters, completely oblivious to his presence. Thus, he stealthily followed Wei Lingxi out, accompanied by a young servant. When Song Yingyu realized Xiao Zixuan was missing, her maid, Chun-Li, whispered to her, Madame Jiao has left, and the young master has followed her. I wonder if he seeks her out. Song Yingyu's expression soured, her grip on her handkerchief tightening as her nails dug into her flesh. Let's go and intercept them. Meanwhile, the first madam and Oppo's attention was fixed on Wei Lingxi. Seeing that she had been granted passage by the old lady, she worried that her plans might falter and discreetly summoned Xuan Ma to inquire. Is the potency of the drug sufficient? Madame Jiao may have caught on to something. We cannot afford for her to ruin our plans. Rest assured, the drug is potent enough, Xuan Ma replied with a sly grin. As long as he is a man, he will succumb to its effects. This time, Sang Ji will surely succeed. Very well. I shall await the sight of Wei Lingxi in tears tonight. The first madam smirked, calculating the opportune moment to create a distraction in Fengya Hall, intending to stage a grand performance that would eclipse the entertainment on the stage. Chapter 61. Coward. Stand aside. Wei Lingxi hurried back, anxious not to delay and allow the scheme of the matron to succeed. She wished for her husband to take no concubines, as it was the best course for both her and the Wei family, both rationally and emotionally. Miss, please slow down. It's dark. What if you fall and injure yourself? Jean Rue followed closely behind, fearful for Wei Lingxi's stability. We must hurry, or we'll be too late, Wei Lingxi said, suppressing her voice. Surely you do not wish to see your young mistress, having just entered the mansion for less than 2 months, find the 9th master taking a concubine? Miss, you and Jean Rue should slow down. I have a quicker pace. I will return first to check the situation, Jean Rue suggested. All right, Wei Lingxi instructed. No matter what, we must delay this matter. Yes, Mississippi. After Jean Rue left, Jean Rue accompanied Wei Lingxi, stepping carefully through the corridor, water pavilion, and garden, heading toward the rockery. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out from the front, standing motionless before them. Who's there? Jean Rue gasped, quickly positioning herself protectively in front of Wei Lingxi. In the darkness, a familiar voice emerged. Jean Rue, I need to speak with your mistress for a moment. Please step aside. Recognizing the voice of Xiao Zishuan, Jean Rue replied, Young Master Xiao, it is inappropriate to leave you alone with my mistress in such darkness. If you have something to say, please send someone during the day. A resigned sigh echoed in the darkness as Xiao Zishuan raised his hand. His personal servant immediately jumped out from behind the rockery and approached them directly. Jean Rue jumped back in alarm. Stop. Don't move. If you take another step, I will call for help. Xiao Zishuan chuckled softly. Call away. You may shout loudly and draw everyone over to witness my clandestine meeting with your mistress in this garden. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB Hasty, Jean Rue, Wei Lingxi said calmly. Wait for me here. Miss, I worry for you. It is improper for a man and woman alone together, one being a husband and the other a wife. Jean Rue's concern was for her mistress's safety, regardless of Xiao Zishuan's intentions. Jean Rue, do not be afraid. My young master would not harm you, she reassured. This servant has been by Xiao Zishuan's side. He knows his master's thoughts clearly. Reluctantly, Jean Rue followed the servant a little further away, leaving Wei Lingxi alone with Xiao Zishuan. Having indulged in wine, Xiao Zishuan felt a tumult of emotions, longing, possessive desire, and jealousy over her affection with the 9th uncle, overwhelming him as he faced her. Xiao Qi, he stepped closer, arms outstretched to embrace her. Wei Lingxi pulled a gold hairpin from her coiffure and pointed it at his throat, halting his advance. Xiao Zishuan, if I knew this would be the case, I would have acted differently. Do not come closer. Her voice was cold, yet the scent emanating from her sleeves intoxicated him. Xiao Zishuan closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, a long-lost satisfaction surfacing in his expression. He had not anticipated that life would not be as carefree as he had imagined after relinquishing Wei Lingxi. What troubled him further was that he found himself unable to awaken any passion when with Song Yingyu. Each encounter with her felt like a test. He had to conjure thoughts of Wei Lingxi's face to proceed. Yet, when confronted with Wei Lingxi, his blood surged uncontrollably, urging him to possess her completely. Xiao Qi, if I say I regret it, would you forgive me? Xiao Zishuan said softly. I cannot forget you for a moment. Wei Lingxi merely scoffed. What purpose do your words serve? What do you expect me to do? Conspire with you behind closed doors? Do you understand that this is a crime? That is not out of the question. If you are willing to part ways with the 9th uncle, I could temporarily place you in an external residence. Wait for me for 2 years, and once I attain a high position, I shall divorce Song Yingyu to marry you. No need. I am content to be married to Shiao Heng. My heart no longer holds you. You need not seek me repeatedly. Having seen through his intentions, Wei Lingxi retracted her hand and said, Stand aside. I have urgent matters to attend to, and no time for your idle chatter. Observing the woman who smiled radiantly at the 9th uncle, yet turned away from him with frigid disdain, Xiao Zishuan felt a surge of anger. Resolute, he stepped forward and firmly embraced Wei Lingxi. What followed was a sharp slap from Wei Lingxi. Xiao Zishuan, I am your aunt. You are my Xiao Qi. Xiao Zishuan touched his stinging cheek, rolled up his sleeves, and lunged at her again. I will not let you leave today. Very well, Wei Lingxi retorted. Since you fear the flower champion, what do I have to fear? If we are to descend into hell, I will accompany you. Come if you dare. I shall stand here waiting for you to take me. Xiao Zishuan and Amp. Oppose. S. fraying reason was successfully reclaimed by her slap and fierce declaration. Indeed, he was the flower champion appointed by His Majesty last year. Following his grandfather's death, the court mandated he observe mourning for 3 years. Because the 9th uncle Shiao Heng was fighting enemies at the frontier, nearly losing his life, the emperor consoled the family and allowed them to propose a condition. His father requested that he be permitted to participate in the imperial examination to gain distinction and serve the country. Thus, the emperor broke precedent and allowed him to enter the autumn examination. After much struggle and hardship, he finally achieved the title of flower champion, and the emperor permitted him to leave mourning to enter the Hanlin Academy. If he were to lose such an honor over a woman, not only would his father be furious, but he would also despise himself. Wei Lingxi recognized Xiao Zishuan's retreat. She had long understood him to be a despicable man, blinded by ambition and only seeking fame and fortune. She laughed coldly and pushed him away forcefully. Coward! Stand aside. Hearing the commotion, Jean Rue bit the servant and Amp. Oppose. S. arm fiercely, breaking free and rushing toward them. Jean Rue, hurry! Wei Lingxi called, sprinting toward Fengyao Hall. At that moment, Song Yingyu had just arrived. Spotting Xiao Zishuan alone in the darkness, his once upright posture slightly slumped. She hastened towards him. Why has my husband left the banquet alone? Xiao Zishuan composed himself and replied, It's nothing. Just needed some fresh air after too much wine. Is that so? Come, let us return. The performance is about to begin. All right. To avoid raising Song Yingyu's suspicions, Xiao Zishuan raised his hand to embrace her waist, but the air around them carried a scent that did not belong to him. Song Yingyu's expression darkened instantly, her teeth grinding. You were a moment too late. Do not let her catch wind of this, for she will ensure Wei Lingxi suffers dreadfully. Taking the Wei family down with her, as they turned to leave, a sudden burst of flame erupted from the direction of Fengyao Hall, followed swiftly by shouts. Water! Water! Chapter 62. A misplaced bed song Yingyu turned her gaze toward the flickering flames, feeling a surge of irritation. Which direction has the water run amok? Today marks the matriarch's birthday. How could such a ruckus arise? Xiao Zihuan cast a glance and replied, It's Fengyao Hall. Song Yingyu was somewhat puzzled, her intense curiosity propelling her forward. Let us go and take a look. The matriarch, intending to enjoy a performance, was taken aback to discover that a fire had erupted within the estate, an ominous sign indeed. Her heart sank slightly. She could no longer focus on the play and immediately rose to head toward Fengyao Hall. How could such a calamity occur on this day? I must uncover who has brought this trouble upon us. Noticing the matriarch's displeasure, the First Lady stifled a laugh behind her fan before rallying the crowd. Let us go and see what has transpired. Who dares to disrupt the matriarch's birthday celebrations? With the fire incident, the residents of the Xiao family lost their appetite for the performance and followed the matriarch in a grand procession toward Fengyao Hall. Seeing this, Xiao Yang interjected, Mother, today is your birthday. Please remain here and enjoy the play. Allow me to handle the situation. Enjoy the play? I have no mind for such things. The matriarch stamped her foot, resolute in her desire to investigate. The First Lady, eager to ensure the crowd remained entertained, quickly added, If you are worried, let us accompany you, Mother. At this moment, no one wished to be seen as indifferent, all pretending to express concern as they followed the matriarch to Fengyao Hall. Upon their arrival, they discovered that a nearby corridor had caught fire, and the estate and Oppo's servants were already engaged in extinguishing it. Fortunately, it was swiftly contained, having not escalated significantly. Who is responsible for this? Do they not realize today is the matriarch's birthday? What a troublesome affair. The First Lady admonished the servants who had just extinguished the flames. The servants could only respond with uncertainty. We do not know. This area is closest to Fengyao Hall. Investigate this matter thoroughly, commanded the First Lady. Since the situation is not severe, there is no need for Mother to concern herself. My brothers and I will look into it. Everyone else should return to enjoy the performance, Xiao Yang urged, not wanting to upset his mother on her birthday. Indeed, Mother, please return, the Second Lady chimed in, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about. Ah, the First Lady feigned disinterest, observing that the ninth son and his wife had returned. Yet neither had emerged during this incident. What could be the reason for their absence? What are we waiting for? Mother, we must see for ourselves. Song Yingyu seized the opportunity to say, "Yes, let's go take a look." The second lady suddenly expressed interest, ever drawn to commotion. The matriarch, sensing the peculiarity of the situation, led the way toward Fengyao Hall. When they arrived, they were greeted by the sound of sobbing emanating from the bedroom of Shiao Heng and Wei Lingxi, resembling that of Songji. "Madam, please spare me. Do not chase me away." The First Lady paused, glancing at Xuanma beside her, who wore an expression of deep concern, signaling that the situation was precarious. She discreetly gestured to Xuanma, who stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Ninth Master, Ninth Madam, the matriarch has arrived. Please open the door." Wei Lingxi sat upon the couch, her expression as frosty as if covered in ice. Upon hearing Xuanma's voice, she smirked and raised her chin, instructing Jin Rue, "Go, open the door for the matriarch." As the door swung open, the household members surged inside. The matriarch led the way, followed closely by the First Lady, who spotted Songji kneeling on the floor, her hair disheveled and her clothing in disarray, the vibrant red of her apron visible. Looking at Wei Lingxi, she appeared frigid, her eyes glistening with displeasure directed at Songji. "Oh dear, ninth sister-in-law, what has happened?" the First Lady inquired. Wei Lingxi, enraged, dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. "Elder sister-in-law, I have suffered disgrace in Fengyao Hall. How humiliating. This girl has disgraced herself. So young, yet unaware of the concept of shame, only thinking of men. I have failed to properly discipline my servant." As the crowd observed her tears, they glanced around the room, but found no sign of Shiao Heng, only a bed disheveled in a manner that invited speculation. This was the newlywed couple's bed, and Songji's disheveled appearance, while kneeling by it, suggested something untoward had occurred. Instantly, everyone's expressions shifted subtly. "What was going on?" the matriarch inquired. "Matriarch," Wei Lingxi's gaze fell, her hands gripping the handkerchief, her lips parting as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Finally," she stated, "this maid has succumbed to youthful folly and dared to create havoc in my absence. Look at my bed. It has been sullied merely 2 months into my marriage." As she spoke, Wei Lingxi glared at Songji. "I have treated you well, yet what were you thinking? How dare you climb into my bed to consort with a man?" Songji, unable to express her anguish, bowed her head as tears streamed down her face. "Madam, I was wrong. I had indulged in too much wine and was not in my right mind. I meant no harm." Seeing Songji attempt to defend herself, the First Lady felt a flicker of doubt. Has Songji lost her mind? She stood there, hoping for assistance, yet Songji did not even glance her way, nor did she offer a word. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity cannot slip by unnoticed. The First Lady stepped forward to comfort Wei Lingxi, ninth sister-in-law, as wives. "We must not be narrow-minded. What man is without his concubines? Besides, having a concubine is not inherently bad. Every woman experiences days of discomfort. We cannot expect men to remain celibate forever. Moreover, having more concubines would ensure that, in the future, when you are unwell, you can simply let the ninth master attend to her. In time, the household will still be under your command." As soon as she finished speaking, they heard Shiao Heng's voice echoing from the courtyard. "A concubine? Mother, who is considering taking a concubine?" The crowd turned their heads at the sound, and there stood Shiao Heng in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. His jade-like visage bore a pair of profound eyes, as deep and clear as the night sky, glimmering with an incisive light. Surely, this was not the demeanor of a man intoxicated. Behind him stood Lin Bai, a gentle smile gracing her lips as her gaze fell upon Sangji. What was happening? The madam found herself bewildered. Wei Lingxi interjected, questioning, "Why would you bring Sangji into the room? Do you truly believe she has climbed into the ninth master's bed?" Shiao Heng in damp. Appo's lips curled into a smirk as he advanced into the gathering under the scrutiny of many eyes. He positioned himself before Sangji, who knelt on the ground, her head bowed in trepidation. He stated, "Indeed, Sangji wished to ascend to my bed today. Regrettably, she chose the wrong one. However, I discovered a packet of medicine upon searching her. I had it examined, and it appears to be an item typically associated with brothels. It is rather peculiar that a mere servant girl could procure such a thing. As the madam absorbed his words, a chill crept through her veins, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Shiao Heng showed no intention of sparing Shangji and continued his inquiry. Shangji, the madam claims you have been acting strangely of late, frequently venturing outside. Who have you been meeting? Who provided you with this medicine? At whose behest did you attempt to climb into my bed? I doubt you possess the audacity to do so on your own. At his words, Shangji and Appo's gaze instinctively shifted toward the madam. Chapter 63. A dilemma. Her gaze nearly sent the matriarch and Appo's soul fleeing from her body. Wei Lingxi followed Shangji and Appo's line of sight and caught a glimpse of the matriarch and Appo's exceedingly unnatural expression. Her heart sinking with the realization that the one orchestrating this was undoubtedly the matriarch herself. Song Yingyu also noticed her mother-in-law and Appo's panicked demeanor and silently rolled her eyes, having initially believed her mother-in-law to be a formidable figure. Little did she know that the matriarch's cunning was far inferior to that of Wei Lingxi. With merely a glance, she revealed her own vulnerabilities. Regardless, the matriarch was still her mother-in-law and an ally against Wei Lingxi, both sailing in the same boat. A maid climbing into her master and Appo's bed merely sought to ascend the ranks and transform into a phoenix. Such endeavors were commonplace in the Song household, nothing extraordinary. These lowly individuals would go to any lengths to achieve their goals, not necessarily acting under anyone's directive. Song Yingyu interjected a few words, hoping to extricate the matriarch from her predicament. However, Shiao Heng turned his frostbitten gaze towards her, his deep-set eyes radiating a chilling disapproval. Elders are speaking. What right do you, a junior, have to interject? Just as Song Yingyu was about to defend herself, she met his icy stare and swallowed her words. Upon seeing her dutifully silent, Shiao Heng turned back to Shangji. I shall grant you one last chance to speak. If you remain silent now, you shall forfeit your opportunity to clarify. Shangji opened her mouth, but a cough from the matriarch made her hesitate, anxiously glancing towards her. The matriarch, noticing Shangji's frequent looks in her direction, felt a growing suspicion among the crowd and glared at her. Why do you keep looking at me? Am I the one who instructed you? If the ninth master asks you to reveal who it is, just say it. Do not stutter and make things uncomfortable. If I had a maid with such a temper, I would surely have her skin torn off. Shangji understood well that the matriarch was subtly threatening her. She now found herself in a precarious position. Remaining silent would result in her expulsion from the Shiao residence, while speaking up would likely incur the matriarch's wrath first. After much deliberation, Shangji gritted her teeth and confessed, "It is my fault. I was wrong. I have come of age and will soon reach the threshold of leaving the household. I do not wish to endure a life of hardship any longer. So when I saw the ninth master intoxicated, I thought that if I could cling to such a great tree, even as a concubine, my future would be secure." Sobbing, Shangji knelt on the ground, her hair cascading down her back, trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Is this true? Shiao Heng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Indeed. Enough. Old Madame Jiang sighed. It is merely a maid seeking to climb into her master's bed, hoping to turn raw rice into cooked rice and become a concubine. I have witnessed such things often. Since she has admitted it, let it be. As for whether she stays or faces consequences, that is for you to decide. Indeed. Seeing old Madame Jiang's impatience, Master Shiao stepped in to mediate. Today is still Mother's birthday. We have stirred enough commotion. Let's not bring her any unhappiness. The performance is ready. We can begin at any moment, the second madam reminded. Shiao Heng realized that in front of so many people, no further inquiries would yield answers. Continuing would only spoil old Madame Jiang's celebration. So he solemnly declared, "Since Mother has spoken, let this matter rest. Linbai, take Shangji away. We shall determine her fate later." Yes, ninth master. The matriarch's meticulously plotted scheme had unexpectedly unraveled so easily. Though she felt a pang of resentment, she was also relieved. Had there been further probing, Shangji would surely have crumbled under Shiao Heng's pressure and implicated both her and Xuema. Exiting Fengyao Hall, the matriarch felt her back drenched with sweat. She concocted an excuse about the weather being hot and the clothing too thick, hastily departing with Xuema. Once out of sight, she exhaled softly, her legs weakening, nearly unable to walk. "Madam, are you all right?" Xuema quickly supported her. "That was close." The matriarch recalled the earlier situation, still shaken. Thank goodness, saying Ji did not reveal anything. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Not only would I have been humiliated, but I would have also offended the ninth master. Madam is fortunate, able to turn misfortune into blessing. Xuema gently patted her back, soothing the tension lodged in her chest. It is a pity, though, that little maid, Wei Lingxi, did not face any repercussions. It truly frustrates me. Furthermore, all the effort I invested in Sang Ji, not to mention the vast sums spent on those potions. The amounts given to that brothel madam were considerable too. The matriarch felt her heart ache. Indeed, that old woman trained her as if she were a courtesan, imparting many secrets of the bedroom. Although Sang Ji is still a virgin, she is quick-witted and knows how to navigate the situation. It is unfortunate that Shiao Heng remained unfooled. Had he tasted the fruits, Sang Ji would have been 100 times more capable than Wei Lingxi, Xuema lamented. "I am puzzled. How did Sang Ji end up in the wrong bed? What transpired last night?" This was clearly in Wei Lingxi and Appo's chamber. Who else could be in there besides the ninth master? Could it be that Wei Lingxi is secretly keeping a lover? The matriarch's words slipped out before she immediately refuted the idea. It cannot be. If Wei Lingxi were to keep a man, Shiao Heng would surely be enraged. He is a ruthless individual, one who has traversed through piles of corpses on the battlefield countless times. The matriarch was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired after Sang Ji had escorted the drunken Shiao Heng back to Fengyao Hall. In Fengyao Hall, Wei Lingxi had ceased her attention to the performance. The events of the evening had indeed taken her by surprise. When she learned that Sang Ji had assisted the inebriated Shiao Heng back to Fengyao Hall, a foreboding sense gripped her heart. Her pace had been impeded by Xiao Zihuan along the way, and upon her return, she was greeted by sounds emanating from her chamber, chilling her to the core. When she finally mustered the courage to push open the door, what transpired inside left her utterly astounded. On the bed, the crimson curtains billowed and quivered. She abruptly drew back the drapery, and Silver Rue entered with a lamp. In the flickering candlelight, she beheld a man and a woman entwined, preparing to embark on a rendezvous. Yet the man was not Shiao Heng. Chapter 64. Just wait and see. To her astonishment, the man accompanying Lin Bai was none other than the servant, Li Qing. How did you end up on my bed?" The question startled both individuals. Li Qing tumbled off the bed and knelt at Wei Lingxi and Appo's feet, stammering, "Madam, this is all under the orders of Master Jiao." When Sang Ji recognized that the man entangled with her was Li Qing, her complexion drained of color, nearly fainting from fear. Trembling, she crawled off the bed and knelt before Wei Lingxi, pleading for mercy. Wei Lingxi, utterly bewildered, inquired, "Rue, what is happening?" Having sent Rue back to halt this affair, she was perplexed by the absence of Shiao Heng. "Madam, were you looking for me?" Shiao Heng appeared, having changed in a fresh attire, seemingly just having bathed, his presence refreshingly clean. He approached, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he glanced at the trembling Sang Ji, who had ulterior motives, attempting to take advantage of his inebriation to climb into his bed. You and Amp? Appo's, you're not drunk?" Wei Lingxi gasped in astonishment. Sang Ji, equally astonished, raised her gaze to Shiao Heng, only to find him composed, devoid of any signs of drunkenness. The earlier fade of inebriation was merely a ruse. Not drunk, Shiao Heng clarified, noting her curiosity. Lin Bai discovered that the wine provided by Sang Ji was tainted, leading him to suspect her unusual behavior tonight. A few days ago, I instructed Lin Bai to observe the courtyard, and he noted Sang Ji's frequent interactions with Ma Shui, who is close to the first madam. Thus, he surmised that she intended to act tonight and inform me in advance. "So you feigned drunkenness?" Wei Lingxi pressed. "Indeed," he continued. "Upon entering, I lay on the bed and witnessed her administering some sort of medication to herself, applying an unfamiliar substance. The scent was intoxicating, and I could deduce her intentions. So, I asked her to fetch me water, during which I summoned Li Qing to take my place while I bathed. The extinguished lights led Sang Ji to remain unaware of my presence, as she recklessly lunged toward me. Li Qing's heart raced, uncertain of the substance she had used, which stirred his blood and almost led him to break his vows. Wei Lingxi, having grasped the situation, had yet to delve deeper when news arrived of a water leak near Fengya Hall. Shiao Heng promptly went to investigate, leaving her to continue interrogating. Sang Ji, no matter how she protested, refused to divulge anything, merely begging for mercy. Coincidentally, the old matriarch and others arrived after extinguishing the fire, heading straight to Fengya Hall. With so many coincidences, it ceased to be mere chance. Considering the events of the night coupled with Aunt Jia and Appo's warnings, Wei Lingxi formed a hypothesis in her mind, eagerly awaiting confirmation from the First Madam. Indeed, the First Madam's anxious demeanor nearly betrayed her. This solidified Wei Lingxi's suspicion that the First Madam had orchestrated Sang Ji's actions, intending to cause trouble for her as the legitimate wife by planning for Shiao Heng to take a concubine. Now that everyone in the Shiao household had gone to watch a performance, Wei Lingxi ordered Sang Ji to be brought back for a personal interrogation. "Madam, it's getting late. Perhaps we should retire for the night and resume questioning tomorrow." While Shiao Heng was not drunk, he had consumed considerable alcohol, leaving him uncomfortable. "Go rest, my dear. I shall handle this," Wei Lingxi assured him, then instructed Jean Rue prepare a bowl of hangover soup for Master Jiao. "Yes, Mississippi. Thank you for your trouble, madam," Shiao Heng remarked, rising to leave. However, midway, he halted and returned. "Why are you back?" Leaning down, he gripped the back of her neck, kissing her deeply. After a moment, he lifted his head, his voice rich and intoxicating like aged wine. "Madam, your presence is sufficient for me. I have no intention of taking a concubine." In the candlelight, his gaze was profound, brimming with affection, causing Wei Lingxi to blush, her heart swelling with sweetness. "Go now. I understand your intentions." Satisfied, Shiao Heng departed. In Rue closed the door. Wei Lingxi commanded, her expression turning stern as her gaze fell upon the trembling Sang Ji, who dared not raise her head. "Sang Ji, I offer you one more choice. Either you pack your belongings tomorrow, and I will find a matchmaker to sell you for a few silver coins, or you confess the truth, and I will provide you with another path. This path not only fulfills your desires, but also ensures your comfort for the rest of your life." Sang Ji, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted her head. "Madam, what do you mean? What? Do you wish to be choosy?" Wei Lingxi raised an eyebrow. "No, I dare not." Sang Ji contemplated Wei Lingxi and Appo's words, weighing her options. Opting for the latter, she realized that being sold would likely lead her to a brothel, a fate she wished to avoid. "Madam, I will tell you everything." Sang Ji recounted the entire story, including how the First Madam had instructed her and how Ma Shui had hired a brothel madam to teach her the arts of seduction. Wei Lingxi seethed with anger, gritting her teeth. The First Madam had indeed gone to great lengths to undermine her, since she had shown no mercy. Wei Lingxi resolved to repay the First Madam in kind. All the grievances she had endured in this life, and the last would be returned in full measure. It was time to settle the debts owed by the First Madam. "And what are those 2 packets of powder?" Wei Lingxi inquired. "One packet is a fertility drug. If a woman consumes it, she can conceive within a short period. If fortunate, it may happen on the first try. Thus, the drug she took was intended to ensure she became pregnant with Shiao Heng's child, allowing her to become a concubine. And the other? The second packet, when applied to the skin, incites passion in men, making them unable to resist a woman's allure." Understanding dawned upon Wei Lingxi. She reclined against the soft couch, her eyes gently closing as an idea formed in her mind. "Excellent," she said with a smile, addressing Sang Ji. "You may leave for now, but remain on standby." "You're not selling me?" "Not now. I shall grant you what you desire." Wei Lingxi replied with a warm smile, although Sang Ji was uncertain of what this meant. She knew it was better than the alternative of being sold into a brothel. Bowing her head in gratitude, she thanked the 9th Madam profusely before departing. "Miss, this Sang Ji is utterly wicked. Are you truly intending to keep her?" In Rue expressed concern, fearing her mistress and Appo's as compassion might lead to future peril. Miss, one can know a person in Oppos, as face but not their heart. What if Sangji dares to? Wei Lingxi raised her hand with a smile, reassuring, fear not. I am well aware of this. In Rue, I understand that showing mercy to one's enemies is cruel to oneself. I have a plan, just wait and see. Seeing her mistress so resolved eased In Rue and Oppos' worries. Now, go summon Aunt Jia, but do not alert anyone else. Hurry back. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Wei Lingxi commanded. Chapter 65. Summoned 4 times for water. When In Rue went to summon Aunt Jia, she had already removed her makeup and was preparing to rest. Upon hearing from her maid that the eldest maid of the 9th Madam, In Rue, had arrived, she felt quite puzzled. Nevertheless, she freshened up and instructed her maid to invite In Rue in. Aunt, our young lady requests your presence. I hope it is a convenient time for you. In Rue inquired respectfully. Aunt Jia had been in the household for many years. Although she was a secondary wife to the Lord Shiao Heng, her status did not compare to that of the other ladies in the residence. The other madams would simply issue commands to her without asking if it was convenient. The only one who treated her differently was the 9th Madam. Perhaps it was because she had reminded the 9th Madam of something important earlier that evening, leading the 9th Madam to feel grateful. It is convenient. Please accompany me, Aunt Jia replied. As they walked, Aunt Jia pondered why the 9th Madam had summoned her at such a late hour and could not help but ask, is there an urgent matter that my lady needs to discuss with me? It is indeed a pressing matter, but I cannot disclose the details. You shall know once we arrive, In Rue replied, leading the way with a lantern, occasionally turning back to remind her, Aunt, please be careful. Despite In Rue's caution, they unexpectedly encountered Yuzhu, a maid from the main lady's quarters. The maid simply greeted Aunt Jia and hurried off. Soon, they arrived at the elegant hall, where Wei Lingxi had been waiting for quite some time. She welcomed Aunt Jia inside, ordered tea to be served, and began to engage her in conversation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the main lady, Yuzhu reported what she had witnessed. Madam, I saw the 9th Madam's maid, In Rue, leading Aunt Jia towards the elegant hall. Oh, the main lady narrowed her eyes. How did those two end up together? Shuema cautioned her, Madam, we must be wary of Aunt Jia. We cannot allow her to conspire with the 9th Madam against you. The main lady slammed her hand on the table. Revealing a sinister smile, she dares. Just wait. I shall strip her of her skin. As night deepened, Aunt Jia emerged from the elegant hall. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily returning to her quarters with her maid. By that time, the main lady had already retired for the night. The following day, while Aunt Jia was having breakfast, Shuema came to summon her. The madam requests your presence. Upon entering the main lady's chamber, she found the main lady reclining on a soft couch, half-closed eyes, while Yuzhu knelt beside her, massaging her legs. Aunt Jia, I heard you visited the elegant hall last night. When did you become so close to the 9th Madam? The main lady asked bluntly. Aunt Jia lowered her gaze, appearing meek and submissive. Madam, during last night's banquet, I found a hairpin. The 9th Madam sent In Rue to inquire about it, as her embroidery skills are exceptional. I thought to seek her guidance in making a pair of shoes for you and the master. After all these years, this is all I can contribute, and I hope you do not find it lacking. Is that so? The main lady lifted her eyelids slightly. Indeed, Aunt Jia explained. It was my first encounter with the 9th Madam last night. Besides, I am merely a lowly concubine. How could the 9th Madam take interest in me? There is no truth to the notion that we are particularly close. It is best that way, the main lady coldly snorted. Remember your place and do what you are supposed to do. Do not cause me any trouble. Otherwise, you shall have a difficult time. I wouldn't dare. Aunt Jia hastily replied. Go on. The main lady dismissed her. Once Aunt Jia left, she turned to Shuema. Did you discern anything? Shuema shook her head. No. It does not seem like she was lying. I think so too. Wei Lingxi would rather marry the elderly Lord Zhu than become a concubine to Xiao Zishuan. Indicating her disdain for such a status, the main lady remarked, rolling over to expose her back. Come, massage my back. The master kept me awake all night. I am utterly exhausted. Shuema smiled knowingly. Very well. She then told Yuzhu, you may leave. I shall attend to the madam. Once Yuzhu departed, Shuema asked the main lady, Were you satisfied last night? The main lady, nearing 40 and in the prime of her life, had considerable appetites. I cannot say I was satisfied, merely that it was bearable. The master expended all his energy on Aunt Jia. After such a long period of solitude, how could a brief encounter wet the parched earth? Yet, before her maids, she had to maintain her facade, claiming she was simply exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Shuema sighed and offered consolation. Even if the master visits Aunt Jia frequently, she still has no children. Her fate lies entirely in your hands. You hold the power. You are right. The main lady felt somewhat reassured. As a mother-in-law, it would be beneath me to fuss over such trivial matters. Indeed, replied Shuema. As Aunt Jia returned to her quarters, she crossed paths with Xiao Yang, who had just come back from court. Remembering Wei Lingxi's words from the previous night, she smiled and greeted him. Master, you've returned. Yes, Xiao Yang replied, noticing Aunt Jia adorned in a verdant dress that accentuated her freshness and youthful charm. Her appearance was striking. Aunt Jia smiled. Thank you, master. The madam is resting inside. You should return to her. Xiao Yang felt displeased as Aunt Jia seemed to push him toward the main lady's chamber. As they brushed past each other, he felt her delicate fingers pluck at his sleeve, slipping a note into his palm. Understanding her intent, he turned away to read the note. Tonight, I have a treasure to present to you. A smile crept onto Xiao Yang and Appo's lips as he strode confidently toward his room. That night, he sought refuge in Aunt Jia's quarters, where he called for water 4 times. Throughout the night, the kitchen was prepared with warm water, and the maids had no chance to rest, anticipating the master's requests. The next morning, upon hearing of this, the main lady was so enraged that she could not eat. In my own chamber, I asked for water once, yet Aunt Jia's quarters require it 4 times. The master is truly excessive. She fumed, shattering porcelain across the room in her fury, feeling more wronged than newlyweds. Shuema attempted to soothe her. It was merely one night. However, the very next day, Xiao Yang returned to Aunt Jia and Appo's quarters and called for water multiple times again. This continued for 10 days, leaving the main lady's demeanor as dark as the bottom of a pot. When she visited the elder lady to pay her respects, she was ridiculed by her younger sisters, further compounding her embarrassment. Consequently, she sought excuses to avoid such visits. Her resentment toward Aunt Jia grew, yet she could not act against her. The master had recently taken to visiting her rooms too frequently. It would be prudent to wait until his fervor subsided. As tensions rose, the main lady and Appo's ire ignited, prompting her to summon the physician for some medicine. One day, while taking her medicine, she suddenly heard a familiar voice in the courtyard. Shuema, do I hear the voice of Shangji? Chapter 66. The perfect body. Shuema hastily lifted the curtain to gaze into the courtyard, and indeed, it was Shangji who had arrived, sent by Lady Jiao. Accompanying her was Lady Jiao's chief maid, Jean Rue. Greetings, Shuema. Jean Rue smiled as she approached. My lady heard that the eldest lady has not been well lately and specifically instructed me to bring some nourishing supplements. Here are 2 jars of bird's nest, procured by our 9th master from Chuanha building, of exceptional quality. Please accept them on behalf of the eldest lady. Shuema welcomed them inside. After exchanging pleasantries with the eldest lady, Jean Rue's gaze fell upon Shangji, and she inquired, Your lady still keeps her around? Why hasn't she been sent away? Jean Rue replied, My lady originally intended to dismiss her, but Shangji pleaded with such desperation that my lady's heart softened, allowing her to stay. She mostly does menial tasks and errands. Lady Jiao truly has a soft heart, the eldest lady chuckled dryly, offering a few sarcastic remarks before sending them away. Once Jean Rue departed, the eldest lady was once again filled with ire. Damn it! Is this a delivery of bird's nest, or a deliberate display of affection before my eyes? They know I am upset about Xiao Yang, yet they still send someone to say those words. Are they not trying to provoke me? Jean Rue returned with Shangji to Fengyao Hall, where she found her young mistress surrounded by an array of paints, engrossed in her artwork. Miss, the items have been delivered. The eldest lady's expression was truly dreadful. It seems she hasn't rested well in these past 10 days, Jean Rue remarked, stifling a grin. Wei Lingxi, her sleeves rolled up as she painted, smiled faintly upon hearing Jean Rue's words. I see. Miss, let me assist you in mixing the colors, Jean Rue said, turning to wash her hands. Wei Lingxi glanced at Sang Ji, who stood motionless, and asked with a smile, how are your preparations coming along? Have you considered my suggestion? Sang Ji nodded eagerly. I have made up my mind, madam. I am willing to do this for both myself and you. I do not wish to force you, Wei Lingxi replied, her wrist gracefully twisting as the delicate brush tip sketched the beautiful contours of a woman on the rice paper. It is entirely your choice. Sang Ji quickly knelt, exclaiming, I am willing, I swear it. Good. Wei Lingxi smiled gently, handing the completed painting to Sang Ji. Now, take this painting and wait at the entrance. Wait? Just wait? Sang Ji asked, puzzled. Yes, Wei Lingxi confirmed, rising to retrieve a packet of medicinal powder from her vanity. This is the powder you once applied to entice the ninth master, is it not? Yes, Sang Ji's cheeks flushed. Take this with you. You know how to use it, don't you? In an instant, Sang Ji comprehended Wei Lingxi's intentions. She promptly accepted the package, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, madam. If I, Sang Ji, have a future, I shall never betray your trust. Remember your words. Yes. Sang Ji hurried to her room, disrobed, and soaked in the medicinal powder for a while before dressing and meticulously preparing herself before the mirror. She then made her way to the entrance. After standing there for a considerable time, she finally encountered Xiao Liang returning from outside. Xiao Liang immediately spotted a young woman in a purple dress, radiant and striking, who was studying a painting with her head bowed. He felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that she was Sang Ji, a maid from the ninth master's chamber. As Sang Ji noticed Xiao Liang's gaze, she feigned a loss of grip, allowing the painting to be swept up by the wind. Her expression changed in an instant as she hurriedly chased after it. The painting was blown towards Xiao Liang, who bent down to retrieve it. Noticing it depicted a beautiful woman, Xiao Liang had a passion for painting, particularly portraits of beautiful women. In the past, one of his paintings had been so exquisite that it was preserved within the palace, becoming a source of pride for him. He would often critique others' portrayals of beauty. Who painted this? Xiao Liang inquired. Sang Ji stepped forward, lowering her gaze, her voice soft and melodious. Esteemed sir, this was created by our madam. She instructed me to wait here for young Master Wei to critique the painting. Wei Lu Lang? Xiao Liang pondered, acknowledging the young man's renowned talent, which had spread throughout the Guozijian. I am unaware, merely following my lady's orders, Sang Ji continued, still averting her gaze from Xiao Liang. Instead, Xiao Liang took the opportunity to scrutinize her. She was indeed stunning, having recently reached maturity. Her figure was remarkable, with a bosom like a papaya and a waist like a willow, her graceful neck exuding an alluring charm. Previously, when he had seen her, she appeared disheveled. Far from the beauty she presented today, a flicker of desire sparked within him. Yet he quickly recalled that Sang Ji had shared a bed with another man, perhaps no longer the untouched maiden she once was. With this thought, his heart settled. Go, he said, returning the painting to Sang Ji. Understanding the concerns of men, Sang Ji accepted the painting, thanked Xiao Liang, and spoke, Esteemed sir, the incident at Fengya Hall has caused both the eldest lady and me distress. I intended to apologize to her in person, but have not found the opportunity. Please convey my apologies to her. Saying Sang Ji regrets her actions and hopes for her understanding. Regret? How have you wronged her? Xiao Liang genuinely did not comprehend how Sang Ji could feel remorse towards his wife. On that day, when the ninth master inquired who had instigated my actions, I kept glancing at the eldest lady, which angered her. Truly, it was not the eldest lady's fault. The fault lies with me. I was foolish, which is why as Sang Ji spoke, tears began to fall, and she waved a handkerchief to dry her eyes. Xiao Liang was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze, carrying the scent of youth, igniting a restless yearning within him. I'm already 16. It will not be long before I am of marrying age. My parents intend to marry me off to a fool in the village, which I most certainly do not desire. Hence, I have contemplated staying. I do not harbor feelings for the ninth master. Rather, I seek a place to belong. Sang Ji wept as she spoke. Later, I clarified everything with the eldest lady. Seeing my plight, she allowed me to stay. Nothing happened that night. I remain untouched. The ninth master has never laid a finger on me, nor has anyone else. That is why she permitted me to remain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang understood and offered her a few comforting words. Do not cry. I will speak to the eldest lady. Thank you, esteemed sir. Sangji's tears transformed into a smile. Xiao Yang observed Sangji, brimming with youthful vitality, distinct from both the eldest lady and the concubine, causing his thoughts to stir once more. He took the painting back, stating, You need not wait for Lu Lang. This painting is flawed. The strokes lack finesse, and the lines are somewhat rigid. The depiction of the beauty is overly straightforward. Return and inform your lady to practice further. Sangji hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir. She then took her leave. Upon returning to Fengyao Hall, Sangji relayed the conversation to Wei Lingxi. Wei Lingxi desired this outcome, having intentionally crafted the painting to capture Xiao Liang's attention. Very well, you may leave now. Should there be any matters, I will summon you. Sangji understood and promptly exited. In the evening, Shiao Heng returned from the military camp. After bathing, he visited Wei Lingxi, finding her deeply engrossed in painting a portrait of a beautiful woman. He approached her, glancing at her work, and remarked with a calm and refined tone, Madam, how many years have you been painting in the boudoir? Wei Lingxi was startled, lifting her gaze to realize it had grown dark and that Shiao Heng had returned without her noticing. Darling? Shiao Heng pointed towards the unfinished painting, remarking that while the overall composition was commendable, the brushstrokes appeared somewhat rigid. To portray a beauty, one must capture her allure. Beauty resides in the bones, not merely the skin. If the underlying structure is inadequately depicted, the beauty will inevitably fall short. As he spoke, he deftly seized the brush from Wei Lingxi's hand, leaning slightly forward, with one hand gripping the brush and the other elegantly holding back his wide sleeve. The delicate tip of the brush glided effortlessly across the paper, producing fluid and natural lines, thereby effortlessly sketching the essence of the beauty. Wei Lingxi marveled inwardly, astonished to discover that the ninth master was not only adept in warfare, but also remarkably skilled in painting. My husband, truly impressive. I had no idea, she mused, gazing with satisfaction at the graceful lines. Shiao Heng, seemingly in good spirits today, playfully jested with her. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath whispering, There are many more facets to my prowess, my lady. If you wish to witness more, you must strive harder, lest you find yourself overwhelmed by me. This remark was layered with double entendre, and Wei Lingxi, not the naive girl she once was, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, which, as anticipated, had turned fiery red. Shiao Heng observed her expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he took in her beauty. The girl was blooming with a delicate charm, her countenance strikingly exquisite. Today, after an unceasing display of swordplay, her spirit and vitality were notably different from before. Coupled with the recent adjustments to her dietary regimen, orchestrated by Chu Yu, her body had been undergoing subtle transformations. Shiao Heng contemplated that when the green apricot ripened into a juicy peach, it would be time for harvest. My husband, Wei Lingxi began, unaware that Shiao Heng and Appo's mind was already sketching a vision of spring. She pointed to a painting previously shown to Xiao Liang by Sangji, saying, Today, Sangji was waiting at the door with the painting for Sixth Brother and happened to encounter the master. He provided some insightful critiques on my work, which I found quite enlightening. I earnestly request that you invite the master over for dinner tonight, so I might seek further guidance. Chapter 67. Whimsical thoughts upon hearing this. Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow. My dear wife, my painting skills surpass those of my elder brother. The artistry in my strokes is not something just anyone can achieve. Before her marriage, Wei Lingxi had studied under a renowned painter for several years, although her skills may not rival those of her master. Her appreciation for art is certainly refined. She could discern that Shiao Heng and Appo's talent was extraordinary. However, this was not the time for a contest of skills. What she desired was for Xiao Liang to visit the elegant hall. With a smile, she said, Husband, your skills are indeed impressive, but I have yet to see how the elder master performs. Why not invite him over for a direct comparison? In the past, Shiao Heng would have scoffed at such a notion. He practiced calligraphy and painting for self-cultivation, not for competition. However, since his wife had suggested it, his competitive spirit was ignited. He promptly called for his servant Li Qing, instructing him, "Go, summon the elder master and tell him I invite him for a drink. If he asks why, just tell him the truth. I wish to spar with him in painting." "Yes, ninth master." As Li Qing hurried off, Wei Lingxi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Thank you, husband." Shiao Heng smiled, his long eyes narrowing as they swept across her face. He softly inquired, "What is your little mind pondering, my dear wife?" Wei Lingxi, slightly taken aback, replied, "You can tell?" Shiao Heng chuckled softly. "When things are amiss, there must be something unusual afoot." Wei Lingxi retorted, "Where is the unusual? You are the one who is unusual. What is the true reason?" There was a moment of hesitation. Wei Lingxi bit her lip gently and asked, "Husband, what are your thoughts on the elder madam and the elder master?" "I wish to hear your honest feelings." "I have had little contact with the elder madam." Shiao Heng mused for a moment before continuing, "And it is wise for my elder brother to maintain a certain distance." Wei Lingxi expressed surprise. "May I know the reason?" Shiao Heng was silent for a brief moment before responding, "Our positions differ. My dear wife, there are matters that I do not wish to involve you in too deeply. In short, we must keep a distance from my elder brother's family." After a pause, he quickly added, "including Xiao Zishuan." Wei Lingxi shot him a knowing glance. "There's no need to mention Xiao Zishuan specifically, I understand." Shiao Heng smiled faintly. "Very well." Once their conversation concluded, Wei Lingxi probed further into his sentiments. "The elder madam and Appo's attitude was rather aggressive the other day. What do you make of it? Even though we are in the Xiao residence, you need not tolerate her temper." Shiao Heng replied, "What if I were to act out of turn? Would you be angered? Would it affect your relationship with your brother?" Wei Lingxi asked, fluttering her eyelashes. Shiao Heng raised a hand to caress her cheek. "What could you possibly do that is out of line? Just focus on protecting yourself. This vast Xiao residence is rife with undercurrents. I only hope that when I depart for battle in 6 months, you can safeguard yourself from any injustice." Wei Lingxi smiled understandingly. "I see, husband." Understanding Shiao Heng's intentions, she felt liberated and ready to take action. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was dining in the elder madam's chamber when he was informed that Li Qing, the servant by the ninth master, had come with a message. "Old ninth?" The elder madam and Appo's face displayed a look of suspicion. "What would he want? Perhaps to discuss court matters or something else. What was so surprising about that?" Xiao Yang regarded her with a hint of bemusement. The elder madam, feeling slightly embarrassed, closed her mouth. "Let Li Qing come in. Let's see what he has to say." "Yes." Li Qing was ushered in and immediately delivered his message. "Elder master, our ninth master invites you to drink." "Drink at this hour? I've just begun my meal," Xiao Yang remarked. It had been quite some time since old ninth had asked him out for a drink. Could it be related to the painting from earlier that evening? "Our ninth master remarked that your painting skills are remarkable and wishes to spar with you." "Ah, I see." Xiao Yang smiled. "Please return and inform him I will join shortly." After dismissing Li Qing, Xiao Yang lost his appetite and turned to the elder madam, saying, "I shall visit old ninth. You need not wait up for me tonight." "What?" The elder madam felt a surge of displeasure. That concubine Jia had monopolized her husband for over 10 days, and now, just when he was supposed to stay with her, he was off to drink with old ninth. "Do not drink too much and cause trouble, my lord. I shall wait for you." "Understood," Xiao Yang replied. Once he left, the elder madam felt restless and lost her appetite, ordering the meal to be cleared away. "Why is the madam so unsettled?" Shuema entered with tea for digestion and, noticing the madam and Appo's anxious demeanor, asked with a smile, "Are you worried about the elder master?" "Rest assured, even if he wishes to stay longer, old ninth may not permit it." Among the masters in the residence, only old ninth held significant sway. Moreover, there were newlyweds. He would surely wish to retire early for intimacy. The elder madam considered this and nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. "If my lord is late returning, I shall send someone to urge him." "Very well," Shuema replied. When Xiao Yang arrived at the elegant hall, he found the dining area already set with food and wine, and Shiao Heng had been waiting for some time. "Ninth brother, come quickly." Shiao Heng rose to welcome him. "To be honest, my wife has created a beautiful portrait of a lady today, and had Sang Ji take it for Wei's sick son to critique. It so happens you are here, and she believes your insights would be invaluable. As he spoke, Wei Lingxi emerged from the inner room with the painting in hand. Presenting it with a smile, "Elder brother, I hope to trouble you." Shiao Heng was more than willing. He took the painting and began his critique. After he finished, Wei Lingxi sought further opinions and instructed Jin Rue to put the painting away. Then she called for Sang Ji. "Sang Ji, go fetch 2 more pots of wine so that the 9th master and elder brother can enjoy a good drink." Sang Ji promptly replied yes. When Sang Ji returned with the wine, Wei Lingxi further instructed, "You have the best eye. Stay here and serve." "Yes, madam." Sang Ji poured wine for Shiao Heng, and each time she approached, a captivating fragrance wafted from her. At nearly 40 years old, he had never encountered such an intoxicating scent. As they drank, his gaze wandered towards Sang Ji, fixating on her delicate, graceful waist. Whether it was the alluring aroma or the exquisite wine, his mind began to wander, and an inexplicable desire stirred within him. Chapter 68. Granting you a name after several cups of wine, Shiao Yang's gaze became somewhat hazy. His tolerance for alcohol was moderate, and he could not consume much. "Come, another cup." Sang Ji's voice was sweet as she filled his glass to the brim without pause. In the past, Shiao Yang would have refrained from drinking any further. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to let something transpire today, and thus, he downed several more cups of wine. "Are you well, elder brother?" Shiao Heng observed his brother's intoxication and ceased to encourage him to drink more. Although the wine was delightful, it was best for his brother to avoid overindulgence. Shiao Yang nodded, his eyes still glazed as he looked at Shiao Heng. "Ninth brother speaks wisely. In that case, I shall take my leave. If there are any issues concerning painting in the future, do not hesitate to send for me." "Thank you, sir," Wei Lingxi said with a smile. "Farewell." Stumbling, Shiao Yang made his way out, prompting Shiao Heng to send Li Qing with him. Unexpectedly, Wei Lingxi interjected. "Sang Ji, you accompany the sir." "Yes, madam." Sang Ji immediately stepped forward, linking her arm with Shiao Yang's, her gentle smile radiating warmth and affection. "Sir, allow me to escort you." "It and amp. Oppose. Estark, please be cautious of your step." "Very well," Shiao Yang replied, satisfied. "But is it appropriate for Sang Ji to go alone?" "Li Qing should accompany her," Shiao Heng, still concerned, insisted. "No need. Sang Ji is sufficient." Shiao Yang waved his hand, declining. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi's smile widened, understanding that Shiao Yang's feelings had shifted. It was only a matter of time before he welcomed Sang Ji into his chambers. Shiao Heng paused, his brow twitching slightly. He seemed to grasp the implication, pursing his lips without further comment. Once Shiao Liang departed, Shiao Heng dismissed the servants and remained alone with Wei Lingxi, straightforwardly asking, "What scheme do you have in mind, my lady?" "What do you think, husband?" Wei Lingxi tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips, her crescent-shaped eyes glinting with mischief. Shiao Heng quickly deciphered her intentions, furrowing his brow in contemplation before his features relaxed. "Ah, this young girl, though not of age, possesses quite the clever mind. I truly believe my wife to be magnanimous, forgiving past grievances and allowing Sang Ji to remain by her side. Yet, it seems her purpose is quite different." Seeing that he had unraveled her plan, Wei Lingxi chuckled. "Isn't my approach ideal? It fulfills Sang Ji's wishes, ensuring her gratitude in the future, while also teaching the first madam a lesson. Perhaps she will think twice before bullying me again. Does my husband not approve?" Having navigated the battlefield for many years, Shiao Heng and Appo's favorite strategy was deception. What general lacked cunning and strategy? What general in Appo's path was not paved with bones? To maintain an undefeated stance, one must never show pity to an opponent. "Very well," he said, ruffling her hair. "My lady, you handle this splendidly." Though the Shiao household appeared harmonious on the surface, undercurrents of turmoil flowed beneath. He had previously worried that she might be too gentle to withstand the pressures. Yet it seemed she had grown into a feisty little wildcat with her own temper. As they walked, Shiao Yang leaned heavily against Sang Ji's shoulder. She couldn't help but let out soft groans. "Sir, you are too heavy. I fear I cannot bear it. Shall we find a place to rest?" Agreed. Xiao Yang pointed to a nearby courtyard. Let us rest in the room of 11th sister. She is currently in the south and cannot return, so it will be a suitable place. Following your lead, sir. Xiao Yin, the youngest of the Xiao family, had a modest courtyard. Although she was often absent from the residence, maids still came to maintain the area. Upon seeing the sir enter, the maids hesitated to speak, merely assisting him in finding a guest room to rest. Sang Ji helped Xiao Yang to the bed and bent down to assist him with his shoes. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Sir! Sang Ji raised her gaze, her face illuminated by the candlelight, appearing more beautiful than a blooming peach blossom. What do you intend? I am merely here to assist you. If the first madam discovers this, I shall be in dire trouble. He dared not let her fear deter him. The once dazed Xiao Liang now seemed fully alert, devoid of any signs of inebriation. He lifted her chin, appraising her beauty closely. Sir, you flatter me, Sang Ji murmured, her eyes downcast, her demeanor submissive. I am but a servant. What does beauty matter? Sang Ji, we are at this juncture, and you still do not comprehend my intentions? Will you follow me? Xiao Liang inquired. Sang Ji hesitated, unsure how to respond. Seeing her delicate demeanor stirred something within Xiao Liang, a feeling reminiscent of his youth. What is there to ponder? He said, holding her chin gently. Sang Ji, I shall grant you a name. As the night deepened, the first madam, weary from waiting by the lamp, felt her eyelids grow heavy. Suddenly, a noise from outside stirred her, and she leaped up joyfully to open the door. Madam, it is merely the wind, Shuema reported. What time is it? How can the master still be drinking? Shuema, do not delay. Go fetch the master at once. I am anxious for our evening together. Yes, I shall go immediately. As Shuema made to leave, the first madam followed closely. Never mind. I shall accompany you. I am quite restless waiting here. The pair set off towards Fengya Hall. Upon arrival, they discovered the banquet table had been cleared, leaving only Shiao Heng and Wei Lingxi engaged in a game of chess by the window. A sense of foreboding washed over the first madam. Ninth brother, where is elder brother? She asked directly. Elder brother departed long ago, Shiao Heng replied, discarding a chess piece as he rose. He left approximately an hour ago. An hour? Indeed, Wei Lingxi added. Elder brother was already inebriated when he left. My husband instructed Li Qing and Sang Ji to escort him home, but elder brother insisted Sang Ji alone would suffice. The first madam felt a thunderous roar in her mind, as if something had shattered within her. Chapter 69. Humiliated beyond words, the name Sang Ji echoed in the first madam's mind, instantly draining the color from her face. Without uttering a word, she instructed Shuema to seek out the master. As they hurried along, the first madam's emotions churned violently, her thoughts spiraling into disarray. Quickly, find a master. You two search everywhere, she commanded sharply, her voice cutting through the stillness of the night. Observing the first madam's distress, Shuema sighed inwardly. Madam, it has already been an hour. If the master intended anything to occur, it would have transpired by now. Silence. The first madam retorted, her voice laced with frustration. I wish to hear nothing but news of the master. Madam, temper your anger. Haste is of no use now. As Shuema attempted to console her, she noticed two maids near the waterside pavilion, leaning against a willow tree and conversing. Madam, look. Shuema pointed towards the maids in the distance. There are two maids. I will inquire. Please, remain calm. Shuema scurried over and questioned the maids. Which household do you serve? Why are you loitering here, so late, instead of attending to your duties? Recognizing Shuema, the maids greeted her respectfully and explained, Shuema, we are maids from the 11th Miss and Amp, Oppos, S chambers. Since the young lady has journeyed south, we remain to maintain the residence. Why are you wandering about instead of staying in the courtyard? Shuema scolded stiffly. Have you seen the master? The maids lowered their heads and whispered that the master is in the young lady and Amp, Oppos, S courtyard. The master and Sang Ji, the maid of the 9th madam, are. Before the maids could finish, Shuema comprehended the situation. She immediately silenced them. Not a word of this to anyone. If you anger the first madam, you will suffer the consequences. Yes, Shuema. Growing increasingly anxious, The first madam questioned Shui Ma impatiently. Did you learn anything? Madam, the master and Sangji are in the 11th miss and amp, oppos, as courtyard. What? The first madam's eyes widened, her gaze piercing. Gripping her handkerchief tightly, she declared, let us go and see for ourselves. Inside the room, a scene of impropriety unfolded. Standing outside the window, the first madam listened to the sounds emanating from within, her nails digging into her palms. Madam, Shui Ma began, her voice hesitant, witnessing the first madam's murderous gaze. Madam, do not be angered. Which man does not have multiple wives and concubines? Furthermore, the master has indulged in wine this evening. Surely, Sangji, that hussy, seduced him. Consumed by rage, the first madam could not bear to hear such words. Shui Ma, knock on the door. Knock on the door. She repeated. Did you not hear me? Madam, the master is still occupied. To go now, surely the master will be displeased. Shui Ma dared not intrude, fearing the master's wrath. Seeing Shui Ma's hesitation, the first madam kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Caught in the throes of passion, Xiao Liang was startled. Who is it? Are you courting death? The master certainly possesses a fine taste, the first madam remarked, her gaze fixed on the scandalous scene. She had painstakingly groomed Sangji, only to witness the maid use her charms on her own husband. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Sangji buried her face in Xiao Liang and Appo's embrace, tears welling up. Master, I am too ashamed to face anyone, she sobbed. Having just tasted her sweetness, Xiao Liang was loath to see the maiden distressed. He hastily grabbed a robe and wrapped it around Sangji's form. Gently lifting her from the table, he carried her into the silk curtains, comforting her, do not fear. Yes, I shall obey the master, Sangji replied softly. The first madam felt as though her heart had been pierced, a pain that robbed her of breath. Her chest heaving, she commanded Shui Ma, why are you standing there? Drag that harlot out of there. Shui Ma hesitated, abandoning all pretense of a refined lady. The first madam rolled up her sleeves and lunged forward, intending to drag Sangji from the bed. Stop! Xiao Liang commanded, blocking her path. What does the madam intend to do? Tears streamed down the first madam and damp Appo's face. Why does the master treat me so cruelly? Since marrying the master, I have borne him a son, raised him, and procured 2 concubines for him. Why does the master still seek pleasure elsewhere? If it were anyone else, it would be tolerable, but it is Sangji, a lowly harlot. The master humiliates me. With that, she lunged forward, tearing open the curtains, grabbing Sangji's hair, and slapping her face repeatedly. Master, save me. Sangji cried, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Yang seized the first madam by the collar and flung her aside, his words cutting like knives. Look at yourself. You are no longer a refined lady, but a shrew. I warn you, stay away from Sangji and cease causing her trouble, or you will face my displeasure. Master, the first madam cried, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with pain and despair. Have you grown to despise me? Look at your appearance. Xiao Yang had only married her for the sake of family interests. Moreover, the first madam was neither beautiful nor pleasing in temperament. I have dedicated myself to this family and borne you Xian and Appo's. I have exhausted myself, and naturally, I cannot compare to Sangji, that 15-year-old harlot. Your barren womb only produced 1 Xian and Appo's. As I approach middle age, I have only 1 son. How dare you speak of it? Unwilling to argue further, Xiao Yang declared, I desire Sangji. I shall take her as a concubine. Chapter 70. The taste of immortals. This statement fell like a bolt from the blue, leaving the lady utterly bewildered. What? What did you just say? Sangji as a concubine? I refuse. The lady stepped forward, gripping tightly at his trousers. My lord, you cannot demean me in this manner, nor can you belittle yourself. What is Sangji? How does she deserve to be a concubine to you? I shall decide who becomes a concubine, the master declared, pointing at her. Go now, find old Ninth and his wife, and tell them that I wish to take Sangji as my concubine by tomorrow night. Unable to bear the humiliation, the lady collapsed in tears. Shui Ma, are you blind? Why are you still allowing her to stay here? Xiao Yang shouted. Shui Ma rushed to comfort the lady, gently coaxing her, Madam. Let us step outside to discuss this further. The lady was pulled out of the room, still confused as to how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. Upon exiting Xiao Yan's courtyard, the lady covered her face and wept, her eyelids swollen from crying. Shui Ma continued to console her. Madam, try to understand. Well, man isn't like this. Before she could finish, a resounding slap struck her face. Shui Ma, I see you have grown more useless with age. Just now in the room. Look at you, too cowardly to even speak up. You have wasted years following me. Stunned by the slap, Shui Ma took a moment to comprehend before replying with a sorrowful expression. Madam, I've been devoted to you for many years. But you know the master and Appo's temper. Just as with concubine Jia before, his attitude towards them is the same. However, do not be too troubled. Even if Ji becomes his concubine, she will still have to listen to you. You can use her to deal with concubine Jia, thus alleviating some of your resentment. These words offered the lady some comfort, and she wiped her tears, having accepted the reality. Men are capricious, full of deceitful intentions. As long as her status remained unshaken, no matter how much he favored other women, they could only ever be his concubines, forever beneath the main wife. Let us return and discuss matters with ninth madam tomorrow. While Xiao Yang spent a night of passion with Ji, the lady endured a sleepless night, watching the candles burn low until dawn before finally succumbing to slumber. Not long in her sleep, her maid Yuju gently called her, Madam, the master has arrived and is waiting for you for breakfast. The lady understood his intentions. It was merely to discuss his wish to take a concubine. Reluctantly, she rose from her bed, her mind heavy with exhaustion. In the mirror, her eyes were swollen, resembling those of a goldfish, with dark circles adding to her weariness. Displeased with her reflection, she lashed out, knocking her hairpins and ornaments off the vanity. Madam, Xiao Yang and Appo's figure appeared behind the gauze screen. Do not forget that I am taking a concubine today. Remember to consult ninth madam about this matter. Ji, weary and trembling, returned to Fingyao Hall. Upon entering, she spotted Wei Lingxi, who had just finished practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Instantly, Ji repressed her smile and respectfully greeted Madam. Wei Lingxi handed her sword to Jean Rue, took the handkerchief from Yin Rue to wipe her sweat, and asked, How did it go? Ji lowered her head slightly, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Madam, just as you predicted. The master wishes to take me as a concubine, and today he sent the lady to discuss this with you. Wei Lingxi's lips curled into a gentle smile. Excellent. You must be tired. Go wash up and rest for a while. Tonight is your wedding night with the master. Do not forget to attend to him well. Ji and Appo's face lit up with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. She stepped forward and knelt before Wei Lingxi. I apologize for my past mistakes. But even if I go to the lady's side, my heart will always belong to you. Thank you for providing me with a good opportunity. Wei Lingxi replied with a faint smile. I do not do this solely for you. You must understand that living under the lady and Appo's rule is no easy task. If you find it uncomfortable later on, do not direct your resentment towards me. Additionally, I must advise you that concubine Jia is a kind and gentle person and can be a helpful ally. Ji understood. You may leave now. Filled with joy, Ji went to her room to rest. Qing Dai, Lin Xiao, and Zi Su gathered around, asking why she had not returned last night and if anything had happened with the master. Lin Xiao, with keen eyes, noticed the marks on her neck. What is that? Ji smiled bashfully. The master did that. We shared a bed last night, and today he sent someone to bring me to be his concubine. Congratulations. The maids showered her with blessings. To them, being a concubine to the masters was the greatest fortune and the best fate they could hope for. Zisu also noticed that after last night, Ji's demeanor had changed entirely. Ji, you seem different, possessing an indescribable charm. Ji smiled mysteriously, beckoning them closer. Of course, it's different now. A woman transformed by a man's affection is undeniably changed. In time, you will all understand. Ji, what does it feel like? Qing Dai asked curiously. Ji sweetly and bashfully responded, It is bitter at first, then sweet. When it is sweet, it feels as if one has become an immortal. No wonder people say they envy the Mandarin ducks, but not the immortals. Now, I truly understand. While the maids exchanged gossip about the event, the lady, accompanied by Yuzhu, arrived at Fengao Hall. Despite her careful preparation, her face still appeared haggard and somewhat unattractive. Upon entering, she instructed Yuzhu to present her gifts, a few meager bracelets and 2 old-fashioned hairpins. She directly addressed Wei Lingxi. I have come to discuss my lord's wish to take a concubine. He has taken a liking to your maid, Nazenji, and hopes you can accommodate this. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi and Appo's face lit up with a smile brighter than spring flowers. Accommodate? Of course. This is wonderful news indeed. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Another person to serve the master. With Nazenji and Appo's youth and good background, I'm sure there will be good news of a child soon. I truly envy you, sister-in-law. Do you not agree? Having endured a sleepless night and a morning filled with anger, the lady had finally managed to calm herself, only for Wei Lingxi's words to ignite a fresh fury. Overcome with rage, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, her vision blurred, and she fainted. Yuzhu, startled, hurried to check her pulse. When the lady finally regained consciousness, she glared at Wei Lingxi with resentment. Her teeth clenched. You are quite pleased with yourself, are you? Chapter 71. You are quite delicate. Wei Lingxi smiled innocently. Sister-in-law, what brings you to such a conclusion? Over the years, the heirs of the main branch have been scarce, and the old lady has been quite concerned about this matter. Now that the eldest master has taken a new wife, it is precisely an opportunity for our Shiao family to welcome new life. Am I not simply sharing in your joy? The first lady, enraged, grasped Wei Lingxi's clothing and pulled her closer, her eyes ablaze with fury. Wei Lingxi, you did this intentionally. You meant to provoke me. Please, sister-in-law, do not resort to violence. Wei Lingxi pried her fingers away, maintaining her radiant smile. How could I possibly intend such a thing? You are truly wronging me. Last night, Songji nearly climbed into the 9th Master's bed, and you wore a face akin to despair. The first lady ground her teeth, forcing the words out. Wei Lingxi straightened, looking down at her with a cold smile. How is it that the first lady knows so much about my household affairs? Why should I tell you how I know? Of course, I wooed and Appo's, dare. Wei Lingxi chuckled, leaning closer to whisper softly in her ear, Sister-in-law, I merely returned the favor, repaying your actions in kind. With that, she rose with a smile and called for Inrue. Take these items and deliver them to Songji and Appo's room later. Do not go now. She must be tired after last night. Let her rest today. After all, she must prepare for her wedding tonight. The first lady was driven to the brink of madness. Wei Lingxi, you are truly heartless. Sister-in-law, to accuse me of such a crime is beyond my capacity to bear. Wei Lingxi concluded with a smile, then turned to Yuzhu. It is sweltering. Do urge your lady not to let her temper flare. If she faints again, I cannot be held accountable. The matter is settled. Hasten to assist your lady home. Yuzhu, merely a messenger, complied with the orders of the ladies in the household. Madam, let us return. The heat is intense, and you must not let your temper endanger your health. Supporting the first lady, who was dizzy with rage, Yuzhu led her out of the elegant hall. Once the two had departed, Wei Lingxi instructed Inrue, summon Zissou and Qingdai. As soon as Zissou and Qingdai entered, Wei Lingxi asked, Are you both aware of what just transpired? Now, I want you two to spread this news throughout the courtyard, leaving no corner untouched, not even the old lady's side. Understood, madam. Wei Lingxi and Appo's intent was to seize the initiative, ensuring the news circulated swiftly, thus gaining the upper hand. If the first lady were to exploit this situation, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Zissou and Qingdai did not disappoint. Within a short span, they relayed the news to the most talkative maids and several ladies in Appo's quarters, and soon enough, it spread throughout the Shiao residence, reaching the old lady and Appo's ears. Upon hearing that her son had also taken a concubine, the first lady's obstruction, and her subsequent outburst in a 9th lady and Appo's quarters had caused her to faint, the old lady felt a surge of dissatisfaction. My son has only one child, Zishuan. What harm is there in having more? For years, she has been unable to conceive, yet she does not allow other concubines to bear children. Now that those two concubines are aging, what is wrong with the eldest master taking a few more? Madam, that concubine is Sangji. The old lady dismissed this with indifference. And what is Sangji? She is but a concubine. Her background is of little importance, as long as she can provide heirs for our Shiao family. Indeed, madam. The old lady commanded Zhao Ma to summon the first lady and chastised her severely, accusing her of jealousy, narrow-mindedness, and being incapable of tolerating others, leaving her humiliated and defenseless. Thus, the entire Shiao residence became aware of the first lady's pettiness and jealousy. The first lady nearly succumbed to internal injury from her rage, but dared not display her dissatisfaction before the old lady. While her heart bled, she still had to prepare a room for her husband and his new concubine. Wei Lingxi, upon hearing of the matter, secretly reveled in her room, her mood soaring. In her previous life, the pent-up resentment was finally being released, and she no longer needed to bow her once proud head due to her lowly status as a concubine. She was no longer compelled to suppress her individuality. When Shiao Heng returned, he happened upon his wife sitting by the window, holding a chess manual with a broken position, her eyes fixated on the board, a smile gracing her lips as if lost in thought. Seeing this, Shiao Heng could not help but smile himself. He approached and lightly tapped her forehead with his fingers. "Ouch, that hurts!" Wei Lingxi exclaimed, dropping the manual and covering her forehead. "Why do you walk so quietly?" Shiao Heng chuckled. "Is that truly painful?" "Of course." Wei Lingxi removed her hand to show him her forehead. "Look, you've surely left a mark." He glanced over and indeed saw a small red spot on her porcelain-like forehead. "You are remarkably delicate. How could your skin be this tender? What were you so absorbed in?" "Sangji will be taken away by the eldest master tonight," Wei Lingxi replied candidly. "Is that reason enough for your delight?" "Yes." Wei Lingxi could hardly contain her smile. "Tonight, the first lady will be utterly furious. You take pleasure in her anger?" At his words, Wei Lingxi shot him a resentful glance. "What kind of talk is that? It was the first lady who initiated this conflict. I merely retaliated in self-defense. But tell me, dear husband, why have you returned so early today?" "There was no significant matter in the camp, so I returned early. Today, the emperor decreed to retreat north to escape the summer heat, departing in 10 days. I came back to inform you to prepare accordingly," Shiao Heng explained. "Escape the heat? Is the husband going to avoid the heat?" Wei Lingxi stood up excitedly. "Not just me, but all of us. I can go too." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course," Shiao Heng affirmed. Wei Lingxi was ecstatic. Each summer, the emperor would retreat north to avoid the sweltering heat, taking along not only the concubines and guards from the palace, but also allowing some ministers and their families to accompany him. The duration could range from 10 days to over a month. In her previous life, the emperor's journey had lasted half a month. Such an event was not simple. Every step was paved with gold. Given the ongoing conflict in Nandian and the instability along the eastern and western borders, it was essential for the emperor to conserve resources and stockpile troops. However, recalling the impending situation in Nandian 6 months hence, Wei Lingxi and Appo's expression grew somber. "Your face resembles a stormy June day," Shiao Heng remarked upon noticing her change in demeanor. "Do you not wish to accompany me?" "Of course not," Wei Lingxi sighed. With the nation still embroiled in war, the emperor need not embark on such a journey. The palace's ice is sufficient to keep him cool. Shiao Heng raised a hand to cover her mouth, his expression serious. "Do not speak of such matters, Xiaoqi." Understanding his caution, Wei Lingxi quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing her comprehension of the gravity of the situation, he continued, "Before we depart, you may return to the Wei residence to bid farewell to your father and mother." "Thank you, my husband." Wei Lingxi beamed, then suddenly remembered to inquire if Wei Qinglan could accompany them. "Husband, do you think third brother can come along? Can you guess?" Shiao Heng intentionally kept it a mystery. "I can and Appo's," T figured out. Shiao Heng and Appo's lips curled into a smile, one filled with cunning. "If the lady wishes to obtain precise information from my lips, she must be prepared to pay a modest price." Chapter 72. My Lord. Behave yourself, observing the mischievous glint in his eyes. Wei Lingxi averted her gaze, stating, "If my lord doesn't wish to disclose it, I shall refrain from inquiring. Regardless, should my lord desire for my third brother to accompany us, he will naturally include him. If not, my inquiries will be futile. Amused by her refusal to be baited and her somewhat haughty demeanor, Shiao Heng chuckled. Very well, since you do not ask, I shall remain silent. I had intended to discuss the recent circumstances of Wei Sanlang, but since my lady has no desire to know, I shall not impose. Shiao Heng deliberately attempted to pique her curiosity, as he was indeed. Indeed what? Is my lady not disinterested? Wei Lingxi, fully aware of his deliberate provocation, could not suppress her yearning to learn of her third brother and Oppo's situation. After a moment of deliberation, she bit her lip and inquired, What price does my lord seek in return? Shiao Heng chuckled softly. That depends on a price my lady is willing to offer. Wei Lingxi pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, Having married my lord, I am entirely his. He may do with me as he pleases. Truly? Shiao Heng feigned surprise. Indeed. Shiao Heng sat down, drew her into his embrace, his gaze filled with warmth, his breath caressing her skin. Does this mean my lady no longer resists me? Is no longer afraid? No longer fears being overwhelmed? A blush crept across Wei Lingxi and Oppo's face. She raised her eyes, her gaze gentle and yielding, her beautiful eyes filled with bashful charm. My lord is rather presumptuous, is he not? Presumptuous? Shiao Heng laughed. I'm not presumptuous, my dear. Perhaps you should feel for yourself. With that, he grasped her delicate hand and guided it towards his person. Startled, Wei Lingxi hastily withdrew her hand. My lord, behave yourself. I assure you, I am not jesting. He leaned closer, his breath tickling her ear, causing a flurry of goosebumps to rise on her skin. I heard these words myself. Who uttered such scandalous words? Wei Lingxi said with embarrassment. My lord is a great general. After all, he should not associate with disreputable companions who whisper vulgarities behind one's back, lest he become a laughingstock. Scandalous words? Shiao Heng laughed heartily, but refrained from elaborating. Wei Lingxi suddenly recalled the conversation she had had with Jin Rue and Yin Rue. Surely, they would not have repeated it to Shiao Heng. Could it be that Shiao Heng overheard them that day? The thought caused her face to burn with shame. How utterly mortifying. It seems walls have ears. I must be more cautious in the future. Wei Lingxi calculated that she had been residing in the Shiao residence for quite some time. During these days, Shiao Heng had showered her with affection and occasionally teased her. She had gradually come to understand him and was no longer as fearful of him as she once was. My lord, we must wait until after my menses, she whispered. Shiao Heng, having noticed the sanitary napkins drying in a discreet corner of the courtyard the previous day, was well aware of the situation. He was merely teasing her. It seems my lady eagerly anticipates our consummation. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxi immediately retorted, You are deliberately mocking me again. You were the one who steered the conversation in that direction. How can you blame me? Perhaps, but it is of no consequence. Shiao Heng drew closer and kissed her earlobe. Since time immemorial, the union of man and woman has been a natural occurrence. Moreover, procreation requires such intimacy. My lady need not be ashamed. However, I desire to spend my life with my lady, and therefore, I am in no hurry. Wei Lingxi felt a surge of warmth and affection, mingled with amusement. My lord, cease teasing me. Now that we have settled this matter, will you tell me about my third brother? Not so fast. My lady has yet to pay the price. Shiao Heng smiled. But I thought we had already discussed it. Nay, that was the price my lady assumed. The price I speak of is not the same. And what is that? Wei Lingxi tilted her head, gazing at him. I wish to see if the unripe plum has ripened into a succulent peach. He narrowed his eyes, uttering these words. What? Wei Lingxi was perplexed, her eyes filled with confusion. Shiao Heng, seeing her incomprehension, allowed his gaze to travel from her face, down her neck, lingering for a moment. She followed his gaze and suddenly understood his meaning. Her face flushed crimson. She bit her lip and chided him. I never imagined you to be such a general. Oh, Shao Qi retorted. Tell me, what sort of general did you imagine me to be? Facing a beautiful wife, what general would behave as you imagine? Shiao Heng smiled, his hand tracing her waistline. From beyond the corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The door burst open with a loud bang, and Jin Rue exclaimed, My lady, the great madam has requested that Sang Ji be brought over this evening. Her words caught in her throat. She immediately covered her eyes, turned, and fled. Wei Lingxi and Amp, Oppo's face was as red as a cooked prawn. She pushed Shiao Heng and Amp, Oppo's hand away, covered half her face, and scolded him. It and Amp, Oppo's. It's all your fault. Why must you behave this way in broad daylight? Now Jean Rue has seen us. Who knows what she will say behind my back? Shiao Heng chuckled softly. She is your personal maidservant. What is there to be ashamed of? In time, she will undoubtedly be attending to you. No, I must tell her to be less impetuous and to knock before entering. Enough. Shiao Heng grasped her hand. Let's discuss serious matters. Wei Sanlang is training diligently in the army and is making rapid progress. I have discussed military strategy with him on several occasions, and he possesses the innate talent of a general. It would be a pity if he were not to fight on the battlefield. During this summer retreat, I intend to recommend him to the Emperor, which is why I will be taking him with us. Really? Thank you, my lord. Do not be so quick to thank me. Since time immemorial, fortune and misfortune have been intertwined. To seek fame and glory is to court danger. Wei Lingxi raised her hand and gently covered his lips. My lord, I understand. My third brother has always been ambitious. He is willing to fight on the battlefield, even at the cost of his life, for the sake of our country. I only hope that he does not die at the hands of treacherous officials. And in this lifetime, I will do everything in my power to protect my third brother and pave a brilliant path for him. If her third brother could truly become a pillar of the military, he would provide strong support for Shiao Heng in the future, preventing him from lacking powerful allies when he embarks on that path. Very well, I'm glad you understand. Shiao Heng kissed her fingertips, stood up, and said, I shall go and bathe and change my clothes. This evening, Sang-ji will be sent to my eldest brother. Assist her with her preparations so that she does not appear too impoverished. Wei Lingxi smiled. Of course, I would never mistreat Sang-ji. Qingyan House Song Yingyu, having learned that her father-in-law intended to take a concubine, causing her mother-in-law to be distraught, spoke to Xiao Zishuan, who was organizing items in the study. Father intends to take a concubine, and mother and Amp, Oppo's heart is as if it has been cut by a knife. I wonder if my husband will also take a concubine in the future, leaving me to live alone? Xiao Zishuan placed the scrolls he had just painted into the painting cylinder next to the desk, stood up, and put his arm around her shoulders. I would never do anything like my father, favoring a concubine over my wife. You can rest assured, my dear. I hope so. Song Yingyu replied with a smile. She failed to notice that he had said he would not favor a concubine over his wife, but he had not said he would not take a concubine. In 10 days, we will depart for the summer retreat with the Emperor. I must trouble my lady to help me pack. Xiao Zishuan said, I have a gathering with some colleagues at Yinyan Tower tonight. I may return late. Very well. Song Yingyu wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed his lips. I hope my husband will take care of himself and not do anything that would sadden his wife. I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Zishuan kissed her and left. Upon hearing the news of summer retreat, Song Yingyu was filled with elation, anticipating the company of her father and elder brothers, and perhaps even her mother. This prospect ignited a sense of eager anticipation within her. Pei and Amp, Oppo's, Qingli, attended tidying up the young master and Amp, Oppo's, study. Yes, madam, the two maids replied. As the maids busied themselves with cleaning and organizing the room, Song Yingyu perched herself upon the desk, leisurely admiring Xiao Zishuan and Amp, Oppo's, calligraphy and paintings. Suddenly, a startled cry of "Oh dear!" escaped Qingli and Amp, Oppo's lips, followed by the sound of a box falling heavily to the ground. At the sound, Song Yingyu knitted her brows in displeasure. Why so clumsy? She asked. Madam. Look, Qingli replied, bending down to gather the scattered contents of the box and presenting them to Song Yingyu. Song Yingyu's countenance underwent an immediate and drastic transformation, her gaze hardening with a fierce and savage intensity. Chapter 73. The performance has just begun. The maid, Qingli, unexpectedly held in her hands a woman's bodice. The bodice was a delicate lotus pink, embroidered with 2 blooming lotus flowers, exuding a sense of bashful beauty. However, this bodice was not her own. Just before her husband departed, he had sworn fervently that he would never do anything to cause her distress. Yet, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she discovered another woman and Oppo's intimate apparel in his study. a truly ironic twist of fate. Qingli was startled by her mistress and amp, Appo's, gaze. Madam, what shall we do with this item? Song Yingyu and amp, Appo's, face darkened as she barked. Investigate. I want each and every one of them questioned. She was determined to uncover which little vixen's bodice had been found, and she would not rest until she had torn her face apart. Yes, madam, Qingli obeyed. The maids of Qingyun Pavilion were summoned one by one before Song Yingyu, tasked with identifying the bodice and declaring whether it belonged to them. Each maid shook her head in denial, asserting that they had never seen such a bodice before. With her eyes narrowed, Song Yingyu listened to the reports and found herself increasingly furious as none could identify the owner of the bodice. Abruptly, she opened her eyes wide, seized a teacup from the table, and smashed it to the ground. So you refuse to speak, do you? Very well, I have given you a chance, and it is you who choose to remain obstinate. Should I uncover the truth, I will make your lives a living hell. The maids turned pale with fear, kneeling and pleading for her mercy. Observing the bodice on the table, Chun-Li seemed to have an epiphany. She leaned close to Song Yingyu and whispered, Madam, this bodice is made of silk, and the thread used for the lotus flowers is not ordinary silk. It seems too fine for a servant to wear. It resembles something that would belong to a young lady or a madam. This revelation struck Song Yingyu, and her thoughts immediately turned to Wei Lingxi. Could it be hers? Had Xiao Zishuan and Wei Lingxi conspired against her? Fury ignited within her as she brought the bodice to her nose, detecting a familiar fragrance. Indeed, it was reminiscent of Wei Lingxi. Besides that scent, there were hints of another fragrance, likely that of Wei Lingxi's own body. Just the thought of this bodice being secretly cherished by Xiao Zishuan, taken out in the quiet of night for clandestine caresses, felt like a dagger slicing through her flesh, each cut bleeding profusely. Seeing her mistress and Appo's face contorted with rage, Chun-Li hastily commanded the other maids to leave and forbade anyone from speaking of this matter. After dismissing them, Chun-Li closed the door and asked, Madam, what shall we do now? What can we do? What else is there to do? Song Yingyu threw the bodice to the ground and stomped on it with fury. Bring me a brazier and burn this thing? Yes, Qingli replied, ready to fetch the brazier. Suddenly, Song Yingyu commanded, Wait, Madam, do not burn it. Hand it to me. I shall deal with it in my own way. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes as a cruel smile curved her lips. As night deepened, Sang-Ji prepared herself before the bronze mirror. Although she did not wear a bright red wedding gown, Wei Lingxi had gifted her 2 splendid outfits made from the finest fabrics, along with a golden hairpin. Gazing at her own beauty in the mirror, Sang-Ji felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She had never imagined that she would one day become a concubine in a prestigious household. Although the master was older and not as handsome as the 9th master, she felt a deep sense of contentment. After all, he was a court official with a respectable rank. Yet, she knew that without the support of the 9th madam, her current situation would not have been possible. The idea of a maid climbing into her master's bed would undoubtedly enrage any wife, likely resulting in severe punishment or even being sold to a brothel. Surprisingly, the 9th madam had allowed her a chance at life and provided her with a way forward. She was aware of the challenges she would face once she became the master's concubine, but she was unafraid of the 1st madam. As long as she could win the master and Appo's heart, wealth and honor would surely follow. Sang-Ji, it and Appo's time, the master and Appo's servant has come to fetch you. Wei Lingxi entered to remind Sang-Ji that the auspicious hour had arrived. Sang-Ji stood and took a few steps forward, bowing before Wei Lingxi. Madam, I am grateful for your kindness. Should you ever need my assistance, I would face fire and water without hesitation. Wei Lingxi smiled gently, helping her up. I do not require such sacrifices. Simply live your life well. Sang-Ji looked up at her with gratitude. Thank you, madam. Wei Lingxi retrieved the red bridal veil, personally draping it over Sang-Ji and Amp, Appo's head. Standing in the courtyard, she watched as Sang-Ji followed the master and Amp, Appo's servant out of the elegant hall before turning back inside. Jean Rouet followed closely behind, feeling a sense of injustice. Madam is too kind, isn't she? Sang-Ji treats her this way, yet Madam has given her so many gifts. The gifts from Madame far exceed those from the first Madame. Madame once said that kindness to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. I see Madame being quite cruel to herself. Wei Lingxi paused, smiling. Foolish girl. The more kindness I show her, the more grateful she will feel, highlighting the first Madame's shortcomings. It won't be easy for a concubine to oppose the first Madame. She will inevitably rely on me and will be loyal. Even if she does not genuinely pledge her loyalty to me, she will not dare offend the first Madame, and subsequently me, unless she wishes for her own demise. Besides, I have Aunt Jia to assist me. Jean Rouet quickly understood. I see, Madame. Good, you understand. This performance has only just begun, Wei Lingxi replied with a smile. As Wei Lingxi had suggested, indeed, the performance was merely in its opening act. As soon as Shangji arrived, Xiao Heng eagerly joined her for a bath. With the red curtain drawn, the two soon embarked on their passionate journey. Having learned some skills from the brothel's matron, Shangji utilized all her talents to please him that night. Being neither a refined lady nor overly reserved, she brought Xiao Heng an unprecedented pleasure, which only deepened his affection for her. The first Madame, who had taken a young concubine for her husband, felt the pangs of jealousy gnawing at her heart. She attempted to distract herself with a book, but found herself unable to concentrate. Putting the book aside, she wandered into the courtyard, inadvertently drawn to the side courtyard. There, the flickering candlelight illuminated the sounds of laughter and whispers. Her husband, like a diligent ox, seemed to have boundless energy, showering his seeds upon Shangji's youthful and fertile soil. A profound sadness enveloped the first Madame as she reflected on her own lack of such affection since their marriage. She loved the man, yet he had never held her in his heart. Madame, Yuzhu approached, whispering into the first Madame and Amp. Oppose, Hesir, the young Madame has arrived. What does she want? She says she has urgent matters to discuss with you. However, I noticed that the young Madame does not appear well. Yuzhu reported. Chapter 74. Beautiful, but useless. Upon hearing that her daughter-in-law's complexion appeared troubled, the matriarch immediately speculated whether the young couple had quarreled. Come, let us take a look. Just as she returned to her chamber, her daughter-in-law, Song Yingyu, approached her with tear-stained cheeks. Mother, please stand up for me. Oh dear, why are you in such a state? The matriarch pulled out a handkerchief and gently dabbed at her tears, inquiring, Who has wronged you? Was it a dispute with Zishuan? Mother, Song Yingyu sobbed, instructing her maid, Chuanli, to retrieve a pouch and present it to the matriarch. This pouch was found in Zishuan and Amp, Oppo's, study. Had I not ordered a cleaning of his study today, I would never have known he was hiding such a thing. Since she had come to complain, it was evident that this pouch could not belong to her. Could it be that of those little hussies in your quarters? You must be wary of them. They may appear innocent, yet they harbor the most sordid intentions, hoping to ascend to the master's bed and become concubines. The matriarch's teeth ground together as she spoke. It is not one of the maids, Song Yingyu retorted. Mother, the fabric of this pouch is far too fine for an ordinary maid to afford. It clearly belongs to a lady of a noble family. Pausing, her eyes glinted with a hint of malice. In my view, this pouch belongs to Wei Lingxi. Do not speak such reckless words. The matriarch quickly interrupted. Yingyu, it matters not whose pouch it is, but it must not belong to Wei Lingxi. If it does, it would imply an illicit relationship between our Zishuan and his aunt. I understand, Song Yingyu replied knowingly. She intended to exploit this situation. Mother, if Wei Lingxi is shameless enough to entice her own nephew, what punishment should she face? The matriarch grasped the gravity of the situation. Song Yingyu aimed to ruin Wei Lingxi completely. If the scandal were to emerge, Wei Lingxi would surely be disgraced, and the Wei family would suffer the repercussions. Such debauchery within the family would bring universal disdain. The reputation of Wei Shanhe, having raised such a daughter, would be irreparably tarnished. The Wei family would no longer hold their heads high in society. This incident could firmly affix the Wei family to the pillar of shame. The matriarch, harboring a deep resentment toward Wei Lingxi due to the matter of Sangji, found this a splendid opportunity to settle the score. However, she hesitated. Should the truth come to light, not only would Wei Lingxi be ruined, but her son's reputation would also be tarnished, something she could not bear to witness. Wait, The matriarch expressed her concerns to Song Yingyu. If Wei Lingxi is ruined, Zixuan's name will also be affected. He is a promising scholar. If his reputation is damaged, his future will be jeopardized. Song Yingyu dismissed such thoughts. She cared little for Xiao Zixuan and Appo's as career. She merely wished to keep him under the oppressive influence of the Song family, ensuring he remained manageable. Should he ascend to great heights and wield significant power, he would no longer fear or respect the Song family and Appo's as authority, and she could not allow that. Song Yingyu was acutely aware that Xiao Zixuan had married her solely for the power of the Song family. In his heart, Wei Lingxi was the unattainable woman, an obsession that haunted him. Mother, you need not worry about Zixuan's future. With my father and brother supporting him, all it takes is a word from my father to elevate Zixuan's status. Song Yingyu stated, I require your cooperation to deal with Wei Lingxi. This will satisfy you and bring me peace. Such a proposition was indeed enticing, and the matriarch felt her resolve wavering. I can assist you. However, we must ascertain whether this pouch truly belongs to her. We cannot mistakenly ensnare Zixuan while attempting to bring down Wei Lingxi. Understood. Songji emerged from Wei Lingxi's quarters. Did she not? Mother, shall we inquire with Songji about this matter tomorrow? The matriarch nodded slowly. Very well, we shall ask tomorrow. Thank you, mother. As the hour grew late, Song Yingyu took her leave, feeling considerably uplifted. If only she could confirm whether the pouch belonged to Wei Lingxi, her meticulously crafted scheme could commence. The thought of Wei Lingxi's impending downfall quelled much of her pent-up frustration. To avoid arousing suspicion, she instructed Chuanli to return the pouch to its original place. Later that night, Xiao Zixuan, reeking of wine, returned from the banquet. After bathing, he climbed into bed and, noticing that Song Yingyu was still awake, embraced her, sharing his grand ambitions. Today, I conversed with a few colleagues and learned that the emperor intends to initiate reforms in the court. He plans to select a few trusted aides for cultivation, who will become the pillars of the nation. If I can catch the emperor's eye, my rise to prominence will be assured. Song Yingyu had no desire to hear such talk. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Zixuan's neck, her voice sultry as she replied, Husband, high positions may not necessarily be advantageous. They say it in Appo's, as cold at the top. Just look at how weary my father seems as the grand tutor. I believe your position in the Hamlin Academy is quite suitable. Xiao Zixuan frowned. What is so great about the Hamlin Academy? I aspire to be like your father. If I succeed, your status will rise alongside mine. What could be wrong with that? Seeing his displeasure, Song Yingyu refrained from provoking him further. I will heed your wishes. I shall ensure that my father supports you more in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zixuan's face brightened, and he pulled her closer, invigorated by her overtures. Regrettably, his spirit was willing, but his body was weak. Song Yingyu felt a mix of discomfort and grievance. Do you find me lacking, husband? Am I so unappealing? No, it's not that. Xiao Zixuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Perhaps I am Appo's. V had too much to drink, and am feeling a bit tired. Such a poor excuse left Song Yingyu feeling cold inside, and she could not help but mock him. Could it be that my husband is merely a decorative pillow, beautiful yet useless? A man cannot tolerate being deemed inadequate. He leapt from the bed, declaring, Wait here, I shall take another bath. Once I have regained my strength, you shall see how I deal with you, little enchantress. I shall await your return. Song Yingyu replied with a smile, curving her lips. Xiao Zixuan donned his robe and stepped out of the bedroom toward the study. Song Yingyu promptly slipped out of bed and stealthily followed him. She gently pushed the slightly ajar door open, witnessing the flickering candlelight illuminating Xiao Zixuan as he retrieved the pouch and greedily inhaled its scent. Chapter 75. She dared not move, yet Song Yingyu felt as though she had been struck a heavy blow. Though she had envisioned this scene before, the reality was far more shocking, filled with shame and anger. She struggled to suppress the impulse to rush in and interrupt, enduring the turmoil for quite some time before finally turning away. Xiao Zixuan, immersed in his own world, was oblivious to the presence of someone peering at him from outside. It was only when a familiar sensation arose that he hurriedly concealed his undergarment and retreated into the room. Song Yingyu had not yet fallen asleep. It seemed she was still waiting for his return. "My lady," he whispered as he extinguished the light and dove into the bed, leaning close to her neck. "I shall show you whether your husband is truly as ineffectual as you believe." After a tempestuous night, he fell into a deep slumber. Yet Song Yingyu found no solace in sleep. She fixed her gaze upon the man before her, biting her silk handkerchief in anguish, tears of hatred and pain spilling from her eyes. She understood now completely. Her husband bore no interest in her, only that other woman could ignite his passion. No wonder he extinguished the red candles within their chamber each time. It was not despair or modesty, but rather because he could not envision himself as Wei Lingxi in her presence. This realization pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. She despised this feeling, yet she was utterly enamored with the man before her. He was a figure of striking beauty, exuding an air of elegance and scholarly grace in every gesture, yet tinged with a hint of carnal desire that rendered her utterly captivated. From her youth, she had admired him, longing to win his favor. However, at that time, he was already accompanied by a beautiful woman, Wei Lingxi. They often rode together, played music, painted, engaged in poetry, their radiant talents a sight to behold, and she could not help but envy them. Fortunately, her father ascended the ranks of the court, ultimately achieving the esteemed title of Grand Tutor. She beseeched him to arrange her marriage to Shiao Zishuan. Upon learning that he had consented, she rejoiced for a long time, believing she would finally have the opportunity to shine before Wei Lingxi and witness her sorrowful, tear-streaked visage. Little did she know, her hopes would be dashed when Wei Lingxi transformed into the revered Ninth Madam, requiring her to address her as aunt in their encounters. Yet it was precisely because Shiao Zishuan could not marry Wei Lingxi that the latter became an irremediable regret in his heart. It validated the adage that the more elusive something is, the more enticing it becomes. Throughout the night, Song Yingyu found no peace in sleep, managing only a brief slumber as dawn broke. When she awoke, Shiao Zishuan had already finished breakfast and departed for court. Chunli, she called as she sat up. "Go inquire whether the madam has learned anything from Songji." "Yes, my lady," Chunli replied, hastily departing for the madam and Appo's quarters. Songji, having lost her voice from a night of shouting, was utterly fatigued the following day. As a concubine, she was expected to pay her respects to the legitimate wife and serve her tea. Xiao Yang, fond of her, had instructed that she could serve the madam whenever she arose. Alas, the madam had risen early, spending half the morning preparing herself, adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, and had chosen an opulent garment to convey her status. To her dismay, Xiao Yang sent word that Songji need not hurry. The madam's pent-up frustration instantly deflated. She understood she had completely lost her husband and Appo's affection. "Madam," Xuanma sympathized, "do not despair. Once these days pass, your husband's interest will wane, and we shall deal with that wretched girl." The madam clutched her chest, her eyes blazing with resentment. "Songji's current position is entirely thanks to that Wei Lingxi. I underestimated that little girl. Her cunning is formidable. She knows precisely where to strike, repeatedly pouring salt in my wounds. If we do not eliminate her, this household shall know no peace." Xuanma's eyes darted. "If the madam is truly resolute, I can assist you." "You? How can you help?" Xuanma whispered conspiratorially, raising her gaze to ask, "Madam, simply give me your command. If you agree, I shall seize any opportunity that arises." Just as the madam hesitated, Yuju arrived with news. "Madam, the young madam has sent Chunli to inquire." "Let her enter." Upon Chunli and Appo's entrance, she respectfully bowed before speaking. "Madam, our young madam wishes to know if Songji has revealed to whom the undergarment belongs." "She has not," the madam replied tersely. "She is yet to rise." As Chunli pondered how to respond to Song Yingyu, the madam continued, "Last night, I contemplated this matter. We cannot question Songji. She is the Ninth Madam's maid, and now owes her position to the Ninth Madam. To question her would be akin to alerting the Ninth Madam. To avoid alarming her, let us set this matter aside for now. Inform your young madam that we shall wait for a better method to devise our plans." Chunli nodded, "Yes, madam." Once Chunli departed, The madam turned to Shuema. Regarding what you mentioned last night, I have considered it carefully. Though we could bring disgrace upon Wei Lingxi, my son's reputation as a talented scholar would inevitably suffer. If that Wei Lingxi were to retaliate, my son could find himself ensnared. After several confrontations, the madam had finally begun to recognize Wei Lingxi's cunning. This time, she dared not act rashly. After all, she had already lost her husband's affection. Her son was her everything, and she could not allow any misfortune to befall him. Madam, your considerations are astute. The young madam is still young and somewhat naive in her thoughts, Shuema flattered. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. If it is handled well, I shall reward you handsomely. If it fails, you must find a way to clean up the mess. Do not let it affect me, the madam declared resolutely. Shuema immediately acquiesced, understood. When Chunli returned to Qingyun Pavilion, Song Yingyu was busy arranging her hair in front of a bronze mirror. What news? Did you find out to whom the undergarment belongs? Chunli shook her head. The madam said Songji is the 9th madam's maid. She fears that inquiring may raise suspicions. The madam also instructed me to tell you to refrain from taking any action for now and wait for a more suitable method to devise our strategy. With a sharp clap, Song Yingyu slammed her comb onto the dressing table. Excuses, all mere excuses. She dares not act, but I shall. Does the madam have a plan? Naturally, Song Yingyu rose, determination in her voice. I have plenty of ways to deal with her. Come, follow me. At that moment, while the atmosphere between the madam and Song Yingyu was fraught with tension, the ambience in Fingyao Hall was cheerful and lively. With the impending journey northward to escape the summer heat, the first of its kind for Shiao Heng, he permitted her to return to the Wei residence for a brief reunion with her family before their departure. Chapter 76. The stirring of spring hearts, Shiao Heng and Appo's considerate nature stirred a sweet sensation within Wei Lingxi and Appo's heart. Miss, look how attentive Lord Jiao is towards you. If the madam finds out, she will surely be envious, Jean Rouet remarked playfully while tidying up. Since the marriage between the Miss and Lord Jiao, he had taken to sleeping in the study, which was indeed a sacrifice on his part. Dear Miss, please regain your health quickly so that Lord Jiao can move back in with you. Jean Rouet, who attended to Wei Lingxi daily, began to understand the reason behind Shiao Heng's choice to sleep in the study. It was not due to a lack of affection for Wei Lingxi. Rather, it stemmed from his deep-rooted tenderness for her. He chose to endure the discomfort rather than compromise her fragile state. Such restraint is a rarity among men. Faced with the allure of a beautiful wife, immense self-control is essential. But more importantly, his heart truly belonged to her, not merely captivated by her beauty. That is what makes him truly exceptional. It is not that I prevent him from returning. He simply refuses to, Wei Lingxi said, sitting by the window, toying with the Lu Ban lock gifted by her 6th brother, a faint smile playing on her lips. Jean Rouet, noticing her expression brimming with affection, teased her. Miss, you're just being stubborn. Look in the mirror. Your face is blooming like a peach blossom. Surely, your heart has been moved? With just a word from you, I doubt Lord Jiao would resist returning. Moved? How could you think so little of me? Even in the presence of Shiao Heng and Appo's charm, I remain steadfast. Wei Lingxi retorted, her pride evident. It can end Appo's, be that easy to sway my heart. Is that so? Jean Rouet replied with a smirk. I recall someone daydreaming over Lord Jiao and Damp. Appo's calligraphy just yesterday, complaining about how unjust it is. He is not only handsome, but also a capable leader, and his artistic skills are equally impressive. Well, you were eavesdropping, Wei Lingxi exclaimed. I did not need to eavesdrop. Your musings were quite loud. I could not help but hear, Jean Rouet teased. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Shiao Heng, who entered with an air of authority. Jean Rouet promptly excused herself. I must leave. I have matters to discuss with the miss. No one is to enter without my permission. Understood, Lord Jiao, Jean Rouet replied, hastily retreating. Upon hearing that Shiao Heng wished to discuss something with her, Wei Lingxi inquired, What is it that you wish to discuss, my husband? Unexpectedly, Shiao Heng settled beside her, lifting her chin with his fingers and leaning in to kiss her. After a moment of gentle teasing, he playfully nipped at her lips. Ow! Wei Lingxi frowned, looking at him in surprise. Why do you bite so carelessly? Shiao Heng rubbed his own teeth marks and chuckled. Jean Rui mentioned you were stubborn, and I came to verify whether you truly are. You were eavesdropping? Wei Lingxi quickly covered her mouth, fearing he might be inspired to bite her again. Eavesdropping? This refined hall is my home. How could I eavesdrop in my own dwelling? Besides, your and Jean Rui's voices were so loud that I could not help but hear. Shiao Heng said, his eyes gleaming with amusement. I cannot argue with you. I suppose I am no match for your cleverness. Wei Lingxi replied, tilting her head defiantly. Shiao Heng was entertained by her spirit, cupping her face and gazing into her eyes. Does my wife truly harbor no affection for me? Am I not worthy of your heart compared to Zi Xian? Is it not worth your while to be moved by me? No, that ain't amp. Amp, oppose, that's not it. Wei Lingxi turned her face away, her cheeks flushing. What is it then? He pressed, grasping her chin to direct her gaze back to him, his brow arching slightly in challenge. Answer me, my wife. A hint of shyness and urgency flickered in her eyes. It is not that he is better than you. You are 100 times stronger than him. Excellent. Shiao Heng released her chin but leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I have good news for you. During our retreat to the north with the Emperor, I shall not disregard your wishes. I will share the same bed and room with you. Wei Lingxi's heart leaped at the revelation, and she looked up at him. Does this mean Dr. Chu says my health is no longer a concern? Not quite. It will still take time, he replied. Then what do you mean? Wei Lingxi asked, not resisting the prospect, having come to understand Shiao Heng more deeply. Her inquiry was genuine. Shiao Heng took her delicate hand, playing with her fingers, his eyes filled with a knowing smile. Since my wife invites me, I have no reason to refuse. As for the meaning, you will understand when the time comes. But I fear it may require some effort on your part. Wei Lingxi was not entirely clear on his intentions, but had an inkling of what he meant. Still, she could not be certain. Her cheeks flushed again, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Noticing her reaction, Shiao Heng chuckled softly, releasing her hand and calling Lin Bai into the room. He handed her a brocade box. Are you returning to the Wei residence today? If so, please deliver this to Wei Lulang. What is this? Wei Lingxi asked curiously, opening the box to find a set of calligraphy works from a renowned master of the previous dynasty, a treasure nearly lost to time, difficult to find on the market. Such a precious gift for my brother? Why? Because Lu Lang gifted you the 9 rings and Luban lock. This is my return gift to him, and I hope you will take it, Shiao Heng explained. Wei Lingxi felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, my husband. This is too generous. I fear my brother may not accept it. Why would he refuse? Let him accept it without hesitation. Such a treasure in his hands will not be disgraced. Shiao Heng insisted. Seeing his sincere intent, Wei Lingxi graciously accepted the gift. I will thank my husband on behalf of Lu Lang. Why are you being so polite with me? Shiao Heng playfully pinched her cheek, feigning annoyance. When will you return home? This afternoon, she replied. In a few days, we will be leaving the capital for a retreat. I have asked Lin Bai to procure supplies, so I may not accompany you back today. The Wei residence is not far. Let Li Qing prepare a carriage to escort you, he instructed. My husband, you are so thoughtful. Wei Lingxi began to express her gratitude, but caught herself, recalling his earlier admonition against it. Thus, the word of thanks lingered on her tongue before being swallowed back. Shiao Heng found her endearing and smiled. I will attend to military matters. There is no need for you to wait for me for dinner. Understood, she replied. After Shiao Heng departed, Wei Lingxi touched her bitten lips, chuckling softly to herself. This man truly is both a rogue and considerate. In the afternoon, Li Qing prepared the carriage, and Wei Lingxi, along with Jean Rui and Yin Rui, set off from Zhao's residence. No sooner had they left than Song Yingyu paid a visit, claiming she wished to see Wei Lingxi's embroidery samples, asking the maidservants of Fengyao Hall to send a few to Qingyan Pavilion. Qing Dai, who had been dozing off and reluctant to tidy up, volunteered to select a few samples to take to Qingyan Pavilion. Since crafting a pair of embroidered shoes for the old matriarch, Wei Lingxi and Amp, Oppo's reputation for her skill had spread, prompting other ladies to borrow samples as well. Wei Lingxi instructed the maidservants to share with any who desired to see them. When Qing Dai delivered the embroidery samples to Song Yingyu, Wei Lingxi had just arrived at the gate of the Wei residence. As she disembarked from the carriage, she spotted her elder brother and sister-in-law leaving the house together. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. Wei Lingxi was filled with exuberant joy as she hurriedly emerged from the carriage. It had been quite a while since she last saw her elder brother and sister-in-law. Now that you have finally returned home, do stay for an extended visit this time. As she descended from the carriage, she was like a gust of wind, eager to leap into her sister-in-law's embrace. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a horse burst forth, ridden by a tall and wild-looking man who fiercely cracked a whip against the horse's belly, charging recklessly towards Wei Lingxi. Chapter 77. A brother naturally protects his sister, Shiao Qi. Be careful, Wei Jingquan shouted loudly, just as the towering steed lifted its hooves, aiming a kick at Wei Lingxi. Before she could react, Wei Jingquan had already pulled her into his embrace. Jin Rui and Yin Rui were unfortunate, thrown several meters by the galloping horse, landing heavily on the ground. Li Qing fared even worse. The collision startled their own horse into a frenzy. It neighed wildly and bolted, forcing Li Qing into a frantic chase after the runaway horse and cart. Help! Someone help! Wei Lingxi called out urgently for the steward. Uncle Zhong, come quickly. Hearing the commotion outside the estate, the steward Wei Zhong rushed out with several servants. Upon witnessing the scene, he hurried to assist the fallen Jin Rui and Yin Rui. Are you two all right? Wei Zhong inquired with concern. Jin Rui and Yin Rui picked themselves up, brushing off the dirt, limping toward the estate with support. We're fine, just some superficial injuries. Xiao Qi, do you recognize that man? Wei Jingquan asked, his brow furrowed, his voice low. He was coming for you. Wei Lingxi, her face pale with fright, clutched her racing heart and bit her lip, shaking her head. I don't know him. Since my marriage, I have scarcely left the Shiao residence. Even when I did, it was only to visit my family. I have never provoked anyone, especially not someone like him. Wei Jingquan's eyes flickered. Perhaps he was targeting the Grand General? I cannot say, she replied. This man is too brazen, daring to cause trouble at the Wei estate. Husband, he must not be let go easily. We need to investigate his background to prevent any future harm to Xiao Qi, said his sister-in-law, Lu Wanru. We must ascertain the truth. Wei Jingquan nodded, knowing it would require effort and time. Having served for 7 years, he had risen from a lowly soldier to a 5th-rank cavalry general, always by the side of General Qining at the border. Recently, he received orders to return to the capital for official business, allowing him to visit family for a brief respite. Lacking connections in the capital, uncovering the truth would indeed be a challenge. Fortunately, his uncle had some influence there, which could be leveraged to investigate the man. Yes, Lu Wanru stepped forward, supporting Wei Lingxi and Amp, Oppo's S-arm. Xiao Qi must be terrified. Let South return to the estate. Yes, sister-in-law, Wei Lingxi agreed. Just as they prepared to head back, they heard the sound of galloping hooves. The man who had fled now turned his horse back toward them, charging once again. The man on horseback, sporting a thick beard and fierce black eyes, was filled with murderous intent, his gaze locked onto Wei Lingxi. He raised his whip and struck the horse in Oppo's rear, propelling it toward her once more. Wei Jingquan sensed the danger and shouted, Wanru, protect Xiao Qi. With that, he sprinted forward, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful blow to the horse in Oppo's head. The horse neighed in pain, startled, and bolted with the man clinging to its back. Since he had returned, Wei Jingquan could not let him escape again. He took off in pursuit. As they approached a street corner, a cart appeared, blocking the alleyway. The burly man yanked the reins hard, forcing the horse to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Jingquan leaped onto the horse and Oppo's back and seized the man and Oppo's neck, pulling him down. Both men tumbled to the ground, crying out in pain. Elder brother, Wei Lingxi halted, turning to the alley and Oppo's entranced to see the two men engaged in a fierce struggle. Realizing he was losing, the burly man swiftly drew a small dagger from his waist. The blade clattered to the ground, shimmering menacingly as he aimed it at Wei Jingquan's abdomen. Brother, be careful, Wei Lingxi cried out again. Wei Jingquan grasped the blade tightly, crimson blood dripping from his hand. Xiao Qi, do not worry. Return to the estate. You go back and call for help. I will assist my husband. Lu Wanru, concerned for her spouse, rushed forward to lend a hand. Wei Lingxi hesitated no longer. Bursting into the estate, she shouted, "Help! Help! My brother has been attacked by a thief." Uncle Zhong hurried out with his men, and by the time they arrived, Wei Jinchuan had already plunged the dagger into the man's chest. The assailant struggled fiercely but could not escape. "Uncle Zhong, bind him and bring him into the estate. I will interrogate him myself," Wei Jinchuan commanded. "Yes, young master." Uncle Zhong complied, securing the man. Lu Wanru, feeling compassion, approached to examine Wei Jinchuan and Appo's injury. Noticing a long cut on his palm, blood oozing from the wound. "How did you sustain such a severe injury?" she asked, carefully wrapping his hand with a silk cloth. Wei Jinchuan smiled wryly. "Is this considered serious? It is far lighter than what I've endured on the battlefield. Not being injured at all would be best. I shall be more cautious in the future." He gazed at his wife's gentle face, warmth swelling in his heart. He whispered to her, "Once we return home, say nothing to avoid further worry for Aunt San and Xiao Qi." "I understand. Thank you, Ruru." He chuckled at the sight of the silk cloth tied around his hand, resembling a butterfly, admiring his wife's skillful handiwork. Lu Wanru beamed, "My husband praises me daily." "That is because you are deserving of praise," Wei Jinchuan replied, grinning. Wei Lingxi hurriedly emerged from the estate with medicine, relieved to see the burly man bound tightly and the horse nowhere in sight. She approached Wei Jinchuan and Lu Wanru. "Brother, this medicine is particularly effective. Let sister-in-law help you apply it." Lu Wanru accepted the medicine, smiling gently. Xiao Qi must have been frightened. "Fear not. The thief is captured, and your brother Namp, Appo's wound is not serious. Rest assured." Wei Jinchuan nodded. "Your sister-in-law speaks the truth. Brother, you were injured because of me." Wei Lingxi lowered her gaze, guilt flooding her heart. "We are family. Such words are unnecessary. You are my sister, and, as your brother, it is only natural that I protect you. This is what I ought to do." He ruffled her hair affectionately. "On the day of your wedding, neither I nor sister-in-law could return, which remains our regret," he added. Wei Lingxi smiled shyly. "Brother, do not lament. If there is an opportunity, I will surely introduce my husband to you." "Very well. I, too, wish to meet the famed General Ding Yuan, renowned for his beauty and fierce prowess in battle." "Ah, how is it that the rumors you hear differ from ours?" As Wei Zhong escorted the captured man back to the estate and passed by Wei Jinchuan, he overheard the words beauty and handsome, recalling how he had heard tales of a butcher with a 100-pound leg. "What is different?" Wei Jinchuan inquired. Wei Lingxi stifled a laugh, quickly interrupting, "There is no difference. It was so long ago. Let's not dwell on it. If Uncle Zhong speaks, this will never end." "Very well, we shall speak no more of it," Uncle Zhong chuckled. At that moment, Li Qing finally returned with the runaway cart, panting as he reported to Wei Lingxi, "Madam, the cart has returned safely, and no one was harmed." Thankfully, seeing him drenched in sweat, Wei Lingxi felt a pang of sympathy. "Tie the cart outside and come in for some tea to rest." "Thank you, madam." Li Qing was about to tether the horse when he noticed Wei Zhongshu escorting a man into the mansion. Suddenly, the man turned his head and cast a glance at Wei Lingxi, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smirk. Wei Lingxi felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of his smile. In that instant, a sharp, piercing whistle sliced through the air, resonating with an unsettling clarity. Chapter 78. General, your wife is dying following the piercing whistle. The horses pulling the carriage grew agitated, snorting violently before charging toward the crowd. Lu Wanru and Wei Lingxi, positioned closest to the horses, found themselves in immediate danger as the horses barreled toward them. "Xiao Qi, be careful," Lu Wanru cried, pushing her friend aside just as the horse struck her. Her frail form flew through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. A wave of pain surged through her limbs, and she coughed, blood spilling from her lips. Elder sister, rower, Wei Jinchuan and Wei Lingxi rushed toward Lu Wanru. The horse, along with the carriage, vanished from sight amidst the crowd. Witnessing this, Li Qing slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Heavens, today will surely be my end." Lu Wanru lay on the bed, her brow furrowed in agony, biting her lip to stifle her moans. Wei Lingxi's eyes were red-rimmed with tears. "Sister-in-law, You and elder brother are injured because of me. It is all my fault. Xiaoqi, do not cry. Lu Wanru opened her eyes, gripping her hand tightly. This is not your fault. No one expected that villain would know how to train horses and wield such skills. He came for me. Wei Lingxi wept uncontrollably, sister-in-law. It is because of my involvement that you were harmed. Do not weep. Wei Jingchuan handed her a handkerchief. Wipe your tears. Your sister-in-law acted out of instinct to save you. She did not wish to see you cry. Your elder brother speaks the truth, Lu Wanru added, only to cough up more blood. Sister-in-law. Wei Lingxi panicked. In her previous life, her sister-in-law had not met such a fate, and in this life, it should not be so. Seeing Lu Wanru spitting blood, she feared her organs were shattered. Sister-in-law, hold on. My mother will return soon. The physician will be here shortly. Rowan Amp, Oppos, hang in there. Wei Jingchuan gently stroked her forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety. At that moment, Wei Lingxi suddenly recalled someone. Chu Yu. Yes. I can find Chu Yu. Who is Chu Yu? Wei Jingchuan inquired. A young physician from Shiao Heng's military camp. It is said he can bring the dead back to life and mend broken bones. Shiao Heng holds him in high regard and praises him endlessly. If he comes, he will surely save sister-in-law. Wei Lingxi spoke fervently. Very well, I shall go. Wei Jingchuan prepared to head to the military camp outside the city. Elder brother, you will surely be stopped at the camp, which will delay matters significantly. I shall go, they know me. As long as I reveal my identity, they will not impede my passage. You stay here with sister-in-law. I shall return swiftly. Wei Lingxi asserted. Given the circumstances, San Lang was at the military camp, Lu Lang at the academy, and Sai Lang and Wu Long were patrolling the city. Only Shao Qi could venture alone. Wei Jingchuan could not help but worry for both his wife and sister. In their family of 7 children, 6 were sons, leaving only this precious sister. He could not allow anything to go amiss. Let Uncle Zhong accompany you. That old man would be scattered to the winds before he even arrives. Moreover, he would just waste time. I can go alone. There is no time to lose. Wei Lingxi insisted, bursting from the room and calling to the servants in the courtyard. Quickly, prepare a horse for me. Yes. Uncle Zhong, having overheard the young lady's words, gazed mournfully at the sky. It seems being in my 30s cannot be considered old, can it? The servants prepared a horse for Wei Lingxi, who mounted with agility, squeezing her legs against the horse's sides as it galloped away. Upon exiting the city gates, she held the reins in her right hand and wielded the whip in her left, urging the horse onward. She leaned forward, gripping the reins tightly, her pink dress billowing in the wind, stirring up clouds of dust and capturing the envious gazes of passers-by. Before long, Wei Lingxi arrived at the military camp's entrance, where the sentinels immediately raised their pikes, barring her entry. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the military camp? Withdraw at once. Wei Lingxi, perched atop her horse, called out to the guards. I am the wife of General Ding Yuan. I have urgent matters to discuss with the general. Please summon him at once. Wife. The 2 guards exchanged glances. What proof do you have? Proof? In that moment, Wei Lingxi found herself at a loss for words. I need to see the general urgently. I implore you to make an exception. What sort of person is the general? Do you think you could just see him on a whim? The guards refused to let her pass. Growing frustrated, Wei Lingxi retorted, Very well, then tell your general that his wife is on the brink of death. He must come quickly to bid her farewell, or he shall not have a chance. Did you not just claim to be the general's wife? How could she be dying? Which statement is true? Faced with the guards' incessant questioning, Wei Lingxi's temper flared. Will you go or not? If you refuse, I shall breach the camp myself. This matter is of great importance. You must go and report it. I will stand guard here. One of the guards turned to the other. The second guard swiftly mounted his horse and raced off toward the general's command tent. Shiao Heng was engaged in a discussion with several deputy generals regarding training strategies. The upcoming campaign in Nandian was sure to be a bloody battle, fraught with difficulty. To conquer Nandian, swift action was necessary, requiring exceptional skills from the troops. General, I have a solid proposal, Deputy General Shermeng boomed. We could approach it this way. Before he could finish, a soldier burst in, interrupting him. Report to the general. Annoyed, Shermeng stood up and flung back the tent flap, shouting, What is all this commotion? Is there an urgent military matter? Or is the sky falling? The soldier dismounted and knelt, clasping his hands before him. Deputy General, sure. I have urgent news for the general. A woman on horseback has just arrived at the camp, demanding that I inform the general that his wife is gravely ill and imploring him to return quickly to see her one last time. What? Meng was taken aback. Did they not just get married? While Shiao Heng was deliberating military affairs with Qi Teng and Zui Yuan, the news of Wei Lingxi's condition hit him like a thunderbolt, causing his heart to race and his expression to change drastically. He sprang to his feet, heading for the exit. Upon hearing the soldier's report, he immediately inquired, "Where is she?" "Just outside the camp. Continue your discussions. Do not wait for me." Shiao Heng swiftly mounted his horse, spurring it into a gallop toward the camp and amp. Oppo's entrance. Though his demeanor remained calm, turmoil brewed within him, a mixture of dread and anguish coursing through his veins. He was desperate to ascertain the truth of the matter. Chapter 79. The scandalous husband Wei Lingxi stood anxiously at the entrance of the military camp, waiting for Shiao Heng. With her sister-in-law gravely injured, she feared that any delay in returning could jeopardize her condition. Just as her anxiety peaked, a dark horse galloped out from within the camp, its rider seemingly Shiao Heng. At that moment, Shiao Heng spotted the girl in pink standing outside the camp. As he drew closer and confirmed it was indeed Wei Lingxi, the tension in his throat dissipated, settling back into his chest. "Husband! Husband!" Wei Lingxi called out, waving frantically as he approached. The soldier stationed at the camp entrance realized that she was truly the general's wife, feeling relieved that he had not overstepped his bounds. Had the general been angered, his fate would have been dire. Shiao Heng dismounted and rushed to Wei Lingxi's side, his sharp gaze scanning her for any signs of injury. Noticing she was unscathed, he deduced she had been dishonest. A mix of relief and irritation surged within him. Sensing his displeasure from the slight furrow in his brow, Wei Lingxi quickly explained, "Husband, my sister-in-law Wanru was injured by a thief's horse while trying to save me. She's coughing up blood and is on the brink of death. I remember you mentioned that Dr. Chu possesses remarkable medical skills capable of reviving the dead. I implore you to ask him to accompany me to save my sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Shiao Heng understood the gravity of the situation. Without time to question further, he instructed the soldier at the gate, "Quickly summon Dr. Chu." "Yes, General." The soldier turned to hasten off, but Shiao Heng noticed there were no horses available at the entrance. "Ride to fetch him," he commanded. The soldier halted, scanning for a mount, but finding none. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw the general expertly maneuvering his own horse closer to Wei Lingxi. With a swift motion, he lifted her onto his horse, settling behind her, his strong arm securely wrapped around her waist while the other grasped the reins, indicating they would share a mount. Understanding the situation, the soldier led Wei Lingxi and Oppo's horse, mounting it swiftly and galloping back into camp. While awaiting Dr. Chu and Oppo's arrival, Shiao Heng asked Wei Lingxi, "What has transpired today?" Wei Lingxi recounted the events at the Wei residence in detail. As she spoke, Shiao Heng's brow knitted tighter, his deep-set eyes sparkling with contemplation. "Husband, what are you thinking?" Wei Lingxi inquired, noticing his silence. In her eagerness, she turned her head abruptly, inadvertently bumping her forehead against his chin, causing her to gasp in surprise. "Does it hurt?" he asked, gently rubbing her head. "Not really," she replied. Shiao Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaned down and playfully nibbled on her exposed shoulder, then quickly adjusted her clothing to cover the spot he had bitten. "What is the meaning of this, husband?" Wei Lingxi asked, frowning at the unexpected pain. "Why do you curse yourself?" He retorted softly. "Hearing you speak of death stirs my heart with dread." His voice was low and resonant, striking a chord within her, causing her heart to race with an inexplicable anxiety. Her cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "I was merely worried about my sister-in-law. The soldiers at the gate did not believe me and refused to let me in, so I had no choice but to resort to such measures." "A last resort, you say? You are aware it is a poor choice." His earlier bite seemed insufficient to quell his irritation as he mischievously squeezed her rear, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. "You nearly stopped my heart with that declaration. Xiaoqi, do not utter such words again, understood?" Flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Wei Lingxi glared at him, accusing him of his misdeeds. "Having already bitten me, why must you also pinch me?" "This is your punishment," he replied, his warm breath brushing against her neck. "Should you act inappropriately again, the consequences will be far from simple. Do you comprehend?" Tears welled in her eyes. "You are utterly shameless, husband. You may pinch my arm, my waist, or even my leg, but why must you target that particular area?" With a low chuckle, he replied, "Why? Because it is soft and delightful to the touch. I have a particular fondness for it." Wei Lingxi shook her head, both amused and exasperated. "Your tastes are quite peculiar, husband." At that moment, Dr. Chu galloped in on a war horse, saluting, "Greetings, General." "Greetings, madam. Dr. Chu, accompany me to the Wei residence." "A life is at stake," Shiao Heng commanded directly. Upon hearing it was the Wei residence, Dr. Chu did not hesitate and replied, "Yes, General." Grateful, Wei Lingxi expressed, "I apologize for troubling you again, Dr. Chu. If you can save my sister-in-law, I shall be sure to repay you handsomely." "Madam, you are too kind. I share a bond of brotherhood with the General, and assisting you is my duty. I shall do everything in my power." Dr. Chu responded with a bow. "Thank you." Wei Lingxi smiled, anxious not to delay further. She urged, "You and the General go ahead. I will follow closely behind. Time is of the essence." "What? Do you still need to wait for your horse?" Shiao Heng asked. "Yes, we can share one," she replied. With that, Shiao Heng spurred his horse, propelling it forward like an arrow, the war horses within the camp exhibiting remarkable speed and endurance that far surpassed ordinary steeds. "We shall not lag behind Dr. Chu," he assured. "Indeed, General is correct. Madam should heed his advice." Dr. Chu chimed in, catching up to ride alongside him. Wei Lingxi thought to herself, "Even if I do not follow his directive, what can be done?" The horses had already covered a distance of 2 li. Shiao Heng and Appo's exceptional riding skills ensured that even sharing a mount, they outpaced Dr. Chu. The trio sped through the city, drawing the astonished gazes of the townsfolk, some recognizing the couple and whispering amongst themselves. The General and his wife share such a strong bond. Indeed, they are a match made in heaven. As snippets of their conversation reached his ears, Shiao Heng and Appo's lips curved into a faint smile. Upon arriving at the Wei residence, they dismounted and, guided by Wei Lingxi, swiftly made their way to the bedroom of Wei Jinchuan and Lu Wanru. At that moment, Mrs. Wei had already summoned a physician from Jiangnan. Although skilled, he was at a loss in the face of such a dire situation, stating, "Madam, I seldom encounter such cases. I fear I am not adept. It would be best to seek a more capable physician. Time is of the essence, lest we delay this young lady and Appo's treatment." Chapter 80. An Extraordinary Origin. If even you cannot help, whom else can I turn to? It seems my only recourse is to seek the imperial physician within the palace. Lady Wei was in a frenzy akin to an ant on a hot stove. What would she say to her elder brother and sister-in-law if anything were to happen to such a good child like Wanru? "Mother, I have invited Dr. Chu to come. His medical skills are exceptional. Let him examine my sister-in-law." Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Lady Wei turned to see her daughter entering with her son-in-law and a striking young man. "Greetings, esteemed mother-in-law," Shiao Heng said, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Lady Wei," Chu echoed in kind. Given the urgency of the situation, she exchanged only brief pleasantries before stating, "I must trouble Dr. Chu to save my niece, Lu Wanru. She must survive." "Madam, do not worry. Allow me to examine her first," Chu replied, stepping forward to assess the situation. Wei Jinchuan promptly made way, succinctly summarizing the progression of Wanru's illness since Wei Lingxi had departed. "Do not fear," Chu assured, having taken her pulse. He opened his acupuncture kit, retrieving several slender silver needles. "I will administer acupuncture to temporarily seal her meridians and stop the bleeding. Afterwards, I will prescribe 2 medicinal formulas. There should be no major issues." Upon hearing this, Wei Jinchuan felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, though he remained cautious. A circle of people gathered around the bedside, holding their breath as they watched Chu expertly insert the needles with deft precision. Moments later, Lu Wanru ceased her violent vomiting of blood, and her pallid complexion gradually regained some color. Slowly, she opened her eyes and immediately looked towards Wei Jingchuan, noticing the faint furrow in his brow. With great effort, she spoke, "Husband, do not worry. I feel much better." Wei Jingchuan stepped closer, tightly grasping her hand, his eyes moistening instantly. "Ruer, you have suffered." Wei Lingxi, witnessing her sister-in-law's ordeal, felt a deep sense of guilt, knowing it was due to her actions. She turned her face away, discreetly wiping her tears. Shiao Heng, noticing his wife's distress, turned to see her tear-filled eyes brimming with self-reproach. He sighed softly and gently embraced her. "Little Seven, this is not your fault. Do not blame yourself so. But my sister-in-law has endured pain because of me." Wei Lingxi wiped her tears and looked up at Shiao Heng. "Husband, that scoundrel is still at Wei Mansion, and my brother has yet to interrogate him." Before she could finish, Shiao Heng grasped her hand, his voice low and laced with cold determination. "If someone intends to harm you, I will not stand by idly. Little Seven, rest assured, I will uncover the truth behind this." "Thank you, my husband. We are husband and wife. There is no need for such formality," Shiao Heng replied, pausing before adding, "I do not wish to see you so polite with me." Chu Yu withdrew the needles and laid out a piece of paper on the table, his brush gliding smoothly across it. In no time, a prescription was complete. Follow this prescription to prepare the medicine, taking it twice daily. After 3 days, she should be well. If you remain concerned, you may extend it to 5 days. With careful nurturing, she will surely recover. The weight of worry that had burdened Wei Jingchuan's heart lifted, and he quickly expressed his gratitude before sending a servant to fetch the medicine. Having fulfilled his duty, Chu was offered considerable monetary thanks by Lady Wei, but he adamantly refused to accept. With no other option, Lady Wei insisted he stay for dinner. Chu excused himself, citing pressing matters within the camp, and departed. Shiao Heng chose to remain in order to investigate the motives behind the attack on Wei Lingxi. "Elder brother, this is my husband, Shiao Heng," Wei Lingxi introduced, having previously mentioned her intention to introduce them. Wei Jingchuan clasped his fists in greeting. "General, I have long heard of your esteemed name and hold you in great admiration." "Brother, please do not be so courteous," Shiao Heng replied, acknowledging the elder brother's dedication to guarding the borders under General Qin. "Now that you have returned, please stay a few more days. If the opportunity arises, I hope to spar with you." Wei Jingchuan chuckled. "I dare not claim to match your skills, General. Brother, I have heard that the scoundrel has already been detained in the mansion. Might you take me to see him?" "General, please." As Shiao Heng turned around, he noticed Wei Lingxi still watching him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You must be weary after running about. Go converse with your mother. Stay for dinner tonight, and I shall accompany you back to Shiao Mansion afterwards." Wei Lingxi, previously despondent, lit up at the prospect of dining before leaving, her eyes sparkling with joy. "All right." Wei Jingchuan observed the tender exchange between the young couple, a smile creeping onto his face as he exited the room with Shiao Heng. Wei Mansion, the woodshed. Through the window of the shed, Shiao Heng spotted a burly man huddled by the pile of firewood. His thick beard, straight black brows, and long curled eyelashes, along with his full lips, clearly indicated his mixed heritage from the Central Plains and the barbarians. The man's deep-set eyes were dark, though not entirely devoid of a hint of brown. "This man is of extraordinary origin," Shiao Heng murmured. "He appears to be a descendant of a union between a Central Plains person and a barbarian, to dare take a life at the doorstep of the current military officials. He is certainly not an ordinary individual." After analyzing the situation, Wei Jingchuan turned to Shiao Heng. "I shall interrogate him." With a forceful kick, Wei Jingchuan burst open the shed door and seized the burly man by the collar, demanding, "Who are you? Why did you attempt to kill someone from the Wei family?" "Kill? Why so many questions?" The burly man smirked, revealing a cunning smile. "Speak plainly. Otherwise, I will show you no mercy," Wei Jingchuan warned, gripping the man's throat. His voice icy. "Be sensible and confess. If I uncover the truth myself, you will not have a pleasant fate." The burly man seemed unimpressed by Wei Jingchuan's threats, slowly grinning as he spat on the ground. Just a whim. Shiao Heng had little patience for the man's nonsense. He stepped into the shed, standing tall before him with arms crossed, looking down with a piercing gaze. Do you know who I am? Who sent you to harm my woman? Upon seeing Shiao Heng, the man's eyes flickered momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a defiant silence. Shiao Heng's expression turned frigid, his eyes glinting dangerously. He stepped forward and kicked the man to the ground, observing the blood-stained wound with a cruel smile. He then pressed his foot down on the injury. Ah! The burly man cried out in pain. Shiao Heng remained impassive, gradually increasing the pressure, forcing the pain deeper into the wound. Ah! The burly man writhed in agony, his neck veins bulging as he pleaded, "Stop! Please stop!" Shiao Heng lifted his foot, glancing at the blood on his shoe before wiping it on the man's face. Speaking in a calm, yet menacing tone, "I have little patience. You had best speak in full. If you dare play tricks, I will hand you over to the Minister of Justice, who has ways to extract information from you." Chapter 81. Not married to the wrong person. Upon mentioning the Dali Temple, the burly man's gaze faltered slightly. The methods of tormenting prisoners there could render one's existence unbearable. He soon divulged all he knew. Someone had offered 200 taels of silver for your wife's life. 200 taels? Upon hearing this figure, Shiao Heng's eyes narrowed marginally. You were bought off for a mere 200 taels? To dare cause a disturbance at the gate of a military official and even plot against the life of the general's wife. You truly seek death. A flicker of regret passed through the man's eyes. He had not known she was your wife at the time. It was only after he followed her to the Wei residence that he realized, "I was merely too greedy, thinking that if I killed her, I could demand tenfold from the employer. Little did I expect. I never anticipated encountering Wei Lingxi. Who was your instigator?" Shiao Heng inquired. The intermediary introduced him. The burly man replied. That person refused to reveal who the employer was. I had my doubts at the time, so I followed the employer. He saw that the employer was an old woman who eventually entered the Shiao residence. If 200 taels were indeed enough to buy the general's wife's life, that would be exceedingly cheap. Yet, it would be more than sufficient to purchase the life of an ordinary commoner. Because of this suspicion, he followed the employer to observe. Had the employer been a man, he might not have taken on such a job, but seeing that it was an old woman, one could easily surmise that this must be the wife of some household seeking to eliminate her husband's mistress. Who would have thought that the life the Shiao residents sought to purchase was that of their own ninth lady? An old woman? Did you clearly see her appearance? Shiao Heng pressed. She was very thin, with graying hair and a noticeable black mole beneath her earlobe, the burly man recounted. Upon hearing his description, Shiao Heng and Appo's heart began to discern the truth. Is this indeed true? Indeed, the burly man affirmed with certainty. Then he asked Shiao Heng, "General, I have revealed the mastermind behind this. May I be spared? Of course, we must keep you alive." Shiao Heng was determined to retain the burly man. He needed him to return to the residence to identify his employer. Once that person was uncovered, this matter would not be easily overlooked. "Thank you, General." The burly man received his answer and sighed in relief, lying on the ground awaiting the judgment of fate. Shiao Heng and Wei Lingxi exited the woodshed, instructing others to keep a close watch on the burly man. The one who sought to take Shao Qi's life was indeed connected to the Shiao residence. Wei Lingxi furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied, and asked Shiao Heng, "How do you plan to handle this?" A glint of icy resolve shone in Shiao Heng and damp Appo's eyes. "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm Shao Qi will face my unrelenting wrath." Upon receiving this response, Wei Lingxi felt a weight lift from his chest. Shao Qi did not marry the wrong person. Indeed, she did not marry the wrong person. Shiao Heng affirmed. She was the woman he had chosen long ago, brought home to be cherished. How could he allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance? Since the general has already uncovered the truth, let us go visit Shao Qi. She has been worried and deserves a resolution, Wei Lingxi suggested. Agreed, Shiao Heng nodded. He mused silently. The sons of the Wei family indeed hold Shao Qi dear. Had it not been for Wei Lingxi and Lu Wanru today, Shao Qi would have been the one to suffer this misfortune. How fortunate! After feeling somewhat better, Lu Wanru had already fallen asleep. Madame Wei and Wei Lingxi, fearing to disturb her rest, left Lu Wanru's chamber and first went to check on the injured servants. Noticing Li Qing had yet to return, they instructed the steward Wei Zhong to send someone to find him. Once everything was arranged, the two of them proceeded to Xiao Qi's room before her marriage. It had been some time since they last met, and Madame Wei took her daughter's hand, sharing intimate words. "How has the general treated you?" "Well," Wei Lingxi replied with a faint smile. "You see, he rushed out from the barracks today, specifically for my sister-in-law's matter. That shows he cares for me. He truly holds his daughter dear." Madame Wei nodded with satisfaction, not expecting that her previously worried son-in-law would prove to be far superior to that Xiao Zihuan. "It has been over 2 months since your marriage. Has there been any sign of movement in your belly?" Madame Wei asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Wei Lingxi felt a bit shy at her mother's question and replied bashfully, "I assenti it too soon for that?" "Too soon?" Madame Wei exclaimed, recalling her own experience. "When I married your father, he departed for the battlefield on the very next day after our wedding night. After he left, I discovered I was pregnant, giving birth to your third brother 10 months later." After saying this, she suddenly became puzzled. This medicine should be quite powerful. Could it be that the general is merely a pretty face with no substance? Upon hearing her mother suggest that her husband was inept, Wei Lingxi's face flushed crimson. "Inept? That is hardly the case. In my previous life, I barely touched the ground for 3 days, lying in bed the entire time." "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking?" Wei Lingxi retorted. "So it is not bad then? If it is not bad, why are you not pregnant?" Madame Wei, being a doting mother, immediately thought of Shiao Heng's shortcomings without considering her daughter's condition. "I am not in good health. Dr. Chu said it would be difficult for me to conceive. However, I have already started taking medicine, and it will gradually improve." Wei Lingxi lied, her cheeks flushed, resorting to this to silence her mother. Seeing Wei Lingxi's lowered head and her cheeks glowing, Madame Wei couldn't help but chuckle. As her gaze swept across her daughter's neck, she suddenly noticed a patch of red marks. She reached out and brushed aside the clothing, revealing a faint bite mark. In an instant, she understood. This general is quite skilled. Wei Lingxi, sensing her mother's gaze, hurriedly covered her shoulder and interrupted her mother's embarrassing inquiry. "Mother, do not speak of it." Madame Wei poked her daughter's forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about? Where is the impropriety in this?" "Mother, you are meddling too much." Wei Lingxi pouted and muttered. "Is it because father is not in the capital that you have nothing better to do than watch over your daughter's affairs? I'm doing this for your own good." "Thank you, but please take it easy. That is more than enough. Also, do not give Jean Rouet that medicine again. It nearly cost me my life." Wei Lingxi seized the opportunity to expose her mother's little schemes. Madame Wei chuckled awkwardly. No, that won't happen again." While the mother and daughter were conversing, Shiao Heng entered. "How is it? Did he confess?" Although Wei Lingxi had been chatting with Madame Wei, her mind was preoccupied with the burly man locked in the woodshed. What was his background? Shiao Heng glanced at Madame Wei, intending to speak, understanding her son-in-law and Appo's unspoken intent. Madame Wei said, "I will go check if the medicine is ready. I will feed your sister-in-law." Once Madame Wei left, Shiao Heng turned to Wei Lingxi and said, "Xue Ma hired a hitman, and if I am not mistaken, the instigator is the First Lady. Xiao Qi, you sent the mulberry branches to your elder brother, which angered the First Lady." Chapter 82. Your husband will support you upon hearing this. Wei Lingxi appeared surprisingly unperturbed. To be precise, her lack of outrage stemmed from the experiences of her previous life. She was not at all astonished by the actions of the matriarch. She had declared war against me first. Clenching her hands tightly, Wei Lingxi abruptly raised her head to ask Shiao Heng how her husband intended to resolve the matter regarding the matriarch, who was his elder sister-in-law. Shiao Heng lowered his gaze to her. "Little Seven, you are my wife." With this declaration, Wei Lingxi grasped his hand gently, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "If this matter is not handled properly, it could affect your relationship with your elder brother." Shiao Heng smirked slightly. "I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Wei Lingxi was taken aback. Was he willing to confront his family for her sake? At that moment, warmth surged in her heart as she stepped forward to embrace Shiao Heng tightly, burying her head against his chest. "Although you don't want me to thank you, all I can do now is express my gratitude." "Foolish girl," Shiao Heng whispered as he kissed her fair forehead. "You stay at the Wei residence while I return to the Xiao residence to deal with this matter." "All right, Wei Lingxi nodded obediently. Just as Shiao Heng was about to go to the woodshed to fetch the burly man back to the Shiao residence, a messenger arrived with news that the man had committed suicide in the shed. Suicide? Shiao Heng found this perplexing. Moments ago, the man had pleaded for his life, and now he had turned around to take his own. What shall we do, Ninth Master? A servant inquired. Shiao Heng pondered briefly before responding. Report this to the Minister of Justice, and have him send someone to retrieve the body for an autopsy to confirm the cause of death as suicide before taking it away. Yes, Ninth Master. Upon hearing of the man and Appo's death, Wei Lingxi felt a glimmer of hope extinguished. It seemed that relying on that man to confront the matriarch was futile. Confronting her without evidence would be in vain. Now, she had to employ her own methods to teach the matriarch a lesson and compel her to behave. Shiao Heng turned to her. Little Seven, there is no need for you to explain, my husband. I understand completely. I will handle this matter myself. You are busy with military affairs and need not waste time on these chaotic family matters. I can manage this, Wei Lingxi said through clenched teeth. Very well. Proceed as you see fit. If you encounter difficulties, do not forget that I am here to support you. Shiao Heng granted her his utmost confidence. Within the Shiao residence, the brothers appeared harmonious at face value. Yet beneath the surface, tensions brewed. He and Shiao Liang were half-brothers, yet he disagreed with his elder brother and Appo's political inclinations. In the future, this would inevitably lead to friction. Moreover, the old matriarch had bullied his mother during her youth, and he had felt powerless to protect her, which had caused her considerable distress. Now, having attained the rank of a third-grade military official, the matriarch no longer dared to mistreat his mother, especially since his father was deceased. The conflicts between women vying for a husband had dissipated, and she would not bully his mother any longer. He now held military power as a general, safeguarding the realm on the battlefield and protecting the emperor in court. Within this household, he was determined to protect his wife and ensure she suffered no grievances within the Shiao residence. One day, when he was further promoted, he would establish a separate household, allowing him to bring both his wife and mother to live independently. After settling the affairs of the Wei residence, Shiao Heng did not linger but returned to the military camp. He instructed Little Seven not to return to the residence alone after dinner, promising to send Lin by to escort her. Upon his return to the military camp, Shimeng, Qi Teng, Zui Yuan, and others surrounded him, inquiring about the situation at home and whether the lady was well. Did she not inform you? Shiao Heng raised an eyebrow. Chuyu? She went too? Shimeng was bewildered. Seeing that they were unaware of the situation, Shiao Heng recounted the events that had transpired outside the Wei residence. Upon hearing that the lady was safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Shimeng grumbled, You startled me. I thought we had just finished celebrating and were about to drink again. Shiao Heng shot him a cold glare. Shimeng instantly realized his blunder. Raising his hands to slap himself twice, I spoke without thinking. I want to say anything more. General, please forgive me. Shiao Heng coldly retorted, If you cannot speak properly, then say nothing at all. For the next 3 days, consider yourself mute. Let the others supervise, should you utter a word. You will receive a punishment without the need for reporting. Shimeng wore a pained expression. General, this feels like a personal vendetta. After addressing this matter, Shiao Heng turned to the main issue. There is something quite suspicious about the burly man today. To dare act at the gate of a military official, when death was not inevitable, yet he chose to commit suicide. It is clearly an attempt to cover something up. Qi Teng, discreetly investigate this man and Appo's identity, but do not alert him. Qi Teng found the situation equally troubling and immediately agreed. I will have Xing look into it. We will uncover the truth. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Understood. As night fell, Lin Bai came to escort Wei Lingxi back to the residence. Wei Lingxi had intended to personally present the calligraphy set that Shiao Heng had prepared for Wei Jinyu, but as she did not wait for him to return, she could only ask her mother to help deliver it, following Lin Bai back to the Shiao residence. The informants sent by the matriarch spotted Wei Lingxi returning unscathed and rushed off to report back. What? She is unharmed? The matriarch fell to the ground in shock. Once she regained her composure, she questioned Shuema. What kind of business are you running? Wei Lingxi returned without a scratch. How am I to handle her if she comes looking for trouble in the future? Shuema spoke softly. Madam, do not worry. These individuals are very disciplined and would never divulge their employer's information. Rest assured, it is merely a loss of some silver, which is somewhat distressing. Silver? What does silver matter now? The matriarch was no longer concerned about money, as long as Shiao Heng and Wei Lingxi did not come seeking her trouble. She would be grateful. Let us hope for a bit of peace in the coming days. Soon, I will accompany the emperor to escape the heat. We must not stir up any trouble. Whatever issues arise, we shall address them after we return. Understood, madam, Shuema replied. While the matriarch sought tranquility, Song Yingyu was unwilling to let the matter rest. Secretly disdainful of her mother-in-law's timidity and short-sightedness, she focused solely on her own affairs, neglecting her son's situation. Therefore, she decided to take matters into her own hands. After Wei Lingxi returned to the Wei residence, she summoned Qing Dai to her courtyard under the pretext of wanting to see Wei Lingxi's embroidery samples. Qing Dai thought she had stumbled upon an easy task, but was unwittingly ensnared as soon as she entered Qingyun Pavilion. Chun-Li presented 2 jade bracelets to Song Yingyu for her admiration. As she exited, she intentionally collided with Qing Dai, causing the bracelets to fall and shatter into pieces. She immediately cried out in alarm. How can you be so careless? These bracelets are worth a fortune. Even if you were sold, you couldn't possibly repay for them. Qing Dai, unable to fathom her misfortune, turned pale at the mention of the bracelet's value. Her legs weakened, and she fell to her knees, exclaiming, I didn't mean to. Song Yingyu leisurely sipped her tea, observing Qing Dai and Appo's ashen face as she nearly fainted before smiling and saying, do not be afraid. It is merely a pair of bracelets, worth no more than 1,000 taels. Upon hearing the sum, Qing Dai and Appo's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Song Yingyu sneered, splashing tea on her to rouse her. How do you intend to compensate? Perhaps I should send you to a brothel for 10 or 8 years until you can gather enough silver to repay me. Please spare me, young lady. Have mercy. Qing Dai pleaded, kneeling beside her, weeping and begging, her head bowing repeatedly in supplication. As the opportune moment arrived, Song Yingyu calmly opened the box and tossed the lotus-colored belly band before her. It's not difficult. If you prefer not to go to the brothel, just tell me. Is this belly band belonging to the 9th lady? Qing Dai picked up the belly band and scrutinized it carefully. It indeed belonged to the 9th lady. Although she did not understand how this belly band ended up here, she was aware that this matter was far from simple. Have you seen clearly? If so, provide me with your answer. Song Yingyu leaned in, grasping her chin to compel her to lift her head. Tell me the truth, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, prepare yourself for the fate of being overwhelmed in the brothel. Qing Dai swallowed hard, contemplating her future. Resolutely, she closed her eyes and nodded. Yes, this indeed belongs to the 9th lady. Chapter 83. The Greatest Humiliation. Song Yingyu finally obtained the answer she sought, her lips curling into a smile as she tilted her head back, releasing a chilling laugh. I was not mistaken. This indeed belongs to that woman. As laughter turned to tears, they streamed down her cheeks, leaving her heart a tumult of emotions. It was unclear whether she felt joy from having grasped a hold over Wei Lingxi or sorrow over her husband as unending affection for another woman. Regardless of the sentiment, one truth remained unmistakable. Her husband showed no interest in her, while only that woman could awaken the desires hidden within him. This epitomized her greatest disgrace as a woman. Qing Dai was utterly terrified by Song Yingyu. She knelt on the ground, unable to raise her head, her shoulders trembling like a leaf in the wind. She perceived that this young mistress was far more fearsome than the 9th mistress. After sufficient amusement, Song Yingyu retrieved a silk handkerchief from her sleeve. Gently dabbing at the tears at the corners of her eyes, she addressed Qing Dai. Well, since you have provided me with the answer, I shall honor my promise. You need not repay me with silver. Thank you, young mistress. Thank you. Qing Dai repeatedly bowed in gratitude, feeling as though she had been reborn in that moment. Young mistress, may I leave now? If I stay out too long, it may raise suspicions. Song Yingyu squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. You wouldn't be planning to return and report to your 9th mistress, would you? Having just felt a moment and amp, oppose. Relief, Qing Dai was startled anew. I wouldn't amp, oppose, dare, young mistress. I would never speak of this to the ninth mistress. Really? Song Ingyu drawled, a lazy smile gracing her lips as she toyed with her crimson-tipped fingers. I'm not so sure. Sang Jin nearly crawled into the ninth masteress' bed without facing any punishment, and instead became a concubine in the masteress' quarters. I cannot guarantee that you wouldn't return to the ninth mistress, apologizing and claiming you were coerced, merely frightened into speaking. Could you? Qingdai's thoughts were laid bare before Song Ingyu, leaving her pale with fear, a wave of dread washing over her as she worried about whether she would survive to leave Qingyan Pavilion. It seems I guessed correctly, Song Ingyu sneered. Look at how frightened you are. Do you truly believe I would kill you? Rest assured, your wretched life is of no interest to me. To prevent you from hindering my important matters, you shall accompany me for the time being. Qingdai abruptly raised her head. What? You are unwilling? Chunli sharply rebuked her. It is an honor for you to follow the young mistress. Do not be ungrateful. No, it is not that I am unwilling. It is just that I do not know how to explain this to our ninth mistress. Song Ingyu rose, stating, that is easily resolved. When your ninth mistress returns, I shall speak to her directly. Until then, you will remain here with me. Having finished, she yawned, stretching her limbs. I'm tired. I shall take a nap. Song Ingyu returned to her chamber, lying down fully clothed. Xuanli and Qingli advanced to draw the curtains, each holding a fan. Gently waving them by the window, Qingdai dared not act out of turn in Song Ingyu's presence, standing still with her head lowered, not daring to move. Wei Lingxi returned to Fingyao Hall, the first order of business being a bath. Once refreshed, she noticed Lian Xiao standing outside the door, anxiously peering inside. Lian Xiao, what is it? She inquired. Lian Xiao hurried in, reporting, Madam, the young mistress wishes to learn your embroidery pattern. Qingdai took the pattern to Qingyun Pavilion and has not returned since this afternoon. I fear something may have happened. So long? A sense of foreboding gripped Wei Lingxi. You and Zissou should go see what is happening. If you find her, tell her I'm looking for Qingdai and that she must return quickly. Yes, madam. As Lian Xiao and Zissou exited Fingyao Hall, they unexpectedly encountered Song Ingyu, who was accompanied by Chunli and followed by Qingdai, who kept her head lowered, not daring to look up. Young mistress. Zissou and Lian Xiao greeted respectfully. Song Ingyu raised her chin, dismissing the two maidservants entirely as she strode toward the courtyard. Young mistress. Lian Xiao rushed forward. You are here to pay respects to our ninth mistress, are you not? Upon hearing this, Song Ingyu paused momentarily, then turned to Lian Xiao. The girl appeared lively and spirited, her eyes sparkling and her petite figure reminiscent of Wei Lingxi, stirring a surge of resentment in Song Ingyu due to the matter of the bodice. Pay respects? She believes herself worthy of my reverence? Song Ingyu scoffed, pointing a finger at Lian Xiao. Get lost. Who do you think you are to address me? Lian Xiao, unjustly scolded, felt deeply aggrieved. Yet, such was the fate of those in servitude. If the master was displeased, they became the outlet for ire, often bearing the brunt of unwarranted anger. If fortunate, they might serve a kind master like the ninth mistress. If unfortunate, they faced the wrath of someone like the young mistress and had to endure the humiliation, perhaps even violence. Young mistress, that was not my intention, Lian Xiao stammered, suppressing her tears. Our mistress has just finished bathing and is preparing herself. Please, allow me to escort you to the side hall to wait while I inform her. Seeing Lian Xiao and Oppo's as pitiable demeanor only heightened Song Ingyu and Oppo's irritation. She struck Lian Xiao across the face with a sharp slap. What a pitiful display. Do you think I am bullying you? Hold back your tears. I do not wish to see them. Yes, young mistress, Lian Xiao replied, daring not to oppose her, swallowing her grievances and stifling her tears. Wei Lingxi, who had been grooming herself before the mirror, heard the commotion outside and approached the window. Witnessing Song Ingyu and Oppo's brazen behavior in her courtyard, berating and bullying Lian Xiao, she slammed her comb down on the dressing table and strode outside. As she reached the eaves, she saw Song Ingyu reprimanding Lian Xiao. Furrowing her brow, Wei Lingxi spoke. Song Yingyu, I do not care how you act in your own courtyard, but my maidservants are not under your jurisdiction. Seeing Wei Lingxi's anger, Song Yingyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Oh, you have come out. Since you are here, I need not enter. I shall speak plainly. I have been busy at Qingyun Pavilion and noticed that Qing Dai is more capable than the maidservants in my household. I would like to borrow her for a few days to assist me. Me? Wei Lingxi's gaze turned cold as she regarded her. Song Yingyu, do you know who I am? You are Wei Lingxi. Who else could you be? Song Yingyu replied without hesitation. Wei Lingxi chuckled dryly, stepping out from the eaves to stand before Song Yingyu, and swiftly delivered a slap across her face. To address an elder by name, do you possess any sense of decorum? Chapter 84. I command you to kneel. Song Yingyu was momentarily stunned by the slap. Only after regaining her composure did she realize she had been chastised by Wei Lingxi. A surge of anger boiled within her, prompting her to impulsively raise her arm to retaliate. Chunli and Amp, Appo's heart raced as she rushed forward to firmly grasp Song Yingyu and Amp. Appo's arm, pleading, young madam, no. You mustn't end Amp. Appo's the 9th madam is an elder. If you strike her, even divine intervention will not save you. Want to hit me? Wei Lingxi stepped forward, turning her face aside. Go on, make your move. Song Yingyu trembled with fury, stammering, You? What of it? Wei Lingxi replied, her expression calm despite the fire in Song Yingyu and Amp. Appo's eyes, since I have married your 9th uncle, you ought to address me as an Amp. Appo's Aunt and Amp. Appo's. I have refrained from reprimanding you until now, allowing you to indulge in such reckless behavior. In the future, please be mindful of your words and actions in my presence. With that, she instructed Chunli, release her. Fearing that Song Yingyu might act rashly, Chunli immediately knelt and implored Wei Lingxi, 9th madam, our young madam speaks thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense. She will behave properly from now on. To act thoughtlessly and still commit such offenses, what might she do with intention? Wei Lingxi assumed the role of the elder and reprimanded Song Yingyu. Consumed by rage, Song Yingyu wished to tear apart the face she despised so deeply. How could a daughter of the 6th rank dare to lecture her, the daughter of a grand tutor? You shall pay for this slap. Song Yingyu gritted her teeth, vowing silently to make Wei Lingxi suffer for her actions today. Yet, Wei Lingxi merely chuckled lightly, her gaze steady upon her. If I had not struck you, would you have ceased your harassment? No, you would not. Thus, she resolved to let Song Yingyu taste the bitterness of her actions. Indeed, I would not, for you are shameless and utterly disgraceful. Wei Lingxi, I underestimated you. Who would have thought you possessed such cunning? You must be marrying the 9th master to seek revenge on me today? Noticing that Song Yingyu was increasingly enraged and speaking indiscriminately, Wei Lingxi maintained her composure. Observing her growing audacity filled with flaws, Song Yingyu, to show disrespect to elders, to slander them, is unbecoming. Kneel. What? Song Yingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? I command you to kneel. Do you think you have earned the right to demand respect? Song Yingyu roared. Madam, please stop. Chunli was terrified. As Song Yingyu and Appo's maid, she had grown up in the Song household and understood the rules. Regardless of the grand tutor and Appo's esteemed position, once within the in-laws and Appo's door, one must adhere to their customs. Disrespecting elders is the gravest sin for a daughter-in-law, regardless of the circumstances. Young madam, spoiled beyond measure at the Song residence, viewed the 9th madam as a rival and thus disdained her. While the 9th madam usually did not retaliate, if she truly did, young madam would have no choice but to obey. Yet, young madam and Appo's pride rendered her intolerant of such humiliation. 9th madam, Chunli knelt at Wei Lingxi and Appo's feet, grasping her leg, and pleaded, My lady is frail and unwell. I shall kneel for her. I will kneel as long as it takes. The one I intend to punish is your lady, not you. 9th madam, my lady has indeed erred, but a few words of admonition should suffice. If you insist on punishing her, it would not only disgrace her, but also implicate the 1st madam and the eldest master. Wei Lingxi regarded the maid, acknowledging the truth in her words. Yet she was not swayed. The 1st madam had once hired someone to harm her, causing injury to her elder brother and nearly leading to her sister-in-law and Appo's demise, along with the entire Wei family suffering the consequences. Would she still consider the first madam and Appo's reputation? Absolutely not. The first madam is magnanimous and would not hold me accountable. Song Yingyu and Appo's behavior is indeed excessive. It is not unreasonable for me to discipline a younger generation for disrespecting an elder. Today, I shall ensure Song Yingyu is punished. Seeing that Song Yingyu remained defiant, Wei Lingxi summoned Lin Bai. Lin Bai, please invite the old madam here and inform her that Song Yingyu has insulted her elder and refuses to accept correction. Additionally, summon the first, second, fifth, and seventh madams to witness the conduct of our family and Appo's eldest grandson and Appo's wife. Yes, madam, Lin Bai replied without hesitation. Such a commotion would surely escalate matters, inviting ridicule and shaming her maternal family as well. Do not go. Song Yingyu interjected, I will kneel. Before the gathered crowd, Song Yingyu knelt before Wei Lingxi, her eyes brimming with tears of humiliation, yet she clenched her teeth, refusing to let them fall. Observing Song Yingyu kneeling, Wei Lingxi felt a sense of surrealism wash over her. In a past life, she had been forced to kneel to Song Yingyu repeatedly, for her parents, for her brother, for her sister-in-law, and even for her pitiful 3-year-old nephew. Ultimately, had it not resulted in her family's ruin? Now, she was married to Shiao Heng, who treated her well, and as long as she ensured no trouble befell him, the Wei family's crisis could be resolved one by one. Lin Bai observed Wei Lingxi punishing Song Yingyu to kneel, revealing no outward reactions, yet internally he was anxious. Though Song Yingyu was despicable, her father was the current Grand Tutor. He could only wonder how the Ninth Master would navigate his relationship with the Grand Tutor in the future. Song Yingyu remained kneeling until dusk, when lanterns were lit within the estate. She was drenched in sweat, her body beginning to sway. Wei Lingxi, seated beneath the eaves, leisurely sipped her tea, her anger dissipating before she inquired, Did you seek me for Qing Dai? Yes, Song Yingyu replied through gritted teeth, I hope you. Suddenly realizing something, she reluctantly altered her tone. I hope Aunt can show mercy and allow Qing Dai to assist me for a while. What do you mean? Wei Lingxi looked at Qing Dai. Qing Dai was filled with regret, wishing to cry, but too frightened to do so. She knelt on the ground, wanting to plead for forgiveness from the Ninth Madam, to seek her rescue. Yet Chunli stood behind her, pressing her foot firmly on Qing Dai and Appo's toe. Understanding the unspoken message, Qing Dai dared not speak out of turn. It is entirely up to you and the young madam. In that case, you may return. Wei Lingxi, concerned that Qing Dai was being coerced, wished to help her. However, Qing Dai surprised her by saying, Madam, I can still help the young madam. Is that your true intention? Yes, it is. Wei Lingxi's face fell, a hint of disappointment appearing as a cold smile graced her lips. She waved her hand. Then go ahead. Thank you, madam, for your generosity. As Qing Dai uttered these words, her voice trembled. She longed to cry, but the path she had chosen was irreversible. After much ado, Wei Lingxi herself felt hunger pangs. Having sufficiently punished Song Yingyu, she rose and said, You may return now. There is no need to kneel here any longer. Thank you, Aunt. Song Yingyu managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth. Supported by Chunli and Qing Dai, she limped away. Lin Xiao, witnessing her lady and Appo's relief, knelt in gratitude. Thank you, madam. Rise, Wei Lingxi replied. Seeing her swollen cheeks, Wei Lingxi instructed Zissou to fetch medicine for her, as a swollen face would be quite unseemly. Upon returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Song Yingyu lay on her bed, allowing Chunli and Qingli to tend to the wounds on her knees. The grievances she had endured at Wei Lingxi's hands were all vented upon Qing Dai. She commanded Qing Dai to kneel before her with a basin of boiling water, insisting that she remain in that position until her anger subsided. Should Qing Dai falter, the scalding water might well strip her skin away. Qing Dai dared not defy the order and could only kneel in tears. Today's events must remain confidential. No one is permitted to speak of them. Song Yingyu felt a sense of shame and could not bear the thought of others discovering her kneeling before Wei Lingxi. Ultimately, the fault lay with her. Wei Lingxi's overt authority pressed down upon her heavily. If she wished to reclaim her dignity, it would have to be done in secrecy. She had been on the verge of exploding with rage earlier, but had not uttered a single word about the incident with her undergarment. She was biding her time, eager to send Wei Lingxi to the depths of despair, never to rise again. However, her anger remained unresolved, and thus, she felt compelled to take action to alleviate her frustration. Chunli, go stand guard by the entrance of Fengyao Hall. If you see the ninth master returning, invite him here immediately, telling him I have urgent matters to discuss. After a pause, she added, if he inquires, say it concerns the ninth mistress. Chapter 85. The scandal. Upon receiving her mistress's command, Chunli hurriedly made her way to the vicinity of Fengyao Hall, remaining vigilant until the moon began its ascent above the treetops. It was then that she caught sight of Shiao Heng's silhouette. As she beheld his striking yet frost-bitten visage illuminated by moonlight, an inexplicable fear washed over her. During her time at the Song residence, she had heard countless tales of the formidable general, yet she had never encountered him personally. Just as Shiao Heng was about to cross the threshold of Fengyao Hall, Chunli rushed forth from the shadows, bowing respectfully before him. Ninth Master, I am Chunli, the maidservant of the young mistress of Qingyan Pavilion. The young mistress has urgent matters to discuss with you tonight. I kindly ask that you accompany me to Qingyan Pavilion. Upon learning that Song Yingyu sought an audience, Shiao Heng's gaze flickered momentarily, his brows arching slightly as he queried Chunli. She wishes to speak with me? About what? It pertains to the ninth madam, but I am unaware of the specifics. I am merely conveying the young mistress's message, Chunli replied, her gaze averted as she focused intently on her feet. Ninth madam? A hint of amusement crossed Shiao Heng's features, though it vanished swiftly, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Very well. Have her meet me at the Lakeview Pavilion. I shall await her there. With Xiao Zixuan absent from the residence, it would be inappropriate for him, as Song Yingyu's elder, to enter Qingyu Pavilion uninvited, as it might provoke unwarranted gossip. The Lakeview Pavilion seemed a more suitable choice. Yes, ninth master, Chunli acknowledged, dashing away. As Shiao Heng approached the entrance, he pivoted and made his way toward the Lakeview Pavilion. Along the way, he inquired of Lin Mo, what do you suppose the young mistress wishes to discuss? With a stoic expression, Lin Mo replied succinctly, I do not know. Take a guess. I cannot fathom it. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Shiao Heng shot him a sidelong glance. You are rather dull. Lin Mo feigned innocence. I truly do not know. Shiao Heng chose not to elaborate further. Continuing on his path, Lin Mo and Lin Bai were polar opposites. Lin Bai was more vivacious, talkative, and astute, while Lin Mo was taciturn yet exceptionally skilled, making him a less distracting companion. Upon reaching the Lakeview Pavilion, Shiao Heng seated himself beside a stone table, awaiting Song Yingyu and Appo's arrival, his gaze drifting toward the clusters of lotus flowers blooming by the lake's edge. August had arrived, and the lotus flowers were beginning to wither, their green seed pods maturing, the seeds growing plump. Thoughts of the little glutton at home brought a subtle smile to his lips. Lin Mo. Yes, ninth master. What is your command? Fetch me a few lotus pods. Lin Mo was puzzled. It was unusual for the ninth master to request lotus pods. Nevertheless, since his superior had spoken, he complied. With a leap, he darted from the pavilion and rushed toward the clusters of lotus flowers, swiftly gathering a handful of pods. Ninth master. Excellent. Shiao Heng arranged the lotus pods neatly on the stone table, resuming his wait. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed, and without needing to look, Shiao Heng surmised it was Song Yingyu accompanied by her maid. Indeed, as she approached, Song Yingyu curtsied, addressing him, ninth uncle. Please, take a seat, Shiao Heng gestured. As she settled down, her gaze fell upon the lotus pods on the table. Why, these pods are quite large. Can they be harvested for lotus seeds? Fresh lotus seeds are sweet and crunchy, absolutely delightful. The lotus heart can be steeped for tea, sweetened with honey, a perfect remedy for the heat of summer. Might I trouble you for a couple of pods? Shiao Heng gathered the lotus pods closer, handing them to Lin Mo, who was standing behind him. If you wish for some, send someone to gather them tomorrow. Song Yingyu felt slighted. I merely sought 2 lotus pods and was met with disdain. Did you not say you had matters to discuss with me? Proceed, Shiao Heng interjected, steering the conversation away from trivialities. Having been thwarted, Song Yingyu composed her expression and spoke earnestly. Ninth uncle, there is something I have long suspected and wished to discuss with you. Yet I hesitated, fearing it too abrupt. However, I can no longer remain silent, nor can I bear to see you kept in the dark. I must speak. Please go on. In a hushed tone, she articulated each word carefully. Ninth uncle, while you have been preoccupied with military affairs, are you aware of what the ninth madam has been doing at home? At her words, Shiao Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, a premonition stirring within him. What do you mean? Speak plainly. There is no need for riddles. Ninth uncle, are you aware that before marrying you, the ninth madam was betrothed to my husband, Xiao Zishuan, and they share a childhood bond? I am aware, Shiao Heng replied coolly. Later, when Xiao Zishuan sought to marry you, Lingxi withdrew her engagement and wed me instead. Precisely, Song Yingyu's demeanor shifted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I always believed she married you out of affection, yet it seems she had ulterior motives for entering the Xiao household. I have repeatedly witnessed her clandestinely meeting with my husband. He does not wish to be entangled with the ninth madam, for this is a scandalous affair. Yet, she continues to pursue him, and he refrains from speaking out to protect your dignity. Before she could finish, Shiao Heng's brows knitted together, a lethal glint flashing in his obsidian eyes. Are you implying that your aunt is seducing Zishuan? The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver through Song Yingyu, but she quickly steeled herself, recalling the undeniable evidence she possessed. Indeed, with a resounding crack, Shiao Heng slammed his palm onto the stone table. His voice laced with icy fury. You speak nonsense. Do you not believe me? Song Yingyu retorted, her fervor igniting. Consider this. Ninth uncle, Lingxi was originally meant to be with Xiao Zishuan, her feelings for him profound. Yet, why did she marry you upon his proposal to me? Her intention was to secure a means to rendezvous with Zishuan within the Xiao household. If you doubt my words, I possess incontrovertible evidence. Shiao Heng's clear and sharp gaze darkened, a tempest brewing within. Song Yingyu, this matter concerns the reputations of Zishuan and my wife. Think carefully before you speak. Do you understand? I understand, and I have given it much thought. Song Yingyu called for Chunli, presenting the evidence to her uncle. Chunli approached with a box, setting it gently upon the stone table and opening it with care. Ninth Master, please take a look. Shiao Heng peered into the box, revealing a delicately folded, pale pink bodice lying quietly within, its embroidered design of intertwined lotuses unmistakably familiar to him. In an instant, a storm erupted within his gaze, dark clouds gathering as the veins on his forehead throbbed, betraying his uncontrollable fury. Chapter 86, Tarnishing Her Reputation. Ninth Uncle, this is Aunt Zhio's intimate garment. I have inquired with Qing Dai, and she has indeed confirmed it. May I ask, how is it that a woman's personal clothing is not in the hands of her husband, but rather found in the possession of another man? Surely, it did not sprout legs and wander here on its own? As Song Yingyu perceived the suppressed fury in Shiao Heng's eyes, she felt emboldened, hoping to stoke the flames of his anger further. Burn, burn. She could already envision the dismal fate awaiting Wei Lingxi. No man could tolerate being cuckolded by his woman, clandestinely meeting with another man, especially not a general of Shiao Heng's stature. Upon seeing the garment in Song Yingyu's hand, Shiao Heng comprehended the situation at once. Not long ago, Xiao Qi had misplaced a personal item. The loss of such a garment was troublesome, and to avoid scandal, she had kept quiet, ordering a replica to be made. At that time, he discreetly instructed Lin Bai to fortify the courtyard and Appos as defenses and investigate the matter. After a lengthy period with no results, he was taken aback to find the item in Song Yingyu's possession. Clearly, she would not have stolen the garment. It must have been Xiao Zishuan who stealthily infiltrated Fengya Hall and absconded with Xiao Qi's intimate clothing. The mere thought of Xiao Zishuan possessing this garment, secretly admiring it in the dead of night, even engaging in more egregious acts, ignited an uncontrollable wrath within him. Shiao Heng snapped the wooden box shut, his voice laced with an air of authority. This is not Xiao Qi and Appos as property. It merely resembles her intimate garment, likely mimicked by some maidservant. Ninth uncle's mood was evident to his niece-in-law. Yet, the fabric and craftsmanship of this garment were exquisite. Ordinary maidservants could never afford such finery. Ninth uncle, there is no need for concealment. Songing you, this matter is not as you presume. Do not mention it again, lest it tarnish Zixuan's reputation. He is the esteemed top scholar of the court and has recently joined the Hamlin Academy. If you do not wish to ruin his future, refrain from publicizing this incident. Shiao Heng suppressed his rage, speaking to her with restraint. In truth, he cared little for Xiao Zixuan and Appo's reputation. His nephew was not innocent. His willingness to abandon Shao Qi for personal advancement reflected his character. Even more despicable was the fact that he had pilfered Shao Qi and Appo's intimate garments, engaging in such disgraceful conduct behind his back. What truly mattered to him was Shao Qi and Appo's honor. This garment indeed belonged to her, and despite her innocence, she could not escape the ensuing scandal. The power of public opinion could easily distort the truth, and he was determined to protect her reputation. Song Yingyu, once confident in her plan to ruin Wei Lingxi, was unexpectedly thwarted by Shiao Heng and Appo's unwavering defense of her. His refusal to believe in any impropriety between Wei Lingxi and Xiao Zixuan was utterly unforeseen, significantly undermining her intentions. Ignoring Song Yingyu's astonished expression, Shiao Heng rose abruptly. Song Yingyu, think before you act. Do not jeopardize Xiao Zixuan and Appo's future for the sake of fleeting satisfaction. With that, he turned and departed with Lin Mo. After walking a short distance, Shiao Heng slowed his pace and instructed Lin Mo, later, retrieve that garment without alerting anyone. He had initially denied its connection to Shao Qi to instill doubt in Song Yingyu about its authenticity, hoping she would discard it. However, should she refuse to do so, it would create yet another complication. Thus, he sought to have Lin Mo stealthily infiltrate Qingyun Pavilion to retrieve and discreetly dispose of the item, ensuring Song Yingyu would have no leverage in the future. Understood, Ninth Master. Song Yingyu, witnessing Shiao Heng's denial, experienced a fleeting moment of doubt regarding the garment's true owner. However, recalling the change in his demeanor, she became convinced of its authenticity. She felt both envy and resentment towards Wei Lingxi, realizing that even the formidable General Ding Yuan was protecting her. Despite his evident fury, he still chose to shield her. What kind of charm did this woman possess? Miss, what should we do next? Chun-Li inquired softly. Song Yingyu could not swallow her indignation. She grasped undeniable evidence in her hands and was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. If she did not eliminate Wei Lingxi, she would not be Song Yingyu. Do not panic. Seek the old matriarch, she resolved. She cared not for Xiao Zixuan's future. She desired both his body and heart to belong to her. If Shiao Heng wished to keep this matter under wraps, it indicated his own guilt. If so, she would amplify the situation, creating a city-wide uproar, and then see how he and Wei Lingxi would manage it. Understood. Chun-Li grasped the box and followed closely behind Song Yingyu to the residence of the old matriarch. Upon returning to Fingyao Hall, Shiao Heng's anger still simmered. Go find Lin Bai. Lin Bai, summoned by Lin Mo, approached, intending to jest with Shiao Heng about the lotus pods adorning his desk. However, upon witnessing the stormy expression on his face, he swallowed his words and stood at attention. Bowing respectfully, Ninth Master, how may I serve you? Shiao Heng motioned for him to lean closer, narrowing his eyes as he whispered a few instructions. Lin Bai was taken aback, unsure how to respond. After a moment, he asked, Ninth Master, is this true? Indeed. Then may I proceed without reservation? Yes, Shiao Heng confirmed. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the lethal intent in Shiao Heng and Appo's countenance, he understood the gravity of the situation. He accepted the command and departed, assuring, Rest assured, Ninth Master, this matter will be handled discreetly, without alarming anyone. Once accomplished, there will be a reward. Very well. After issuing his orders, Shiao Heng and Appo's lingering fury remained unquenched. He summoned someone to bring cold water for a brief cleansing, feeling somewhat soothed as the heat of his anger dissipated. Just as he prepared to seek out Wei Lingxi with the lotus pods in hand, A gentle, melodious voice interrupted from outside. "Husband, may I enter?" Shiao Heng casually placed the lotus pods on the bookshelf and opened the door, finding Wei Lingxi standing there, a food box in hand, her face radiant with a smile. "What brings you here?" Wei Lingxi replied with a smile. "Upon learning that you had returned, I prepared this bamboo leaf tea for you." "Oh." Shiao Heng's brows relaxed. "What inspired you to make this for me?" Wei Lingxi entered, placing the food box on the table. She opened it to reveal a pot of freshly brewed bamboo leaf tea. With delicate, fair fingers, she picked up a white porcelain cup, poured the tea with a twinkle in her eye, and presented it to him with both hands. "Husband, do taste it." Having experienced previous culinary mishaps, Shiao Heng had developed a wariness toward Wei Lingxi and Appo's cooking. Yet, seeing her eager expression, he could not bear to refuse her goodwill and took a small sip. To his surprise, the tea was delightful, crisp, sweet, and fragrant. "How is it?" Wei Lingxi inquired softly, standing behind him with gentle hands kneading his shoulders. "This is a bamboo leaf tea from Xinan, recently sent by my uncle from the south. I brewed it with spring water, adding some afiapagon, ginseng, licorice, and a hint of sugar. Although the leaves are not fresh, the taste is still commendable. Indeed, it is quite good." With a single sip, the flames of Shiao Heng and Appo's heart were considerably quelled. He turned, his long arms encircling Wei Lingxi and Appo's waist, lifting her into his embrace and gently kissing her lips. "Xiao Qi is remarkably virtuous." Wei Lingxi's cheeks flushed a delicate rose akin to blooming peach blossoms. "My husband has toiled today for the affairs of our Wei family. I have no means to repay you, so I can only brew some tea to reward you." Shiao Heng grasped her chin, his fervent gaze lingering on her face. "I do it for Xiao Qi. I understand. As long as you do. If Xiao Qi truly wishes to reward her husband, why not exert a little more effort?" Holding her close, the fragrant aroma enveloped him, igniting the embers of desire that had only just been extinguished. "How shall you reward me?" Shiao Heng took her hand. His eyes filled with ambiguous intent as he admired her delicate, jade-like fingers. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Let me borrow them." "My husband." Wei Lingxi and Appo's face turned crimson, unsure of how to address this heated dilemma thrust upon her. "Allow me to guide you," he whispered into her ear, his large hand enveloping her soft, sandy-like hand. "Xiao Qi, look in my eyes." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the study, accompanied by Lin Mo and Appo's voice. "Ninth Master." "Get out." Shiao Heng and Appo's furious roar resounded. Lin Mo flinched slightly, but continued, "Ninth Master. That item has been taken by the young mistress to see the old matriarch. This matter has become known throughout the residence. The matriarch is furious. Please, Ninth Master and Madam, hasten to her side." Chapter 87. Undeterred by the coffin, Lin Mo's interruption dampened Shiao Heng's enthusiasm, and thus he chose not to continue. Wei Lingxi, feeling somewhat dazed, quickly inquired, "What has happened? Why is the old lady so furious? What does this have to do with us? Do you recall the undergarment you misplaced some time ago?" Shiao Heng asked her. Wei Lingxi and Appo's expression turned serious as she nodded. "Yes, did you find it?" "Indeed," Shiao Heng replied directly, explaining that the undergarment had likely been taken by Xiao Zishuan, and that Song Yingyu was currently using it to complain to the old lady. "What? I heard this involves Xiao Zishuan." Wei Lingxi's mind buzzed with shock. "Is this man truly determined to ruin my life? My dear husband, please believe me, since our marriage, I have had no connection with Xiao Zishuan whatsoever." Shiao Heng caressed her cheek. "I understand. Otherwise, I would not have used the word steal." Over the past 2 months, he had observed her feelings were clearly not directed towards Xiao Zishuan. Her willingness to break off the engagement rather than become a concubine was a testament to her resolve to sever ties with him. At present, Song Yingyu had made the situation public, causing it to echo throughout the Xiao household. "You and I must go and quell this matter," Shiao Heng stated. "Very well." Wei Lingxi nodded. Before they left, she noticed several green lotus pods perched on the bookshelf, their verdant hue quite delightful. Seeing her gaze linger, Shiao Heng chuckled, taking one down and offering it to her little greedy cat. "Have some. How did you know I adore these?" Wei Lingxi asked joyfully. One must pay attention to discern such things, he replied, filling her heart with sweetness. She plucked a pod, extracting the lotus seeds and peeling away the green shell to reveal a pristine, milky white seed. You eat first, she offered, bringing her finger to his lips. Shiao Heng's lips curved upward as he opened his mouth to accept it, savoring the sweet aroma. The ones fed by little Qi are the most delicious. Outside the door, Lin Mo observed the affectionate scene between the couple and hurried to follow them, silently reflecting, young master and madam truly have a carefree spirit. They likely remain unaware that the old lady's fury has already reached a boiling point. Inside the room of the old lady Jiang, the atmosphere was tense. She sat on a low couch, legs crossed, eyes shut, twisting a string of prayer beads to suppress her raging anger. The second, fifth, and seventh ladies had all arrived, yet the first lady was conspicuously absent. To escalate the matter, Song Yingyu had invited the other ladies under the pretense of seeking justice, but in reality, it was merely to turn the situation into a spectacle at Wei Lingxi and Appo's expense. The first lady, being Wei Lingxi and Appo's mother-in-law, was unwilling to allow this issue to be exploited for her daughter and aunt Appo's sake, hence her absence. Coincidentally, the men from the various households were also away that evening. As the old lady simmered with frustration, Song Yingyu lowered her head, dabbing at her tears and lamenting to the other ladies about Wei Lingxi and Appo's misdeeds. My dear aunts, I truly did not expect this. As an elder, she secretly entices my husband and even gifted him an undergarment. How malicious is this intent? The second lady, ever fond of gossip, fanned herself, feigning comfort while deliberately inciting. She seemed so proper in daily life. The fifth lady concurred. Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. The seventh lady, however, expressed a differing opinion. Yingyu, could it be that you are mistaken? Mistaken? How could I be? I have confirmed it. Her maid Qing Dai stated it plainly. How could I wrongfully accuse her? Song Yingyu retorted, then turned to Qing Dai. Is that undergarment not from your young mistress? Unaware of the incident regarding the lost undergarment, Qing Dai knew her life depended on Song Yingyu and Appo's whims and nodded obediently. Yes, it belongs to my young mistress. The seventh lady furrowed her brow slightly, but that does not prove it was a gift from ninth sister-in-law to Zishuan, does it? Song Yingyu was momentarily taken aback by this statement, quickly pressing, what do you mean by that, seventh aunt? If it wasn't a gift from her, how else could it have come to be? My husband is a talented scholar with a promising future. Would he jeopardize it with such indiscretions? The second lady chimed in, smiling. That makes sense. If Zishuan were not concerned about his future, he likely would not have quarreled with ninth sister-in-law before their marriage. Hearing this, the old lady opened her eyes, sharply commanding silence. Xiao Zishuan had chosen the daughter of the grand tutor for wealth and status, and the gossip surrounding this in the capital had persisted for quite some time. She was adamantly opposed to any further discussion of the matter. The second lady, chastised, stammered. I was merely speaking in Zishuan and Appo's defense. Why must the old lady be so irate? Old Lady Zhang's anger was not merely provoked by this comment, but also by the disgraceful scene that Song Yingyu had orchestrated. Anyone would seek to suppress such a humiliating affair, yet she had chosen to air their family shame publicly. This scandal not only tarnished Wei Lingxi's reputation, but also implicated her grandson. The second aunt in Appo's words resonated well with Song Yingyu, who seized the opportunity to add, Zishuan is solely focused on serving the court. He would never allow personal affairs to interfere with his important endeavors. Just then, Wei Lingxi and Shiao Heng arrived at the threshold, overhearing Song Yingyu's slander. A surge of anger filled her, and as she prepared to push the door open, Shiao Heng stepped ahead, forcefully kicking it open. Everyone in the room stood in shock, their gazes fixed on Shiao Heng and the figure of Wei Lingxi behind him. Upon seeing Shiao Heng, old Lady Jiang lifted a wooden box beside her and forcefully threw it at Wei Lingxi's feet, demanding, Wei Lingxi, explain how this undergarment came to be. How was it discovered in Qingyun Pavilion? Wei Lingxi nearly stumbled from the impact of the box, quickly stepping back and picking up the fallen undergarment. After examining it closely, she firmly declared, This undergarment is not mine. Not yours. How could it not be? Your maid Qing Dai explicitly told me it belonged to you. This is irrefutable. Are you unwilling to admit to your shameful act? Ninth aunt? Song Yingyu pressed aggressively. Qing Dai. Wei Lingxi and Oppose. S eyes flickered as she suddenly understood why Qing Dai had been following Song Yingyu yesterday. It was for this very reason. She is merely a servant who attends to basic chores. I never involve her in matters of clothing. How could she possibly know? It seems ninth aunt is only realizing the gravity of her situation now. Song Yingyu insisted, instructing Chunli to summon Qing Dai to clarify before the old lady whether it was indeed ninth aunt's undergarment. Very well, then we shall await her arrival, Wei Lingxi replied calmly. Turning to the somber-faced Shiao Heng, she added, My dear husband, your presence is not required here. Please step outside for a moment. Indeed, ninth brother, you should step out. This discussion pertains to matters of a woman's private belongings, and it is not fitting for you to be here, old lady Jiang decreed. Shiao Heng, adhering to their prior agreement, turned to exit but paused at the threshold to reassure Wei Lingxi, I shall wait outside for you. Call for me should you need anything. Understood, my husband, Wei Lingxi replied with a radiant smile. Once Shiao Heng exited, he instructed Lin Mo, go and inform Jean Rue and Yin Rue to prepare all of the madam's personal garments, ready for the old lady's summons. Yes, ninth master. Upon being summoned, Qing Dai, trembling under the old lady and Oppose, as scrutiny, cast a furtive glance at Wei Lingxi before stammering. Yes, these are indeed the garments of the ninth lady. Qing Dai, have you truly considered this? Wei Lingxi's eyes brimmed with profound disappointment. The ninth lady, Qing Dai, immediately fell to her knees, weeping as she bowed her head twice in reverence. Please, madam, do not hold it against me. Even if you harbor grievances towards me, I must speak the truth. This is undoubtedly your undergarment, without a shadow of a doubt. Song Yingyu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Ninth aunt, how will you evade the truth this time? Chapter 88. The eastward diversion of calamity. Was Song Yingyu not also placing her bets? She wagered that Wei Lingxi would not dare to admit the truth. Once she acknowledged it, every step taken thereafter could lead Wei Lingxi into a trap. After all, the entire capital was aware of her affections for Xiao Zishuan. By dragging her into this murky water, no matter how fiercely she defended herself, it would all be in vain. Even if she tore up the marriage contract, what would it matter? Even if she married Lord Xiaojiu, what difference would it make? Even if she took the initiative to break off the engagement and wounded Xiao Zishuan with her sword, it could all be interpreted as a woman and Amp, Oppose, love turning to hate. It is precisely because of deep love that there exists profound hatred. Therefore, her marriage into the Xiao household, to wed Shiao Heng, was a fade. While her true intent was to seduce Xiao Zishuan and secretly undermine Song Yingyu's happiness. This reveals the despicable and malicious nature of the Wei family. What Song Yingyu could conceive, Wei Lingxi had undoubtedly anticipated as well. She gritted her teeth and resolutely refused to concede. I need not defend myself. This is not my intimate garment, and I have no reason to argue. How could it not be? I have already inquired with others, and no one possesses such a pouch. The maidservants certainly cannot afford this fine silk and exquisite embroidery. Who else could it belong to but you? The scent on this pouch is identical to that which clings to you. How could you deny it? Song Yingyu longed to unleash her words in one breath, to cast Wei Lingxi into despair. Indeed, how will you explain yourself, the wife of Lord Jiao? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, I shall have your legs broken and carry you back to the Wei family. Prepare yourself for divorce. The old lady's face was a mask of fury as she scolded. Wei Lingxi sighed softly, reaching for the pouch, saying, This pouch is indeed identical to one of mine, but it is not my possession. Every piece of my intimate clothing is embroidered with my name in hidden thread, yet this pouch bears none. If you do not believe me, I shall summon the maidservants to confirm. Go, summon the maidservants from Fengyao Hall to bring forth the personal garments of the ninth lady. The old lady commanded Zhao Ma to act swiftly. After a brief wait in the old lady's chamber, Zhao Ma returned, accompanied by Wei Lingxi's personal maidservants, Jean Rue and Yin Rue. We greet the old lady, they said, bowing respectfully. Bring forth your lady and Appos. Yes, intimate garments. I wish to examine them, commanded the old lady. Jean Rouet immediately presented Wei Lingxi's pouches, and the very first one was identical to the one Song Yingyu held before everyone. The old lady took the pouch, scrutinizing it thoroughly for a while, before exclaiming, "What difference is there? They are clearly identical. Do not be hasty, old lady." Jean Rouet requested a cup of cold tea from Zhao Ma, dousing the pouch with it. Soon, a character Wei appeared in the lower right corner of the pouch's inner side. "Look closely," she urged. The old lady took the pouch again and indeed found the character and Appos, Wei and Appos, embroidered with silver thread, which would be invisible unless the fabric was dampened. "There are more, and I shall show you." Jean Rouet and Yin Rouet cooperatively showcased the remaining pouches, each bearing the same mark, except for the one held by Song Yingyu. A faint smile graced Wei Lingxi's lips, though it quickly vanished. Observing Song Yingyu's increasingly uncomfortable expression, she stepped forward to the old lady, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. "Old lady, since marrying Lord Jiao, I have adhered to the principles of a virtuous wife, never transgressing boundaries. I do not understand why Yingyu is so relentless in her accusations. She claims I seduced Zishuan. I am wronged. Even if I were foolish, I would know he is my nephew. If I were involved in any scandalous affair, it would not only ruin me, but the entire Wei family. How could I be so foolish? Moreover, Lord Jiao cherishes and protects me. What could I possibly regret in marrying such a husband? I implore the old lady to investigate the truth and discover who has conspired against me." "Conspired? Who would conspire against you?" Song Yingyu was thrown into disarray. What should have been a certain matter had taken a significant turn, and she was oblivious to the fact that the clothing bore a mark. Unless Wei Lingxi had orchestrated this herself. Who would conspire against me? Wei Lingxi shook her head, tears in her eyes, yet her words diverted the blame elsewhere. "I do not know. My clothing is washed by the maidservants. Jean Rouet and Yin Rouet are my personal attendants, while the rough chores are handled by Lian Xiao. Zisu, Qing Dai, and Sang Ji. It is possible that one of the maidservants, out of jealousy, deliberately stole my clothing to have it duplicated, then sought to frame me." As her words fell, the old lady's furious gaze shot towards Qing Dai. Startled, Qing Dai quickly knelt down. "Old lady, it was not me. I swear, I did not do it. Bring all of them to me." The old lady ground her teeth. Have a maidservants in the Shiao household become so bold as to act with impunity under our roof? If I find out the truth, I will break one of their legs. Thus, Zisu, Lian Xiao, and even the concubine Sang Ji were summoned. The old lady questioned Zisu and Lian Xiao. Both claimed ignorance of the matter and denied any wrongdoing. It was Sang Ji who recalled the incident. "Yes, there was such a thing. I remember that I was washing the ninth lady and amp, Appos, S pouch with Qing Dai, and she stepped away for a moment. I had some matters to attend to and placed the basin on the ground. When I returned, I found the pouch missing. Fearing punishment from my lady, I dare not speak of it. Oddly enough, a couple of days later, I discovered the pouch had returned. Sang Ji and amp, Appos. S word solidified Qing Dai and amp, Appos, S suspicion. Her account was not a fabrication. It was indeed a true event. Gradually, everyone understood that it was Qing Dai who had stolen the pouch and given it to someone from Qingyan Pavilion. But to whom? Naturally, it should have been Xiao Zishuan. Surely, it could not be Song Yingyu? She had stirred up such a tempest, gathering everyone to seek justice, evidently believing there was a rift between Wei Lingxi and Xiao Zishuan. Yet, despite her attempts to gloss over it with words, there remained an air of doubt among the others. Sang Ji's few sentences essentially conveyed that this matter was most likely connected to Xiao Zishuan. He sought to ascend the ranks in officialdom by allying himself with the influential Song family, abandoning the Wei family. Now, however, he was unwilling to part with the stunning Wei Lingxi, yet due to their differing statuses, he could only resort to secretly bribing the maidservants to carry out these clandestine actions. The old lady slammed her palm on the table, even cracking 2 beads in her hand. "Sang Ji, are you speaking the truth? If I find out you are lying, I will not spare you." Sang Ji calmly knelt before the old lady, raising her hand in oath. "If I speak a single falsehood, Let heaven strike me with lightning. Qing Dai, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately knelt on the ground, crying out for mercy. It was not me. I did not do it. Save me, ninth lady. I swear it was not my doing. She crawled to Wei Lingxi's feet, pleading for her salvation. Wei Lingxi lowered her gaze, coolly regarding Qing Dai. Qing Dai, you have greatly disappointed me. I believed I had treated you well. I do not understand why you would betray me. Her words bore double meanings. To the others, it sounded as though Qing Dai had betrayed Wei Lingxi by giving the pouch to Xiao Zishuan for replication. Wait, that scent. This pouch bears a fragrance. Song Yingyu cried out in defense, proclaiming that the fragrance was entirely derived from the incense. Lady Qi, with deliberate calmness, remarked that the scent from Lady Jiao's chamber could easily be procured from the incense shop, and replicating it would pose no challenge. However, as Song Yingyu attempted to continue her argument, she was silenced by a furious reprimand from the matriarch. Silence. The assembly was immediately taken aback, each individual falling mute in fear. Lady Jiang pointed an accusatory finger at Qing Dai, exclaiming, "You traitor! I entrusted you to diligently attend to Master Jiao and Lady Jiao, and yet you engage in such treachery. You have betrayed Lady Jiao and led Zishuan astray. Such a person is unworthy of remaining in the Xiao household. Seize her and sell her to the brothel." Qing Dai immediately fell to her knees, crying out for mercy. "I beg you, spare me. I do not wish for this." Ultimately, Wei Lingxi, being a woman herself, believed that while Qing Dai deserved punishment, being sold into a brothel was too severe a fate. Moreover, having previously utilized Qing Dai to extricate herself from trouble, she felt compelled to rescue her in kind. Thus, the scales of obligation would balance, leaving neither party indebted to the other. She interjected, "Matriarch, please temper your wrath. There is no need for such drastic measures. Surely she has saved enough of her own earnings over the years. Allow her to keep her money and purchase her own freedom. From this day forth, she shall be expelled from the Xiao household, never to return." "Thank you, Lady Jiao," Qing Dai exclaimed as she knelt and prostrated herself, filled with regret for having been intimidated by Song Yingyu, lamenting that a single word nearly led to Lady Jiao and Amp Oppo's irrevocable downfall. Having dealt with Qing Dai, this matter ought to have reached a conclusion. Yet, should this incident become public, Zishuan and Oppo's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. If the object of his affections were merely a maid or a young lady, even a married woman from another household, it would be of little consequence. But alas, it was his own aunt by marriage. Such an illicit affair could jeopardize his future in the political arena. Lady Jiang and Oppo's eyes flickered with a cunning idea, and she addressed Mama Zhao in front of everyone. "Go, summon the First Lady. This heartless woman cannot even guide her own son properly. How can she serve as a role model for the rest of the family? Today, I shall give her a proper lesson, allowing her to feel some shame and understand how to support her husband and educate her children." With that, the matriarch placed the blame squarely on the First Lady's shoulders. Wei Lingxi smiled gently, settled into her seat, and leisurely lifted her teacup, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Chapter 89. The burden of her suffering recently. The madam has been wearied both in body and spirit due to the matter of Xiao Liang taking a concubine. As night fell, she retired early to her chamber alone. Upon hearing that Zhao Ma had come to convey the old matriarch and Oppo's words, she was somewhat perplexed, yet she donned a robe and descended from her bed, instructing someone to invite Zhao Ma inside. "Zhao Ma, what message does the old matriarch wish to convey to me?" Zhao Ma sighed softly. "Madam, allow me to forewarn you, so as not to catch you unprepared when you meet the old matriarch." At these words, the madam and Oppo's heart sank. An instinct told her that something unfortunate was afoot. "Zhao Ma, please speak quickly. I am uncertain whether the young madam has informed you, but she discovered a belly band in Master Zishuan's study and went to the old matriarch, insisting that it belonged to the ninth madam, claiming that she had seduced Master Zishuan. However, the ninth madam has managed to clear her name, proving that the belly band was actually taken by Master Zishuan." Zhao Ma paused, and the implications were clear. The madam understood without further elaboration. Indeed, her complexion darkened instantly. and she sprang to her feet, addressing Shuema. Come, let us hasten to the old matriarch. Seeing the madam and Amp, oppose, resolved to confront the old matriarch, Zhao Ma cautioned madam. This matter concerns Master Zishuan and Oppo's reputation. I implore you to consider how to address it on your way. The old matriarch is furious, and you may face unjust treatment upon your arrival. So please be prepared. Having served the old matriarch for many years, Zhao Ma was well aware of her thoughts. Thank you, Zhao Ma. The madam, understanding the gravity of the situation, called for Yuzhu to fetch a sum of money for Zhao Ma. Acknowledging the effort of running an errand in the sweltering heat, Zhao Ma gratefully accepted the reward, tucking it away with a smile as she departed. The madam promptly ordered her attendants to prepare her for the meeting and, accompanied by Shuema, hurried to the old matriarch's residence. As she pushed open the door, she had no time to pay her respects before a cup of tea was hurled at her, striking her with force. Mother, what is the meaning of this? The madam dodged hastily, but the cup shattered on the ground, scattering shards everywhere. How dare you ask? The old matriarch, in a fit of rage, pointed a finger at the madam, chastising. As a mother, how have you failed to educate your son? Zishuan was a fine child, yet you have led him astray. The madam stepped forward and fell to her knees at the old matriarch's feet. Mother, forgive me, but I cannot comprehend your words. Please clarify for your daughter-in-law. Zishuan is now an official of the Hamlin Academy and married. How could he sneak away to steal his ninth aunt's personal belly band? Such a scandal emerging from our Shiao family's eldest son. If this spreads, where will our family's reputation lie? The old matriarch reprimanded fiercely. This is all due to your failure as a mother. You deserve punishment. With that, she commanded Zhao Ma to fetch a feather duster and personally began to strike the madam. Everyone present gasped in shock, never expecting the old matriarch to take such drastic measures. Goodness, the second madam whispered to the fifth madam. This is quite severe. Can the eldest sister withstand this? The fifth madam responded, Oh dear, how terrifying. My son Z has also been misbehaving lately, causing chaos with the maidens in the household. If he were to create trouble, the old matriarch would surely strip me of my skin. The second madam chuckled, Fear not, Z's antics pale in comparison to Zishuan's. He is fixated on his own aunt, and this is no trifling matter. Their hushed conversation reached the ears of the seventh madam, who turned to glance at the ninth madam, Wei Lingxi, who sat calmly sipping tea, a faint smile gracing her lips. The madam had presumed the old matriarch was merely putting on a show, but to her dismay, the blows from the feathered duster stung painfully, and tears welled in her eyes. She raised her hands in defense, but the duster struck her arm, leaving vivid crimson marks. Despite the pain, she dared not evade, repeatedly pleading, Mother, please calm your anger. I have something to say. The old matriarch, though aged, was soon winded from the exertion, and with Zhao Ma and Oppo's support, she returned to her seat. Speak, I shall grant you this opportunity. The madam crawled to the old matriarch's feet, weeping as she declared her innocence. Mother, you have wronged me and Zishuan. You know well what sort of child he has been, hard-working and devoted to serving the court. With such a promising future, how could he behave so recklessly? He is not a man to be swayed by lust, nor could he commit such vile acts. Your words are without proof. Do you have evidence? The old matriarch inquired. I was aware of the belly band matter beforehand, the madam replied, wiping her tears and casting a disdainful look at Song and Yu. Though married to Zishuan, she remained sensitive to Lingxi and Oppo's passed with him. At the old matriarch and Oppo's birthday banquet, witnessing Zishuan toast Lingxi had deeply unsettled her. She had voiced her concerns multiple times, fearing Lingxi would cause Zishuan to waver. I had comforted her repeatedly, believing time would heal the wounds. Yet I never anticipated she would orchestrate such a disturbance. Initially, she sought my cooperation. How could I possibly comply? The old matriarch had struck the madam, and in a desperate attempt to defend her son's honor, the madam shifted the blame onto Song and Yu. Song and Yu, taken aback, widened her eyes and instinctively stood to refute the accusation. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the madam swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to Song and Yu's face, It is said that a virtuous wife brings less trouble to her home. Since Zishuan married you, there has been no peace in the household. Your jealousy knows no bounds. The dismissed maid Xiao and the chastised maid Payer, are they not all wronged? You may disregard those matters, but how dare you cast your gaze upon your ninth aunt? Do you comprehend the trouble you have brought upon Zishuan and the ninth madam? Do you wish to ruin your husband? Was your intention in marrying him to bring about his downfall? Fearing her words would not awaken Song in you to the gravity of her actions, the madam struck her again. If you possess any conscience, quickly repent. Otherwise, even the divine cannot save you today. Chapter 90. Breathless with blood, Song Ingyu clearly understood that her mother-in-law was sacrificing her to preserve her son's reputation. Although she was innocent of the accusations, she was being coerced into confessing, and she could not accept it. Song Ingyu, the matron and amp, Appo's voice was sharp. If you acknowledge your mistakes and amend your ways, Zishuan might still forgive you. But if you remain obstinate, do you truly believe Zishuan will continue to hold you in esteem? Elder sister-in-law, I finding you and amp, Appo's predicament quite unjust. Perhaps you have wronged her? The second matron interjected. The matron shot a piercing glare at her. Sister-in-law, are you suggesting that Zishuan's character is so flawed that he would engage in such disgraceful acts? Seeing the elderly matron and Appo's eyes filled with anger, the second matron hastily backtracked. No, that is not my intention. Our Zishuan is an accomplished scholar with a bright future. He would never stoop to such lowly behavior. That is good to hear. The matron huffed, reluctantly accepting the explanation. Noticing Song Ingyu and amp, Appo's prolonged silence, the elderly matron pressed. Ingyu, is what your mother-in-law claims true? If it is, lower your head, admit your fault, and apologize to your ninth aunt. I will take care of the rest. If it is not your doing, but Zishuan's, I will not shield him. Upon his return, I shall personally address his punishment. Anyone who commits such a disgraceful act is unworthy of being a descendant of the Shiao family, and I will remove him from the family tree. Wei Lingxi let out a low laugh. The old matron and Appo's stance is clear. She wishes for Song Ingyu to take the blame. Once she does, this matter will be considered resolved. Her aim is to protect her grandson and amp, Appo's reputation, and further investigations will be disregarded. The old matron fears that Song Ingyu might refuse to accept blame. Hence, she threatens Zishuan with severe punishment. If he is penalized, then Song Ingyu becomes the scapegoat, and their marital affection may be irreparably damaged. Song Ingyu was not foolish. She understood the intentions of both the matron and the elderly matron. In such a situation, what choice did she have? She could only endure this injustice for the sake of peace. Mother, elder matron, in a moment of despair, Song Ingyu knelt, admitting to the wrongdoing, despite it being entirely unrelated to her husband. It was all my doing. I'm petty and envious, fearing that Wei Lingxi would steal my husband's heart, leading me to this desperate act. I am at fault and hope that the elderly matron and mother will punish me. Upon hearing Song Ingyu accept the blame, the matron sighed in relief. The elderly matron and amp, Appo's expression brightened with a smile. Your ability to recognize your mistakes is commendable. Ingyu, considering your youth and your devotion to Zishuan, I shall not pursue this matter further. I hope you will be more cautious in the future and refrain from such reckless behavior. Yes, I understand, grandmother. Song Ingyu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Feeling utterly wronged, since you acknowledge your fault, you must apologize to your ninth aunt. She has also suffered considerable injustice in this affair, the elderly matron instructed. With a heavy heart, Song Ingyu approached Wei Lingxi, reluctant to admit her fault. Ninth aunt, I was wrong. I apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Seeing Song Ingyu and amp, Appo's displeasure, Wei Lingxi felt a pang of discomfort. With furrowed brows and reddened eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks. Today, thanks to the presence of so many witnesses and the old matron's support, I have been able to clear my name. Had I not been vindicated today, I shudder to think of the consequences. My niece, clearly at fault, still refuses to sincerely admit her mistake. This truly saddens me. The matron, feeling a headache coming on, pushed Song Ingyu forward. Kneel before your ninth aunt and sincerely apologize. Kneel? Song Ingyu bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. I am the daughter of the Grand Tutor. And being the daughter of the Grand Tutor means you are above reproach, does it? Wei Lingxi feigned wiping her tears, adopting an exaggeratedly pitiful demeanor. Having knelt just yesterday, now she must kneel again, though a torrent of resentment surged within her. She had no choice but to comply. She knelt before Wei Lingxi. I beg for your forgiveness, Aunt. Wei Lingxi saw an opportunity and dried her tears, rising gracefully to assist Song Yingyu up. Since you have acknowledged your mistake, I will not pursue the matter further. As your elder, I possess the grace to overlook this. Good. The elderly matron felt a sense of satisfaction as the blame fell squarely on Song Yingyu. Since your aunt has forgiven you, this matter ends here. From now on, whether at home or in public, no one is to mention this incident again. Yes, the gathered ladies chorused in agreement. Now, disperse, the elderly matron declared. Feeling fatigued after resolving the situation, she sensed that Wei Lingxi had been wrong today, so she asked Zhao Ma to stay behind for a private conversation. Ninth daughter-in-law, you have suffered. To compensate you, I will have Zhao Ma deliver a few fine bird's nests to you. They will make a delightful soup. Wei Lingxi feigned joy and expressed her gratitude. I am immensely grateful to the old matron for advocating on my behalf today. Otherwise, I would have truly endured grave injustice. Good child, the elderly matron patted her arm. Go now. Don't keep the ninth son waiting. Yes, elder matron. As Wei Lingxi exited the elder matroness chamber, she spotted Shiao Heng waiting beneath the eaves. He turned to her, a gentle smile gracing his features. My husband, let us return home, she said, her lips curling into a smile as she gently linked her arm with his. Shiao Heng inquired cheerfully, is everything resolved? Yes, Wei Lingxi nodded, but hesitated, however. What is it? He asked, noticing her frown. She sighed, her brow furrowing. The mere thought of Xiao Zishuan stealing my undergarment unsettles me. I cannot help but feel uneasy about what he might have seen while sneaking into the Fengyao Hall. Shiao Heng and Appo's expression darkened momentarily, a chill emanating from him. Yet, it vanished as quickly as it appeared. That will not happen. I have instructed Lin Bai to strengthen the security around Fengyao Hall. He will not be able to set foot near it again. Indeed, Wei Lingxi nodded obediently. While Wei Lingxi felt a wave of relief, Song Yingyu was consumed by frustration. The night had grown deep, yet the matron continued to scold her mercilessly. Fool! Utterly foolish. The matron's anger reached a boiling point. How am I supposed to address your foolishness? I have made it abundantly clear. Do not act rashly. Do not act rashly. Yet you refuse to listen. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, Zishuan's reputation would have been utterly ruined by you. If his name is tarnished, his future is jeopardized. Do you think he will continue with you after that? Reflect on your actions and cease burdening me with your troubles. After receiving the matron's reprimand, Song Yingyu felt immense grievance. The memory of kneeling before Wei Lingxi in front of everyone ignited a fire of indignation within her. She coughed persistently on the way back and suddenly halted. After 2 forceful coughs, a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, prompting her to cover her mouth with a handkerchief. When she removed the cloth, she was horrified to see bright red blood staining the pristine white fabric. Madam, you're coughing up blood, Chunli exclaimed, nearly in tears. Suppressing her anger, Song Yingyu waved her hand. Take me back to Qingyun Pavilion first, then fetch a doctor for me. Yes, madam. Chunli rushed to support Song Yingyu, while Qingdai hurried to assist her on the other side. With nowhere else to go, Qingdai could only follow Song Yingyu for the time being. Leave? You could go to Fengyao Hall. Song Yingyu shook off Qingdai's hand, supported by Chunli, stumbling towards Qingyun Pavilion. The night was as deep as ink. Xiao Zishuan emerged from Yinyan Tower, bidding farewell to a group of raucous companions before unsteadily climbing into the carriage. The driver urged the horses onward, the carriage clattering towards the Xiao residence. After a brief moment, the carriage abruptly halted, refusing to proceed any further. With a severe discomfort in his stomach, Xiao Zishuan called out to the driver, Old Shui. Why have we stopped? Hurry up and drive. I must return home swiftly. After several calls went unanswered, he lifted the carriage curtain to investigate. Just as he poked his head out, a shadow darted past. Before he could discern the identity of the figure, A heavy blow struck his head, plunging him into darkness as he fell from the carriage. Chapter 91. Well done. When he opened his eyes again, a sharp pain throbbed in his head. Struggling to rise from the ground, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself ensconced in a pitch-black forest. There appeared to be no one else around. Only the incessant chirping of crickets filled the air. Who did this? Xiao Zishuan cursed, clutching his aching head. What lowly scoundrel dares to ambush me? Are you afraid to show your face? Do you know who I am? I am an official of the court, a compiler from the Hamlet Academy. A low, mocking laugh echoed through the night, sending chills down his spine. Who are you? Come out and stop pretending to be a ghost. Xiao Zishuan and Amp, Oppos, as scalp prickled, and his legs turned to jelly. A gust of wind swept by, and the effects of the alcohol he had consumed began to dissipate. The mysterious figure remained silent, leaping down from the treetops, standing a short distance away, poised for confrontation. Clad in dark attire and masked, he wielded a long sword that glinted ominously in the night. What do you want? What are your intentions? Xiao Zishuan panicked further at the figure's silence. Do not act recklessly. I am a compiler from the Hamlet Academy. My father is the esteemed Minister of Justice, and my uncle is General Ding Yuan. Do you wish to bring about your own demise? The cloaked man merely scoffed, seemingly unconcerned. With a flick of his wrist, several more figures clad in black descended from the branches. Without uttering a word, they suddenly cast a net that ensnared him. What are you doing? What do you want? Silence him, commanded the leader of the black-clad figures. Before long, Xiao Zishuan was pinned down, his mouth pried open, and a cloth stuffed inside. A barrage of punches and kicks followed, raining down on his face, leaving him writhing on the ground. He yearned to plead for mercy, but the cloth rendered him mute. All he could do was kneel and pound the earth in desperation. What a coward! Spouting claims of being related to the Minister of Justice and General Ding Yuan. How could they possibly have a relative like you? As the words were spoken, the assailants resumed their brutal assault. Once they had finished, the leader approached, unfastening the net and pulling the cloth from Xiao Zishuan into Amp, Oppos, his mouth. He thought he might be freed, but suddenly, the sword was brandished wildly before him. In a swift motion, his garments were reduced to tatters, leaving him exposed. He looked down in horror, instinctively shielding himself. This fellow is not bad-looking. Such a waste for a man to possess such a face. Perhaps we should clean him up and send him to the palace as a eunuch. What a splendid idea. Come on, do it. The black-clad figures surged forward, pinning Xiao Zishuan to the ground, the cold blade pressing against his face. Spare me, noble heroes. I do not know how I have offended you. Please enlighten me. Fear gripped him. If he lost this, his life would be ruined. Consider the wrongs you've committed. For now, we shall let you go, but next time, we shun and Oppos. Be so lenient. The cloaked man sheathed his sword and vanished into the night with his accomplices. Xiao Zishuan, drenched in cold sweat, rose unsteadily, his legs trembling. With his clothes in tatters, he pondered how he would return home. Moreover, he had no idea where he was in this forest. Just then, he heard the unmistakable sound of wheels approaching. Young master, cried the voice of the coachman, Old Shui. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiao Zishuan called out, Old Shui, over here. Old Shui drove the carriage to Xiao Zishuan and Amp, Oppos, side, retrieving a lantern from the carriage and holding it up to illuminate the battered figure before him. Upon seeing Xiao Zishuan's bruised and battered visage, he gasped in shock. Young master, is that you? It is I, Xiao Zishuan said on the verge of tears, his grimace making him look dreadful. Where have you been? You left me all alone here. Old Shui quickly placed the lantern aside, shedding his short cloak to drape it around Xiao Zishuan. Young master, wear my cloak for now. What has happened to you? Where are you, Old Shui? Where are you? Xiao Zishuan exclaimed, frustration boiling over. If it weren't and Oppos, for you, I wouldn't and Oppos. Had been left here. I was bound by others. It was only just now that they released me and informed me of your location, Old Shui explained hurriedly, helping Xiao Zishuan into the carriage. Young master, you have suffered a great injustice. Let us return at once and report this to the authorities to have them apprehend the culprits. Xiao Zishuan could not bear the thought of reporting such a disgraceful incident. No, let's return home first. Old Chui assisted him into the carriage, rehanging the lantern before flicking the reins to guide the horses back toward the Shiao residence. In his study, Shiao Heng was engrossed in his writing when he heard a knock at the door. He looked up, murmuring, "Come in." Lin Bai entered, clasping his hands in salute. "Ninth Master, how'd it go?" Shiao Heng inquired, his deep-set eyes fixed on him. "The matter has been dealt with. Rest assured, he will not discern who is behind it, though he may harbor some suspicions," Lin Bai reported. "Excellent." Shiao Heng dipped his brush into ink and wrote a bold stroke on the pristine rice paper. "How is his condition?" Lin Bai leaned closer and whispered in Shiao Heng and Appo's ear. A faint smile graced Shiao Heng's lips. "After all, he is your nephew. We did not dare to go too far." Lin Bai replied cautiously, "Indeed, Ninth Master." Shiao Heng chuckled. "Well done. Now go to the treasury and collect 10 taels of silver as a reward." "Serving the Ninth Master is a privilege. I seek no reward," Lin Bai responded. "Then take it as a token of my appreciation," Shiao Heng insisted. "Understood." Lin Bai accepted the reward and stepped out of the elegant hall, holding a flask of wine and a handful of peanuts, leaning against a nearby tree to enjoy his snack. It was then he spotted Shiao Zishuan being supported by Old Chui as they passed by. Lin Bai approached to greet him, but upon seeing Shiao Zishuan's battered face, he struggled to suppress his laughter and feigned concern. "Young master, what has happened to you? Did someone beat you?" No, an amp, Appo's. That's not that." Shiao Zishuan quickly shielded his swollen face, concocting a lie about having fallen while drunk after a night out with friends. "Oh dear, young master, you must be more careful. Such a handsome face, and now it looks like this. How long will it take to heal?" "Just a couple of days," Shiao Zishuan replied. "You should head back now." "Take care, young master." Watching Shiao Zishuan hurriedly depart, Lin Bai could no longer contain his laughter. Upon returning to Qingyun Pavilion, Shiao Zishuan startled the maids with his appearance. Spring Pear rushed over, and upon seeing the state of the young master, swallowed her